Welcome to the Cycle World. This is a realm brimming with peril and opportunity. Here, you may have the chance to become a mighty being and attain immortality, but you may also lose your life at any moment. Good luck to you all. While still lost in slumber, Su Rue suddenly heard these words whispering in his ear. He assumed he was merely dreaming and, feeling impatient, rolled over to continue his rest. But why was the bed so hard? Wait, where is my blanket? With a jolt, Su Rue awoke, realizing he was uncovered, and his attire had transformed into plain white garments. The Heavenly Path has assigned you to Novice Village number 250. Note, each Novice Village accommodates a total of 2,000 inhabitants. A dispassionate notification echoed once more in Su Rue's mind. It was then that he recognized he was situated within a rudimentary wooden cabin, devoid of any furnishings save for the wooden bed upon which he lay. As an avid anime fan and seasoned bookworm, Su Rue quickly deduced that he had been transported to another world. At that moment, an interface appeared in his mind. Name, Su Rue attack, 7 defense, 0 speed, 90 level, 10-100. This resembles a game, Su Rue mused. Yet he pondered how these statistics measured up. Were they indicative of exceptional talent? While he was still contemplating, the chat box in the bottom left corner of the interface began to erupt with messages. What on earth is happening? I was just having breakfast at home when I was whisked away. Based on my extensive experience with films and dramas, it seems we've been exiled to an unfamiliar world. Of course, but what do we do now? That fellow who called himself Heavenly Path mentioned this world is rife with slaughter and danger. At that moment, Su Rue noticed that each player's messages were accompanied by their names and avatars. Their names and avatars were authentic, devoid of any beautification or cosmetics, reflecting their true appearances in the Novice Village. Su Rue glanced at his own handsome visage, feeling quite satisfied. In terms of looks, he had always been confident. Wah, I'm so scared. Am I going to die right away? The speaker was a lovely young woman with an endearing appearance, and her words immediately drew a plethora of warm-hearted individuals to offer their reassurances. Don't be afraid, Miss Wang Lan. I'm here to protect you. Rest assured, young lady with me, Li Chong, no one can harm you. After a brief moment of panic, the group gradually calmed down, coming to terms with their situation in this alternate world. Hey, what are your stats like? Mine are attack, 9, defense, 0, speed, 5. Someone began to share their statistics, prompting others to follow suit. Upon observing these revealed figures, Su Rue reached a conclusion. Most individuals had attack values around 10, speed around 6, and defense at 0, indicative of a typical adult's capabilities. He, however, held a slight advantage in speed, albeit his attack value was somewhat inferior to that of an average person. Alas, such was the consequence of his lack of physical exercise. Yet speed was his forte after all. Su Rue had once been the champion of the school's sprinting events. At that moment, the voice of the Heavenly Path resonated again in their minds. In 2 minutes, players may draw from the Novice Gift Pack. The pack contains basic weapons and items, with a chance to awaken innate skills. Wow, we're about to draw from the Novice Gift Pack. I hope I get an innate skill. Ugh, it says there's a chance to awaken skills based on my understanding of such lottery mechanisms. Even a 1% chance would be fortunate. I truly hope to awaken an innate skill. I would trade 10 years of my life for one. The chat box instantly erupted into a cacophony, with everyone fervently wishing for the chance to awaken an innate skill. At this moment, Su Rue felt a surge of anxiety. He did not seek to awaken a skill, but merely hoped that whatever he drew would not be subpar. After all, he was well aware of his own lack of luck. Had never even drawn a second bottle of drink in his life. The 2 minutes passed swiftly, and a treasure chest appeared before everyone. Su Rue gazed at the treasure chest before him, but did not open it immediately. Instead, he clasped his hands together and silently offered a prayer. Perhaps the chest grew impatient, for it shook twice and automatically opened, releasing 3 dazzling golden lights that shot straight towards Su Rue's forehead. Buzz! The golden light penetrated Su Rue's mind, and once more, the voice of the Heavenly Path resounded within him. Congratulations, player. You have awakened the SS-level talents. Endless Devour, Super Transformation, and Eye of Insight. No way. No wonder I had been so unlucky before. My fortune must have been saved for this moment. Su Rue exclaimed from the depths of his heart, overwhelmed with joy. He hurriedly clicked to view the descriptions of his talents. the highest level of talent within the cycle world. According to past experience, any player who awakens an SS-level talent has become the sovereign of their domain. Is it truly that powerful? Awakening 3 talents at once means I must be fated for greatness. Su Rui's breath quickened, and he immediately began to examine the functionalities of his talents. Endless Devour can consume all living beings to enhance one's combat power. Super Transformation can transform any item. Eye of Insight can see through the essence of all things. Note, the effectiveness of talents will increase with the player's level. This is astonishing. After perusing the talent descriptions, Su Rui could hardly contain his exhilaration. He was eager to test the prowess of these 3 SS-level talents. However, he found himself confined within the wooden cabin, with no creatures to devour and no items to transform. In despair, he resorted to activating his only available talent, the Eye of Insight. Instantly, a line of text appeared before his eyes. The Novice Village wooden cabin provides double the stamina recovery effect. Such a shabby wooden cabin possesses such an effect? At that moment, the voice of the heavenly path unexpectedly echoed in Su Rui's ear. Reminder: players who awaken SS-level talents will receive an entirely new leveling system. An entirely new leveling system? What could that possibly entail? Su Rui quickly glanced at his interface once more, and to his astonishment, the level section remained at level 1, but the accompanying number had changed. Level 1050, what is happening? Wasn't it previously 100? Now it has been halved to 50. Does this mean I only need half the experience to level up compared to others? This is too powerful. Announcement: the Novice Gift Pack has been fully distributed, with a total of 4 individuals awakening talents in Novice Village number 250. The chat box erupted once more. There's no way the awakening rate is just 1%, only 4 people awaken talents out of 2,000 in this Novice Village. Indeed, this is utterly unfair. Su Rui then realized that only 4 individuals in the entire Novice Village had awakened talents. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of secret satisfaction. After all, only 4 people had awakened talents, let alone those who had awakened SS-level talents. At that moment, someone spoke up: the 4 esteemed individuals who awakened talents, please reveal yourselves. What are your talents? With that, a chorus of voices erupted, eager to see which 4 fortunate souls had awakened talents. Chapter 2: The Activation of Team Formation. A profile picture of a strikingly handsome man in his late 20s, Zhang Yuanshan, appeared in the chat box as he proclaimed, "The talent I have awakened is the Defense Aura, which can grant a layer of protection to a target." After that, Zhang Yuanshan added, "To be honest with you all, my awakened talent is of F grade, the lowest tier among talents. So talents are graded as well." Zhang Yuanshan enthusiastically explained to everyone, "Indeed, the talent levels range from low to high, classified as FE, DCB, A, with S-grade talents above them. Beyond that, I am unaware, as the Heavenly Path did not elaborate that. My goodness, I had no idea there were so many levels of talent. Those of higher grades must be extraordinary and quite formidable. I presume that I can only imagine what kind of individuals can awaken an S-grade talent. According to the odds, it seems that only 1 in several million can achieve such a feat. Regardless, you are indeed among the fortunate ones, with a probability of 1 in 500 that who knew my talent grade was so high. It wasn't even mentioned in the introduction." Su Rui sighed inwardly. At that moment, another strikingly beautiful yet aloof woman, Gu Haitang, spoke in the chat box. "I have awakened a D-grade talent, healing. This requires no explanation. Everyone knows what that means, that she's a healer. Everyone must protect Miss Gu Haitang." Instantly, a throng of individuals emerged, clamoring to safeguard her. This was not solely because she had awakened a talent, but also due to Gu Haitang's breathtaking beauty, rivaling that of film stars. However, after making her announcement, Gu Haitang paid no further heed to the crowd. As the chatter subsided, another individual who had awakened a talent stepped forward. "That I have awakened a C-grade talent, lightning." His name was Zhou Yi, appearing to be merely 18 or 19, with sharp features and an air of arrogance about him. The moment he spoke, a wave of flattery ensued, for this was indeed a C-grade talent, 2 levels higher than Zhang Yunshan's defense aura and 1 level above Gu Haitang's healing. Wow, a C-grade talent. That must be incredibly powerful. Lightning. Zhou Yi, can you control lightning like the thunder god? Worship the Great One. From now on, I shall follow you. Zhou Yi, big brother, I want to follow you too. The chat box was filled with adulation. Yet, unlike Zhang Yuanshan, both Gu Haitang and Zhou Yi remained rather indifferent. Gu Haitang was as cold as ice, while Zhou Yi exuded an overwhelming sense of superiority. Looking down upon others, with 3 talent awakeners already revealed, only Su Rue remained, yet he had no intention of disclosing himself. After all, he had awakened an SSS-grade talent, and revealing such a fact would undoubtedly be shocking. Moreover, it was prudent to remain low-key until he had grown stronger. As the crowd grew impatient for the 4th awakener to reveal themselves, they began to urge, "Who is the next powerhouse with an awakened talent? Come forth so we may pay our respects." Could it be that the talent is so overwhelming that they are hesitant to reveal themselves? Someone speculated. Upon reading this, Su Rue felt a pang of anxiety. At that moment, Zhou Yi scoffed. Perhaps they are too weak to show their face." Zhou Yi's right. Their talent can't possibly compare to yours. Indeed, Zhou Yi is a C-grade talent. Who could rival that? Zhou Yi had begun to resemble the village's top player. As anything he said drew agreement from the crowd, which only served to inflate his ego further. Su Rue, however, quietly breathed a sigh of relief and chimed in. It must be a pathetic talent. Hence the reluctance to stand up. Announcement. The wooden house has been opened. Everyone may familiarize themselves with weapons and talents in the novice village square. As soon as the announcement finished, Su Rue noticed the door of the wooden house swinging open, that he then stepped out, followed by others who made their way to the expansive central square of the novice village. Just as he exited, Su Rue suddenly recalled something. Everyone else had drawn something, either a weapon or an item, or even a talent that if he possessed nothing, it would certainly be questionable. With keen eyes, Su Rue spotted a broken broom beside his wooden house. He activated his talent on it, Eye of Insight, a useless, worn broom, suitable for cleaning. The text appeared before Su Rue's eyes, visible only to him. "All right, this will do." Grasping the broom, Su Rue walked toward the vast square, which could accommodate 2,000 individuals from the novice village. The ground was laid with large, neatly arranged stone blocks, with a raised platform in the center. At that moment, the square bustled with activity, filled with groups of people chatting. Unsurprisingly, many possessed various melee weapons, iron swords, daggers, spears, long knives, and bows with shields. Some even wore peculiar necklaces or bracelets, flaunting them to others. Su Rue activated the Eye of Insight on these individuals. Instantly, a flood of textual information surged forth, overwhelming his vision with names, levels, attack stats, and other fundamental details. Amidst the chaos, a burly man scratched his head and exclaimed, "Hey, what did you all draw?" "I only got an iron sword." "My luck is terrible." Su Rue directed his gaze toward the iron sword in the man's hand. Iron sword attack 4 beside him, a despondent-looking man lamented, "You're lucky. I drew a novice dagger, which is supposedly the worst item in this draw." Novice dagger attack 2. I just saw someone in the chat say they drew a basic accessory, a bracelet that adds 10 attack points. 10 attack points. Even Su Rue couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. His total attack was only 7 points, suggesting that those accessories might be superior to weapons. Reminder, players have 1 hour to form teams. After time expires, team formation will no longer be possible. At that moment, an option for team formation appeared on everyone's interface. Goodness, we can actually form teams. Is there a powerful player to guide me? I'll shout 666. I'm seeking to join as well. I am just a soft girl. Is there a strong brother willing to carry me? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the stone floor of the square, leaving tiny cracks and charred marks. "Ah!" Some timid girls in the crowd screamed in fright. What on earth was that? A figure leapt gracefully onto the raised platform, electricity crackling in his palm. I am the one who awakened the C-grade talent. Lightning, the higher the level, the greater the power of lightning, Zhou Yi announced as he stood on the platform. Therefore, my strength will only grow. Those wishing to team up with me, come forth and sign up. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of eager responses erupted from the crowd. Me. Zhou Yi, please choose me. Pick me. Big brother, my basic stats are quite high. Wow. Zhou Yi is so handsome. Can I join your team? Initially, they had only learned of Zhou Yi's strong talent through the chat, but witnessing his display made them truly comprehend the might of such talents. That I only accept the strong. The weak are unworthy to team with me. Zhou Yi declared, gazing down at the crowd with disdain from his elevated position. This attitude fostered a sense of resentment among many. Chapter 3. Successful Transformation. Attack doubled. The team formation continued unabated, with the three talent awakeners naturally becoming the center of attention in the novice village. Others began to seek their own teammates to AT this moment. Someone noticed Su Rue, who stood nearby wielding a broken broom instead of a weapon. Curiosity piqued. They inquired, "Hey, buddy, what did you draw? It couldn't possibly be a talent, right?" As soon as the words left their lips, everyone turned to gaze at Su Rue, who had remained a mystery until now. Even if he had drawn the most abysmal F-grade talent, it would still surpass those who had only drawn basic weapons. That I drew this. Su Rue casually raised the decrepit broom, his expression unruffled. The questioner stared at the broom in disbelief for several seconds, and soon the others were equally dumbfounded by the sight. Before long, someone could no longer contain themselves, and a chorus of laughter erupted. Am I seeing this correctly? That's just a broom for sweeping. Ha, indeed. I thought I had bad luck, but it seems someone is worse off. We may have drawn poor items, but at least we have weapons. You're not planning to fight with that broom, are you? You might as well stay here and clean for us. Upon witnessing Su Rue's dilapidated broom, those who had been complaining felt a sense of balance restored. Su Rue could feel the myriad of gazes directed at him. Some were sympathetic, others gleeful in their misfortune, while a few encouraged him from within the crowd. "Humph, worthless!" A disdainful snort broke the tension. Su Rue turned to see Zhou Yi, the one who had awakened the lightning talent, casting a scornful glance in his direction, a mocking smile adorning his face. Su Rue's gaze remained as calm as a still pond. How dare someone with merely a C-grade talent act so arrogantly? When the time came, Zhou Yi wouldn't even know how he met his end. For now, Su Rue chose to ignore him, once he grew stronger. Crushing Zhou Yi would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Never mind, he doesn't even have a weapon, so let's not team up with him. Indeed, what use is he without a weapon? When forming a team, one naturally seeks those stronger than oneself. The strong merely have to wait for others to seek them out, even having the luxury to choose their companions at will. The weak, on the other hand, must scavenge for allies, often joining forces with others of their own rank. As for those women who possess a pleasing appearance, they need not worry about finding a team. Su Rue, who has not revealed his talents, is undoubtedly among the weak, yet he does not seek to team up with anyone, for joining a team would inevitably expose his gifts. Besides, he muses, with 3 SS-level talents to his name. Why would he need a team? He might as well go solo. However, Su Rue soon realizes a troubling fact. Regardless of whether they have drawn accessories or talents, everyone else at least possesses a novice short sword, while he, apart from his talents, possesses nothing at all. Must he truly resort to wielding a broom in battle? Su Rue feels a twinge of frustration, cursing the heavens. Even with 3 SS-level talents bestowed upon him, they couldn't spare him a novice short sword. Here, take this iron sword. Suddenly, a voice rings in Su Rue's ears. He looks up to see a strikingly beautiful woman with a sweet smile extending an iron sword toward him. Su Rue recognizes her. She was the one who encouraged him amidst the crowd earlier. After a brief moment of astonishment, Su Rue asks, "You've given me your weapon. What will you do?" The graceful woman points to another iron sword strapped to her back and replies, "I was fortunate to draw 2 iron swords in the lottery." Only then does Su Rue notice the second sword, and he no longer hesitates and reaches out to accept the iron sword. Realizing he truly needs a weapon, he cannot possibly fight beasts with a broom. "Thank you. Once I become stronger, I promise to return a better weapon to you," Su Rue states earnestly at this moment. Gratitude fills his heart. This gesture is akin to finding coal in the midst of snow. The beauty smiles and replies, "All right, I will await your growth. My name is Lin Xiaolu. What is yours?" "I am Su Rue." He straightens his back and responds, I shall remember that." Lin Xiaolu nods. Then, with a hint of regret, she adds, "Unfortunately, our team is already full. Otherwise, I would have invited you to join us. It has already been noted that each team can have a maximum of 10 members. Su Rue echoes her sentiment, but internally he breathes a sigh of relief. He did not wish to join anyone. If Lin Xiaolu had truly invited him, he would have been at a loss on how to decline. After bidding farewell, Lin Xiaolu returns to her team. Within her group, someone curiously asks, "Xiaolu, why did you help him?" I noticed earlier that our weapons all have durability. Another chimes in. Yes, if you can't use it. You could sell it to others. An iron sword is far superior to a novice short sword. Many had drawn novice short swords with an attack of 2, while the iron sword boasts an attack of 4. It's all right. I still have another. Lin Xiaolu replies nonchalantly. A fellow female player interjects. Xiaolu, you didn't give him the iron sword just because he is handsome, did you? Lin Xiaolu bites her lip lightly and nudges her friend with her shoulder, saying, of course not. Please don't make baseless accusations. Meanwhile, with the iron sword in hand, Su Rue discovers that his SSS-level talent, super transformation, has been activated. This indicates he can utilize his talent on the iron sword. Eagerly, Su Rue returns to his wooden cabin to experiment. Inside the cabin, he examines the iron sword before focusing his mind and initiating super transformation. As he activates his talent, the ordinary iron sword begins to change. The blade shifts from a bright white to a grayish hue, and the hilt takes on a more rustic charm. Transformation successful. The iron sword is transformed into a secondary mysterious iron sword. Attack 8. Wow, Su Rue exclaims, exhilarated by the doubling of attack power. The attack power of this secondary mysterious iron sword surpasses his own by a small margin. With the mysterious iron sword in hand, Su Rue's attack power now stands at 15 points. This figure is undoubtedly above average among the 2,000 residents of the novice village. Can I transform it again? Su Rue immediately attempts another transformation. Transformation failed. Player level too low. It actually failed. It seems he must wait until reaching a certain level before attempting another transformation. Su Rue refrains from further attempts, stowing the secondary mysterious iron sword on his back, and steps outside the wooden cabin. Each player's simple attire has designated places for weapons at the back and waist. Announcement. The novice village is now open. All players will have 2 days to level up. After 2 days, a collective task will be randomly assigned to the novice village. Rewards will be based on task level, and failure will result in collective eradication. How terrifying! Failure leads to collective eradication. It seems we must all strive to level up. Otherwise, we shall all face dire consequences. Indeed, this is a collective task, and we must unite. As the novice village opens, the protective barrier enveloping it vanishes. Chapter 4. The Title of Loner. Strength enhancement. The barrier gone. A burly man strides directly towards the exit of the novice village. Hey Wu Ming, where are you going? Aren't you teaming up with everyone? Someone calls out to him. The others also turn to look, their attention drawn to the striking long-handled blade in his grasp. Few in the novice village manage to draw such a large weapon. Wu Ming turns around, stating, did you not see the prompt about teaming up? Experience gained from killing beasts will be divided among team members. It's faster for me to go solo. But can you handle it alone? Someone questions skeptically. Wu Ming's face beams with pride as he replies, to be honest, I'm a martial arts coach. Having trained since childhood, I can fend off 3 to 5 people barehanded, let alone with this. Su Rue glances at him and activates his insightful EYE.name. Wu Ming level. Level 1 attack. 20 defense. 0 speed. 7 his attack power is astonishingly high. Su Rue then shifts his gaze to the glaive in Wu Ming's hand. Long-handled blade, attack 6. This is the highest attack power he has seen among the basic weapons. Su Rue nods, murmuring, no wonder. It seems his base attack power is already 14 points, which is indeed exceptional. Cattle and sheep travel in herds. Fierce beasts walk alone. After leaving this phrase, Wu Ming elegantly strides out of the novice village with his large blade. This saying invigorates a portion of the onlookers. That's right. With his power ring, my attack power is double that of an ordinary person. Why should I team up when I can take on beasts directly? Exactly. I too wish to test the strength of those beasts outside. Su Rue, however, senses that matters are not so simple. Since the rules stipulate a team of 10, the beasts outside must require a united front to confront. Otherwise, what need would there be for teams? Suddenly, a chilling scream pierces the air from outside the novice village. Alert! Wu Ming has been slain by a level 1 beast rodent. What? He is dead. How long has it been since he went out? And he was slain by a level 1 beast just outside the village. The unemotional notification jolts those who still regard this as a game back to reality. This game is fraught with danger. The most alarming aspect is that people can truly die. I'll be damned. Who wants to team up with me? I'm quite strong. The fervent declarations of those who had previously proclaimed their independence quickly dissolve in fear. One by one, they begin to seek out allies. Before long, nearly all 2,000 players in the novice village have formed teams, with several powerful groups leading the way out of the village. The remaining teams gradually follow suit. Among them, Su Rui stands alone, despite being affected by Wu Ming's demise. Yet he is still unwilling to expose his talents by joining a team, once the others have ventured far. Su Rui steps towards the exit of the novice village. The moment he crosses the threshold, a beam of light shines down upon him. Player chooses to go solo, earning the title of Loner. Title bonus: Attack 5, Speed 5 alert. If the character reaches level 5 without joining a team, the title will automatically upgrade to Lone Hero. Wow! He directly receives a total of 10 attribute points. Su Rui glances at his attribute panel. Attack, 20 speed, 14. That these attributes place him among the elite in the novice village. As his attributes increase, Su Rui feels a marked difference within himself. He senses his body has become lighter, yet brimming with strength. This must be the effect of the attribute enhancement, indicating that these attributes genuinely contribute to his power. However, it stands to reason that Wu Ming should have also possessed this title. Yet, despite gaining a 10-point attribute boost, he still fell to a level 1 beast. This realization heightens Su Rui's vigilance. He does not allow himself to grow complacent simply because his strength has increased. Upon exiting the novice village, he surveys the scene before him. Before the novice village lies a meadow of moderate size, with patches of forest in the distance, occasionally echoing with the roars of wild beasts. Not far from the village's border, he discovers a scene of devastation. Bloodstains and signs of battle litter the ground. The corpses of numerous rodents lie scattered about, some even mangled beyond recognition, reduced to mere remnants. These rodents are as large as rabbits, with teeth and claws that are exceptionally sharp. Beneath the seemingly tranquil grasslands lies a hidden multitude of these creatures that Su Rui immediately activated his insightful eye. Casting a glance at the corpse of a rodent. Level 1 beast. Rodent. A social creature that frequently thrives underground, adept at launching surprise attacks. Social creatures and skilled at ambushes. No wonder Wu Ming encountered misfortune right after leaving the novice village. Even if Wu Ming were formidable, he would struggle against such a horde of rodents. Fortunately, the novice village was populated and united, swiftly trampling the rodents' territory. Otherwise, Su Rui might have met a fate similar to Wu Ming's. He approached a relatively intact rodent corpse and activated his innate ability, Endless Devour. Instantly, a small orb of white light shot forth from the rodent's remains and surged into Su Rui's body. Devour successful. Speed 1, goodness, just one rodent can enhance my speed attribute by 1 point. With so many rodent corpses, I could become invincible. Without hesitation, Su Rui began to devour. Devour successful. Speed 1, devour successful. Speed 1. However, just as Su Rui was about to consume the 4th rodent, a notification suddenly appeared. Reminder: player level is too low. Currently, each type of level 1 beast can only be consumed 3 times. So that is how it is. Su Rui recalled the explanation regarding his innate ability. His SSS grade talent would enhance based on level, and it appeared that each type of beast could only be devoured 3 times. He would need to raise his level for Endless Devour to evolve and increase its limit. Nevertheless, he was already quite content at this stage, with his speed attribute now at 17 points. He had nearly tripled the speed of an ordinary person. He could feel a noticeable improvement in his speed, visibly enhanced at AT that moment. The merciless notification of the heavens rang out again. Novice Village's Wang Lan has been slain by a level 1 beast, Rodent King. Wang Lan, isn't she the girl who cried out earlier, expressing her desire to live? It seems that the warm-hearted companion she teamed up with failed to protect her. That in this world, one ultimately must rely on oneself. Su Rui mused. Novice Village's Zhou Yong has been slain by a level 1 beast, Rodent King. What? Another one dead? Is this Rodent King really that powerful? Before long, messages began to flood the chat box. Damn it, where did this giant rat come from? Our team has already lost 2 members to it. Indeed, this giant rat is incredibly adept at burrowing, making it nearly impossible to defend against. It strikes and then vanishes. Never engaging in a direct confrontation, that I encountered it as well. If it weren't for Brother Zhang Yuanshan's defensive aura, I might have met the same fate at this moment. Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward, earnestly advising. Everyone be cautious. This rodent king is quite strong and excels at ambushes. Try not to scatter. It seems we must exercise caution, Su Rue thought, proceeding forward with care. Chapter 5. Slaying the Rodent King. Before long, Su Rue stumbled upon a human corpse lying ahead. It was none other than Wu Meng, who had previously exuded confidence. Now, he was devoid of that vigor. His neck had been gnawed through, blood pooling around him. Surrounding him were several rodent corpses and signs of struggle, evident from the deep gashes made by a large blade that Su Rue's earlier assumptions were confirmed. With such strength and ferocity, it was indeed surprising that Wu Meng fell so swiftly to a level 1 beast. It was all due to the rodent's coordinated attacks. Individually, they were not formidable. Otherwise, given Wu Meng's prowess, wielding a great sword against a common wolf would have been more than sufficient. That Su Rue approached Wu Meng's corpse. He discovered that his endless devour ability had illuminated to his astonishment. This talent could even consume the bodies of players. With a thought, Su Rue activated Endless Devour on Wu Meng. Devour successful. Attack 3 incredible. A single person yields 3 points of attribute enhancement. It seems the stronger the target, the greater the benefits from devouring. Regrettably, Wu Meng's great sword was nowhere to be found. Clearly, someone had come and taken it away. Had that great sword fallen into Su Rue's possession, he could have performed a super transformation on it that he wondered what kind of transformation a sword with an attack power of 6 would undergo. Scanning the area, he realized there was nothing of value left. Just as he was about to leave and head towards the main force of the novice village, he noticed a small mound of earth moving in the distance. The mound rapidly approached Su Rue, halting about 10 meters away from him. Recognizing the danger, Su Rue promptly drew his secondary Xian iron sword, anxiously eyeing the moving mound. Boom! Suddenly, a massive black rat erupted from the mound. It was over a meter long, its fur standing erect like steel needles. That moment, it glared at Su Rue with blood-red eyes, fixated on him. These damned humans had killed many of its kin and left it severely injured. Su Rue, too, was fixated on it through his insightful eye. Level 1 beast, Rodent King. The monarch of rodents, one of the most powerful level 1 beasts, proficient in burrowing and exceedingly swift. The Rodent King. It was responsible for the deaths of 2 of its brethren. Think that the first beast I encounter would be so formidable. Su Rue felt uncertain of his ability to defeat it. Boom! The Rodent King fully emerged from the ground, charging at Su Rue with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously closing the distance. Roar! It opened its gory maw, lunging at Su Rue immediately rolled to the side. Barely evading the attack, the Rodent King missed its target. That moment, Su Rue noticed that the Rodent King was covered in wounds. One of its forepaws severed. It seemed that it had already suffered severe injuries from previous encounters. Having lost a forepaw, the Rodent King had forfeited its greatest advantage, its speed. Otherwise, it would surely be much quicker. Even in such a state, it dared to provoke me. Does it truly think me easy prey? Su Rue gripped his secondary Xian iron sword tightly and rose to his feet. The Rodent King, thwarted in its first attempt, turned once more to lunge at Su Rue. This time, however, Su Rue was far more adept in his evasion. Not only did he land gracefully, but he also swung the secondary Xian iron sword, slashing at the Rodent King's back. Slash! The sharp blade sliced through the Rodent King's fur, exposing its vibrant red flesh beneath. With enhanced attributes, Su Rue felt an increased mastery over his own body, and his reaction speed exceeded that of his past self. Howl! The Rodent King yelped in pain, turning to glare at the human who had inflicted this injury upon it. This human was stronger than any it had previously encountered, particularly in terms of speed. Injured as it was, the Rodent King could not match Su Rue's swiftness, with no advantage in speed. It found itself at a loss against Su Rue. Without hesitation, it began to dig, attempting to flee. Still wishing to escape, a gravely wounded Rodent King presenting itself is an opportunity Su Rue would not squander. He leapt into the air, both hands gripping the sword as he plunged it into the Rodent King's back. Slash! The sword penetrated deeply into the creature's flesh. Howl! The Rodent King emitted a chilling cry. At that moment, it could no longer concern itself with fleeing. It could only run wildly forward. Yet Su Rue remained firmly on its back, gripping the sword hilt with determination. As it sprinted, the Rodent King desperately tried to dislodge Su Rue. But the latter held on tenaciously. Furthermore, the Rodent King's current speed was less than a quarter of its peak. Still attempting to flee? I wonder how long you can endure. With that, Su Rue twisted the sword hilt, causing the blade to rotate within the Rodent King's body. Howl. The Rodent King could bear the pain no longer, collapsing heavily to the ground, barely clinging to life. Now you can't run anymore. Can you? Su Rue withdrew the secondary Xian iron sword and leapt off its back. The Rodent King lay on the ground, its blood-red eyes fixed on Su Rue, its breath faint and shallow. Prepare to meet your end. Su Rue approached the fallen Rodent King, sword in hand, ready to deliver the final blow. Roar. In its last moments, the Rodent King suddenly sprang to life, baring its massive blood-soaked jaws at Su Rue. Witnessing this, Su Rue remained unperturbed, advancing with both hands on his sword, thrusting it forward with all his strength. Slash! The long sword pierced the Rodent King's gaping maw, driving straight through its throat. The Rodent King's assault ceased, and it collapsed heavily to the ground. Its pupils gradually lost their luster, life swiftly draining away. Su Rue braced himself with the sword, breathing heavily. It was his first battle against the beast. His nerves had been taut until the moment he saw the Rodent King fall. You have slain a level 1 beast. Rodent King, experience points 30, level 1 30/50 with 30 points of experience gained. Slaying a few more rodents should suffice for him to level up. The experience for defeating a rodent is 5 points, as Su Rue learned from the chat box. Announcement. The Rodent King has been slain. Novice grasslands will no longer respawn rodents. Goodness, this is utterly disastrous. Our team was counting on leveling up by grinding here against the rodents. Indeed, we had nearly depleted the population of those rodents. And now, after half a day of searching, we have yet to find a single one it seems we can no longer rely on the rodents for experience points. Who could have killed the Rodent King, leaving us without any rodents to hunt? Chapter 6. Rare Beasts in Truth. It is Su Rue who is truly suffering. He has not slain a single rodent nor gained any experience from them. At that moment, Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward and declared, "All right, everyone, let us cease our squabbling that I believe there was nothing wrong in slaying the Rodent King. It has already claimed the lives of 2 of our members. If we do not eliminate it, who knows who might be next? Furthermore, none of us can say for certain that the rodents will not respawn after the king is defeated. Let us prepare and venture into the forest together." Initially, everyone was merely voicing their grievances, but with Zhang Yuanshan standing up for reason, the matter was soon dropped. The group began to discuss their plans for entering the forest. Zhang Yuanshan's status in the novice village had gradually eclipsed that of Zhou Yi. Largely due to his character, Su Rue gazed upon the massive black rodent before him and activated his endless devour skill. Devour successful. Speed 3. Su Rue sighed in relief. His efforts were not in vain. Having gained a commendable increase of 3 points in speed, that he then glanced at his status panel. Name: Su Rue attack, 23 defense, 0 speed, 20 level, 130/50, observing his attributes. A faint smile crept across Su Rue's lips. He was already among the elite in the novice village. He could not recall any level 1 player boasting attributes higher than his own. Of course, there could be some exceptionally gifted individuals who had yet to reveal their capabilities. With the panel dismissed, Su Rue perused the chat box that he learned that numerous weaker teams were preparing to follow the more formidable groups. Although this strategy offered little chance of gaining experience, it at least ensured their survival. Thus, Su Rue resolved to trail behind these individuals. For the greater the numbers, the more beasts they would slay, allowing him to reap the rewards from the rear. Soon, based on the information in the chat box and the footprints on the ground, he pinpointed the location where the main group had entered the forest. The trees here were exceptionally dense, with sunlight struggling to penetrate, rendering the environment rather eerie. That Su Rue unsheathed his minor Xian iron sword and, gripping it carefully, ventured inside. Despite his elevated attributes and formidable combat prowess, his defense remained at 0, that a surprise attack from a beast could spell disaster. Therefore, caution was paramount. The main group had already carved a path through the underbrush, and Su Rue followed it onward. Novice village Zhongjing was slain by a level 1 beast, the Grey Wolf. Novice village Wujiang was slain by a level 1 beast, the ring-tailed snake. As Su Rue advanced, the The celestial voice continually relayed news of players being slain. With each announcement, his expression grew increasingly grave. It seemed that the forest was indeed far more perilous than the novice grasslands outside, but he continued to tread carefully deeper into the woods. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of blood in the air, indicating that a battle had recently taken place nearby. There was a high likelihood that the carcasses of beasts lay in wait. Utilizing his keen sense of smell and the traces around him, he pursued until he discovered the corpse of a wolf nestled in a thicket. Level 1 beast, Gray Wolf. Renowned for its speed, it retains its agility in the jungle, equipped with sharp claws and fangs. The wolf's body was riddled with wounds, its throat pierced by an arrow. It was evident that it had fallen victim to a human ambush, a tragic fate indeed. This showcased the strength of the team. A lone wolf stood no chance against such an onslaught, but SS-Ray stepped forward and activated his talent. Devour successful. Speed 2 remarkably, he gained an additional 2 points in attributes, suggesting that this gray wolf was indeed stronger than the rodents. After devouring its essence, SS-Ray resumed his pursuit, sword in hand, following the main group. Soon after, he encountered 2 more gray wolf corpses. Their conditions mirrored that of the previous wolf having succumbed to an attack. Without hesitation, SS-Ray devoured the attributes of both wolves. Gaining an impressed SS-Ray moved with remarkable swiftness, darting out a considerable distance before pausing behind a tree. That moment, a flurry of messages erupted in the chat window, compelling him to take a quick glance. Damn it. Who is it? Who shot our team's demon beast? You bastard, if I find you, you're going to regret. SS-Ray surveyed the comments. A subtle smile crept across his lips. He was no saint. He would certainly seize such a golden opportunity. Moreover, it appeared he was currently the only one in the novice village without a team, that he could not afford to overlook any chance to grow stronger. For only by continually strengthening himself could he hope to survive. Otherwise, he might be the next to perish. That I must find more demon beast corpses to devour and expedite my growth. The recent encounter had intensified SS-Ray's urgency to become stronger. Had he been even slightly slower earlier, he could very well have been the one to meet his end. With a thought, he promptly opened the map and coordinates to locate the position of the main group. After the chase with the white wolf, he had strayed from their path. Fortunately, the system featured a map function, albeit it only displayed the areas he had traversed. The rest remained shrouded in darkness. Yet this was sufficient for SS-Ray to navigate back to his previous route. After studying the map for a moment, he solidified his course and began moving towards the rear of the main group. After walking for a while, he suddenly caught a faint, enticing fragrance in the air. How curious! What could possibly be emitting a scent in the forest? Could there be wildflowers nearby? Although intrigued, SS-Ray had no intention of investigating further. Well aware of the dangers that lurked in this uncharted territory, curiosity can indeed lead to peril. He continued along the path he had confirmed on the map. However, the further he advanced, the stronger the fragrance became, transforming from a subtle aroma into a sweet scent. It was the scent of fruit. SS-Ray recognized it immediately. Could there be fruit trees in the vicinity? Despite his cautious nature, the allure of the aroma proved too tempting, and he began to follow the scent. After traversing several meters, SS-Ray discovered a colossal fruit tree. The trunk was so massive that it would take 5 or 6 people to encircle it, and its branches spread wide like an open umbrella. Hanging from the branches were numerous pale, yellow fruits of varying sizes. He quickly employed his insightful eye to examine the tree. Centenary white spirit tree, bears fruit once every 3 years, producing white spirit fruits. White spirit fruit. First consumption enhances physical attributes and significantly restores stamina. Enhancing physical attributes and substantially restoring stamina. What a treasure! With so many white spirit fruits here. Was this not a windfall? Eagerly, SS-Ray approached to begin harvesting. Suddenly, a cacophony of chirping erupted around him, startling him back into the underbrush. It was then that he noticed a flock of white birds circling above the white spirit tree. These birds were about twice the size of pigeons, sporting long, sharp beaks. Level 1 demon beast, white spirit bird, inhabits areas near white spirit trees, favors white spirit fruits. Characteristics: extremely protective of their food. Adept at aerial attacks, possesses sharp beaks. It seemed this was their territory. SS-Ray carefully observed his surroundings, that he was only 7 or 8 meters from the white spirit tree. where 5 or 6 crystalline pale, yellow fruits dangled from the branches. He was confident that in a matter of seconds he could snatch those fruits. However, a dilemma arose regarding his escape. Although his speed was impressive, it could not surpass that of flying birds, furrowing his brow. He pondered whether he should let this rare opportunity slip away. Suddenly, a bold plan took shape in his mind. He recalled the teleportation scroll tucked in his pocket, but he swiftly retrieved the scroll, setting the direction and destination for his teleportation. Then, with his gaze fixed on the white spirit fruits, he took a deep breath and dashed forward with the speed of a 100-meter sprint. As the white spirit birds noticed the intruder, they immediately launched an attack from above. Yet Su Rue was equally swift. In the blink of an eye, he reached the base of the white spirit tree. Once beneath its boughs, he deftly plucked 3 fruits that hung closely together. Just then, the white spirit birds dove down, rapidly approaching him. Su Rue, sensing the urgency, darted to another cluster of 3 fruits, quickly gathering them. 1, 2. By the time he grasped the third, he could hear the rush of wind behind him. Not daring to be greedy, he tightly clutched the fruits and willed the scroll into action. Whoosh, Su Rue's figure, along with the white spirit fruits, vanished from the spot. Thud, thud, thud. Several white spirit birds, unable to halt their momentum, collided into the tree trunk like a cascade of white water. The remaining birds, regaining their senses, came to a halt, chattering incessantly, as if inquiring about the whereabouts of the intruder. Chapter 8. Consuming the spirit fruits, strengthening the body, 500 meters away from the white spirit tree, at the extreme distance. Su Rue materialized amidst a blue glow. Phew. That was a close call. I nearly got pecked by those pesky birds, and he now held 5 glistening fruits in his arms. The white spirit fruits exuded an incredibly enticing, sweet fragrance. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized one and took a bite. Wow. This is delicious. The fruit melted in his mouth, bursting with sweetness, and Su Rue could not help but devour it in just a few bites. The fruit flesh transformed into a warm current that flowed into his body, altering his physique in a most pleasurable manner. Consumed white spirit fruit. Physical enhancement. Attack 3, defense 1. Su Rue's eyes gleamed. It even granted a defensive attribute. This was exceedingly rare. Though it was just a single point, it thrilled him even more than the 3 points of attack. After stretching his body, he could indeed feel himself becoming a bit sturdier. Additionally, after such prolonged exertion and 2 battles, he had nearly exhausted half of his stamina. However, after consuming the white spirit fruit, he felt invigorated, brimming with energy. Truly, it significantly restored stamina. He wondered if consuming another would further enhance his attributes. Promptly, he activated his insightful eye to examine the remaining white spirit fruits in his possession. White spirit fruit. First consumption enhances physical attributes and restores stamina. Subsequent consumptions will only restore stamina. It appeared that was not the case. Otherwise, he could consume all the fruits from that tree and become invincible. After the recent enhancement, Su eagerly glanced at his status panel. Name: Su Rue attack. 38 defense. 1 speed. 38 level. To 3100 upon seeing these figures. A smile tugged at the corners of Su Rue's mouth. So far, among all those boasting about their attributes in the chat window, none surpassed his, and many fell significantly short. After all, the highest level among them was merely 2, with an increase of only 10 points to attack and speed. This was due to the fact that leveling up to level 2 required 100 experience points, and with team cooperation, the experience was divided. With his current strength, Su Rue felt confident in single-handedly tackling any level 1 demon beast. Yet, he did not let pride swell within him. True strength does not boast, but rather diligently progresses in silence. He then tucked the remaining 4 white spirit fruits into his chest pocket. Glancing down at his chest muscles, he thought them somewhat exaggerated. The white tunic provided by the novice village had a pocket situated at the chest, leaving him no choice but to store them there. A man of substance does not concern himself with trifles. Once organized, Su Rue continued on towards the rear of the main group. The path previously traversed by the main group was relatively safe, and most importantly, there were demon beast corpses to scavenge. However, he had already devoured 3 level 1 gray wolves, reaching his limit. Now, he needed to seek out the corpses of other demon beasts to consume. Announcement. In 3 hours, the top 10 combat power rankings of the 250 novice village will be revealed. Those on the list will receive rewards. Combat power rankings? Su Rui's heart soared at the prospect. He was confident he would make the list. After all, who possessed his extraordinary talent? Even if others reached level 3, their attributes could hardly rival his AT that moment. The chat window buzzed with excitement. The combat power rankings were about to be revealed, and soon they would discover who the strongest individual in their novice village was. That IT must surely be our leader, Joey. To be frank, our boss has already reached level 2 and is pushing towards level 3. In a way, Joey is already at level 2. I'm still at level 1, 3100. Many in the novice village were still at level 1, given that only a little over 2 hours had passed. Consequently, numerous individuals began to extol Joey's virtues. Joey, observing the chat's praises, wore a satisfied smile upon his face. Deep within the jungle, a robust middle-aged man hoisted the head of a wild boar. Glancing at the novice village announcement, a smile crept across his lips. Combat power rankings? Quite intriguing. At the forefront of the novice village's main group, 2 formidable teams forged ahead, led by Zhang Yuanshan and Gu Haitang, both awakened with powerful talents. Though their abilities leaned toward support, they significantly reduced casualties within the team, playing a vital role. Brother Yuanshan, you re so impressive. You're sure to make the rankings, remarked a young girl with delicate features, smiling brightly. Zhang Yuanshan returned her smile. Let us hope so. Let us continue moving forward. However, everyone must exercise caution. For I can sense that the deeper we venture, the more perilous it becomes. The members of the team nodded in agreement, as they too felt the danger looming, although the beasts within are also of level 1. Their combat prowess far surpasses that of the creatures found at the periphery. After a brief respite, Zhang Yuanshan and Gu Haitang's team continued their descent into the depths to AT this moment. Su Rui had returned to the rear of the main group. Beginning his quest for monsters, along the way, he encountered the carcasses of 2 ring-tailed snakes. Upon successfully devouring them, Su Rui gained an additional 4 points in his attack attribute. He continued on. Su Rui noticed a number of footprints that diverged from the main group, along with tracks of wild beasts on the ground. This indicated that a battle had undoubtedly occurred ahead. Without hesitation, Su Rui followed the footprints. The beasts cleared by the main group were predominantly gray wolves and ring-tailed snakes. Since he had already reached his limit in devouring these 2 types, he sought an alternative. After a few minutes, he arrived at a marshland following the footprints. There were no trees here, but the grass grew taller than a man, and the ground was damp and muddy, ready to ensnare the unwary. Fortunately, a path had already been trampled through. Ray cautiously navigated along the footprints. Soon, he spotted a massive carcass in a depression. His heart leapt with joy, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was the body of a wild boar. Its size was more than double that of a typical wild boar, and its tusks were enormous. Level 1 beast. Wild boar, tough skin, thick flesh, immense strength but lacking agility, classified as a strong level 1 beast. A formidable level 1 beast. It seemed this creature had amassed considerable experience. Su Rui extended his hand and activated his talent, Endless Devour, that a beam of white light shot forth from the wild boar's body towards him. Devour successful. Attack 3. To his surprise, he gained 3 points in attributes, indicating that its strength was comparable to that of the Rodent King. After completing the Devour, Su Rui resumed following the footprints deeper into the marsh. With someone ahead scouting the path, he felt little concern for potential dangers. After walking for a while, he heard the sounds of battle in the distance. Lowering himself, he quickened his pace, rushing towards the sound of conflict. Soon, he reached the vicinity of the fight and concealed himself in a patch of grass. Peering through the foliage, he beheld the skirmish unfolding before him. Chapter 9. An unexpected encounter with Lin Xiaolu. Before him stood a small team of 8. Besieging a frenzied wild boar. Why do these faces seem so familiar? Su Rui pondered, stroking his chin. It was her. He recognized the graceful figure of Lin Xiaolu, the one who had bestowed upon him an iron sword in the novice village. No wonder they seemed somewhat recognizable. This moment. Their 8-member team operated with clear roles. 2 burly men wielding shields braced against the wild boar's onslaught, while those armed with iron swords inflicted strikes upon its legs. With archers in the distance providing distractions, Su Rui recalled the wild boar he had previously encountered. Its hind legs had been severed, and its body was marred with wounds. It appeared their strategy was to incapacitate the wild boar. subsequently surrounding and attacking it. This tactic rendered the beast akin to a fish on the chopping board. Presently, one of the wild boar's hind legs was bloodied and severely injured, inciting its wrath. Fortunately, its speed was lacking, and with a leg grievously wounded, the humans had shields to withstand its attacks. Whenever the wild boar charged, it would inevitably face retaliation from behind. The battle had reached a fever pitch, with the 8-member team holding an undeniable advantage. With a sudden opening, a dark-faced man wielding a knife seized the opportunity and swiftly severed one of the wild boar's hind legs. Well done. Boss, impressive, boss. Cheers erupted from the team, their attacks intensifying. The wild boar, now incapacitated and collapsed upon the ground, emitted a series of agonizing roars. Yet, it was of no consequence. Having lost its ability to fight, it posed no threat to the 8-member team. Armed with swords and knives, they rushed forward, mercilessly hacking at the downed wild boar. It did not take long before the creature breathed its last. After slaying the wild boar, the team members gained experience. Haha! Incredible, I received 10 points of experience. Why did I only get 3 points? That's far too little. Well, you always hang back during battles. Just look at how fierce our boss is. Boss, how much experience did you gain? Someone inquired. 20 points. The dark-faced man replied with a grin. Wow! The boss is truly remarkable, securing such a substantial amount of experience that a girl in the group gazed at him with admiration. Through their discussion, Su Rue realized that the experience gained from monster hunting was distributed based on contribution. This system fostered fairness, preventing those who exert effort from being equated with those who merely coasted along. However, the experience shared among the group was still somewhat meager, as the experience from a single beast had to be divided among 8 individuals. Nevertheless, they were all delighted, for this method of monster hunting was far more efficient than trailing behind the main group to pick up scraps. All right, everyone, let's regroup, though we shall soon seek out another wild boar, the dark-faced man declared, surveying his team. Following the recent skirmish, each member bore varying degrees of injury, with even Lin Xiaolu and another girl sporting bruises. Su Rue recalled that their team had been fully staffed with 10 members in the novice village, yet they had evidently lost 2 comrades. They needed to recuperate after the encounter, so they settled down to regain their strength. This location proved fortuitous, as wild boars offered 50 points of experience and were not overly difficult to deal with. Indeed, since arriving here, our experience has been increasing rapidly, Lin Xiaolu lamented with a sigh. Alas, it is a pity for Shui Yong and Lu Ming. As she spoke, Lin Xiaolu lowered her head. The others, hearing her words, also displayed expressions of sorrow. The dark-faced man approached and placed a reassuring hand on Lin Xiaolu's shoulder, saying, Xiaolu, do not be too disheartened. This world is inherently fraught with danger, and casualties are inevitable. That I am fine. Brother Hong, Lin Xiaolu replied softly. Not far away, hidden in the grass, Su Rue activated his insight eye upon the dark-faced man. Name: Hong Wanquan attack, 25 defense, 0 speed, 15 level. 23,200. His attributes are surprisingly low, Su Rue thought, somewhat taken aback. The man had demonstrated considerable prowess in the battle against the wild boar, which had led Su Rue to overestimate his strength. However, within the 8-member team, he was indeed the strongest. Currently, Su Rue's attribute panel read: Attack, 45 defense, 1 speed, 38 level. 3,100. He surpassed Hong Wanquan's attack by 20 points, and his speed was more than double. No wonder Su Rue had perceived Hong Wanquan as sluggish earlier. With his current capabilities, Su Rue could easily overpower Hong Wanquan, even single-handedly slaying a wild boar. After all, his speed was exceptional, rendering him untouchable by the wild boar's attacks. Yet, he had no intention of confronting these individuals. He merely wished to wait until they had recovered before devouring the attributes from the wild boar's carcass. However, it was evident that they intended to rest for a while. And Su Rue could not remain hidden indefinitely, that he resolved to explore the surroundings for any beasts to hunt, planning to return later to absorb the attributes. Just as he began to retreat stealthily, he inadvertently stepped on some dry grass, producing a rustling sound. Who goes there? Come out! Prepare for battle! The 8-member team immediately assumed a battle stance. The young archer among them raised his bow and aimed in Su Rue's direction. With a resigned sigh, Su Rue stepped out from the grass and spoke. No need to be alarmed. I am but a human. The 8 individuals before him posed little threat. With his speed, he could easily evade them. However, he had nothing to hide, and thus felt no need to flee. "SSS-Rue?" Lin Xiaolu exclaimed, astonished to see him. Hong Wanquan turned to Lin Xiaolu and inquired, "Xiaolu, do you know him?" Lin Xiaolu nodded, "Yes, he is my friend." Upon hearing this, the tension among the group began to dissipate, and they lowered their bows aimed at SSS-Rue. Lin Xiaolu then asked, "What brings you here alone? Where are your teammates? I followed the footprints I saw on the ground. My teammates are still waiting for me outside." SSS-Rue indicated towards the direction of the forest. Before Lin Xiaolu could respond, another girl in the team suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, so that's who it is. No wonder he looked familiar. Xiaoxue, who is this person? I don't recognize him," asked the burly man with the shield. Chen Shui and the other team members recounted the events from the novice village, clarifying why Lin Xiaolu was acquainted with SSS-Rue. Chen Shui then smirked and remarked, "You aren't secretly following Xiaolu, hoping to join our team, are you?" Chapter 10. Level 2 Beast. At that moment, the leader of the team, Hong Wanquan, interjected, "No, we have enough members already. Adding another would only be a burden." Their team of 8 was already sufficiently large. In fact, most competent teams comprised only 3 or 4 members. Having too many individuals during monster hunting often left many unable to contribute, particularly the weaker members, who would inadvertently hinder the entire group and slow their progression, that he must consider the entire team. However, at that moment, Lin Xiaolu turned to Hong Wanquan and said, "Brother Hong, it's quite dangerous for SSS-Rue to be alone here. Why not let him accompany us?" Upon hearing Lin Xiaolu speak, Hong Wanquan ceased his objections and instead looked toward the other team members. Observing the situation, the rest of the team remained silent. In this world, individuals of striking beauty, particularly someone like Lin Xiaolu, often receive special treatment. Seeing that no one voiced any dissent, Hong Wanquan reluctantly stated, "Very well, for Xiaolu's sake, we shall allow you to join our team." Unexpectedly, SSS-Rue interjected, "There's no need. My teammates are waiting for me outside the swamp, and I will soon reunite with them." That he had no desire to form a group with others, as that would not only expose his talents but also hinder his progress. Lin Xiaolu furrowed her delicate brows, expressing her concern, "But it truly is perilous here. What if?" SSS-Rue smiled nonchalantly, "It's fine. Don't worry about me, that I came here alone, and I can simply retrace my steps." With that, SSS-Rue turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Chen Shui pouted, "Honestly, Xiaolu, you invited him so sincerely, yet he still refuses to join us. He has his own team. I merely worry for his safety." She replied to AT. That moment, someone jested, "Xiaolu, why are you so invested in him? Do you have feelings for him?" Please don't say such things." "Ha, you say that. Yet your face is flushed." Lin Xiaolu immediately covered her face, an action that only served to betray her embarrassment. "Ha, did everyone see that? And she claims there's nothing." Hong Wanquan chimed in with laughter. "Had I known this would happen, I would have forcibly kept that lad with us." "Brother Hong, I did not." At this moment, the 8-member team was filled with laughter, dissipating the earlier somber atmosphere. Meanwhile, SSS-Rue opened the map and noted the location of his encounter with Lin Xiaolu. After everyone departed, he planned to devour the attributes of that wild boar. However, just as he had not walked far, a woman's scream echoed from behind. "Ah, this is bad. Something has happened to their team." Without hesitation, SSS-Rue turned around and sprinted back in the direction he had come from. As he drew closer, he could hear the sounds of battle ahead. SSS-Rue unsheathed his longsword and took up a concealed position. From there, he witnessed the unfolding scene. Lin Xiaolu's team was engaged in a fierce struggle with a toad that was larger than a cow. This toad stood nearly 2 meters tall, its body round and its belly enormous. A robust man with a shield was attempting to block the creature's massive attacks, while several others wielding short weapons surrounded it, and a young man with a bow and arrow was firing from a distance. Unfortunately, their attacks failed to inflict any harm on the toad, which seemed impervious to their efforts. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolu's group was struggling to withstand the onslaught of the gigantic toad. SSS-Rue activated his insight to ascertain the nature of this creature. Level 2 monster, Swamp Toad, possesses a long, agile tongue, capable of ensnaring prey and swallowing it whole, exhibits remarkable jumping ability and astounding defense. What? A level 2 monster? SSS-Rue's brow furrowed. This was the first level 2 monster he had encountered. No wonder it was so formidable. This 8-member team was utterly incapable of dealing with it. Fortunately, its sheer size rendered it less agile, preventing it from targeting those behind it. Otherwise, several members of the team might have already fallen. At that moment, the slender young man with the bow exclaimed, "What kind of monster is this? Its skin is so thick. The arrows can't penetrate. That's because your attack power is too low. After all, it is a level 2 monster." However, Su Rue had no time for idle chatter. They were in the midst of battle, and every second was precious that he burst forth from the underbrush and shouted to the archer, "Don't panic. Aim for its eyes." Hearing this, the young man regained his focus and began shooting at the swamp toad's eyes. Whoosh! The arrow flew toward the toad's bulging eye, but the creature sensed the danger and twisted its hefty body. Thud! The arrow struck its tough exterior and fell harmlessly away. The swamp toad recognized the young archer as a greater threat and opened its massive mouth, launching its long tongue toward him. "Watch out!" Su Rue warned, simultaneously drawing his secondary enchanted iron sword and advancing toward the swamp toad. Unfortunately, the archer was too slow to evade. The toad's tongue ensnared him and swiftly retracted the young man. Ensnared and facing the approaching maw, wore a look of despair. His teammates reacted swiftly, with someone shouting his name, "Hanji, no," but it was too late. The archer Hanji was swallowed whole by the swamp toad. In its presence, humans were as insignificant as insects. The entire process, from the tongue's extension to Hanji's consumption, took mere seconds. With such speed, no one but Su Rue could react in time. "You bastard. I'll slay you, monster." Hong Wanquan bellowed as he charged toward the swamp toad. The rest of the team followed suit, converging to attack the toad. They could not allow it to employ its tongue again. Otherwise, they would all be unable to withstand the assault and would have to engage it at close range. Just then, the toad's powerful hind legs propelled it into the air, leaping out of their encirclement with a jump of 7 or 8 meters. "Don't let it create distance. Keep attacking," Hong Wanquan commanded. Unfortunately, by the time the others turned to pursue, the creature unleashed its tongue once more, this time targeting Lin Xiaolu. Whoosh! The long tongue sped toward Lin Xiaolu. Covering the 7 or 8 meters in an instant, it wrapped around her slender waist. And in the next moment, it was about to retract by the time Lin Xiaolu realized what was happening. It was far too late. She understood that she was about to be swallowed by the monster. That moment, a complex emotion washed over her face, for she was not yet ready to die. The others were taken aback by the sight, some attempting to rush to her aid. Yet, their reaction seemed painfully slow compared to the swamp toad's speed. Chapter 11. Level Up, Talent Upgrade. In this critical moment, Su Rue finally arrived at the battlefield. Gripping his secondary enchanted iron sword, he swung it toward the swamp toad's extended tongue. Crack! A flash of cold light flickered, severing the swamp toad's tongue. Lin Xiaolu's body fell to the ground. Roar! The remaining half of the toad's tongue retracted, and it let out a series of mournful cries. Such speed! Someone marveled. Once the others regained their composure, they rushed to help Lin Xiaolu to her feet. After the swamp toad roared in anger, it glared at Su Rue, its powerful hind legs coiling back for another leap. It opened its wide mouth and lunged at him, intending to swallow him whole. However, upon witnessing this, Su Rue remained unfazed. He gripped his longsword tightly and executed a sliding maneuver, darting beneath the swamp toad while simultaneously slashing at its belly. Sizzle! The blade sliced through the toad's abdomen, spilling its insides, a gruesome sight of red and white. This sequence of actions, once confined to his imagination, had become a reality thanks to his newfound attribute. Su Rue couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This would significantly enhance his combat capabilities. Being able to anticipate an opponent's attack during battle would forever grant him the upper hand. While filled with excitement, Su Rue also noticed a few individuals approaching him. He stood up and looked at the person in front, who was none other than Hanji, the one swallowed by the swamp frog moments ago. Hanji's face radiated gratitude as he quickly walked towards Su Rue. "Hello, my name is Hanji. Thank you for saving my life," he exclaimed, extending his hands, only to retract them upon realizing they were covered in slime. Su Rue returned the smile, saying, "It's nothing. Your archery skills are quite impressive." Had it not been for the lack of power and speed in his earlier shot, Hanji's arrow would have surely struck the swamp frog's eye. Hanji chuckled and scratched his head. I've been practicing archery since I was young, that I never anticipated that I would actually draw this weapon upon arriving here. Gotta tee that moment. Hong Wanquan approached them, stating, Hanji's archery is indeed remarkable. He is one of our team's main combatants. Subsequently, he stepped before Su Rue and earnestly expressed, thank you for your timely assistance. Without you, our team might have perished here, that as soon as he finished speaking. Others began to voice their gratitude as well. Su Rue could see their sincere appreciation, mingled with admiration in their eyes, that we are all compatriots. It is only natural to help each other in times of need. Su Rue replied with a smile. Hong Wanquan nodded, about to speak, when suddenly, a rustling noise erupted from the surrounding grass. Everyone immediately grew alert, grasping their weapons, their gazes fixed on the source of the disturbance. With a crash, a wild boar charged out from the underbrush. Panic ensued, as most of them were injured, with some having lost their combat effectiveness. Moreover, their formation was severely disorganized. Some were clustered around Su Rue, while others were scattered in the low ground. Having narrowly escaped danger moments ago, they had let their guard down, leading to this chaotic situation. The wild boar barreled towards the nearest individual, who, injured and unable to evade, was on the verge of being gored. Suddenly, a flash of cold light streaked past. Crack! The boar's head flew off, its body sliding forward due to inertia, coming to a halt right in front of the wounded man. With a splatter, blood gushed forth from the neatly severed neck of the boar. That moment, Su Rue stood beside the carcass, sword in hand. Killed a level 1 wild boar, experience 50, level 3, 5250. This scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. The wild boar they had struggled so hard to defeat was dispatched by Su Rue in a single blow. Was he even human? It was truly disheartening to see such a stark difference in strength. Hong Wanquan, witnessing the spectacle, was equally astonished. Previously, they had not grasped Su Rue's might when the swamp frog fell to him, as they had never encountered the creature and were unaware that it was a level 2 beast. However, having faced several wild boars before, they understood their strength well. The TOC one so effortlessly slain made it difficult for them to believe their eyes. Truth be told, Su Rue himself had not fully comprehended his own strength until after the encounter with the swamp frog. He realized that his attack power and speed had reached a terrifying level. Now, whether it be wild boars or gray wolves, he could slay as many as he encountered. Chapter 12. Advancing towards the main force, noticing the astonishment on the faces of those around him. Su Rue took the opportunity to crouch down, turning his back to them, and activated Endless Devour. Devour successful. Attack power 3. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he approached the carcasses of the swamp frog and the wild boar. Devour successful. Defense 1. Devour successful. Attack power 3. Su Rue felt a surge of joy upon discovering that the swamp frog's attribute was defense, that he could also sense his own physique strengthening. A benefit derived from the increase in defense. That Su Rue, what are you doing here? Lin Xiaolu approached, having sustained some minor injuries herself. I was merely examining the weaknesses of these beasts. It will make dealing with them easier in the future. He fabricated a casual excuse. Lin Xiaolu, upon hearing this, complimented, I didn't realize you were so meticulous. No one in our team has thought of that. Su Rue smiled, not responding, as it was merely a pretext. By the way, thank you for saving me earlier, Lin Xiaolu said. You don't need to be so formal. If it weren't for you giving me your iron sword in the novice village, I wouldn't even have made it out of there. Without a weapon, Su Rue was at a loss for what to do. Just then, Chen Shui rushed over, excitement radiating from her. Su Rue, you were amazing just now. You killed that wild boar with a single strike. It was incredibly cool. Indeed, Su Rue, how did you manage that? The wild boar's defenses are quite robust. Our blades couldn't even penetrate, others chimed in, surrounding him with admiration. Su Rue smiled and replied, with diligent leveling. You can achieve the same. That he then turned to Hong Wanquan and asked, given your team's current condition, what are your plans going forward? Most of their team members were injured, and their combat effectiveness was likely below half, making it challenging to deal with even a single wild boar. The best course of action would be to return to the novice village, where the wooden huts could restore stamina and heal wounds. However, recovery was rather slow, especially for those with severe injuries. Hong Wanquan surveyed his teammates before addressing Su Rue. I've spoken with them. No one wants to return to the novice village to recuperate. Su Rue raised an eyebrow in confusion. Hong Wanquan continued. Healing in the wooden huts takes too long. Back and forth, it could easily consume a day. Others nodded in agreement. Yes, we only have 2 days to level up. And if we fail the mission, we all face death. That we also want to level up quickly and not be a burden to the group. That Su Rue used as insightful. I just scanned them. Noting that most were level 1 and had yet to reach level 2, given their current combat capabilities, they would likely be ineffective in the collective tasks of the novice village. Thus, we plan to go to the main force to seek Gu Haitang's help with our injuries. He concluded. Su Rue nodded, recalling how many had previously expressed gratitude to Gu Haitang for healing their wounds. This had fostered a habit among the group. Whenever injured, they sought her out. So, you intend to pursue the main force now? Su Rue inquired. Exactly, Hong Wanquan confirmed with a nod. Then let's go together. It's on the way. With his current strength, Su Rue no longer needed to linger behind to scavenge beast corpses. Leveling up this way was far too slow. It would be more beneficial to slay beasts and absorb their essence himself. Besides, he had already maxed out his absorption of the wild boar's attributes, making it unwise to remain there. Really? Su Rue. You're coming with us? That's fantastic, Chen Shui exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The faces of the others brightened as well, comforted by the presence of such a powerful ally. Lin Xiaolu's eyes also sparkled with a different kind of light. Hong Wanquan hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Su Rue, who had previously been concerned about their current predicament, that if they encountered any issues on the way, it would have been disastrous. Now with Su Rue, their safety was considerably enhanced. Thus, the group quickly organized themselves and set off. Before long, they returned to the jungle, with Su Rue leading the way. Not only was his speed astonishing, but his insightful eye also granted him superior observation skills. He could detect even the slightest disturbances in the environment. That Su Rue, didn't you say your team was waiting for you in the jungle? Where are they? Chen Shui inquired curiously. That I left that team. Su Rue replied, still focusing ahead. Huh. When did that happen? Chen Shui was taken aback. Just now, when you asked me, Su Rue chuckled. What? Chen Shui was left completely bewildered, standing still in shock. Han Ji walked over and said to her, Shui, are you being silly? Su Rue is so strong. He doesn't need teammates. He was just making an excuse before. Only then did Chen Shui realize. So Su Rue is a lone powerhouse. As they continued forward, Su Rue suddenly drew his sword and slashed at the bushes ahead. Slash! The underbrush was neatly severed, and a ring-tailed snake's corpse tumbled out. Its body had been cleaved in two, writhing on the ground for a moment before becoming still. Killed a level 1 ring-tailed snake. Experience 20. The ring-tailed snake was notorious for its potent venom and ambush tactics, often delivering fatal strikes to unsuspecting prey, thus claiming the lives of many novice village players. However, its defenses were weak, and it offered minimal experience. Su Rue crouched down to absorb its attributes. Devour successful. Attack power 2 at this point, he had reached the limit for absorbing the common beasts found in the jungle's perimeter. Su Rue is so impressive. If I had been at the front, I would have been in trouble. One of them remarked. Su Rue turned to them and cautioned, you all should be careful and avoid approaching the bushes and leaf piles. The members of the group all nodded in agreement. The party continued onward, encountering the carcasses of several gray wolves and ring-tailed snakes along the way. These had already been devoured by Su Rue, who wasted no time and quickened their pace. Before long, they caught up with a large contingent that was advancing slowly ahead. Although it was referred to as a large force, the groups were not clustered together, but rather scattered around. This arrangement allowed each team the opportunity to encounter beasts, and any arising situations could be addressed collectively. Su Rue led the way, swiftly bringing them to the forefront, where they spotted Gu Haitang and her companions. Both Zhang Yuanshan and Gu Haitang's teams were at the very front, yet they were not close together, but rather separated by a distance while heading in the same direction. Chapter 13. Greed. Gu Haitang's team consisted of only 6 members. Yet through Su Rue's discerning eye, it became evident that 4 of them had reached level 3, while the lowest level was already at 2. With their combat prowess, dealing with 5 or 6 wild boars would pose no challenge. Upon seeing them, Hong Wanquan immediately jogged over to seek Gu Haitang's assistance in healing their injuries, a matter that was inherently their team's responsibility. Naturally, he felt reluctant to ask Su Rue to intercede on their behalf. At that moment, the members of Gu Haitang's team also noticed Hong Wanquan approaching. They halted their advance, having already guessed the purpose of Hong Wanquan and his companions. After all, their team members were all injured. A young man wielding an iron sword impatiently remarked, "Why are more people coming? Didn't I already state in the chat that the injured should refrain from seeking us out? Can't this guy see? Exactly, do they think we're a hospital?" Gu Haitang, tall and slightly pale, interjected, "All right, let us all keep our comments to a minimum." The swordsman frowned and said, "Sister Haitang, your kindness is excessive. Why should we concern ourselves with them? Their injuries have nothing to do with us." "Indeed, Sister Haitang, it's precisely because you've been treating others' injuries that your level hasn't increased, that we're all from the same novice village. How could I turn a blind eye when they come to me for help?" Gu Haitang always had a temperament that was cold on the outside, but warm within. That moment, Hong Wanquan had already reached them, and Gu Haitang chose not to continue the conversation, that he earnestly expressed his intentions. Zhao Zhuo, holding the iron sword, directly stated, "Sister Haitang, your strength has been depleted from treating them. You can't use your talent for the time being. You should all return." This left Hong Wanquan somewhat bewildered. He was unaware that utilizing one's talent would consume stamina, that Gu Haitang had treated many injuries, which indeed took a toll on her energy. This also resulted in her engaging in very few battles against beasts, leading to her being the lowest level in the team. That Gu Haitang stepped forward and said, "Dante, listen to him. Bring your teammates over, so I can assess their injuries." Upon hearing this, joy lit up Hong Wanquan's face, and he immediately waved to his team members. Seeing this, Zhao Zhuo merely scoffed and said nothing further. The team members quickly gathered, and Han Ji enthusiastically greeted them. However, they seemed to look down on these newcomers, ignoring Han Ji altogether. Instead, the men from Gu Haitang's team shifted their attention to Lin Xiaolu. For beauty is always the center of attention, that Gu Haitang first examined their injuries, finding that none were particularly severe. The most serious cases involved some fractures. Zhao Zhuo, witnessing this scene, expressed his dissatisfaction with injuries like these. "How dare you come to Sister Haitang for treatment?" "Exactly, Sister Haitang's talent does consume stamina. Couldn't you all recuperate in the novice village?" Hong Wanquan and the others displayed expressions of embarrassment. They had previously been unaware of the stamina cost associated with using talents. Su Rui, too, learned this for the first time, as his talent could be used freely without any side effects, that he could see that Gu Haitang's complexion was indeed poor, likely due to overexerting her talent. At that moment, Lin Xiaolu stepped forward with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, we didn't know that treating others would deplete stamina. We should—" Gu Haitang interrupted her, saying, "It's all right, but I can only treat you 3 more times at most." Hong Wanquan immediately expressed his gratitude. "That's fine. 3 times is sufficient. We are truly grateful to you." Eventually, 3 of the most severely injured individuals stepped forward. The Gu Haitang activated her talent and treated each of these 3 in succession. A gentle green light emanated from her palms, entering the bodies of the injured, healing their wounds considerably. However, her healing talent was not yet potent enough to fully restore them. Nevertheless, this was already a significant improvement, as it restored their combat capabilities. The 3 men expressed their thanks to Gu Haitang. She nodded slightly, yet beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, and her complexion appeared even paler than before. Su Rui observed all of this closely. After a moment of contemplation, he took out a white spirit fruit from his pocket and approached Gu Haitang. "This is a fruit I picked from a tree. Consuming it can restore stamina." As he spoke, Su Rui extended the white spirit fruit towards her. The moment the fruit was produced, a sweet aroma wafted through the air, causing many to swallow in anticipation. "Can this really restore stamina? Such a treasure exists." Zhao Zhuo and others cast curious glances. Lin Xiaolu and her companions also looked at Su Rui in surprise, not expecting him to possess such an item. Gu Haitang did not hesitate, reaching out to take the white spirit fruit. She was nearly depleted of stamina, and if this fruit could indeed restore her energy, it would be immensely beneficial. Holding the fruit, she took a small bite, and an explosion of fragrance filled her mouth, the flesh melting instantly. Soon, she consumed the entire white spirit fruit. That a marvelous sensation coursed through her body. She felt an unparalleled lightness, and her stamina began to recover steadily. The pallor of her face transformed into a flush of vitality. Subsequently, she noticed that after consuming the white spirit fruit, her attributes had increased, including the highly coveted defensive attribute. This fruit could even enhance her defenses, Gu Haitang gazed at Su Rue in astonishment. The others, upon hearing this, wore equally surprised expressions. Their defensive attributes were all 0. Even leveling up had not altered that. Yet now a single fruit could augment their defenses that it only increases upon the first consumption. Its primary purpose is still to restore stamina. Su Rue clarified that Gu Haitang then felt a surge of energy coursing through her, as the previous fatigue vanished completely. How marvelous! Such a fruit must be incredibly rare. I cannot thank you enough. The Gu Haitang expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Su or Its nothing. You've provided healing to everyone as well. He replied. The reason he had offered the white spirit fruit to Gu Haitang was also rooted in her selfless actions earlier. Now revitalized, Gu Haitang treated all the injured members of Hong Wanquan's team. At this point, Zhao Zhua and the others had nothing more to say. Instead, they were fixated on Su Rue, having experienced the effects of that fruit firsthand. Not only could it enhance defensive attributes, but it could also restore stamina. This held immense allure for them, that a burgeoning greed began to take root in their hearts. Once all the injured had been treated, Hong Wanquan and his team once again expressed their gratitude to Gu Haitang. Just as they were about to depart, Zhao Zhua called out to them, "Wait a moment." Chapter 14. A single sword defeats. Everyone turned to look at Zhao Zhua, including Su Rue. Zhao Zhua approached Su Rue with a smile, asking, "May I ask how to address you, brother?" Su Rue, he replied, casting a wary glance at Zhao Zhua. Sensing his ulterior motives that Su Rue, Zhao Zhua nodded, then continued, "We've witnessed the effects of that fruit. Might it be possible for you to lend us a few more?" Su Rue's brows furrowed slightly, realizing that Zhao Zhua was eyeing the white spirit fruit. Hong Wanquan and the others displayed expressions of alertness. "Zhao Zhua, what are you saying? That belongs to him." Gu Haitang interjected coldly. Zhao Zhua smiled at her. "Sister Haitang, don't be hasty. Let me finish." He then spoke earnestly. "You see, these individuals are not particularly strong. Possessing such a precious item would be a waste. It would be better for you to give all of those fruits to us, maximizing their potential." They were primarily drawn to the fruit's ability to restore stamina. After several hours of exploration and combat, their stamina had been rapidly depleting. They were forced to stop intermittently to recover, which wasted valuable time. Otherwise, their levels would certainly be higher by now. Zhao Zhua continued, "This way, during the collective task in the novice village, our elite members will have higher levels, potentially playing a crucial role." That he even went so far as to remind them, if the collective task fails, it's a collective erasure. At that point, even if you hold on to those fruits, they would be of no use to you. His words were laced with grand nobility, as if he were solely concerned for the welfare of the novice village. Following his reasoning, many in the group began to waver. They echoed, "Zhao Zhua has a point. If that fruit restores our stamina, we can level up more quickly. Indeed, this will facilitate greater assistance for the novice village. Is it not the essence of community to support one another? When such resources are at hand, they ought to be shared generously." The Gu Haitang gazed at her companions with astonishment. She had not anticipated that so many would choose to align themselves with Zhao Zhua. It seemed she had underestimated the insatiable greed inherent in humanity, especially in a perilous situation where one's life could be forfeit at any moment. They would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to enhance their own strength. Su Rue could empathize with these individuals, yet understanding did not equate to concession. "You asserted that this fruit can only reach its full potential in your hands. By what authority do you make such a claim?" Zhao Zhua replied with an air of certainty. "Because my strength surpasses yours, and my level ascends more rapidly. My time spent recovering stamina is not comparable to your own. Were your capabilities superior to mine, I would willingly yield this fruit to you." But he chuckled derisively, shaking his head, a smirk of disdain plastered across his face. "Only the strong are worthy of superior resources." "Stronger than you?" Su Rue retorted with a cold laugh. At this, Zhao Zhua's expression darkened. "I have already reached level 3. I wonder what level you currently are, daring to speak so arrogantly. Must I teach you a lesson for you to comprehend the respect due to the powerful?" Within the entire troop, few surpassed his level, not to mention those who remained at the rear or acted independently. He was brimming with confidence that he could easily overpower Su Rue. "Let us see if that holds true," Su Rue said nonchalantly. Zhao Zhua was taken aback. He had not anticipated Su Rue's steadfastness, knowing full well he was outmatched, yet still urging him to strike. "Then do not blame me." Zhao Zhua drew his sword. prepared to impart a lasting lesson to Su Rue. The atmosphere became charged with tension that Gu Haitang, witnessing this, attempted to intervene and defuse the conflict. But alas, it was too late that Su Rue unsheathed his sword, transforming into a blur as he charged towards Xiaozhua. Observing Su Rue's terrifying speed, Xiaozhua aimed to raise his sword in defense, yet his movements froze, for a blade had already pressed against his throat. The tip of the sword needed only to advance a fraction further to pierce his skin and enter his windpipe. Xiaozhua quickly raised his head, terror etched across high after those individuals departed. Zhang Yuanshan suddenly awakened, savoring the last words spoken by Su. A person. Did he say he was accustomed to being alone? Zhang Yuanshan furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "Brother Yuanshan, what are you talking about?" Zhou Xiaoka inquired curiously, her gaze fixed upon him. The others around Zhang Yuanshan also turned their attention towards him. Subsequently, Zhang Yuanshan shared his thoughts with them. "What? Are you suggesting that the Su Rue we just encountered is a solitary wanderer, with no companions?" Zhang Yuanshan nodded. "Based on my conjecture, that appears to be the case. But how is that possible? How could he survive in such a perilous environment alone?" Zhou Xiaoka exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Zhang Yuanshan stroked his chin, stating, "It can only be said that his strength is even greater than it seems." Suddenly, he recalled something. There were 4 gifted awakeners who had made their presence known in the novice village. Only one remained unaccounted for. Could that individual be Su Rue? He refrained from voicing this thought, as it was merely speculation that if that were indeed the case, then his strength was undeniably formidable. Gu Haitang also somewhat endorsed Zhang Yuanshan's assertion. Fruits like the Bai Ling Gu are not something just anyone can obtain, that if such a fruit tree existed without the protection of monsters, it would have long been consumed by the wild beasts of the jungle. Only Zhou Xiaoka remained unconvinced, asserting, "Even if he is a lone wolf, it doesn't matter. He has still no match for Brother Yuanshan." Zhang Yuanshan chuckled and shook his head, but he then addressed the group. "All right. Let us not squander time. We must continue our journey." Meanwhile, after distancing themselves from the larger group, Su Rue turned to Hong Wanquan. "Brother Hong, what are your plans moving forward?" Hong Wanquan, older and a responsible leader, replied promptly, "We intend to remain at the rear of the main group, focusing on leveling up for now." Their previous encounter with a level 2 monster in the marsh had made them aware that some areas were best avoided. Otherwise, they might inadvertently lose their lives. This approach indeed promised greater safety. Su Rue concurred with Hong Wanquan's decision that he then added, "Let us part ways here. I shall venture deeper into the jungle." Hong Wanquan nodded. "All right. Take care." That Su Rue's strength had already surpassed that of their small team, making it ill-suited for him to remain with them. "Until we meet again," Su Rue waved cheerfully to the group, who reciprocated the gesture. Although they had anticipated this outcome, Lin Xiaolu couldn't hide her disappointment. She waved at Su Rue, her lips parting slightly to whisper a word of caution. Soon, Su Rue's figure vanished into the depths of the jungle. "Come on, stop staring. He is already out of sight." Chen Xuan nudged Lin Xiaolu with her shoulder. Chapter 16. The power ranking revealed. After bidding farewell to Hong Wanquan and the others, Su Rue embarked once more on his solitary journey. However, this time he felt no trace of the earlier panic and tension. Following several skirmishes, his confidence in his abilities had grown significantly. Moreover, the elevation in his level had altered his talents. The Eye of Insight now allowed him to anticipate his opponent's next moves, enhancing his observational skills. This was a substantial boon to his combat prowess. That moment, the voice of the Heavenly Path resonated once again. Announcement: the power ranking of Novice Village has been launched. First place, Li Xiao. Second place, Long Wu. Third place, Su Rue. Fourth place, Zhou Yi. Fifth place, Zhang Yuanshan. 10th place, Xiaozhou. Note: the power ranking only considers basic attributes and does not account for talent skills. Reminder: the power ranking will be updated in real time based on combat power. Before the collective task of the Novice Village commences, rewards will be distributed based on the rankings. First place reward, Silver Treasure Chest. Second place reward, Bronze Treasure Chest. Third place reward, Wooden Treasure Chest X2. Fourth to 10th place reward, Wooden Treasure Chest. Upon seeing the power ranking, Su Rue was somewhat taken aback that I only rank third. It seems the Novice Village indeed harbors hidden talents. However, this was somewhat expected. He had not devoted much time to slaying monsters to level up. Among the 2,000 participants, there were certainly extraordinary individuals who had temporarily surpassed him. Given his current strength, unless confronted by a swarm of level 1 monsters, he could easily dispatch individual level 1 monsters with a single blow. And even some weaker level 2 monsters could be defeated effortlessly. Moving forward, he intended to hunt monsters diligently to enhance his power. The first place was destined to belong to him, that moment. The chat box erupted with activity. This was the most direct way to discern who the strongest individuals in the novice village were. Huan, didn't you boast that you would surely have a place on the power ranking? Now that the list is out, where are you? Huan was the most active participant in the chat box, his strength not to be underestimated, often boasting about his prowess. And what about those who frequently bragged about their strength? None of them made the list either. After some lighthearted banter, the discussion shifted to the strong contenders on the power ranking. Among them, the top 3 piqued the most curiosity. It was surprising that Zhou Yi and Zhang Yuanshan had only managed to secure the 4th and 5th positions. It appeared that true experts were quietly developing in the shadows, avoiding unnecessary ostentation. Hey, does anyone know the top 3 on the power ranking? Just how strong are they? At this moment, someone stepped forward to provide an answer. I know. I've seen this Su Rue that he just had a confrontation with Gu Haitang's team and defeated Zhao Zhuo in one blow. What? You mean Zhao Zhuo, who is ranked 10th? That's correct, at this point. A female admirer chimed in. Yes, I also saw it. Su Rue is incredibly handsome. Not only does he look good, but his moves are also stunning. Many had witnessed that moment, prompting others to join the discussion. Zhao Zhuo, observing the chatter in the chat box, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet he could do nothing. The fact that Su Rue had defeated him in a single strike was undeniable. Now he didn't dare to refute it. Initially, he had taken pride in being on the power ranking, but now he wished he hadn't made the list at all, that he had become nothing more than a stepping stone for Su Rue. And the chat box was now filled with discussions about the two of them. Zhang Yuanshan and the others, upon seeing the power ranking, were also taken aback that he hadn't anticipated that Su Rue would be so powerful. He had thought that with his diligent leveling, few in the novice village could surpass him. Yet it appeared that there were indeed individuals beyond his reach. However, the most astonished of all was Zhou Xiaoka, as Su Rue had ranked higher than Zhang Yuanshan on the power ranking. This ranking doesn't account for talent abilities. If it did, Brother Yuanshan, you would surely be superior. Zhou Xiaoka managed to utter this after some contemplation. Zhang Yuanshan smiled and replied, Since I possess a talent, how can you be certain he lacks one? What? Brother Yuanshan, are you suggesting? Zhou Xiaoka began, but Zhang Yuanshan interrupted. Those who awaken talents are certainly not mediocre. The last individual to awaken a talent must be among the 3 of them, that I have already witnessed Su Rue's prowess. However, I am still unaware of who Li Xiao and Long Wu are. This was not only his own curiosity, but also that of others in the novice village. Su Rue had at least made an appearance in the public eye, while Li Xiao and Long Wu had not revealed themselves at all. Originally arrogant, believing the first place was already his, Zhou Yi's expression darkened upon seeing the power ranking that he had awakened a C-grade talent, allowing him to slay monsters with far greater efficiency than ordinary individuals. Yet he found himself only in 4th place, a reality he struggled to accept that moment. Some in the chat box were subtly mocking those who had previously praised Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's teammates couldn't bear it any longer and stepped up to defend him. Don't you see what it says beneath the power ranking? If talents were taken into account, Zhou Yi would undoubtedly be first. Yet, regardless of their arguments, Zhou Yi still placed 4th that he addressed his teammates. Enough with the empty words, since the power ranking updates in real time. I will reclaim the first spot right now. Let my actions speak. Deep within the jungle, a burly middle-aged man withdrew his machete from the carcass of a black panther. Then he glanced at the published power ranking, muttering the name Li Xiao to himself. Cleaning the blood from his blade on the panther's body, he declared, For now, let you remain at the top for a while. Simultaneously, by a small stream in the jungle, a slender man with twin blades on his back approached the water's edge. Leaning down to cup his hands in the stream, he suddenly heard a whoosh behind him. He spun around to find a patterned giant python lunging at him from behind a large rock. Looking for death, the man drew his twin blades in a flash. With a swift motion, he cleaved the python into 3 pieces. Afterward, he sheathed his blades and washed his face in the stream. Casting a glance at the power ranking that as expected, he was indeed in first place. Meanwhile, Han Wanquan and the others also viewed the power ranking. Heavens, brother Su Rui actually ranks third, surpassing both Zhou Yi and Zhang Yuanshan. Chun Shui spoke with an expression of awe. Han Ji chimed in. Indeed, brother Su Rui is so formidable. I believe being ranked first is entirely justified. However, Su Rui was not entirely satisfied with his ranking. He was determined to prepare himself for slaying demon beasts and reclaiming the top position as soon as possible. With a surge of battle spirit, he brandished his sword and ventured deep into the forest. Chapter 17. Acquiring snake venom. After traversing for some time, he spotted a gray wolf gazing at him in the distance. Upon realizing that only Su Rui was present, the wolf charged towards him with great speed. Just what I needed. Su Rui gripped his sword and met the charge head dash on it as the wolf leaped at him, baring its sharp fangs to bite at his neck. Su Rui, with his insightful eye, had already anticipated its move. He deftly sidestepped the wolf's pounce, simultaneously thrusting his sword into the air. With a sharp sound, the blade pierced through the wolf's neck, cleanly severing it from left to right. Kill level 1 demon beast gray wolf, experience 30, level 3, 100-250. That Su Rui withdrew his sword and wiped the blood from it on the wolf's corpse before continuing on his way. The attributes of the gray wolf had already been absorbed by Su Rui 3 times, reaching the limit. Hence, he was eager to venture deeper into the forest to slay new demon beasts and consume their attributes. As the beasts deeper in the forest were more numerous, stronger, and offered greater experience points, the announcement of the battle power rankings had ignited the competitive spirit in many. Those not listed were fervently hunting demon beasts to level up, aiming to ascend the ranks. Not only would this yield rewards, but it would also allow them to boast in the chat, garnering admiration from many admirers. Meanwhile, those on the list sought to elevate their standings. Especially the top 4, each of whom was diligently hunting monsters for experience. Zhou even inquired of his teammates after each kill, "How's my ranking? Has it improved?" The responses were invariably negative, with teammates reminding him that without leveling up or obtaining enhancements, his battle power would not increase. "Once I reach level 5, the top position will surely be mine." Zhou, he was currently level 4, but the experience needed to reach level 5 was substantial. And he still had a long way to go, at that moment. Even Zhang Yuanshan was more diligently slaying monsters than usual, while Su Rui pressed deeper into the forest to hunt demon beasts. Others were not lagging behind. However, unlike the others, Su Rui required only half the experience to level up, which was rather advantageous. While on his journey, Su Rui suddenly noticed a ring-tailed snake coiled upon a branch ahead. Although the snake was not larger than average, its colors were exceptionally vivid, instilling in him a profound sense of danger. Moreover, if it were not for Su Rui's insightful eye, it would have been exceedingly difficult to detect its ambush high in the branches. Level 1 Venomous Ring-Tailed Snake contains potent venom. Humans below level 5 will die upon contact. Killing it grants venomous toxin. A venomous ring-tailed snake. Death upon contact for those below level 5. Su Rui silently rejoiced at his insightful eye. Otherwise, he might have fallen into its trap that a toxin capable of killing level 5 beasts. It must be formidable that Su Rui feigned ignorance of the venomous ring-tailed snake and continued past the branch it occupied. The snake flicked its tongue, following Su Rui's movements. Once he passed beneath it, the venomous ring-tailed snake launched a swift attack, diving down towards Su Rui's neck. Keeping a vigilant eye above, Su Rui drew his sword and swung it outward. The blade traced a semicircle in the air, cleaving the venomous ring-tailed snake into a thud. The severed segments fell to the ground, curling momentarily before lying still. Kill level 1 Venomous Ring-Tailed Snake. Experience 50, excellent. 50 experience points. A smile crept across Su Rui's face. Following the snake's demise, a transparent vial appeared on the ground, containing a green liquid. Su Rui picked it up. Venom from the venomous ring-tailed snake, capable of killing any level 3 demon beast. Slight effect on level 4 demon beasts. It can kill level 3 beasts. This toxin is superb. Before battle, he could apply the snake venom to his sword. A strike on a level 3 demon beast would guarantee its demise. After securing the snake venom, Su Rui approached the fallen venomous ring-tailed snake to absorb its attributes. Previously, he had already reached the absorption limit with the ring-tailed snake. He was uncertain whether he could absorb from the venomous variant. Absorption successful. Attack power 2 incredible. It seems as long as the demon beasts are different, he can absorb thrice. Upon completing the absorption, Su Rue pressed onward into the depths of the forest, but he chose a path parallel to that of Zhang Yuanshan and the others. Ensuring that should he encounter a formidable demon beast, he could seek their assistance. For strength lies in numbers. As Su Rue pondered this, he suddenly noticed a massive gray wolf atop a small hill ahead. Its size was twice that of an ordinary gray wolf, and its fur was a deeper shade. Su Rue immediately activated his insightful eye to scan the creature. Level 2 Demon Beast Gray Wolf Leader. Overall strength significantly surpasses that of a normal gray wolf. Can summon nearby ordinary gray wolves to fight for it. Upon defeat, there is a chance to obtain items. The Gray Wolf Leader? If I kill it, will it stop spawning gray wolves? Su Rue pondered, recalling how he had previously slain the Rodent King, causing the beginner grassland to cease spawning rodents. While he hesitated, the Gray Wolf Leader had already noticed him. Its massive form rose from the hill. Fixating its gaze on Su Rue, it bared its teeth in a snarl, emitting low growls. How dare this intruder venture into its territory alone? With a swipe of its claws, it leapt down from the hill and charged at Su Rue. Seeing this, Su Rue hesitated no longer. Since the Gray Wolf Leader dared to confront him, he would not show mercy. Drawing his sword, he maintained his focus with the insightful eye on the approaching Gray Wolf Leader. The creature closed the distance with astonishing speed. What had begun as a 100-meter gap was traversed in mere seconds, surpassing the speed of any athlete from Blue Star. Even Su Rue could not match its velocity. As the wolf entered his attack range, it leaped at him. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind accompanied the massive form of the Gray Wolf Leader as it lunged at Su Rue, rather than endure the blow. Su Rue utilized his insightful eye to gauge its attack range and deftly dodged, causing the wolf to miss entirely. That previous leap was powered by a 100-meter sprint, combined with its imposing size and strength. Even Su Rue would find it difficult to withstand such an assault. Should he withstand it, the force would surely knock him to the ground, placing him at a disadvantage. After evading, Su Rue quickly regained his footing. Sword at the ready, facing the Gray Wolf Leader. Chapter 18. Level up. Equipment drop at this moment. The Gray Wolf Leader was approximately 10 meters away. After its initial failed attack, it did not rush to engage again. Instead, it circled around Su Rue, seeking a weakness. Su Rue mirrored its movements, using his insightful eye to observe for any openings while circling in the opposite direction. Thus, they continued to circle each other. A man and a wolf, until the Gray Wolf Leader, losing patience, charged once more. Its speed remained terrifying as it lunged at Su Rue again. Fortunately, Su Rue, armed with his insightful eye, anticipated its attack position and narrowly evaded it. Damn! How can this beast be so fast? The Gray Wolf Leader's speed was truly abnormal, prompting Su Rue to curse involuntarily. Without the insightful eye, it would have been nearly impossible to evade the Gray Wolf Leader's attacks purely based on speed. How was he to deal with this creature? Su Rue found himself in a quandary. If he could not match its speed, he would be at a disadvantage. After another failed pounce, the Gray Wolf Leader grew, increasingly frustrated. Its speed was greater than Su Rue's, yet it could not land a hit, leading it to abandon its leaping strategy in favor of a flurry of attacks. Oh! The Gray Wolf Leader let out a low howl. Charging at Su Rue once more, in the blink of an eye, it was upon him, jaws wide, aiming for his thigh. Su Rue anticipated the attack, raising his left leg to sidestep the bite while simultaneously swinging his sword toward the wolf's back. Clang! The sword struck the Gray Wolf Leader's back, producing a metallic clash. The impact felt as though he had struck stone, numbing Su Rue's hands. Nevertheless, the Gray Wolf Leader flinched in pain, arching its back as the blow cut through a layer of skin, though its spine thwarted the blade from penetrating further. What kind of monster is this? Its bones are so hard. Su Rue was certain that had his sword struck an ordinary gray wolf, it would have cleaved it in two. Unfortunately, he was facing a level 2 demon beast, the Gray Wolf Leader. That moment, the Gray Wolf Leader recovered, once again lunging at Su Rue's chest. Quick-witted, Su Rue raised his sword to block. Retreating a half-step, clang. The Gray Wolf Leader's jaws clamped down on the sword. Without pausing, Su Rue gripped the hilt firmly and forcefully withdrew the sword from the wolf's maw. Swish! The the blade sliced through its bloody jaws. And Su Rue regained his grip. This moment, the gray wolf leader was bleeding profusely, becoming increasingly agitated. Raising a forepaw, the colossal wolf swung it menacingly towards Su Rue. The creature's claw was as large as half of Su Rue's face, and a single strike would surely inflict grievous harm upon him. However, Su Rue was not one to be easily intimidated. He swiftly raised his sword and aimed for the giant wolf's claw. "I refuse to believe your claws are as hard as bone." In an instant, Su Rue's long sword met the giant wolf's paw with a resounding clash. The result was astonishing. The wolf's forepaw was cleanly severed, leaving it in excruciating pain as it howled in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Su Rue deftly maneuvered to the side of the giant wolf, thrusting his sword towards its neck. The gray-blue leader of the wolves sensed the imminent danger and abruptly twisted its body. The blade pierced the side of the giant wolf's chest, halted by its bone, preventing a deeper wound. Nevertheless, the injury inflicted significant damage, and the gray wolf leader, now weakened, fled towards a small mound. Su Rue, gripping his sword tightly, pursued without hesitation. With the gray wolf leader injured, this was an opportune moment to eliminate it. The giant wolf, having lost a significant portion of its forepaw, could hardly run swiftly, and each movement reopened its wounds, blood gushing forth. Seeing Su Rue in pursuit only heightened the wolf's frustration and anger. How dare this human chase after it on its own territory? As it ran, the gray wolf leader emitted howls of distress, which echoed in the surroundings, summoning nearby wolves in response. That Su Rue was alarmed. He knew he had to dispatch the gray wolf leader swiftly, lest reinforcements arrive and allow it to escape. With that thought, he unleashed his full speed, closing the distance between them. "Wretched beast, prepare to meet your end." Su Rue's sword struck the gray wolf leader's hind leg with a decisive blow. The force of his attack shattered the wolf's leg, causing it to lose balance and tumble to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, the wolf struggled to turn its head to assess the situation behind it. Yet, all it could see was a glimmering blade as Su Rue's sword found its way into its throat, silencing it for good. Killed level 2 demon beast, gray wolf leader. Experience points 100. Congratulations. Player level has risen to level 4. Attack 20, speed 20. With a deep breath, Su Rue reveled in the fact that reaching level 4 granted him an impressive 40 points in attributes. As his level increased, he felt a transformation within himself. Both his speed and strength had surged, that if he were to face the gray wolf leader now, victory would come far easier. That he glanced at his status panel. Name, Su Rue. Attack, 90 defense, 2 speed, 73 level. For 400. The 100 experience points from the gray wolf leader had perfectly propelled him to level 4. Satisfied with these attributes, he remembered the gray wolf leader's essence he had nearly forgotten to absorb. Curiosity piqued, he extended his hand towards the giant wolf's carcass. Absorption successful. Attack 1, speed 3, defense 1. Delight surged within him. He had gained additional defensive attributes. The giant wolf's swiftness and resilience were its strengths, hence the substantial speed attributes acquired. That moment, Su Rue noticed a silver bracelet lying beside the giant wolf's body, which had appeared unnoticed. He approached and picked it up, examining it with his insightful eye. Attack enhancement bracelet. Doubles the next attack's power. Cooldown time 15 minutes. Doubled attack power? Though it was a one-time effect, such an enhancement could significantly elevate his combat prowess. Just then, the sound of wolf howls filled the air around him. Drawing closer, soon enough he spotted 4 or 5 gray wolves approaching, evidently summoned by the cries of their fallen leader. What fortuitous timing! Instead of feeling anxious, Su Rue felt exhilarated, donning the bracelet on his right wrist. Having just reached level 4, he was eager for a chance to hone his skills, and these gray wolves were a welcome challenge. The 5 gray wolves, upon seeing the giant wolf's corpse, bared their sharp teeth and charged at Su Rue. Undeterred, he met their charge head-on, engaging in a fierce battle against the pack. Chapter 19. A lone battle against the wolf pack. Experience soars. The skirmish commenced swiftly. One gray wolf lunged forward, and Su Rue cleaved his sword towards its skull. With a decisive crack, the wolf's head was split in twain. Killed level 1 demon beast, gray wolf. Experience points 30. Such was the result of Su Rue's elevated attack power. This moment, 2 more gray wolves flanked him from either side. Su Rue leaped nimbly, Evading their ambush, as he landed, another pair of wolves lunged at him with incredible speed. With a swift motion, he swung his sword forward, slicing through their throats with precision. The two wolves fell from the sky. Lifeless. Killed level 1 demon beast, Grey Wolf. Experience points 30. Killed level 1 demon beast, Grey Wolf. Experience points 30. In the span of mere moments, Su Rue had dispatched 3 Grey Wolves. His current speed and attack power far surpassed theirs, making their defeat effortless. The remaining 2 wolves, witnessing Su Rue's prowess, contemplated retreat, their eyes fixated on him as they began to back away. However, just then, several more Grey Wolves appeared in the distance, drawn by their leader's cries. This new wave bolstered the confidence of the 2 wolves that had many believed that Zhou Yi has the greatest chance, for he is indeed a possessor of sea-level talent. In terms of slaying demon beasts and enhancing combat strength, he is undoubtedly the swiftest among them. Others, however, hold the view that it could be Su Rue, given that he has demonstrated absolute potential by recently advancing from the 3rd to the 2nd tier. There are also those who think it might be Long Wu and Lin Xiaolu, as they both resonate with the persona of reclusive masters. Additionally, there are quite a few arrogant individuals who have stepped forward, declaring their intent to vie for the top spot on the combat power leaderboard. Naturally, Su Rue is determined to claim that first position. Yet he now finds himself in a quandary, as a level 1 demon beast yields a mere 30 experience points. Currently, he requires 400 experience points to level up, and encountering these level 1 beasts is quite challenging. After all, Su Rue cannot always rely on the luck he had earlier when so many Grey Wolves came to offer him experience. Especially since just moments ago, a multitude of Grey Wolves had gathered around him. Now, the prospect of encountering a Grey Wolf here seems rather bleak, that if this continues, his leveling pace will be exceedingly slow, making it improbable for him to seize the first position. Su Rue is contemplating whether to make his way directly to the depths of the jungle. Surely, there would be more level 2 or even stronger demon beasts there, offering greater experience. That moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in his ears. Announcement. A special demon beast will be released in the novice village. Special demon beast. Based on an overall combat power assessment of the novice village, an appropriate level demon beast will be released, requiring the collective efforts of the villagers to defeat it. Reminder. Defeating the special demon beast will yield a substantial amount of experience, and anyone who participates in the defeat or inflicts damage on the special demon beast will receive corresponding experience. A special demon beast? Abundant experience. Upon hearing this, a joyful expression illuminated Su Rue's face. Is this not exactly what he desires? If he manages to slay the special demon beast, victory will undoubtedly be his. Chapter 20. The terrifying power of the giant ape. Simultaneously, the chat box erupted with fervor once more. The discussions about the combat power leaderboard quickly shifted to strategizing against the special demon beast. Reminder. The special demon beast has been released, and all members of the novice village can see its real-time location. Wow, this is fantastic. Just moments ago, I was fretting over how to locate the special demon beast. This is simply a boon from the heavenly Tao for our novice village. Just by participating in the defeat, we can gain experience. Wonderful. Let us all band together to besiege the special demon beast. If we wait too long, we might miss out. The chat box was filled with cheers, with the location of the demon beast revealed. How could so many of them fail to take down a single special demon beast? Su Rue immediately opened his map, and there it was, a new red that had appeared, slowly moving. This must be the special demon beast. Upon confirming the beast's location, Su Rue swiftly drew his sword and raced toward it. He was not particularly close to the demon beast, as it had been released at the far edge of the jungle. Likely the area with the highest concentration of novice village members, that if he arrived late, he feared that the special demon beast might be overwhelmed by the crowd. Meanwhile, in Zhou Yi's group, a scruffy-looking man piped up. "Igu, the special demon beast has appeared. Are we going or not?" They were also deep in the jungle, quite distant from the special demon beast. The man's inquiry stemmed from the concern of arriving too late and making the trip in vain. "Of course, the special demon beast belongs to me. I must go," Zhou Yi replied with unwavering confidence. This was a prime opportunity to level up, and he was unwilling to let it slip by. At that moment, 2 other figures were swiftly traversing the forest, both with the same goal of confronting the special demon beast. Almost the entire novice village was making their way toward the special demon beast, viewing it as a great opportunity while neglecting the potential dangers it posed. Only Zhang Yuanshan sensed that something was amiss. Leading the way, he abruptly halted. Zhou Xiaoka noticed Zhang Yuanshan's sudden stop and inquired, "Brother Yuanshan, what's wrong? I have a bad feeling about this." Zhang Yuanshan replied, furrowing his brow. Zhou Xiaoka did not grasp his meaning. Zhang Yuanshan chose not to elaborate, but instead typed in the chat box, "Everyone, be cautious. Since the special demon beast was released based on an overall combat power assessment, it surely won't be easy to deal with. That it would be best to wait until everyone gathers before confronting it." However, the exhilarated crowd dismissed Zhang Yuanshan's words. "What's there to fear? We have over 100 people here. Can't we handle a single demon beast?" "Exactly, Brother Zhang. You're being overly dramatic, and no matter how formidable the special demon beast is, can it withstand our collective assault? Indeed, our team has several level 2 members, and our combat strength is not inferior to yours." Some even suspected that Zhang Yuanshan was attempting to delay them to seize the experience for himself. One named Chao Hai expressed this thought directly in the chat box. "Everyone, don't listen to him. Once we arrive, we'll just take down the demon beast. That I see, he just wants to hoard our experience." "That's right, let us make it quick. The fewer people, the less experience will be shared." Zhang Yuanshan read the chat messages and felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He had said what needed to be said. If these people chose not to heed his warning, there was little he could do. "Why are these people like this? Brother Yuanshan, you kindly warned them, and yet they maliciously suspect your intentions." She spoke. Zhou Xiaoka prepared to defend Zhang Yuanshan in the chat box. Just then, Gu Haitang joined them, that we should hurry and head over. "I also believe this special demon beast is not as simple as it seems." Zhang Yuanshan nodded, then took hold of Zhou Xiaoka's arm and rushed toward the beast's location. "Hey, what are you doing? I haven't defended you yet." With one hand caught, Zhou Xiaoka followed Zhang Yuanshan as he sprinted ahead. On the other side, Su Rui continued to navigate toward the location of the special demon beast, all while keeping an eye on the chat box. That he firmly believed that Zhang Yuanshan's concerns were completely valid. Given the overall strength of the novice village, the released special demon beast would undoubtedly be formidable, but he was acutely aware of his own capabilities, even if he found himself surrounded by dozens of level 1 or 2 humans. He could easily break free. After all, his speed and attack power were beyond what these individuals could contend with. Only level 3 humans could pose a significant threat to him, that he estimated that in their eyes. Those at the top of the combat power leaderboard could at most handle wild boars or gray wolves, as they had never witnessed the prowess of Su Rui, Li Xiao, and others. Even Zhou Yi and Zhang Yuanshan's teammates were likely the only ones aware of their true potential. They had certainly misjudged the strength of the special demon beast. Moreover, the special demon beast would undoubtedly not be weaker than Su Rui or Li Xiao. In fact, it could be significantly stronger. A creature of such formidable power could not be defeated merely by sheer numbers. It required the cooperation of strong individuals. That moment in the chat box, Chao Hai boasted, "Haha, our team has arrived. It seems the special demon beast is ours for the taking." Others chimed in, "First come, first serve, to all in the novice village. We want to be polite." These were the teams closest to the special demon beast and the first to arrive. However, shortly thereafter, the kill notifications began to appear. Novice village member Chao Hai was slain by the special demon beast, the rampaging giant ape. Novice village member Fong Ping was slain by the special demon beast, the rampaging giant ape. Novice village member Lu Xiaomei was slain by the special demon beast, the rampaging giant ape. Novice village member Kong Yuan was slain by the special demon beast, the rampaging giant ape. News of novice village members being slain flooded in, all from those who had approached the special demon beast first. At this moment, the chat box fell silent, as everyone was left in shock. In such a brief period, over a dozen novice village members had perished at the hands of the rampaging giant ape, and the first group to surround the creature had completely scattered. Their encirclement had proven utterly ineffectual. Someone finally broke the silence in the chat box, asking, "Is there a survivor who faced the giant ape? Is it really that powerful?" Others were equally eager to know the answer. "Oh my, this is terrifying. That giant ape stands over 3 meters tall and is impervious to blades and bullets. Please don't come to your doom," a female player lamented. "Woo. The giant ape is too horrifying." One of my teammates was killed in a single blow. Indeed, it can wield a wooden club as a weapon, move swiftly, and can leap 10 meters high. With so many teams here, everyone is now starting to flee. Thankfully, the giant ape hasn't pursued us, or we would all be done for. Chapter 21. Strong Alliances. The chat box was filled with descriptions of just how terrifying the giant ape was. This revelation caused many weaker teams to reconsider their approach. Previously, a vast majority of the novice village had been rushing toward the giant ape. Now, it seemed that the majority were seeking to evade it. Of course, some teams and strong individuals remained undeterred. Back with Zhou Yi's group, the scruffy man expressed his concerns. Ego, should we still go? Based on the chat descriptions, their team was certainly no match for the giant ape. Zhou Yi's face was grave, yet he resolutely declared, "We will go." But the man hesitated, and the other teammates wore conflicted expressions. Zhou Yi then remarked, "What is there to fear? At that time, we want to be the only team present. I refuse to believe that in such a vast novice village, no one dares to stand up against the giant ape." Zhang Yuanshan and Gu Haitang's team, upon seeing the kill notification, also wore grave expressions and paused. Honestly, if these people had heeded your words, how could they have met such a needless demise? Zhou Xiaoka pouted. The Jiu Haitang turned to Zhang Yuanshan and inquired, "What shall we do next? This giant ape is far more formidable than we anticipated. With just our two teams, we might." At present, the chat box was nearly devoid of teams willing to come and confront the giant ape. They preferred to gradually level up in a safe environment rather than engage in the perilous task of hunting the giant ape. Zhang Yuanshan was also aware that their two teams were insufficient. After pondering for a moment, he opened the chat box and typed, "Anyone wishing to continue confronting the giant ape can gather with me at this location." As he spoke, Zhang Yuanshan shared his coordinates. Zhou Xiaoka, upon seeing this, asked, "Brother Yuanshan, do you intend to unite with the strong players from the novice village to tackle the giant ape?" Zhang Yuanshan nodded. "Exactly. Their intentions should align with ours. They too wish to slay the giant ape for experience. However, individually or as a single team, they are no match for the giant ape. To defeat it, we must unite." Soon someone responded to him, "Heavens, such a dangerous beast. I advise you not to attempt this any further. It would be best to avoid it. Indeed, this giant ape is even more powerful than you can imagine. It is simply beyond what we humans can contend with." Many were utterly intimidated by the giant ape, having never encountered such a formidable beast. Zhang Yuanshan scrutinized these comments, his brow furrowed in disappointment. This was a golden opportunity to level up. Did no one dare to confront the giant ape? Gu Haitang approached and said, "It seems everyone has been daunted by the giant ape's strength, and no one is willing to band together against it." Just then, Su Rue spoke up in the chat box. "All right, I'm on my way to you now. Wow, the great Su Rue has appeared." Su Rue, do not act impulsively. The giant ape's strength is extraordinarily formidable. What do you know? Su Rue is the second most powerful figure in our novice village. His strength is surely exceptional. That Su Rue's arrival ignited excitement among many, boosting their morale. "Why is it him?" Zhou Xiaoka muttered under her breath. Although she had a minor conflict with Su Rue, she could not deny that his prowess was unparalleled in the novice village. Zhang Yuanshan, upon seeing Su Rue's response, smiled and stated in the chat box, "Good. We will wait for you here." Before long, another responded to Zhang Yuanshan, "Our team will be there shortly." This individual was Zhou Yi, who had been troubled by the inability to find allies. Just in time, Zhang Yuanshan stepped up. "Wonderful. With Zhou Yi here, the giant ape is in for a fight." Indeed, Zhou Yi's team and Zhang Yuanshan's team are filled with strong players, some of whom even appear on the combat ranking list. Optimism filled the chat box, with many believing they could surely defeat the giant ape. However, those who had faced the giant ape directly began to speak up. "You are underestimating the giant ape. Yes, you have not witnessed its power and the terror it embodies. In my view, the giant ape is simply not something we can handle at our current level." Their remarks cast a pall of silence over the chat box. Most had indeed never encountered the giant ape. Yet based on the frequency of its kill notifications, it was evident that this creature possessed terrifying strength. At that moment, two more individuals declared their intention to meet Zhang Yuanshan, the mysterious powerhouse Li Xiao and Long Wu. Their arrival reignited fervor within the chat box. This marked Li Xiao's debut. and many were astonished to find that he appeared quite youthful, that he seemed to be around the same age as Su Rue. With a sharply defined face yet notably gaunt, his skin slightly pale, akin to someone recovering from a severe illness, it was hard to fathom that such a seemingly frail youth was the foremost figure in their novice village. Li Xiao. I'm your fan. Which team does Li Xiao belong to? Li Xiao. How are you so powerful? Li Xiao's presence coaxed many lurkers out of hiding in the chat box. Wow. Even they have arrived. Zhou Xiaoka felt a surge of excitement. The other team members shared her enthusiasm, as they were about to meet several of the top contenders on the combat ranking list. Zhang Yuanshan, however, maintained a calm demeanor. As if he had anticipated their arrival, that he understood that both were lone wolves. No matter how confident they were, they would not dare confront the giant ape alone. Thus, joining forces to tackle the giant ape was indeed the wisest choice. Before long, Zhou Yi and the others arrived first, followed by Su Rue, who had come alone. The others soon realized that Su Rue was a solitary powerhouse. Previously, he had been with Hong Wanquan and the others. They had assumed he was part of a team, but now it was clear he was on his own. Su Rue, it's good to see you again, that I knew you would come, Zhang Yuanshan greeted with a smile. Upon seeing Su Rue, Zhou Yi's gaze froze. That wasn't this the guy who had drawn a broom at the beginning and had been mocked by him? He hadn't paid attention before, but how could he not recognize Su Rue? The second on the combat ranking list? Zhou Yi quickly turned his head away to avoid the awkwardness that Su Rue, naturally, did not initiate any conversation with him, instead walking over to the enthusiastic Zhang Yuanshan. Shortly thereafter, Long Wu arrived. He was indeed a towering figure, standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, his clothing stretched taut over his muscular frame. Grasping a large cleaver, he wore a pelt from a black panther draped over his shoulders. Coupled with his wild demeanor, he resembled a savage. As everyone turned to him, their expressions shifted. Chapter 22. Fierce battle with the giant ape. Noticing everyone's gaze fixed on the Black Panther pelt, Long Wu explained, "This pelt is a reward for slaying a rare beast, granted by the heavens. Wearing it enhances my defense." Upon hearing this, Su Rue glanced at the Black Panther pelt. Black Panther pelt, dropped by the rare beast Black Panther. Defense 3. To think it provided 3 points of defense. Currently, he himself possessed only 3 points of defense. That appeared that opportunities abounded even in the novice village. Zhang Yuanshan quickly approached to greet him warmly. Contrary to what many expected, Long Wu was not arrogant or aloof. Rather, he was quite open and affable, soon melding well with the group. The last to arrive was Li Xiao. He was slight in stature and appeared quite young, carrying 2 dual daggers on his back. His physique starkly contrasted with Long Wu's. Had it not been for his name on the combat ranking list, one might have mistaken him for a mere child lacking combat prowess. Su Rue's attention shifted to the dual daggers on Li Xiao's back. Tier 2 weapon, Gale dual daggers, attack 15, speed 10. Tier 2 weapon. Such a significant boost in attributes indicated that Li Xiao too had encountered fortuitous circumstances. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Long Wu stepped forward and said, "Hey, you're the Li Xiao from the combat ranking list, right? Surely, you aren't just sharing the name. Impersonation is frowned upon, and it could lead to dire consequences." As he spoke, Long Wu reached out a massive hand to rest on Li Xiao's shoulder. Li Xiao swiftly swatted his left hand away. Smack! He effectively batted Long Wu's hand back. Long Wu shook his hand, unfazed, and grinned at everyone. Seems like this one is the real deal. Now, nearly all the top contenders from the combat ranking list were present. At the same time, they noticed a peculiar trend. The top 3 on the combat ranking list were all lone wolves. Could it be that one could indeed be stronger alone than in a team? Zhou Yi even contemplated whether he should leave his team. After Long Wu's interruption, the atmosphere lightened significantly. Everyone eagerly approached Li Xiao, peppering him with questions, for he was the foremost figure in their novice village. In response to their queries, Li Xiao simply stated, "When shall we confront the giant ape? You, my friend, are rather dull. We've finally gathered here. And we should." Long Wu began, intending to suggest a toast, but was cut off by Li Xiao. "I have no time to waste on frivolities." Su Rue chimed in. "Indeed, it would be best not to squander time. Tackling the giant ape is our priority." Zhang Yuanshan shared this sentiment, surveying the group before stating, "All right, with so many of us, we should be sufficient. Let us proceed." The formidable figures from the combat ranking list were essentially all here. And they also had many level 3 players among them. The weakest was at least level 2, that this represented the pinnacle of combat strength in the novice village. If they could not defeat the giant ape, then there would be no hope. Following the coordinates of the giant ape on the map, the group swiftly arrived at its location. This is it. The giant ape is approximately 500 meters ahead. Zhang Yuanshan remarked as he gazed at the map. The group found themselves in the grassy expanse just outside the novice village, with tall grass obscuring their view ahead. What are we waiting for? Let us charge in and take it down, Long Wu exclaimed eagerly. Zhang Yuanshan, however, cautioned, I believe we should devise a plan first. Su Rue readily agreed with Zhang Yuanshan's suggestion. If they rushed in recklessly, these individuals not only fail to unleash their utmost potential, but their inadequate coordination further diminishes their capabilities. However, the others lack the patience to heed his directives. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us charge forth together. I shall lead the way. With that, Long Wu surged ahead towards the colossal. Xiao silently followed suit, with Su Rue closely behind, and Zhou irresolutely keeping pace. Zhang Yuanshan and the others could only trail behind them. As they approached within 200 meters of the giant ape, Su Rue discerned it half reclining amidst the tall grass. Just as the chat had suggested, its height reached 3 meters, its tawny fur resembling steel needles. And its massive fists were formidable beyond measure. The muscles in its upper limbs were extraordinarily exaggerated, explaining why a single punch could obliterate a player. At that moment, the resting giant ape noticed the humans advancing towards it. With a thunderous roar, it bellowed at Su Rue and his companions before propelling itself forward on all fours. Meanwhile, none among Su Rue's group hesitated. They all surged towards it. Frenzied giant ape, a special beast summoned according to the overall strength of the novice village, possessing immense offensive and defensive capabilities. The distance between both parties continued to diminish to the novice village. Su Rue and Li Xiao spearheaded the charge, followed by Long Wu, while the others lagged behind. Su Rue and Li Xiao were the first to reach the giant ape. Astonishingly, the giant ape's initial target was Su Rue, who saw its colossal fist swinging towards him. Whoosh! The massive fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, hurtled towards Su Rue. Having anticipated this, Su Rue deftly evaded the blow. Bang! The giant ape's fist crashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiao drew his twin blades and leaped towards the giant ape's shoulder. Swish! The blades left 2 shallow gashes on the ape's shoulder. Witnessing this, even the typically impassive Li Xiao displayed a look of astonishment. His full-force strike had barely grazed the giant ape. Take another hit from me. Long Wu, wielding a hefty cleaver, arrived on the scene. That he too leaped into action, gripping his weapon tightly as he swung it at the giant ape. However, by this time, the giant ape had already reacted, its face contorting in anger as it retaliated with a punch aimed at Long Wu. Bang! The gigantic ape, of course, sensed the presence of someone on its back. However, at that moment, it was running on all fours, utterly preoccupied with its own escape and unable to attend to Su Rue perched atop it. Goodness, how audacious can Su Rue be? He actually dared to leap onto the back of the colossal creature, unafraid of being crushed. His actions left the onlookers utterly astounded. Enough of this chatter. Let us pursue it. Zhang Yuanshan and others were hot on the heels of the giant ape. Alas, the giant ape, in its frantic bid for survival, was far beyond their capacity to catch. Soon, it vanished from their sight, completely disappearing into the depths of the jungle. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanshan and the others were left panting, with some already halting in their tracks. The giant ape's ability to flee was indeed exceptional. I had initially thought its defensive and offensive capabilities were terrifying enough. I had not anticipated its speed to be so remarkable. After catching his breath, Zhang Yuanshan addressed the group. We cannot afford to stop. Su Rue is still on the giant ape's back that if we don't hurry, he will be in grave danger. Someone waved dismissively at him, saying, let it go that we could never outrun the giant ape. By the time we catch up, Su Rue will undoubtedly have met his end. Indeed, Su Rue was quite reckless, daring to leap onto the back of the giant ape all alone, though we might as well wait for the notification of his demise. It should arrive shortly. Chapter 24. One man slays the giant ape at this moment. Zhou Xiaoka, panting, looked at the group with discontent and said, how can you speak such words? Su Rue bravely charged forward to fight for our novice village. Gu Haitang approached and said, "Forget it. Since they are unwilling to continue the chase, we shall pursue it ourselves." With that, she headed directly in the direction the giant ape had vanished, with Gu Haitang and Zhang Yuanshan leading the way. Several others followed suit. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi watched as a man with a sharp, monkey-like face found a comfortable spot to sit. He then turned to Zhou Yi and said, "Brother Yi, do you think Su Rue is a fool for daring to?" "Ah, Brother Yi, where are you going?" He noticed Zhou Yi had already taken up his iron sword and was in hot pursuit. At the same time, Su Rue clung tightly to the thick brown fur on the giant ape's back, lest he be flung off. Riding atop the creature was far more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride. The jolting motion nearly dislocated his insides, while the scenery around him blurred by at a rapid pace. With one hand gripping the giant ape, he wielded his sword with the other, attempting to stab at the beast's flesh. However, the sword barely penetrated before slipping off, unable to breach its defenses. From his precarious position atop the giant ape, Su Rue found it impossible to strike at any vulnerable spots. "Damn it. Without a doubling of my attack power, I can't break through its defenses." Su Rue found himself in a dilemma. In a one-on-one confrontation, landing a blow on the giant ape's vulnerable spots seemed nearly impossible, that he could only wait for the cooldown of his enhanced bracelet to expire. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He still had some rattlesnake venom on him. This potent toxin could kill a level 3 beast and was effective against level 4 beasts as well, that he wondered what level this giant ape was. Not dwelling on it further, Su Rue promptly retrieved a small vial containing the venom and poured its contents over his sword. Before long, the giant ape had put considerable distance between itself and its pursuers. Suddenly, it came to an abrupt halt and reached back towards Su Rue. Anticipating this move, Su Rue used the momentum to leap ahead of the giant ape. Whoosh! The giant ape swung its other fist towards Su Rue, who swiftly retreated to evade the blow. Roaring with fury, the giant ape pressed forward to attack again. Bang! 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 Su Rue deftly dodged as the giant ape's fist smashed into the surrounding sturdy trees, toppling them like mere saplings. His speed was comparable to that of the giant ape, yet with his insight, he could anticipate the creature's movements that in the dense jungle. This advantage favored the smaller human. The massive size of the giant ape hampered its agility. As Su Rue continued to evade, he sought out openings in the giant ape's defenses. The only way he could inflict damage was by targeting the wounds on its back. Finding such an opportunity was crucial for Su Rue to strike. As the giant ape failed to land a hit on Su Rue, it grew increasingly agitated. Thud, thud, thud. It began to lash out more violently at the trees around it, its speed intensifying. However, in this frenzied state, the giant ape was more prone to exposing weaknesses. Seizing the moment when two trees fell, Su Rue maneuvered around to the giant ape's rear, taking advantage of its limited vision. "Now it's my turn." Su Rue unleashed a powerful thrust of his sword toward the giant ape's wound. Slish! The blade pierced through flesh, embedding deeply within the giant ape's body. Roaring in agony, the giant ape's cry echoed through the woods, startling birds into flight and resonating for miles. This strike had genuinely inflicted pain upon it, delivering a severe blow. Without hesitation, Su Rue withdrew his sword and retreated hastily. The injured giant ape descended into a frenzied state. Bang, bang, bang. It swung its fists wildly, causing trees to topple and the ground to tremble. Observing the rampaging giant ape, Su Rue quickly fell back, in its wrath. The giant ape seemed blinded by fury, focusing solely on its chaotic assaults on the surroundings. Oblivious to Su Rue's retreat, the trees and bushes were decimated, leaving vast swathes of forest flattened. This creature, when enraged, was truly terrifying, as Su Rue marveled at the destruction wrought by the giant ape in its berserk state. Yet soon, the creature's movements began to slow considerably, its actions becoming unsteady. With a mighty crash, the giant ape's massive form collapsed to the ground, and it was then that Su Rue noticed the wound he had inflicted was oozing a dark green blood. Excellent. The toxin had taken effect. It seemed the venom from the rattlesnake was indeed effective against this giant ape. Cautiously, Su Rue approached. The giant ape lay like a mountain before him, its back still seeping green blood from the wound. Su Rue realized that this beast would surely not survive. However, the kill notification had yet to appear. Was it merely playing dead? Su Rue picked up a nearby piece of wood and hurled it at the giant ape's head. Thud! The wood struck with no reaction from the creature. Unwilling to give up, he grabbed a stone and threw it with all his might at the giant ape's head. Bang! The stone hit squarely, causing the giant ape to spring up in response, clearly pained by the blow. Spotting Su Rue, it charged at him in a frenzy. It was pretending to be dead after all. Su Rue felt a jolt of panic and quickly retreated. Fortunately, he had maintained a safe distance from the beast in its rampaging state. The giant ape's speed was astonishing. It quickly closed the gap, launching two powerful punches at Su Rue, drawing upon the terrain and his insight. Su Rue narrowly evaded the blows. Confusion filled his mind. How could this creature, on the brink of death from the poison, still possess such ferocity? However, he soon understood the reason. The pursuing giant ape's speed diminished, and its punches grew weaker. Ultimately, it could no longer withstand the effects of the toxin, collapsing heavily to the ground after a few futile swings. Special Beast, Berserk Giant Ape, has been slain by Su Rue of the Novice Village. Phew! Su Rue exhaled, relieved that the beast had finally perished. So, that was its last stand, the final surge of strength before its demise. Just moments ago, the giant ape had risen again, relentlessly pursuing him, leading him to believe it was invincible. Meanwhile, the chat box in the Novice Village had erupted with news of Su Rue's pursuit of the giant ape. What? He dared to chase down the giant ape alone? Is Su Rue insane? What do you know? This is true heroism. How many of you possess such courage? Courage. In the end, it leads to a dead end. In this world, survival is paramount. Indeed, if one loses their life. What use is courage? Yet it must be said that Su Rue has some skill to have lasted this long without being crushed. Announcement. Special Beast, Berserk Giant Ape, has been slain by Su Rue of the Novice Village. Shortly, the Heavenly Tao will allocate experience based on contributions to the slaying of the Berserk Giant Ape. Chapter 25, Experience Soars. Ranking first in combat power, the two announcements ignited fervor throughout the Novice Village. Wow! Su Rue is incredible. That is astonishing. Su Rue is awesome. One person single-handedly slays the giant ape. I want to know who else can do that. Even those who had previously declared Su Rue's demise as inevitable were now singing his praises. Zhang Yuanshan and the rest of the pursuing group halted in their tracks, exchanging incredulous glances. How could this be possible? How on earth had Su Rue achieved this? At that moment, they even doubted their own eyes. Astonished that it was Su Rue who had slain the giant ape, rather than the other way around. Having just confronted the giant ape, they were acutely aware of its terrifying strength. Any one of them would struggle to withstand a single punch from it. Throughout their chase, they had dreaded the prospect of seeing the notification of Su Rue's death. Yet, the outcome was that Su Rue had triumphed over the giant ape. Even Lin Xiaolu wore an expression of disbelief. A rarity for him that he immediately dashed towards the last known location of the giant ape, eager to ascertain what had transpired there. After a brief pause, the others also began to rush in that direction, all intent on uncovering the truth of the matter. Upon arriving at the scene, the crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. "Oh my heavens!" exclaimed Zhou Xiaoka, involuntarily gasping at the sight before her. Around them, the jungle extended for hundreds of meters, utterly devastated, as if razed to the ground, with the earth littered with the massive fist and foot imprints of the giant ape. Witnessing this devastation, everyone could easily envision the ferocity of the battle that had unfolded moments ago. Meanwhile, Su Rue stood beside the corpse of the giant ape and scathed. This scene was indelibly etched in the minds of the onlookers, lingering long after Su Rue felt the weight of their gazes upon him. So he straightened his posture and continued to stand there, basking in the admiration directed at him. That moment, someone began to describe the unfolding scene in the chat box. Su Rue is truly remarkable. His battle with the giant ape has obliterated the entire forest. No way. Is this for real? Was the battle that intense? Absolutely true. I'm currently at the very spot where Su Rue fought the giant ape. If you don't believe me, come see for yourselves. With that, he sent the coordinates of the location. I must go check it out. Perhaps I might even catch a glimpse of Su Rue and ask him how he achieved such feats. I am going to. I want to ask if he needs a girlfriend. Hey, Su Rue is my brother. No one can take him from me. Among the group, Li Xiao was the first to approach Su Rui, and the others soon followed suit, their reactions aligning. How? How did you manage to do this? Zhou Xiaoke could not restrain her curiosity. This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present, standing atop the giant ape's corpse. Li Xiao noticed something amiss at the wound of the beast. Poisoned to death, Su Rui nodded, casually explaining, "Indeed, I happened to slay a highly venomous ringed snake earlier and obtain its venom that I applied the toxin to my sword." And the giant ape succumbed to the poison. Su Rui spoke with such nonchalance, as if recounting an inconsequential event. Yet, none could dismiss the gravity of the situation, nor believe it was as simple as he portrayed. The scene before them served as the most compelling evidence. Announcement: calculation complete. Experience points for slaying the giant ape are now being distributed. As the celestial voice faded, beams of light cascaded down from the heavens, illuminating those who had engaged with the giant ape. Wow, I only managed to strike the giant ape twice, barely breaking its skin, and I received over 10 experience points. I'm in the same boat. I merely scratched it with my arrows and still gained over 10 experience points. Damn, this is so unfair. I took a punch from the giant ape, and my bones felt like they were shattering. Yet I only earned 8 experience points. At that moment, Long Wu chimed in the chat box. He had been sent flying by the giant ape's punch and took quite some time to recover upon landing. Zhang Yuanshan earned 50 experience points, which was not too shabby. Zhou Yi, having unleashed several lightning strikes on the giant ape, received 100 experience points, though the lightning's damage was limited. Its primary effect was to momentarily stun the creature. Li Xiao garnered over 150 experience points, having inflicted significant damage with his dual blades at the ape's back wound, further exacerbating the injury. Given we all received so much experience, how much must the great Su Rui have earned for slaying the giant ape? Indeed, the giant ape was mainly defeated by Su Rui alone, so his experience must be substantial. I in the chat box. Curiosity about Su Rui's experience points surged among the crowd, even drawing the interest of Li Xiao and Zhang Yuanshan. Killing the rampaging giant ape, experience points 800. Congratulations, player level up to level 5. Attack 25, speed 25. Detected player remains a lone wanderer. Title automatically upgraded to lone hero. Title bonuses: attack 15, speed 15, defense 1. As he beheld this string of notifications, a smile crept upon Su Rui's lips. He opened his status panel. Name: Su Rui. Attack 131, defense 4, speed 116, level 5, 64800. This surge propelled Su Rui's combat power to new heights that he could feel a significant transformation within his body. Should he confront the giant ape again, he would no longer be in such a precarious position. Simultaneously, his ranking on the power leaderboard ascended by 1 position, making him the foremost contender in the 250 novice village power rankings. Wow! Everyone, look at the leaderboard. Su Rui has become the first among us in the novice village. It's true, he is incredible. Who would have thought that not only is Su Rui handsome, but he is also immensely powerful? I am utterly smitten. This isn't surprising. Su Rui single-handedly battled the giant ape. That I must ask, is there anyone else who could do the same? Instantly, the entire novice village regarded Su Rui as the rightful leader of the power rankings. Compliments and adoration for Su Rui flooded the chat box. Even Li Xiao had nothing to retort. Single-handedly defeating the giant ape was beyond his capabilities that he descended from the giant ape's corpse and addressed Su Rui. This first place is yours. I have no objections. However, this is merely temporary. I shall strive to reclaim it. With that, he turned and strode into the jungle. All right, I will await your return, Su Rui called after his retreating figure. He felt confident in maintaining his position atop the power leaderboard. This confidence stemmed not only from his ability to absorb beast attributes, but also from the fact that he required only half the experience to level up compared to others. A rather advantageous trait. Hey, don't forget about me. I, Zhou Yi, am also vying for the top, Zhou Yi declared, unwilling to back down. Were Long Wu present, he would undoubtedly have inserted himself into the fray as well. Chapter 26. Methods to restore stamina. Observing Li Xiao's retreating form, someone could not help but comment, "Hey, do you think Li Xiao is planning to grind for levels? Doesn't he get tired?" "Yeah, I'm nearly exhausted myself. I could sleep right here on the ground." After the intense battle and relentless pursuit, the Group S stamina had been nearly depleted, Moreover, they had already spent considerable time battling monsters outside the novice village, which had further drained their energy. Had Su Rui not consumed the Ling fruit earlier, he likely would not have fared much better. At this point, Zhang Yuanshan spoke up. Our stamina is nearly gone. It's not too far back to the novice village that we plan to return and rest for a while. Would anyone like to join us? Su Rui, of course, had no need for rest. He still possessed 3 Ling fruits, which would suffice to replenish his energy. Zhou Yi, seeing that Su Rui did not require a break, decided against resting himself, that he thought it unwise to allow Su Rui and Li Xiaolu to gain a significant lead while he lingered behind. Zhang Yuanshan, aware of Su Rui's stamina-restoring fruits, noticed Zhou Yi's determination to stay and fight that he chuckled. Zhou Yi, don't overexert yourself. If you tire out and end up falling prey to a monster, that would be quite the embarrassment. Earlier, his companions had not kept pace with him, and now Zhou Yi had effectively distanced himself from them. Fine, I'll just rest for 10 minutes. I doubt you'll gain much experience in that time anyway. With that, Zhou Yi turned and made his way back to the novice village. Zhang Yuanshan and the others waved their goodbyes to Su Rui as they departed for the village. Su Rui reciprocated their farewell. And once they had left, he approached the giant ape's corpse, having not yet had the chance to absorb its attributes, that he wondered how many attributes this formidable creature would yield. Extending his hand towards the giant ape's body, he began to absorb its essence. Absorption successful. Attack 8, Defense 2, Speed 3, not bad. He gained 2 points in defense. The increase in defense made Su Rui feel a bit sturdier, enhancing his resilience. Following this, he opened the chat box to see the current state of affairs. Most individuals in the novice village were nearing exhaustion, having succumbed to fatigue. Many had returned to the wooden huts of the novice village to rest, where they could double their stamina recovery. However, they were astonished to find that it was already afternoon, yet they felt no hunger. It seemed that sustenance was unnecessary here, although stamina was still subject to depletion. At that moment, someone exclaimed in the chat box, "Major discovery! Drinking from the stream in the jungle can restore some stamina." This revelation piqued everyone's interest, including Su Rui. Someone immediately inquired, "Is that for real?" Don't mislead us. It's true. I was curious about the taste of the stream water and took a sip. It was sweet, and my stamina recovered a bit. Another voice chimed in, "Yes, there are also various herbs that, when consumed, not only bolster one's strength, but also replenish stamina." Su Rui nodded slightly at these messages. It appeared that anything edible in the jungle could potentially restore stamina. As this information spread, eager individuals began to venture forth to test it. Zhou Yi was among them, having arrived at a small stream that he alternated between drinking the water and munching on grass, muttering, "Damn it, when have I ever endured such hardship? Do they really think we're like water buffalo?" Gulping down the water, Zhou Yi buried his head into the stream, drinking deeply. The chat box continued to buzz with discussions that it seems there is indeed some effect. After drinking from the stream, I have regained my strength, albeit feeling a bit bloated. However, this is perplexing. Despite consuming so much grass, I feel no improvement. Could it be that the grass is unsuitable? You foolish one upstairs. Only spiritual herbs can restore strength. What use is roadside wild grass? Do you really think you are a sheep? Upon seeing this message, Zhou Yi felt a wave of indignation and immediately discarded the wild grass in his hand. Meanwhile, Su Rui resolved to venture deeper into the jungle. If even someone like Li Xiaolu, who lacks spiritual fruits for recovery, is exerting himself, he has no reason to be idle. Just as Su Rui was about to depart, someone nearby called out his name, that Su Rui. He turned to see Lin Xiaolu and her group hastening toward him. Hanji, the fastest among them, arrived first and examined Su Rui closely before asking, "Brother Su Rui, are you all right? Are you injured?" The others shared the same concern, with worry etched on Lin Xiaolu's face. "That I'm fine. What brings you here?" Su Rui was somewhat surprised that he had just slain the giant ape, and he hadn't expected them to arrive so swiftly. "That as soon as we heard you were confronting the giant ape alone, we rushed over." Chen Shui explained that this. Su Rui felt a surge of gratitude. The terror of the giant ape was known to everyone in the novice village, that he had assumed that upon learning of his battle with the creature, they would keep their distance. Yet, to his astonishment, a team willing to brave danger to assist him had come forth. "That aren't you afraid of the giant ape?" Su Rui inquired. Hanji replied without hesitation, "You are our savior. If you are in danger, how can we not come to your aid?" Last time, when their team encountered a level 2 swamp frog, had it not been for Su Rui's timely intervention, they would have faced total annihilation. With Hanji certainly doomed, that he glanced at the giant ape's corpse and scratched his head, muttering, "However, it seems we arrived a bit late." Chen Shui added, "On the way here, Sister Xiaolu has been mentioning your name countless times." Lin Xiaolu shot Chen Shui a glare and turned to Su Rui, saying, "It's a relief you're unharmed. When we saw news of you confronting the giant ape, we were all terrified that moment." They had all believed Su Rui would be slain by the giant ape. "Rest assured, I value my life highly. I won't undertake reckless endeavors," Su Rui assured them. Hong Wanquan surveyed their surroundings and remarked, "I didn't expect the chat box to be accurate. This place has been ravaged. Indeed, Su Rui, you are exceptionally strong. How did you manage it?" Another person chimed in, "Surely, you battled the giant ape for 300 rounds. Su Rui chuckled, "I lack such prowess. It was all due to the giant ape's frenzied state that I felt terrified just looking at the giant ape's corpse that I can't believe Su Rui single-handedly defeated it." "Su Rui, your current strength must allow you to easily dispatch level 1 beasts, correct? By your estimation, what level do you consider this giant ape to be?" Su Rui not only vanquished the giant ape, but also remained the first in their novice village to do so. Naturally, they had a multitude of questions to pose to him. Su Rui answered each inquiry in turn. Chapter 27. Transformation Bracelet. Battle with Special Beasts again after a while. Hong Wanquan felt it was sufficient and stood up to say, "All right, Su Rui must be eager to slay beasts and level up, so let's not delay him any longer." Upon hearing this, the group reluctantly ceased their questioning and began to bid farewell to Su Rui. As they departed, Su Rui instructed them, "If you encounter any danger, contact me immediately via the chat box, and I will come to your aid at the fastest possible speed that if he could disregard his own safety to rush to their side. He would certainly do the same if they were in peril." "Understood. We will." Hong Wanquan nodded earnestly. Subsequently, Su Rui turned and made his way into the depths of the jungle. At that moment, more individuals arrived, initially astonished by the devastation surrounding them. Then someone spotted Su Rui heading into the jungle. "Hey, everyone look! Su Rui is over there," someone pointed out. The crowd turned to see him and exclaimed, "It really is Su Rui. Hey, Su Rui, don't go. We specifically came to see you. Brother Su Rui, I love you." The atmosphere resembled that of a celebrity meet and greet. Hearing such exclamations, Su Rui quickened his pace. He had no desire to linger as some idol. "Sister Xiaolu, it seems you have a plethora of competitors," Chen Shui whispered to Lin Xiaolu, earning herself a disapproving glare in return. Su Rui hastily entered the jungle, escaping the throng behind him. At that point, he realized his super transformation talent was once again available for use. Presumably, having reached level 5 allowed him to activate the transformation on his secondary dark iron sword once more. Eagerly, he unsheathed the sword from his back and initiated the transformation. Transformation failed. Item quality too low. It actually failed. It appears that the same item cannot be continuously transformed indefinitely. Previously, Su Rui had contemplated using this sword indefinitely, transforming it once he reached the appropriate level. Now it seemed that such a notion was unfeasible. However, at that moment, Su Rui suddenly recalled he possessed an attack-enhancing bracelet. Previously, he had been unable to transform it due to insufficient level. Now he should be able to proceed with the transformation. Without hesitation, he activated the super transformation on the bracelet adorning his wrist. As the talent was activated, the formerly smooth silver bracelet began to develop intricate patterns. These patterns gradually interlinked. Transformation successful. Attack enhancement bracelet transformed into berserk attack bracelet. Success. Su Rui promptly examined the effects of the transformation. Berserk attack bracelet allows the next attack to deal triple damage. Cooldown time 15 minutes. Triple damage. A wave of joy surged within Su Rui. He felt significantly more confident in confronting those beasts with formidable defenses. Announcement. A player capable of slaying special beasts has been detected in the novice village. Special beasts will now begin to spawn. First kill of a special beast will yield additional rewards. Note: special beasts will only appear for 2 hours and will vanish thereafter. Upon seeing this announcement, the inhabitants of the novice village were taken aback. One furious giant ape was already overwhelming enough. Now, they were directly spawning special beasts. Goodness! Will we even be able to survive? If those special beasts spawn, I won't even dare to leave the novice village. Hey, don't panic. Open the map and take a look. The map? Wow, they have their locations marked. I can avoid them this way. Indeed, these special beasts, like the previous giant ape, were marked on the map. However, their strength surely did not match that of the giant ape, as the latter was selected based on the overall strength of the novice village. This is fantastic. I was just lamenting the lack of monsters to level up. Su Rue promptly opened the map to investigate. Given the limited time of 2 hours, he naturally aimed to deal with the nearest special beast first. Besides, the first kill would grant him additional rewards that Su Rue was certain that Lin Xiaolu and the others were likely also on their way to tackle the special beasts. You shall do. He swiftly selected the closest special beast and dashed toward it. Although this beast was the nearest, it still took him nearly half an hour to arrive due to the jungle's intricate environment severely hampering his speed. Upon reaching the location marked on the map, Su Rue discovered it was a cave that, in no way, are these special beasts spawning with their own lairs. He drew his sword and cautiously stepped into the cave. As he entered, a strong stench of blood wafted from within. To his dismay, he found 2 wild boar corpses on the cave floor. They appeared to have died only recently, their heads punctured with 2 massive holes, leaving their skulls shattered. The wounds did not resemble those inflicted by human weapons. This suggested that there were even more terrifying creatures within the cave, likely the special beast that Su Rue's caution heightened. Every nerve in his body taut. With his insight, I activated at all times. The further he ventured into the cave, the dimmer the light became, yet the space gradually expanded. Eventually, he reached a circular chamber at the cave's end. At that moment, he suddenly spotted a massive python, thicker than a barrel, looming before him. With a swift motion, Su Rue stepped back, preparing for battle. However, the python remained completely still, leaving him puzzled. Its length obscured its full form, and he dared not act rashly. Level 2 beast, patterned giant python. Enormous in size, capable of swallowing a wild boar whole, with astonishing constricting strength. Level 2 beast? So it is not the special beast. Alarm bells rang in Su Rue's mind, and he quickly scanned the surroundings of the cave. Yet it was eerily empty. There was no sign of any beasts. Wait a moment, I seem to have overlooked a spot. With that thought, Su Rue slowly raised his head, and the sight above sent chills down his spine. That a colossal spider was fixated on him from above, surrounded by several beasts ensnared in its webbing. In a flash, the spider lunged forward, one of its legs aiming to pierce Su Rue. Thanks to his inside eye, he narrowly dodged the attack. Crack! The spider's legs plunged deep into the ground, their glossy black surfaces resembling iron pillars. Had Su Rue hesitated even a moment longer, that leg could have pierced through his body, much like the wild boars at the cave's entrance that served as a grim reminder. After failing to strike, the spider found its leg embedded in the earth, unable to withdraw it immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Su Rue swung his sword towards the spider's lengthy limb. With a swift slice, the leg was severed in 2. The creature let out a pained howl, retracting its remaining limb while leaving the other half behind. Green ichor began to drip from the severed leg, indicating that this spider's defenses paled in comparison to the mighty gorilla. And its speed was hardly superior. Su Rue breathed a sigh of relief, but at that moment, a white silk thread shot forth from the spider's mouth. The thread unfurled in midair, forming a vast web that ensnared him. Chapter 28. The first kill completed. Level up. Su Rue swiftly dodged, evading the incoming web. The massive spider continued to spit out silk, yet Su Rue adeptly evaded each attack. Did I ask that all you've got? He taunted, frustration mounting. The black spider descended from the cave's ceiling, advancing towards him while relentlessly ejecting more silk. The distance between them closed rapidly, and the spider's webbing became increasingly swift. This left Su Rue with little time to react. But he awaited the moment of close combat, knowing he could not confront it from a distance. That as the spider approached, cornering him, his space to evade diminished, making entrapment by its silk seemingly inevitable. Once more, the spider released a white thread, but Su Rue sidestepped, narrowly avoiding it. Instead of retreating, he boldly charged forward, knowing that the spider paused briefly after each silk attack. Seizing this moment, he leaped high, bringing his sword down upon the creature. Simultaneously, he activated the power-enhancing bracelet on his wrist that a radiant white light enveloped his sword hand, illuminating the cave and revealing the spider's grotesque visage. With precision, he aimed for its hideous head and struck downwards. The spider sensed the imminent danger and raised a front leg to defend itself. With a resounding crack, the enchanted sword cleaved through the spider's limb, continuing its descent. The blade pierced the spider's head, splitting it in two, releasing a foul, viscous liquid. Its legs went limp, collapsing to the ground. Special Beast Sharp-Legged Spider killed. Experience points 200. Congratulations. Player level increased to level 6 at attack 30, speed 30. Name, Su Rue. Attack 169, defense 6, speed 149, level 6, 40,1600. Upon slaying the spider, Su Rue ascended to level 6, significantly enhancing his strength. Yet this was not the end. The voice of the heavens echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations. Player has completed the Special Beast First Kill quest. Reward: Wooden Treasure Chest 1. A beam of white light appeared in the cave, and a wooden chest materialized before him. That a wooden treasure chest? Su Rue recalled that this was typically awarded to those who ranked in the top 10 on the battle power leaderboard. To receive one for a first kill was unexpected. He eagerly approached the chest to open it. Congratulations. Player has obtained an iron sword. Attack power 8. Inside lay a gleaming longsword, but an iron sword. Su Rue mused, remembering that his current weapon was an iron sword which had reached its limit after a previous transformation. With an attack power of only 8, it was comparable to his secondary dark iron sword. However, this iron sword could be transformed, and Su Rue immediately activated his talent on the iron sword. Transformation successful. Iron sword transformed into dark iron sword. Attack power 16, with piercing effect. Excellent, he exclaimed, thrilled that it had transformed into a dark iron sword. Doubling its attack power and adding a piercing effect, he sheathed his secondary dark iron sword and grasped the newly acquired dark iron sword, eager to test its piercing capabilities on the spider's corpse. The perfect subject for experimentation. With a swift thrust, the dark iron sword shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The blade pierced effortlessly into the spider's remains. Impressive, Su Rue remarked, pleased with the newfound weapon. The dark iron sword not only increased speed but also significantly enhanced lethality. The blade's deeper hue and added weight felt comfortable in his grip. Surveying the cave, he realized that he had been so engrossed in battle that he had overlooked his surroundings. This cave belonged to the patterned giant python, which had met its demise at the hands of the encroaching spider. The numerous carcasses strewn about were victims of the spider's predation. So many beastly corpses. Su Rue began to examine them, noting many that he had yet to devour, but he first consumed the sharp-legged spider. Consumption successful. Attack power 6, speed 3, not bad. He then approached the patterned giant python. Consumption successful. Attack power 5. Looking upwards, he noticed various lifeless beasts bound by spider silk. Without hesitation, he devoured them one by one. Consumption successful. Attack 2. Consumption successful. Speed 2. Consumption successful. Attack 1. These creatures were all level 1 beasts, and some of the weaker birds yielded only a single attribute point. However, the cumulative gains amounted to 7 or 8 points. This excursion was far from fruitless, netting over 20 attribute points just from consumption and yielding a valuable dark iron sword. Upon exiting the cave, he noticed a notification he had overlooked. Announcement: Player Su Rue from Newbie Village has completed the first kill quest. Subsequent kills of special beasts will no longer yield rewards. At that moment, the chat box erupted with messages that Su Rue, the Great, truly remarkable. How extraordinary to complete the special beast first kill quest. What's so surprising? Who else could it be but Su Rue? Indeed, Su Rue is currently the top player in our Newbie Village. Reading these messages, Su Rue remained humble. With 3 SSS-level talents awakened, it would be embarrassing not to dominate the Newbie Village. Just then, a message caught his attention. Su Rue, come save us. A special beast is chasing us. This was a message from Chun Shui in the chat box. If you're being chased by a special beast, can't you just run? Why trouble Su Rue? Yeah, Su Rue is busy. He won't have time for you. At that moment, Chun Shui replied, this special beast is too fast. We can't shake it off, and it seems to be targeting us. Chun Shui and her companions were in a state of panic. They had been circling around the special beast on the map, but this one was directly pursuing them, and the distance was closing rapidly. Su Rue quickly typed in the chat box, send me your location. Chapter 29. Stay wow. Su Rue actually replied, "Oh my gosh, not only is Su Rue strong, but he's also so kind. My sister is falling for you more and more." Su Rue filtered out the unnecessary chatter. Soon, Chen Shui sent her location. "Great, I'm on my way. You all retreat towards me." He shared his location and hurried towards Chen Shui. "Awesome. Su Rue is coming. I knew he would come to save us," Chen Shui exclaimed to her teammates. However, Hong Wanquan wore a grave expression. "Everyone, don't stop. Get to Su Rue's location." The distance between Su Rue and the group was considerable, while the special beast was closing in rapidly. Hong Wanquan was deeply worried that they might not reach Su Rue before the beast arrived. The others, too, were aware of Su Rue's coordinates, and their expressions were equally tense. Yet they each sprinted towards Su Rue's position with determination. Given their current strength, confronting the special beast was not an option. Fleeing was their only choice. As they ran, they maintained basic formation, with stronger players like Hong Wanquan holding the rear. As the crowd hastily fled a short distance. A terrifying roar resounded ominously behind them. Chen Shui glanced at the map and was horrified to discover that the special beast had already approached from their rear, with a face pale as death. She exclaimed, "What should we do? The special beast is closing in." At that moment, a flicker of determination crossed Hong Wanquan's face. He halted, turning towards his comrades. "You all go ahead. I will hold it off." "Captain, how can we?" The hesitation on everyone's faces prompted Hong Wanquan to bark, "Leave. Your strength here would only make you cannon fodder. I will distract it for a while, and perhaps we can all survive. I will stay too. I possess a bow and can harass it from a distance. My presence will be of great value," Hanji declared, stepping forward. "I will remain as well." "And me too," in an instant. Several level 2 warriors from the group chose to stay behind to restrain the special beast. Time was of the essence. Without further persuasion, Hong Wanquan nodded at them and called out to the remaining members. "Hurry and go. If you don't leave now, it will be too late for all of us." Lin Xiaolu maintained her composure, understanding that their presence would only serve as a burden to their teammates, distracting them from their escape. She nodded at Hong Wanquan and the others, then led the way towards Su Rue. Chen Shui waved her hand at the group with tears glistening in her eyes. Shortly after their departure, the horrifying roar echoed once more, this time even closer, resonating with an unsettling intensity. "Prepare for battle," Hong Wanquan commanded. Anxiety etched on their faces. They all turned towards the source of the roar, gripping their weapons tighter. Suddenly, a massive beast emerged from the thicket before Hong Wanquan and the others. They beheld the true form of the special beast, a hyena towering over a person, with sharp teeth and claws, adorned with a row of bony spikes along its back, emanating a pungent, blood-soaked stench. Upon sighting it, Hong Wanquan and the others understood why it could track their positions so effectively. It relied on its keen sense of smell. Upon discovering them, the beast did not attack immediately, but instead licked its sharp teeth with a crimson tongue, creeping closer as if waiting for them to make the first move to do not rush. "Let the vile creature attack us first," Hong Wanquan directed, that if the hyena initiated the assault, it would inevitably fall into their encirclement. However, should they attack first, they would expose themselves to its counterattack. The hyena noted their collective stance. It grew impatient and lunged towards them. "Come on!" Meanwhile, Chen Shui ran with a fervent mantra. "Captain, they won't be in danger, will they? Is that special beast particularly formidable? What if something happens to them?" Though the others remained silent, their solemn expressions spoke volumes about their anxiety. In the novice village, Hong Wanquan was slain by the bloodthirsty hyena. This notification struck Lin Xiaolu and the others like a bolt from the blue. They halted in unison, faces pale, some in shock, others struggling to accept this grim reality. Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but glance back towards Hong Wanquan's last known location, tears streaming down her beautiful cheeks. "Woo-woo, Captain Hong." Chen Shui broke down in tears. Lin Xiaolu was the first to regain her composure from the shock, quickly addressing the others. "We must keep moving. Otherwise, Hong Dage's sacrifice will be in vain." The others reacted as well. Chen Shui nodded, understanding the importance of moving forward, and thus joined the others, crying as they ran. At that moment, Su Rue, who was desperately racing towards Lin Xiaolu and the others, found the news hard to believe. The dependable and responsible Captain Hong had been slain by a beast. This meant they had already engaged the special beast in combat. With that thought, Su Rui swiftly pulled a white spirit fruit from his pocket and consumed it in a few bites. He then unleashed his maximum speed towards Lin Xiaolu and the others. Following the notification of Hong Wanquan's demise, several more were claimed by the bloodthirsty hyena, all members who had chosen to remain behind. On the battlefield, several human corpses lay strewn about. Now, only Han Ji remained, weakly propped against a tree. His leg and arm were severely injured, bloodied and mangled. Yet his right hand still clutched his bow while his blood-soaked left hand retrieved an arrow. "Damn beast! Come and take an arrow from your grandpa Han," he exclaimed, drawing back his bow and releasing the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow was effortlessly evaded by the hyena. Even in his prime, hitting such a swift creature would pose a challenge, let alone in his current state. After dodging the arrow, the hyena cast a disdainful glance at Han Ji before turning to follow the scent towards Lin Xiaolu and the others that eye in its eyes. Han Ji, gravely injured, was a dead man walking. It was more efficient to seek out fresher prey. The bloodthirsty hyena was inherently murderous. Its very existence was for slaughter. Bastard! Have the guts to stay and fight me to the death. Han Ji shouted in frustration. However, the bloodthirsty hyena paid him no mind, vanishing from sight in mere moments. Chapter 30. Su Rui arrives, slaying the hyena simultaneously. Zhang Yuanshan and Gu Haitang each led their teams towards the bloodthirsty hyena. With the beast closest to them, they aimed to take it down first. Both teams were among the strongest in the novice village, well equipped to handle these relatively weaker special beasts. Brother Yuanshan, the ones just killed by the bloodthirsty hyena, seemed to be the ones who were previously with Su Rui. Someone in the team noted. After confirming, another added, "Indeed, it's them, and they've been pleading for help in the chat box that Su Rui is also racing towards the hyena Dada." He 1T snatched the experience from the bloodthirsty hyena. "Will he?" Zhang Yuanshan glanced at the chat box and replied, "Stop with the nonsense. Saving lives is our priority. Their team is still being pursued by the hyena." Just then, Chen Shui sent another distress message in the chat, indicating they were on the verge of being caught by the hyena. Zhang Yuanshan immediately quickened his pace, with the others following closely behind. They soon encountered Lin Xiaolu and her group. Upon seeing Zhang Yuanshan and his team, Chen Shui let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, we're saved," she gasped. Lin Xiaolu and the others shared a collective breath of relief. Zhang Yuanshan brandished his iron sword, stepping forward, "Get behind us. The bloodthirsty hyena is already on our tail." Zhao also drew his iron sword, confidently stating, "Leave the rest to us." Lin Xiaolu nodded, "Please be careful." No sooner had the words left her mouth than a thick, nauseating stench of blood filled the air. Whoosh! The bloodthirsty hyena's form erupted from the bushes ahead, its massive frame and powerful limbs radiating a horrific scent of blood. Its copper-like eyes scanned Zhang Yuanshan and the others without a hint of retreat. Zhang Yuanshan focused intently on the beast, cautioning his comrades. "This special beast is no ordinary foe. Everyone stay alert. Foul creature, prepare to meet your end." Zhao shouted, charging at the bloodthirsty hyena, eager to impress the two ladies. Gu Haitang and Lin Xiaolu to Zhao dashed forward. Zhang Yuanshan quickly warned, "Zhao, don't act recklessly." However, Zhao disregarded the warning, believing that even if he couldn't defeat the hyena, he could easily escape. The reality was far from his assumptions. The bloodthirsty hyena was far more formidable than he had anticipated. With a swift leap, the hyena lunged at Zhao, moving with lightning speed. Zhao barely had time to react before the beast was upon him. Buzz, a faint golden shield materialized around him as the hyena's claws collided with the protective barrier. Bang! In an instant, Zhang Yuanshan's protective aura was shattered by the hyena's strike, but this split second granted Zhao the opportunity to retreat. Although he managed to escape just in time, the hyena's claws still left a deep gash across his chest, exposing his ribs. The intense sensation of tearing pain caused Zhao to scream in agony. Had it not been for Zhang Yuanshan's protective aura, he would have perished in that moment. Fortunately, Zhang Yuanshan and the others quickly arrived, shielding him from further harm. "Everyone, do not scatter. Stay close together, and it will hesitate to attack." Zhang Yuanshan commanded, and no one dared to take the situation lightly now. They had witnessed the hyena's strength, as long as they remained united. If the hyena dared to strike, it would face their collective wrath. This was the strategy that Hong Wanquan and his group had hoped to employ, but their strength was vastly inferior to that of the bloodthirsty hyena. Zhang Yuanshan and his team, however, were well equipped to effectively combat the beast. The bloodthirsty hyena fixated its gaze upon Zhang Yuanshan and his companions, slowly circling them. Zhang Yuanshan and his allies understood that the ferocious creature was searching for a weakness among them. The instant it detected even the slightest flaw, it would unleash a swift and formidable attack. Consequently, they dared not let their guard down, keeping their eyes firmly on the bloodthirsty hyena. From their previous encounter, it was evident that aside from Zhang Yuanshan, none in their ranks stood a chance against the beast. After all, even Zhao Zhua, their strongest member aside from Zhang Yuanshan, who was ranked 10th on the combat power leaderboard, had sustained severe injuries from a single swipe of the hyena, enhanced by a defensive aura. They had grossly underestimated the strength of such a special beast. Tension hung thick in the air as both sides found themselves locked in a standoff, neither daring to make the first move. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty hyena pivoted its head, directing its gaze elsewhere. Soon, the group began to hear rapid approaching sound from that direction. Anxiety surged among them as part of their attention shifted to the source of the noise. In a flash, Su Rui appeared, his speed equally astonishing. The moment Lin Xiaolu and Chen Shui laid eyes on him, the heavy weight in their hearts lifted completely. Zhang Yuanshan's teammates also showed expressions of relief. Initially, some had feared that Su Rui's arrival might steal their experience points. However, they now rejoiced at his presence, recognizing that the bloodthirsty hyena's prowess exceeded their expectations. Continuing to engage the beast would surely result in casualties. And no one knew if they would be the next to fall. Su Rui, be cautious. This creature's speed is alarming. Zhang Yuanshan cautioned. That Su Rui nodded, sword in hand, striding confidently towards the bloodthirsty hyena. The creature licked its teeth with a sinister expression. Sensing that this human was different, yet daring to approach it alone was tantamount to courting death, in an instant, the bloodthirsty hyena unleashed its full power, charging at Su Rui. Gripping his sword, Su Rui activated the power-enhancing bracelet on his wrist. Enveloping his blade in a radiant light, the menacing beast charged. Su Rui stood firm, rushing directly towards it. The distance between them closed in an eye blink, and the hyena leapt once more, its massive form aiming to crush Su Rui beneath it. Yet with a swift motion, Su Rui swung his sword. Crack! A brilliant flash of light illuminated the air as both of the hyena's front paws were severed cleanly. Thud, stripped of its forelimbs, the creature collapsed unceremoniously to the ground. Without hesitation, Su Rui turned swiftly, thrusting his sword downwards at the incapacitated bloodthirsty hyena. Thud! The piercing effect of the black iron sword drove deep into the hyena's skull, pinning its head to the earth. The creature's bulging eyes widened in shock before it breathed its last. Kill special beast bloodthirsty hyena. Experience gained 200. Su Rui stepped atop its head, withdrawing his sword and absorbing the beast's attributes. Absorption successful. Attack power 5, speed 4, chapter 31. Fulfilling a promise, he then turned to approach Zhang Yuanshan and the others. Is this the prowess of the top-ranked combatant? They gazed in disbelief at Su Rui, who had effortlessly slain the bloodthirsty hyena that had once posed a tremendous threat to them. Although they were aware of Su Rui's solo defeat of the giant ape, they had not witnessed that battle firsthand. Now, however, the scene unfolded before their very eyes. Even Zhang Yuanshan felt a twinge of shock, realizing the gap between his abilities and Su Rui's. Su Rui, you are truly remarkable. The bloodthirsty hyena is utterly insignificant before you. Su Rui truly is formidable, dispatching the hyena with merely 2 strikes. He is indeed deserving of the top spot on the combat leaderboard. These sentiments echoed genuinely from their hearts. Even Zhou Xiaoka couldn't help but acknowledge Su Rui's extraordinary skill internally. How about casualties? Su Rui inquired, glancing at Zhang Yuanshan. They were mostly fine, but Zhao Zhua sustained injuries and may not recover for a while. Their team member Gu Haitang had already administered a healing spell to Zhao Zhua, mending some of his wounds. Yet full recovery would require additional time. As Zhang Yuanshan spoke, he cast a look towards Lin Xiaolu and her companions. His face clouded with regret. Lin Xiaolu and the others were engulfed in profound sorrow, devoid of the relief one might expect after surviving. Only endless grief enveloped them. Understanding their feelings, Su Rue approached them with heavy steps. Su Rue, Captain Hong. He sacrificed himself to save us from the bloodthirsty hyena, Chen Shui said, wiping away her tears. Lin Xiaolu added, her expression mournful, and Ding Jian, Ding Yong, Wang Zhen. They all chose to stay behind to protect us. Upon hearing those names, the other teammates bowed their heads and shared grief. Su Rue was about to offer some words of comfort, but Lin Xiaolu suddenly raised her head, exclaiming, wait, Han Ji is still alive. The hyena hasn't killed him. Her exclamation jolted the others into remembrance. They recalled that Han Ji had also opted to stay behind, and the absence of a death notification meant he was still alive. Where is he now? Su Rue asked. I'll take you there, Lin Xiaolu replied, immediately turning to run towards the spot where they had parted ways with Hong Wanquan. Su Rue followed closely behind, with Gu Haitang trailing. Having guessed their intent, before long, Lin Xiaolu arrived at the place where they had separated from Hong Wanquan, which was also the site of their confrontation with the bloodthirsty hyena. Scattered around were the mangled remains of various bodies. And Lin Xiaolu fought to suppress her grief as she searched the area. Soon, she spotted Han Ji behind a tree, seated against it, his breath faint, clearly suffering from severe blood loss. What are you doing here? Where's that hyena? Han Ji asked in panic. Don't worry. It's dead. Su Rue's voice came from behind Lin Xiaolu. Upon seeing Su Rue, Han Ji sighed in relief. Su Rue, I'm glad you made it. Don't speak. You're gravely injured. Su Rue turned to Gu Haitang, producing a white spirit fruit from his pocket and handing it to her. Thank you. He understood that healing someone with such severe wounds would demand considerable energy from Gu Haitang. So he willingly offered the fruit. Gu Haitang accepted the white spirit fruit without hesitation, knowing it would significantly aid her in treating Han Ji. Thank you, Lin Xiaolu chimed in. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. Gu Haitang replied, stepping forward to activate her healing ability. A verdant light emanated from her palm, enveloping Han Ji's wounds, visibly accelerating his recovery. As Gu Haitang's complexion grew increasingly pale, she consumed the white spirit fruit provided by Su Rue just before her strength waned. After a thorough healing process, Han Ji's injuries had nearly mended, allowing him to stand. I can't thank you enough. Han Ji expressed immense gratitude towards Gu Haitang, realizing he had narrowly escaped death. Gu Haitang remained quiet, nodding as she said, your external wounds are healed, but you won't be able to fight for a while. You'll need to recuperate in the novice village. Han Ji scratched the back of his head. Smiling, it's fine. I'm just grateful to be alive. However, his smile faded as he glanced at the bodies of Hong Wanquan and his former teammates nearby. That moment, the others arrived, and upon witnessing the somber scene, sorrow etched upon their faces. In the end, they collectively gave their fallen comrades a proper burial, ensuring they would not be left to rot in the wilderness. As evening approached, the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the earth, soon to be overshadowed by the encroaching night. The jungle at night posed significant dangers, drastically reducing visibility for humans while leaving beasts unaffected. The group decided to return to the novice village to recuperate, both to regain their strength and to wait for the night to pass. Yet, Su Rue had no intention of returning immediately. Having just consumed a white spirit fruit, he felt invigorated. Moreover, he still had one more white spirit fruit remaining. With his keen insight, he possessed observational abilities that far surpassed ordinary individuals, rendering nighttime nearly inconsequential to him. Su Rue, are you truly not coming back to the novice village with us? Lin Xiaolu approached to confirm. I won't be returning. I still have a white spirit fruit. Su Rue responded. Su Rue is truly diligent and impressive. He's already so strong, yet still wishes to continue leveling up, Chen Shui remarked from a distance. Just be careful. Those beasts will surely be more formidable at night, Lin Xiaolu cautioned. Rest assured, these beasts pose no threat to me, Su Rue declared, intending to venture deeper into the jungle in search of higher-level beasts to conquer. Lin Xiaolu nodded, having witnessed Su Rue's capabilities firsthand. Oh, I almost forgot. Here, take this. Suddenly, Su Rue produced a lower-grade black iron sword from behind him and handed it to Lin Xiaolu. The sword was lighter than the black iron sword, making it more suitable for her. What is this? Lin Xiaolu inquired, looking at Su Rue. I previously mentioned I would return a better weapon to you. Now I am fulfilling that promise. Lin Xiaolu smiled. Recalling Su Rue's words in the novice village that she had initially dismissed, she was surprised to discover that he had remembered. All right, I shall accept it. Lin Xiaolu noticed that Su Rui still possessed another sword. So she decided to take this one, that upon holding it, she discovered that this sword could actually enhance her attack power by 8 points, which was double that of her original iron sword. After bidding farewell, Su Rui was about to turn away when the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded once more. Emergency notification. The 144 Newbie village has initiated a competition against the 250 Newbie village. All members will be teleported to the Newbie village square. As soon as the announcement concluded, Su Rui felt a dizzying sensation. Chapter 32. The Newbie village competition. Once he regained his balance, he found himself in the square of the Newbie village, surrounded by individuals from the 250 Newbie village, all of whom, like Su Rui, appeared bewildered, unsure of why they had been teleported back by the heavenly Tao. What on earth is happening? We were still battling the beast men when the heavenly Tao whisked us away. Indeed, I was teleported while on my way back to the Newbie village that I just heard the heavenly Tao mention something. About a competition? What does that entail? The crowd in the square began to murmur that at this moment, the heavenly Tao provided an explanation regarding the competition. Newbie village competition, initiated by the 144 Newbie village. The winning side will grant all players in their village an increase of 5 points in attack and 5 points in speed. The losing side will suffer a decrease of 5 points in attack and 5 points in speed. What on earth? The 144 Newbie village is the one initiating the competition. I thought it was another scheme from the heavenly Tao. The Newbie village competition, does this mean we are to compete against another Newbie village? Oh my! My attack is only 9 points, and my speed is merely 7 points. If I lose 5 points, wouldn't that be catastrophic? I feel the same. I'm only at level 1 with attributes so low. If I lose more, how can I survive? Everyone, let us not be so pessimistic. If we win, we could gain 10 attribute points. Exactly. Who says we are destined to lose? Let us give it our all. Reminder. The 144 Newbie village has chosen Team Arena Battle. Team Arena Battle. Each side of the Newbie village will send out 5 contestants to battle on the arena. Victory is achieved by eliminating all opponents or knocking them off the arena. As soon as the announcement concluded, 5 beams of light appeared on the high platform in the square. It was evident that the 5 participants were to step into the light. A team arena battle? Only 5 individuals can participate. I thought it would be an all-out brawl among the entire Newbie village. Since only 5 can join, we must select the strongest 5 among us. I propose we follow the rankings on the power list. Currently, the top 5 on the power list are Su Rui, Li Xiao, Long Wu, Zhou Yi, and Zhang Yuanshan. These 5 possess the highest combat power. And among them, 2 have special abilities. That Su Rui is renowned for his solo victory against the giant AP, and Li Xiao and Long Wu also exhibit astonishing strength. The others lack the confidence to compare themselves to them. Zhou Yi and Zhang Yuanshan both boast high levels and, more importantly, possess unique talents. These 5 will represent the 250 Newbie village, and no one opposed the decision. The 5 stepped forward from their respective groups without hesitation. Zhou Xiaoke cheered for Zhang Yuanshan, saying, "Brother Yuanshan, you must do your best to secure victory for our Newbie village. Su Rui, you must also strive hard. Whether I can continue to survive depends on you all. Su Rui, great one, you must win." Upon reaching the high platform, Su Rui nodded at them, assuring them he would do his utmost. Although 10 attribute points may not seem significant to him, he did not wish to witness his fellow villagers and acquaintances suffer a reduction in attributes at the hands of the heavenly Tao. With Zhou Yi on our side, victory in this competition is assured. Zhou Yi said confidently that we will do our best to secure a win. Zhang Yuanshan stated calmly that we are yet to understand the strength of the opponents. So I won't speak too boldly. He added that Li Xiao remained his usual silent self, indifferent to the raucous crowd below. Long Wu pounded his chest with his large hand, declaring, "Rest assured, if they wish to win, they will have to step over my corpse." The crowd erupted in cheers. Soon, the 5 stepped into the beams of light on the high platform, and with a flash, the beams vanished, taking the 5 with them. A massive screen then appeared above the square, displaying an arena scene, with 5 individuals on each side. How wonderful! I never anticipated we would be able to watch. Excitement surged through the crowd in the square. Meanwhile, the 5 participants, now on the arena, surveyed their surroundings. The arena was spacious enough that even 20 individuals could battle without feeling crowded. There were no barriers surrounding the arena. Only an abyss of darkness enveloped the area. Note: Those knocked off the arena or who voluntarily forfeit will be automatically returned to the Newbie square. However, should any casualties occur during the battle, the consequences will be felt in reality. This indicates that if you were killed on the arena, it is truly a matter of life and death. How brutal, Su Rue remarked. Long Wu waved his hand, saying, "If anyone feels they cannot continue, just forfeit. I, Long Wu, am here." Zhang Yuanshan concurred. "Precisely. Let us not be reckless. Give it your all, and if we truly cannot compete, there is nothing we can do." Just then, the opposing side revealed 5 figures. Among the 5, 2 had rather peculiar physiques. One stood less than 1.6 meters tall, cradling a katana taller than himself, while another towered nearly 2 meters, with an extraordinarily corpulent build, his waist thicker than a barrel. Weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds, that he wielded a large hammer. From their appearances, Su Rue and his companions discerned some clues. They are indeed from the Sakura country. Zhang Yuanshan frowned. Clap. Upon hearing Zhang Yuanshan's words, Long Wu clapped his hands and exclaimed, "I thought so. No wonder they look so detestable. It turns out they are them." Su Rue and the others recognized them as well, judging by their attire. These were indeed individuals from the Sakura country. Given that they were from the Sakura country, it was safe to assume that the hefty individual was a sumo wrestler. Did Su Rue observe the large man? This was easily identifiable from his hairstyle and physique. Li Xiao nodded. That seems correct, and the others are all wielding katanas. Upon realizing that their opponents were from the Sakura country, the desire to win surged stronger within the 5. Both sides have 3 minutes of preparation time. 3 minutes later, the duel will officially commence. In front of both sides, a transparent defensive wall emerged, preventing them from reaching the edge of the arena. It appears they intend for us to wait 3 minutes before engaging. Long Wu drew his large blade and struck it against the transparent wall. Clang. The wall showed no sign of damage, instead causing Long Wu's hand to tingle. Quite sturdy indeed. Long Wu approached the spot he had struck. Since this is a rule set by the Heavenly Tao, it is likely we cannot break through. Su Rue stated. At that moment, laughter erupted from the opposite side. That It was the man wielding the katana, who was laughing while speaking in Sakura language. Damn it. That short fellow seems to be mocking me. Long Wu clenched his fists, ready to charge at the opponent had it not been for the transparent wall in his way. Meanwhile, Zhou raised his middle finger at the opponents. Baka. This universal gesture indeed proved effective, inciting some on the opposing side to start hurling insults. Though they only understood the beginning, they grasped that the other party was cursing. "You bastard. Who are you cursing?" The hot-tempered Long Wu directly pointed at the individual who had spoken. Chapter 33. 10-person melee. Zhang Yuanshan could not help but pat Long Wu on the shoulder, saying, "Let it go. Don't stoop to their level, though we should discuss our strategy for later." Su Rue nodded. This time should be used for strategizing. Although Long Wu was a burly man with a fiery temper, he still understood the importance of priorities. Now was not the time to engage in a war of words. "The short man with the knife poses the greatest threat to me," Li Xiao observed, focusing on the diminutive figure. "How can you tell from this distance?" Zhou asked at IT's instinct. "I have a strong intuition that the strongest among them is that short man with the knife," Li Xiao asserted confidently. Zhou scoffed, displaying his disdain. Li Xiao shot him a glance, a murderous aura suddenly emanating from him. Do not question a killer's intuition. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Li Xiao and his earlier words, Zhou promptly fell silent. The others gazed at Li Xiao in astonishment. This seemingly young Li Xiao turned out to be a killer. Understood. Ultimately, we should be cautious of that knife-wielding individual. That Ray chose to trust Li Xiao's instincts. The others agreed, and Zhang Yuanshan suggested, "Let us begin discussing our strategy. I propose this. We have Zhou's lightning for ranged attacks, and my talent is the defensive aura, which excels in defense. As long as we protect Zhou and allow him to unleash his lightning from the rear, if the opponents cannot break through, they will ultimately be the ones to lose. This strategy seems reasonable and is likely the most prudent approach at the moment." Su Rue nodded, affirming Zhang Yuanshan's plan. "Until we comprehend the overall strength of the opponents, defense is indeed the safest course of action. I have no objections. No problem at all." Li Xiaolong and Long Wu immediately agreed, both feeling that the plan posed no issues. Only Zhou wore a haughty expression. "What plan is there to discuss?" My C-grade talent, Thunder, will surely incapacitate them. His lightning was indeed formidable, and he found it hard to believe that human flesh could withstand it. Thus, as long as his opponent was struck by his thunder, even if they did not perish, they would be gravely injured. Don't be careless. What if the opponent possesses a similar talent? Zhang Yuanshan could not help but remind them. At that moment, a man from the opposing side stepped forward and spoke in the tongue of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Hey, opponents, our esteemed Mr. Sandao Taro from the Samurai clan is ready to claim your heads as offerings. Subsequently, a short man clutching a samurai sword made a provocative gesture towards the five. To dare make such a gesture, I shall be the first to cleave you. Sandao Taro's action successfully enraged Zhou, Yi, and Longwu. Longwu had his fingers clenched tightly, his face contorted in anger as he glared at the challenger. Observing their reactions, Zhang Yuanshan could not help but caution. Do not forget our plan. We must prioritize defense. Su Rue, however, felt that these two had likely forgotten the plan entirely. 3 minutes concluded, the battle officially begins. As the voice of heaven faded, the transparent wall before both sides vanished without a trace. The 5 opponents charged towards them in unison. Su Rue and his companions maintained their formation, armed and rushing towards the center of the arena. They did not wish to fight with their backs against the edge of the platform. Su Rue led the charge, closely followed by Zhou Yi, who lagged just a step behind them. Thankfully, neither Zhou Yi nor Longwu acted impulsively. They adhered to the plan. The foremost opponent was a large, corpulent sumo wrestler. Matched against Su Rui.as, he charged forward. He raised a massive hammer above his head, aiming to strike Su Rue. With teammates behind him, Su Rue chose not to evade. Instead, he thrust a Xian iron sword directly towards the descending hammer. The Xian iron sword activated its piercing effect, accelerating its speed and amplifying its power. He struck the descending hammer with a decisive thrust. Clang! Su Rue's sword met the hammer head-on, astonishing the hefty opponent, who had not anticipated that anyone could withstand his blow unscathed. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiao dashed towards the sumo wrestler, wielding dual blades. Clang! Just as the dual blades were about to strike the sumo, a samurai sword intercepted, blocking Li Xiao's attack. The sumo wrestler took a few steps back in response. Sandao Taro observed the disdainful expressions on their faces, as if he regarded Su Rue and his companions with utter contempt. Truly arrogant. Taste my thunder! Crack! A thick bolt of white lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Sandao Taro. He looked up in surprise and quickly retreated. Bam! The lightning struck the ground where Sandao Taro had just stood, leaving a charred mark. The sight of Zhou Yi unleashing lightning caused a flicker of astonishment among the Cherry Blossom warriors, who halted in their tracks, choosing not to advance further. Sandao Taro uttered a phrase in their native tongue, and they all nodded in agreement. Damn. This guy is so fast. Zhou Yi fumed as his attack missed. Do not rush. Focus your lightning on the others. That I refuse to believe they can all match your speed. Zhang Yuanshan immediately directed that moment. Sandao Taro smirked and beckoned Zhou Yi with a finger, inviting him to come forth. Very well. Let us see if I can strike you down. With that, Zhou Yi charged forward, realizing that the others feared his thunder, which bolstered his confidence. Zhou Yi, come back, Zhang Yuanshan shouted. But Zhou Yi was already committed, pursuing Sandao Taro with a flurry of lightning strikes, while Sandao Taro continually retreated. The remaining 4, left with no choice, followed suit to prevent Zhou Yi from being surrounded. In an instant, the originally planned formation devolved into chaos, plunging everyone into a melee as Su Rue found himself facing the exceedingly corpulent sumo wrestler. The wrestler relentlessly swung his hammer at Su Rue, but Su Rue adeptly evaded each strike. Boom, boom, boom. The stone floor of the arena was pounded into numerous craters, although Su Rue had braced himself for one blow. Sustaining minimal injury, his hands were left tingling from the impact, that he understood that confronting the opponent head-on was not a wise choice. While dodging, Su Rue sought an opportunity to counterattack, planning to exploit the sumo's cumbersome size and limited agility to his advantage. He danced around the hefty figure, his long sword continuously slashing at the sumo's body. Clash, clang, clash. Yet, every attack was thwarted by the sumo's defenses. The sumo's speed was surprisingly swift. He defended against Su Rue's every move without fail. Damn, how can this fat guy be so quick? This was undoubtedly the most agile, hefty opponent Su Rui had ever encountered. Regardless of where he struck, the opponent managed to block it. That a smile crept across the sumo's face as he chuckled in the cherry blossom tongue. Haha. My awakened talent enhances my speed. That to defeat me with speed is but a foolish dream. Chapter 34. Eliminating the opponent. Seizing the advantage. Although Su Rui could not overcome him for the moment, the sumo could not land a hit on Su Rui either. Moreover, Su Rui could predict his next move. Eureka! After a prolonged stalemate, Su Rui suddenly conceived a strategy. Given the rules dictated that knocking the opponent off the platform constituted victory, there was no need to engage in a life-or-death struggle, and he began to evade towards the edge of the arena. Baka, is dodging all you can do? The frustrated sumo, unable to land a hit, became enraged. His attacks grew more frantic yet lacked any coherent strategy, posing no threat to Su Rui. While evading and retreating, Su Rui soon found himself at the edge of the platform. At this moment, the 250 newcomers observing from the novice square adopted serious expressions to them. It appeared that Su Rui could not withstand the sumo's onslaught. Cornered, defeat seemed inevitable. Lin Xiaolu, watching from the sidelines, clenched her fists. Her gaze fixed on Su Rui, her anxiety palpable. Oh no! That sumo's strength is overwhelming. Su Rui simply cannot hold out. It seems he will be the first to be eliminated. Alas, Su Rui truly brings shame to our novice village. Beaten to the point of being unable to retaliate. And he is supposed to represent our novice village as the top combatant. He is utterly weak. Indeed, how did he manage to defeat the giant ape? I now question whether the giant ape was already severely injured by another before he capitalized on the opportunity. The spectators on the viewing platform mostly lost faith in Su Rui. However, those beside Lin Xiaolu remained supportive of him, and upon hearing such disparaging remarks, they were understandably irked. Hanji stepped forward, saying, if you're so capable, why didn't you step up just now? All you do is talk nonsense here. Qin Shui chimed in, exactly. If you were the one fighting, you'd be lucky to last 2 moves. The chastised individual fell silent, his strength a far cry from Su Rui's. His previous comment stemmed from high hopes for Su Rui, believing he was the key to victory. Yet now, witnessing him being driven back by the sumo, they were understandably discontented. Yet they also recognized that if they were to step into the fray, they would likely succumb to a single blow dead on the platform. Su Rui had reached the very edge. A single step back would send him tumbling down. The sumo wrestler, wielding a hefty hammer, grinned. Heh. Now let us see how you escape. With that, he swung the hammer downward. Boom. 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 However, the hammer's range was limited, and Su Rui, utilizing his insightful eye, predicted the hammer's descent, dodging to the sides. Consequently, the sumo's frustration grew as he could not land a blow. Seeing this, Su Rui beckoned mockingly. You fat fool. Come at me if you dare. This provocation ignited the sumo's fury. Realizing the hammer was ineffective, he set it down and, spreading his legs and bending forward, assumed a sumo stance, preparing to shove Su Rui off the platform. Su Rui had been waiting for this moment. He shifted one foot back and slightly raised it. Onlookers held their breath, some anxiously anticipating Su Rui's imminent downfall. The sumo roared, lunging at Su Rui. His long arms sealed off both sides, and with the distance already short, even Su Rui's speed seemed futile. Yet, Su Rui had anticipated this move. He leaped upward, landing atop the sumo's head. Using it as leverage, he pressed down on the sumo's head, vaulting over him. The sumo, left grasping at air, found himself at the very edge of the platform, positions reversed. Reacting swiftly, he turned to grab Su Rui, intending to hurl him down. But Su Rui was faster. He had already raised his leg. Down you go. Thump. Su Rui delivered a powerful kick, sending the sumo tumbling off the platform. The hefty figure vanished from sight as it fell beneath the arena. Wow, Su Rui is magnificent. Su Rui, you are so handsome. Su Rui is incredible, having eliminated their strongest fighter. I must say, the illustrious Su Rui is indeed formidable. Yet astonishingly, there are still those who question the authenticity of his vanquishing the giant ape. A cacophony of cheers erupted from the viewing platform, as those who had recently laid blame upon Su Rui stood dumbfounded before the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. That a smile blossomed on Lin Xiaolu's face. while Hanji, overwhelmed with excitement, leaped up. I told you so. Su Rue must have been holding back. He was merely enticing them. In stark contrast, the novice square of the 144 novice village was rife with curses. Baka, what is that fool Yamamoto Musashi doing? To be toyed with in an arena he knows so well, he is nothing short of a complete imbecile. Thankfully, we still have Lord Sandow, who will surely chop those Dragon Country rabble into pieces. The situation on the arena had already become quite clear that Lin Xiaolu had forced his opponent to forfeit, his strength indeed formidable. Long Wu also held the upper hand, wielding his great sword to keep his adversary in a defensive posture. Even Sandow was being pressured to the edge of the arena by Zhou Yi. Only Zhang Yuanshan was being subdued, facing an opponent who wielded a katana, a fighter evidently stronger than Lin Xiaolu's and Long Wu's adversaries. It was apparent that he had mastered the sword, likely hailing from a samurai lineage, much like Sandow. The circumstances appeared promising, now that Su Rue and Lin Xiaolu were free to rejoin the fray. The battle could soon reach its conclusion. In the novice square of the 250 novice village, smiles illuminated the faces of all, as if the 10 attribute points were already within their grasp. Conversely, in the 144 novice village, the air was filled with relentless shouts of anger. Baka, who was the fool that initiated this confrontation? Such a foolish decision. Now our novice village's overall strength will plummet. Just then, the recently eliminated sumo wrestler, Yamamoto Musashi, remarked, "A bunch of fools. Lord Sandow is not so easily dealt with. He has yet to unleash his full power." Another of Lin Xiaolu's opponents added, "Indeed, even if we are all eliminated, Lord Sandow can turn the tide. He is merely toying with them at this moment. He has not even activated his talent yet." Chapter 35. With me here. They cannot win on the arena. Sandow had been forced to the edge. I see you are not as formidable as Lin Xiaolu claims. Merely a coward who runs away. Zhou Yi sneered. Sandow smiled silently. Even when cornered, not a trace of panic or anxiety marred his expression. Let us see how you evade this. Zhou Yi unleashed a bolt of lightning. Crack! A white flash descended from the heavens. And Sandow found himself cornered at the arena's edge, with nowhere to retreat. Yet, instead of fear, a cold smile graced his face. Foolish Dragon Countryman, allow me to show you what true power is. His fingers wrapped around the hilt of his sword as he unleashed a swift slash aimed directly at the lightning. Clang! The lightning sparked against the katana, yet Sandow remained unaffected, swinging his sword once more toward Zhou Yi. What? Zhou Yi gasped in shock. This was the first time his talent had been directly countered. This moment. He had no further means of retaliation. Sandow's blade was already upon him. It was over. Zhou Yi was doomed. This sword wielder is far too powerful. Is he cheating? Indeed, Zhou Yi's lightning could incapacitate wild boars in a single strike, yet here it was effortlessly negated by a single slash. Moreover, Sandow remained unscathed, ready to launch another attack. The spectators in the 250 novice village were equally astounded by the scene. The diminutive swordsman appeared to be operating as if under some cheat. Yet, just then, a pale yellow barrier manifested around Zhou Yi. Clang! The katana struck against the barrier, momentarily halting its advance, which allowed Zhou Yi to retreat. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanshan, already at a disadvantage, was seized by his opponent's opportunity and struck down. You dare to duel me while distracted? Prepare to die. The long-faced adversary, wielding a katana, brought his weapon down decisively. Zhang Yuanshan swiftly sidestepped, attempting to evade the lethal strike. Alas, the opponent's blade was too swift. Although Zhang Yuanshan avoided a fatal blow, the katana still cleaved into his shoulder. Splurt! The katana sliced through his shoulder, severing an arm cleanly. Zhang Yuanshan! Su Rue exclaimed, unable to contain his distress as he rushed towards him. Zhou Yi, who had just retreated, also witnessed this unfolding tragedy. His mind went blank, flooded with guilt, anxiety, and dread. That moment, a hand landed on his shoulder, sternly advising, "Do not lose focus. Concentrate on the battle." With that, Lin Xiaolu rushed forward, dual blades in hand, to confront Sandow. The long-faced adversary did not relent, raising his katana once more to continue attacking Zhang Yuanshan. "You shall die." The long-faced swordsman prepared to strike again. Just then, a bolt of lightning arced from above. Crack! The long-faced swordsman was forced to retreat, narrowly avoiding the electric strike. He had timely unleashed his lightning to push him back. Otherwise, Zhang Yuanshan would surely have been struck. At this moment, Su Rue arrived, positioning himself protectively behind Zhang Yuanshan, sword drawn and ready to engage. Zhou Yi's lightning talent had entered cooldown. He was ready to avenge Zhang Yuanshan. "Leave this to me." "Go assist Li Xiao," Su Rue commanded. Having witnessed Sandao's might firsthand, he understood that Li Xiao would require support. Zhou Yi refrained from impulsive action this time, dutifully assisting Li Xiao against Sandao. "Another one? You both shall perish." The long-faced samurai raised his katana once more, aiming it at Su Rue, who met him head-on. Clang clang. After but 2 exchanges, the long-faced swordsman was forced into retreat, his strength vastly inferior to Su Rue's. Having successfully repelled him, Su Rue refrained from pursuing further and turned to Zhang Yuanshan, stating, "You must forfeit immediately. We shall handle this." Zhang Yuanshan's wound bled profusely, rendering him nearly devoid of combat capability. If urgent treatment were not administered soon, his life would be in jeopardy. That a flicker of reluctance crossed Zhang Yuanshan's pale face. "Trust me, with me here, they cannot win," Su Rue reiterated firmly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanshan ceased his hesitation, nodding weakly as he replied, "It's up to you." With that, his form vanished from the arena, only to reappear in the novice village square amidst a beam of light. Gu Haitang and the others swiftly surrounded him, commencing treatment. Zhou Xiaoka watched with tear-filled eyes from the side. That on the arena, Su Rue tightened his grip on the dark iron sword, his gaze sharpening. The long-faced samurai's expression grew grave. Having gauged the previous exchanges, he recognized he was outmatched. However, if he could merely hold Su Rue at bay until Sandao was free, he would be able to strike him down. Su Rue aimed to dispatch his opponent swiftly, so he could join forces against Sandao. Knowing that Li Xiao and Zhou Yi could not withstand him for long, whoosh, Su Rue vanished from his position. Launching the first attack, clang, 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 Su Rue's sword moved with the swiftness of lightning, forcing his opponent into a defensive retreat. In that instant, the long-faced swordsman finally comprehended Su Rue's true prowess. That a slip in his defense allowed Su Rue to capitalize, landing a cut upon his arm, drawing blood. Not only did Su Rue's attack surpass him in strength, but his speed was equally unmatched. Each of Su Rue's strikes proved increasingly arduous to defend against. And the long-faced swordsman bore more and more wounds. Soon, he could no longer endure and contemplated forfeiting. Yet, even as this thought crossed his mind, Su Rue's blade lunged forward with unrelenting speed. This strike was quicker, more precise, and more ruthless, leaving no room for evasion. The long-faced samurai's face paled in terror as he desperately raised his katana to block Su Rue's strike. Ding! The katana clashed against the tip of the dark iron sword, producing a spark. Yet in that instant, his weapon was deflected away. Splurt! The dark iron sword pierced through his body without resistance, leaving him utterly vulnerable. That Su Rue had delivered a heart-piercing blow to the long-faced swordsman. "Well done, Su Rue the Great One. Let these cherry blossom countrymen witness the might of our dragon country. Su Rue is truly remarkable, defeating his opponent in just 2 or 3 strikes. He is indeed my idol." This also served as retribution for Zhang Yuanshan. That long-faced man was utterly despicable and deserved such a fate. Nearby, Zhang Yuanshan released a breath he had been holding, realizing that victory was within their grasp in this confrontation. Zhou Xiaoka, her fists clenched, regarded Su Rue with newfound admiration. Previously, she had felt intense hatred for the long-faced swordsman upon witnessing Zhang Yuanshan's arm being severed. However, seeing him pierced through by Su Rue's blade brought her immense satisfaction. Her perception of Su Rue had undergone a significant transformation. Chapter 36. The True Power of Sandao on the Arena. After being struck by Su Rue's blade, the long-faced swordsman did not perish immediately. He promptly chose to forfeit, his body and weapon vanishing from the arena. However, there were no healers or those with healing talents awakened in the 144 novice village. Upon his return to the novice village, the faces of the spectators were devoid of warmth, casting indifferent glances in his direction. "Save me!" The long-faced warrior, one hand pressed against his wound, extended the other towards the crowd. That a voice laced with disdain cut through the air. "Umph! You instigated the novice village's competition, yet now you find yourself defeated by the Dragon Kingdom's people. What a disgrace to our Sakura nation. A true warrior should fall on the battlefield. To flee in the face of danger is a shameful act for a Sakura warrior. You have brought shame upon us, and it is a mercy that you were not forced to commit seppuku. With a thud, the long-faced warrior could no longer bear the weight of despair and collapsed to his knees, gazing hopelessly at the villagers that he had fought valiantly for them. And now, severely injured, they chose not to aid him, instead exchanging cruel remarks. You all, with a trembling finger pointing at them. He could no longer contain himself and coughed up blood before crumpling to the ground. The onlookers, however, remained oblivious to his plight, their attention fixated on the arena. Now, with the long-faced warrior eliminated, only three and another burly man remained on the stage to face two opponents, holding his ground effortlessly, exuding an air of confidence. The dragon warriors had begun to overpower their adversaries. Observing this, swiftly made his way towards, recognizing the significant threat he posed, sensing that he was not fighting at full capacity, at that moment, noticed the shifting dynamics of the battle. He gradually shed his playful demeanor, adopting a serious expression that he had not anticipated that would fall so swiftly. He had hoped to toy with them longer, yet it seemed he would now be compelled to unleash his full prowess. As he spoke, his form flickered, and with a swift motion, he conjured two identical clones of himself, both charging towards, and my game has only just begun. The three simultaneously bore smug grins that my heavens. Am I seeing things? How did this swordsman conjure two duplicates? I see it too. He split himself into two? The onlookers from the novice village were not the only ones taken aback. Even and his companions were astonished. Probably activated his insightful eye to assess. C-class talent, clone technique. Summons two clones with equal strength to assist in battle, lasting for 5 minutes. The clones vanish upon the main body's demise. Note: this talent is fixed and possesses no growth potential, so it is a talent, a fixed talent at that. No wonder he was so formidable from the onset. In contrast, lightning was a growth talent. Increasing in power with level advancements, its own talent would yield unexpected effects as he leveled up. At this juncture, his insightful eye revealed the true form of who was heading towards, ensuring his main body remained in a position of absolute safety. Naturally, facing was the safest option. Without hesitation, turned and rushed to his side. Currently was engaged in combat, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he beheld one of the approaching. What manner of creature is this? 3 of them at once. His countenance grew tense as he intensified his assault, hoping to vanquish his opponent before it could arrive. However, the disparity in strength was not vast enough to secure a swift victory. Just then, reached first. Receive my blade. The dark iron sword pierced through the air with remarkable speed, catching the opponent unawares with a swift strike. Blade penetrated the adversary's forearm, blood dripping from the sword's tip. Seizing the opportunity, swung his large blade downwards. The opponent's face contorted in terror as he beheld the descending weapon. Realizing it was too late to evade, the thought of surrender flickered in his mind, and in an instant his body vanished. Boom! A strike met the ground. This fellow, he runs quite fast. Turning to, expressed his gratitude. Thanks, nodded, his expression still grave as he observed the two approaching. To be cautious. The real battle is yet to come. With that, boldly confronted the true form of, while, filled with indomitable spirit, charged forth with his great sword. The two immediately engaged in combat with the two clang. Clang, clang. One must admit, swordsmanship was exceptionally skilled. Each strike was precisely placed, were it not for his insightful eye, which allowed him to anticipate the locations of the strikes. He would have been utterly defenseless against such an onslaught. Conversely, struggled significantly, his attributes falling short compared to's. Faced with relentless attacks, he found himself at a severe disadvantage. Were it not for his robust physique and extensive combat experience, he would have already been defeated meanwhile, and were being relentlessly pressured by his long blade, forced into a defensive posture. This cannot continue. We will eventually be defeated if we remain on the defensive, remarked amidst the struggle. What should we do? Understood that a prolonged defense would lead to their downfall. I will create an opportunity for you to escape. Strike him with your lightning. All right, nodded, knowing his lightning would prove far more effective than close combat. The moment he finished speaking, attacks grew increasingly ferocious, shifting to an all-out offensive. This momentarily suppressed, but the opponent's long blade continued to inflict numerous wounds upon him. Seizing the moment, broke free from assault range. Unleashing his lightning upon him. Crackle. A brilliant white bolt descended, aimed at. Yet he deftly evaded the strike. For someone of his caliber, landing a direct hit with lightning was a formidable challenge that did not expect to succeed with a single strike and began to prepare his second lightning attack. However, he soon noticed dashing toward him after evading. Whoosh, in an instant, was at side, swinging his blade that hurriedly raised his iron sword in defense. Clang, in his panic, was disarmed as strike sent his sword clattering to the ground. Without pausing, delivered another horizontal slash. Defenseless. Could do nothing to counter this blow. If it struck him, it would undoubtedly cleave him in two. Surrender. Uttered the words with urgency. Upon hearing this, immediately chose to forfeit. Whoosh! As blades sliced through the air. Behind him, had already caught up his dual blades descending upon. How dare you disregard me and attack? You shall pay for this with a swift strike. S dual blades left two deep gashes upon. Yet he seemed unfazed. Turning to continue his assault on, what? Exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend how someone could remain unaffected after sustaining a wound. What he did not realize was that the being before him was but a clone, truly impervious to pain and fatigue. Meanwhile, was nearing exhaustion. After a prolonged battle, he had just expended all his strength to create an opportunity for, suffering significant injuries in the process. Clang, clang, against the unyielding, found defense increasingly arduous. Yet he persevered until the final moment. Just as was about to deliver a fatal blow, he chose to forfeit. His form dissipated from the arena, allowing the clone to redirect its focus towards battlefield. On side, he stood alone, increasingly beleaguered by wounds. Blood had soaked through his white garments, yet his fighting spirit remained high as he pressed forward. Ha, come. Witness the might of us Dragon Kingdom warriors. The true observed this scene. A glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. However, this admiration would soon end. Should he not forfeit, he would soon meet his demise at my blade, seeing grievous injuries, some wounds revealing stark white bone. Called out urgently. Forfeit now! Leave this to me! He implored, recognizing that his condition was dire. A moment's carelessness could lead to his death at its hands. Taken aback, replied you. Can you handle this alone? His relentless fighting stemmed from the realization that only he remained on the stage. He believed that if he stayed, he could at least hold off one opponent that if he left, would have to face all three alone. Yet, he had no time to ponder, as the clones had continued their relentless onslaught. Swung his sword in defense, but his hands were already bruised and trembling. His movements grew sluggish. He was losing the ability to fend off attacks. Should this continue, it would take only 2 or 3 strikes to finish him off. At that moment, he cast a deep glance at and then chose to forfeit. Though he was determined to fight to the end, he would not recklessly throw away his life. Thus, only remained on the stage. Yet, with 3 against singular presence, the odds were not in his favor. Exited the arena. The novice village erupted in jubilant cheers that is magnificent. He has vanquished the trash from the Dragon Kingdom. Previously, there were fools who dared question decisions. Now, those 10 attribute points were surely within our grasp. It is only now that we truly comprehend the formidable prowess of Master Sandao Ci. Our previous misconceptions about the esteemed warrior have been laid bare. Upon witnessing Sandao Ci's successive victories over 3 individuals from the Dragon Nation, they believed victory was assured, and that the reward of 10 attribute points was within their grasp. Each of them wore expressions of unbridled joy and smug satisfaction. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the 250 novice village was one of desolation. Most faces were ashen, with only a handful clinging to hope. Anxiously gazing at the luminous screen that it was over, the arena was now left with only the swordsman wielding the blade and the formidable Su Rue. What could be done? It could only be said that we had lost this contest. Alas, my precious 10 attribute points. Woe is me. My attributes were already woefully low, and now they sought to take away 10 more. It seemed the heavens were determined to see me perish. In the square of the novice village, discontent and sighs echoed throughout, and a girl with particularly low attributes began to weep openly. Even Zhang Yuanshan, who had just exited the arena, bowed his head in silence, unable to bear the sight any longer. It was all my fault. All my fault. I am simply too weak, murmured Zhou Yi to himself in a corner, his gaze devoid of spirit. He was the only one to exit the arena relatively unscathed. Although the villagers of the novice village said nothing, he could feel the change in their gazes towards him, now tinged with disdain. Even those who once admired him and were his teammates now looked upon him with scorn. His status in the novice village had plummeted from the heights of esteem to the depths of despair. Lin Xiaolu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixated on the screen. Long Wu, while receiving treatment, similarly could not tear his gaze away from the luminous display. Within the entirety of the 250 novice village, faith in Su Rue was waning. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the crowd. Her gaze resolute as she declared, "Do not lose heart, everyone. I believe Su Rue will surely triumph over his opponent and win this contest." This individual was Lin Xiaolu, who retained unwavering confidence in Su Rue. Yet someone in the crowd cast her a sidelong glance and sighed. Do not be naive. While Su Rue is indeed formidable, one-on-one, that swordsman is no match for him. But now it is 3 against 1. No matter how powerful Su Rue is, he cannot contend with 3 warriors of equal strength simultaneously. Indeed, yet losing to that swordsman is unavoidable. His strength is undeniable. We must accept it. No, I refuse to accept this. I believe Su Rue can defeat his opponent. Han Ji stepped forward, asserting her belief that I, too, have faith in Su Rue's victory. Me as well. In that moment, numerous individuals rose to express their belief in Su Rue. Although he was unaware of this scene, it reignited hope in many hearts within the novice village. Seemingly moved by their resolve, Zhang Yuanshan lifted his head, his pallid face now infused with a glimmer of hope. Long Wu opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately fell silent. Having just faced Sandao Ci Lang, he understood the true extent of his strength. Rationally assessing the situation, he knew Su Rue stood little chance. Can he win? Zhou Yi gazed blankly at the screen. He then spoke with determination. He must win. He never anticipated that Su Rue, whom he had previously mocked in the novice village, had now become the beacon of hope for all. In the arena, Sandao Ci Lang had distanced himself from Su Rue, having expended considerable stamina in the prior skirmish, particularly in maintaining his clones. His true self was no longer at peak performance. Yet he felt no concern, for his 2 clones had already surrounded Su Rue in a triangular formation, but he did not immediately launch an assault, but instead gave Su Rue a thumbs up, followed by turning it downwards, a quintessential gesture of humiliation, as he believed victory was assured. Witnessing this, cheers erupted within the 144 novice village. Woohoo! Ha! Master Sandao Ci Lang. Humiliate those Dragon Nation fools. Indeed. Let them know that our Sakura Nation is the strongest. Meanwhile, in the 250 novice village, the reactions to Sandao Ci Lang's actions were filled with indignation. That insufferable little wretch. How dare he make such a gesture? It infuriates me. I sincerely hope Su Rue teaches that little imp a lesson. He is far too arrogant. Alas, what can be done when their strength surpasses ours? At this point, all we can do is rally behind Su Rue. In the arena, Su Rue was unyielding, returning the insult with a raised middle finger. Sneering, to defeat you, 1 sword will suffice. Chapter 38. Defeating Sandao Ci Lang. Victory in the contest. Although Sandao Ci Lang did not comprehend Su Rue's words, he understood he was being mocked. You are courting death. This thought darkened his expression. He resolved not to grant Su Rue the opportunity to forfeit. He would attack with all 3 forms simultaneously. His clones, though limited to 5 minutes, still had ample time remaining. Furthermore, he believed that with 2 clones, he could vanquish Su Rue within 2 or 3 exchanges. Thus, he refrained from rushing into battle to Su Rue, having clashed with him several times. Recognized that his attributes were slightly superior. However, Sandao Ci Lang's exquisite swordsmanship had allowed him to maintain the upper hand thus far. Now, he was faced with 3 Sandao Ci Langs of equal strength. Su Rue touched the silver bracelet on his wrist. He had yet to unleash the frenzy effect. Previously, he had been searching for the opportune moment that I in combat with a master like Sandao Ci Lang. Each of his attacks might not land, so he needed to find an opening where Sandao Ci Lang would not evade, to unleash his triple attack. The 3 Sandao Ci Langs had encircled Su Rue, and they would surely launch a simultaneous assault at that moment. He recalled the information about the clone technique, that if he could eliminate the true form, the clones would automatically dissipate, that a thought suddenly ignited in Su Rui's mind. Sandao Ci Lang, no longer willing to wait, launched a coordinated attack. Die. The three figures simultaneously raised their long swords, striking towards Su Rui. There seemed no escape from the encirclement, nor any means to withstand the onslaught. In that instant, the entire 250 novice village held its breath. Lin Xiaolu, in her heart, wished for Su Rui to forfeit. She had hoped for his victory, yet she understood her desire was merely naive. Others shared her sentiment, as they prepared themselves for the moment Su Rui would vanish from the arena, only to reappear in the square of their novice village, that I in the face of such an onslaught. Forfeiting might indeed be the wisest choice. However, Su Rui would not yield easily. Rather than retreating, he gripped his sword and lunged at Sandao Ci Lang. At the same time, the bracelet on his wrist glowed, enveloping the blade as he thrust it forward. Come at me, if you dare. This strike not only activated the frenzy effect, but also incorporated the piercing capability of the Xiantai sword. The force of this attack was utterly unstoppable. Sandao Ci Lang sensed the shift, and although he could not fathom why Su Rui had suddenly unleashed such terrifying power, he recognized that he could not advance. He quickly positioned his longsword defensively, that if he could withstand this strike, Su Rui would undoubtedly be struck by the clones on either side, and his demise would be assured. Yet, he underestimated the might of Su Rui's blow. With triple attack power combined with the piercing effect, this strike was enough to claim his life, that he was unwilling to retreat, fearing that doing so would disrupt the encirclement and allow Su Rui to break free. Moreover, his warrior's honor forbade him from withdrawing. Come on, Sandao Ci Lang bellowed, raising his sword to block. Clang. At the moment the sword met the blade, Sandao Ci Lang's sword was deflected. His arms trembled violently from the impact. Yet, Su Rui's long sword pressed onward, piercing through the heart of Sandao Ci Lang, that he was met with an expression of disbelief as he realized he had failed to block even a single strike. How could Su Rui suddenly unleash such overwhelming force? He felt his life ebbing away rapidly. Without hesitation, he chose to forfeit. His figure vanished from the arena, and the two clones wielding swords behind him also dissipated instantaneously. In that moment, Sandao Ci Lang's form appeared in the square of the 144 novice village, yet a gaping wound still bled profusely from his chest. He hastily retrieved a snow lotus from his pocket and consumed it. Miraculously, the wound began to heal that in no time. The gaping hole in his chest vanished, and he returned to his original state. However, he had undeniably exhausted a considerable amount of stamina, and his gaze turned towards a leaderboard. Su Rui, I shall remember you. You will inevitably perish by my blade. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in their novice village, with many individuals berating him and the other competitors. Baka, you fools, how could you lose to the Dragon Nation? Fools, utterly foolish. You've put us at risk of losing 10 attribute points. To think we let the Dragon Nation rise above our glorious Sakura Nation is simply intolerable. The square of the 144 novice village erupted in a chorus of curses. As the village of 250 watched Su Rui strike down Sandao Ci Lang with 3 blows, an initial silence enveloped the scene, lingering for several seconds in a hushed atmosphere. Subsequently, the square of the novice village erupted in a thunderous cheer that resonated like a tidal wave. Wow, Su Rui, our hero from the novice village. Wow, brother Su Rui, my superhero. I adore you. Am I dreaming? Did our novice village truly emerge victorious? Su Rui defeated Sandao Ci Lang. Even Lin Xiaolu found the entire spectacle surreal. Su Rui had indeed triumphed as she had hoped. Holy cow! Su Rui, you are my big brother, Long Wu exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. It's all my fault. If only I had listened to Zhang Yuanshan back then. We wouldn't have. Zhou, he initially mumbled to himself in self-reproach. Yet soon, the surrounding cheers pulled him back to reality, and upon looking up, he realized, wait, did we win? Once he grasped the situation, his reaction mirrored that of Long Wu. Holy cow, Su Rui, you are incredible. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanshan, witnessing the scene, slowly broke into a smile. His sacrifice had not been in vain. Su Rui, you truly did not disappoint us. What an impressive strike, Li Xiao murmured to himself. He recognized that had he been in Sandao C.I. Lang's position, he too would have been unable to withstand such a blow. That moment. On the arena, only Su Rue stood, sword in hand. Successfully defeated Sandao C.I. Lang, inheriting his rank of 97 on the rookie list. Rookie list? What is that? Before Su Rue could ponder further, the heavenly path had already teleported him back to the novice village of 250. Announcement. The novice village of 250 has won this novice village competition. All participants receive an increase of 5 points in attack and 5 points in speed. Participants from the victorious side will be blessed by the heavenly path. As soon as the announcement concluded, everyone noticed an increase in their attributes. Haha, it's up. My attributes have increased. Mine too, a total of 10 attribute points. This is fantastic. Me too, I was just a frail girl. But now, even an ordinary adult man cannot match me. Chapter 39. The Hero of the Novice Village. Not only that, but 5 green beams of light descended from the heavens, illuminating Su Rue and the other 4 participants. To their astonishment, they discovered their injuries healed instantaneously. The wounds on their bodies vanished in the blink of an eye, and their lost stamina returned, leaving them invigorated and in peak condition. This the blessing of the heavenly path. The most astonishing transformation was that of Zhang Yuanshan, who visibly regrew his lost arm. Zhang Yuanshan's face shifted from shock to uncontrollable laughter. Zhou Xiaoko pointed at Zhang Yuanshan with one hand while covering her mouth in disbelief, exclaiming, "Brother Yuanshan, your arm has grown back?" Zhang Yuanshan flexed his arm and replied, "Yes, just like before." That moment, the entire novice village of 250 was engulfed in jubilation. Many even wanted to throw Su Rue into the air in celebration, but he graciously declined. All participants from 144 Novice Village lose 5 points in attack and 5 points in speed. In the square of 144 Novice Village, cries of despair filled the air. Damn it, my attributes have decreased. I'm left with only 5 attack and 2 speed now. Me too, damn it. I feel like my speed has dropped significantly. Even a mere beast could take my life now. That damn Sandao C.I. Lang. He has brought us to this state. We must settle the score with him. Indeed, it's all his fault. Let us go find the scoundrel and make him pay. Previously, the villagers had sung praises of Sandao C.I. Lang, but now their hatred for him was palpable. After all, he had instigated this novice village competition, upon inciting the wrath of the crowd. Sandao C.I. Lang fled the novice village without hesitation. A bunch of foolish beings. Once I enhance my strength, anyone who dares to offend me shall meet their end by my blade. Under the cover of night, Sandao C.I. Lang stepped once more into the forest outside the novice village to IN 250 Novice Village. After the fervor of victory, everyone felt a bit weary. After a day of battles, the night had descended, shrouding the land in darkness. Fortunately, the square and streets of the novice village were illuminated by torches, preventing complete obscurity. Meanwhile, Su Rue, taking advantage of the celebratory moment, examined the rookie list he had just ascended to after defeating Sandao C.I. Lang. Rookie list. Top 100 rankings among novice villages in the northern region of the Eastern Continent. The Eastern Continent. This implies there are many novice villages. No wonder Sandao C.I. Lang could only rank 97th. The only way to ascend the rookie list, challenge and defeat an opponent on the list to inherit their ranking. Challenge qualifications can be obtained through tasks or treasure chests. Rookie list rewards. Daily rewards based on your ranking. Currently ranked 97. Reward. Bronze treasure chest X1. Wow, a bronze treasure chest. Su Rue recalled that the second-ranked individual on the novice village strength list received only 1 bronze treasure chest at the end. Now, being ranked 97th on the rookie list grants him 1 every day. This is simply marvelous. He immediately noticed a bronze treasure chest icon appear on the system interface, accompanied by a 24-hour countdown. So that's how it works. Simply remaining on the rookie list for 24 hours would yield the bronze treasure chest. After the initial excitement, Su Rue resolved not to rest in the novice village. Blessed by the heavenly path, he was in peak condition. To squander this moment would be foolish. The collective task of the novice village had only 1 day left. What awaited them after that was uncertain. But he could only strive to enhance his strength to the utmost. The other 4 who had also received the blessing of the heavenly path shared this mindset. All of them, now at their peak, could not afford to linger in the novice village for rest. That moment, Zhou Yi approached Zhang Yuanshan, gazing at his regrown arm, and asked, "Why did you save me back then?" During the fierce onslaught from the enemy. Zhang Yuanshan had bestowed his protective aura upon him. Zhou Yi was certain that Zhang Yuanshan was aware of the peril he faced by doing so. "You possess the talent of lightning. Your presence on the battlefield was far more crucial, and you were more likely to help us secure victory." Zhang Yuanshan replied earnestly that he had solely focused on winning the competition at that time. Zhou Xiaoke stood nearby, pouting as she looked at Zhou Yi, her hostility considerably diminished. This was largely because Zhang Yuanshan's arm had returned to its former state. Otherwise, she would never have forgiven Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi himself also could not grant himself forgiveness. Clenching his fist, he spoke, "I, Zhou Yi, owe you a life." With that, he turned and strode towards the darkness outside the novice village. After the earlier battle in the arena, he was acutely aware of the gap in his strength. Now, he had to work hard to level up and enhance his abilities, as he was determined to claim the top spot on the strength list. A show of sincerity, indeed. Zhou Xiaoke's expression softened somewhat. Zhang Yuanshan chuckled, not taking Zhou Yi's words to heart, for he did not place the blame solely on Zhou Yi. Ultimately, it was his own choice to grant Zhou Yi the protective aura, and he held no resentment towards others that S.U. glanced in their direction before resolutely stepping towards the outskirts of the novice village. Just then, a graceful figure appeared before him. Our village's great hero. Heading out to level up again? Lin Xiaolu inquired with a smile. S.U. returned her smile. Yes, there is only one day left until the collective task of the novice village, based on the heavenly path's usual practices. They certainly won't let us pass easily. Lin Xiaolu nodded in agreement. The collective task hung over them like a sword, constantly reminding them to strive for improvement. Failure in the collective task would mean collective annihilation. So, that's why you all fought so fiercely in the arena. Isn't it? Lin Xiaolu suddenly posed this question. During the arena battle, Li Xiao and the others had held their ground until the last moment, risking their lives to stall Sandao Cilang. Zhang Yuanshan had even lost an arm because of it that S.U. had similarly been compelled to fight. Had he not defeated Sandao Cilang, he would not have had the chance to concede, for at the same moment he struck Sandao Cilang, two of his clones were already poised to attack him. Moreover, had Sandao Cilang not been eager to preserve his own life, those clones would undoubtedly have landed their strikes that in such a scenario, it could have easily led to mutual destruction. Furthermore, prior to the competition's conclusion, they had been unaware that the victorious side would be blessed by the heavenly path. Yet they had fought with their lives on the line, knowing that those 10 attribute points were crucial for them. However, for a powerhouse like Su Rui, it was hardly significant. This realization not only left Lin Xiaolu greatly impressed, but also garnered admiration from the other villagers towards Su Rui and his companions. I simply did not wish to lose, especially not to the folks from Sakura country. Yet, the moment he stepped onto the arena, his resolve was to win. Indeed, if I were to lose to those scoundrels from Sakura country, it would leave me utterly dissatisfied. Long Wu's carefree voice chimed from behind the 2. Chapter 40. Surprise, a bountiful harvest of spiritual herbs. That moment. Long Wu was fully armed once more, holding a torch. Likely taken from the roadside of the novice village, but he grinned at the two and said, "All right, I'm just passing by, so I want to intrude on you too. I must hurry to level up as well." "I didn't expect you to be so diligent, Brother Long Wu," Lin Xiaolu replied with a smile. Although they were all blessed by the heavens, brimming with energy, the fatigue that settled in their hearts after an entire day's intense battles was inevitable. Relentless effort was essential. That rascal Li Xiao had slipped away without notice. Even if I cannot surpass Su Rui, I must at least be stronger than that Li Xiao, right? Off I go. With that, he hoisted his great sword, whistling as he strode briskly towards the outskirts of the novice village. Casting a glance at Long Wu's retreating figure, Lin Xiaolu addressed Su Rui. "All right, I won't delay you any longer. Just be cautious." Rest assured, Su Rui nodded, then turned to leave. Lin Xiaolu watched as Su Rui's silhouette disappeared from view before returning to her wooden cabin to recuperate. Reminder: the novice planes have transitioned to night mode. Certain monsters will undergo mutations, significantly increasing their combat strength. As Su Rui stepped out of the novice village, a reminder popped up. Mutant monsters at night. What form will they take, instead of feeling fear? Su Rue felt a surge of anticipation that he walked across the same grasslands as during the day, with a cool breeze sweeping over him. The novice plains at night were exceptionally cold. However, this slight chill was nothing compared to Su Rue's extraordinary physique and attributes. Yet, the darkness of night made Su Rue hesitant to advance too quickly. Although he possessed the eye of insight, his vision was still severely limited, a consequence of his not being high enough in level to disregard the darkness entirely. Suddenly, as he approached the thicket, he noticed two glowing dots appearing ahead. Su Rue swiftly drew his long sword. 1, 2, 3. Countless red dots emerged in front of him. Upon closer inspection, Su Rue realized that these glowing objects were nothing other than pairs of eyes. And an overwhelming number of these crimson eyes were drawing closer to him. Level 1 mutant monster, bloody rodent, known for its brutal temperament and a taste for blood, significantly enhanced in power. It was a mutated rodent. It seemed that with the fall of night, these rodents had re-emerged, that Su Rue charged forward with his long sword, plunging into the mass of bloody rodents. Whoosh, 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 Su Rue's figure darted among the swarm, his sword a shadow at his side. With each swing, a bloody rodent was cleaved in two that before long, the ground was littered with the carcasses of the bloody rodents. Kill bloody rodent, experience 20, kill bloody rodent. Experience 20, kill bloody rodent, experience 20, kill bloody rodent, experience 20. With Su Rue's current prowess, dealing with these bloody rodents was a mere breeze that he slaughtered them in droves, his experience surging wildly. Unfortunately, these rodents were not fools. Upon sensing the strength of their enemy, they began to retreat underground. With a swift thrust, Su Rue pierced the last bloody rodent and pinned it to the ground. Quite nimble, indeed, once the rodents burrowed underground. Su Rue found himself unable to pursue them further. However, the experience gained from these bloody rodents was substantial. Each rodent yielded 20 experience points, and he had dispatched over a dozen. His experience surged by 340 points, bringing his level to 6,580,1600. It appeared that while the night brought danger to the novice plains, it also accelerated his leveling that Su Rue then absorbed the attributes of 3 bloody rodents. Absorption successful, speed 2. Absorption successful, speed 2. Absorption successful, speed 2. He gained a total of 6 points in speed, doubling that of an ordinary rodent. Not bad, starting off with such rewards invigorated Su Rue. He proceeded towards a thicket, where no rodent dared to confront him again, but he navigated successfully into the depths of the jungle, which felt even more sinister at night. Were it not for Su Rue's eye of insight, he would see nothing in this pitch-black jungle devoid of any light source. 1 could only wonder how Lin Xiaolu and the others managed. Did they have to wield torches while fighting? That seemed rather cumbersome. Yet each had their own methods. Long Wu secured a torch behind him, while Zhou, he could release lightning from his palms, serving a similar purpose to As for Lin Xiaolu. He was a top assassin from Long Kingdom, trained from a young age in various special tactics, excelling in blind combat and nighttime assassinations. However, none of these methods could rival the effectiveness of Su Rue's eye of insight. With his advantage, Su Rue bravely ventured deeper into the jungle. Suddenly, a shadow leapt from the underbrush ahead, charging towards him. Level 1 mutant monster, Phantom Grey Wolf, just in time. Su Rue raised his sword to confront it, delivering a powerful strike to the wolf's most formidable skull. Crack, blood splattered. The skull shattered. The Phantom Grey Wolf collapsed instantly, dead without a doubt. Kill Phantom Grey Wolf, experience 50. Absorption successful, speed 4. At this point, Su Rue could dispatch such monsters with a single slash. Even if they were mutated, it made no difference that he continued deeper into the jungle, as these level 1 beasts offered little enhancement to his growth. As he walked, Su Rue noticed a blue glow emanating from the distance that in the darkness of the jungle. This was quite conspicuous, so he wasted no time rushing towards the light, and no longer was Su Rue the cautious individual he once was. With his current strength, he felt confident in dominating the outskirts of the jungle. Following the light, Su Rue arrived at a cave, where the source of the blue luminescence was a cluster of blue grass growing at the entrance. Tier 1 spiritual grass, blue glimmer grass, which grows at night and retreats underground by day. Consuming it can enhance attributes or grant experience. Enhance attributes, gain experience. This spiritual grass was remarkable, and there appeared to be a good dozen of them at the cave entrance. This was a windfall, Su Rue hurriedly harvested the blue glimmer grass. Once he had a handful of the blue glimmer grass, he contemplated using his super transformation to see if he could convert the grass into something else. He had previously attempted to transform the white spirit fruit, but it was deemed too low a level for him to convert. However, transforming spiritual grass should be simpler than the fruit. Immediately, he began his attempt. Focusing on the blue glimmer grass, he activated his super transformation. The grass withered in his grasp, turning into a withered plant, yet a brighter blue light emerged in his hand. Transformation successful. Blue glimmer grass has transformed into blue glimmer grass essence. Incredible, he succeeded, buoyed by this achievement. Su Rue quickly transformed the remaining blue glimmer grass. Subsequently, he began to consume the essence. Consume blue glimmer grass essence. Attack 5. Consume blue glimmer grass essence. Speed 5. Consume blue glimmer grass essence. Experience 50. The essence from these several strands of blue glimmer grass granted Su Rue a total of 25 attack points, 15 speed points, and 300 experience points. What an exhilarating experience. It appeared that the jungle was rife with opportunities. Chapter 41. Ice Silk Soft Armor. Defense Enhanced. After consuming all the essences, Su Rue turned his attention to the cave before him. The entrance, now devoid of blue glimmer grass, plunged into profound darkness, and the cave itself was no exception. Should he venture inside? Su Rue pondered, stroking his chin. Given the abundance of blue glimmer grass at the entrance, there might be even more treasures within. Fortune favors the bold. He resolved to enter the cave and explore. After all, he was still on the outskirts of the jungle, and there likely wouldn't be any particularly formidable monsters. Plus, he had confidence in his strength. Upon entering the cave, Su Rue grew increasingly cautious. With his eye of insight constantly scanning ahead, the cave floor bore many dragging marks, clearly indicating the presence of large monsters within. As he ventured deeper, Su Rue noticed another source of blue light emanating from ahead. His heart leapt. Could it be more blue glimmer grass? It seemed he had made the right choice in exploring this cave. However, as he drew closer to investigate the glowing object, he was taken aback. Before him lay a lizard the size of a crocodile, gnawing on the carcass of a wild boar, with the blue light radiating from its scaly back. Level 3 monster. Blue-scaled giant lizard. Possessing extremely strong scales and a robust tail, with an astonishing biting force. A level 3 monster. This was the first level 3 beast Su Rue had encountered, and he was curious about its strength. Just from observation, he could sense that the creature's scales were incredibly tough. To cleave through them by sheer force would be a challenge. He would need to find its weak point or utilize his attack frenzy bracelet. Observing closely, he noted that there was only one blue-scaled giant lizard, and it was entirely focused on the boar carcass. Su Rue stealthily approached from behind. Chomp! Chomp! The giant lizard continued to chew on the boar meat, completely oblivious to the human lurking behind it. Getting close, Su Rue noticed a spot on the lizard's forehead that was bare of scales. This was likely its weak point. With a sudden burst of energy, Su Rue leaped onto the giant lizard's back and thrust his long sword towards its forehead. Clang! The piercing effect of his sword was triggered. Whoosh! The long sword penetrated the giant lizard's forehead and emerged from its mouth. All its movements ceased, and it dropped dead in a most unceremonious manner. Kill level 3 monster. Blue-scaled giant lizard. Experience 150. Su Rue crouched on the lizard's back, slowly withdrawing his sword. Only 150 points of experience. Su Rue felt somewhat dissatisfied. The strength of this level 3 monster was akin to that of the special monster he had previously slain, the spiked leg spider. Yet it yielded 50 fewer experience points. Nevertheless, it was still acceptable. Su Rue had dealt with it effortlessly, practically a free kill. Su Rue then activated the absorption on the giant lizard's carcass. Absorption successful. Defense 1 quite impressive. It appears to be a valuable defensive attribute. Su Rue felt that his physique had significantly strengthened, and it would be quite difficult for a level 1 beast to inflict harm upon him. After leaping down from the giant lizard, he commenced his exploration of the cave. The cave was not particularly high, alleviating Su Rue's concerns about being attacked by beasts lurking above. Furthermore, he had reached the end of the cave, where he noticed some skeletal remains of beasts scattered about. It was evident that this was the lair of the blue-scaled giant lizard. At that moment, Su Rue discovered a chest hidden in one corner of the cave. Goodness, a wooden treasure chest. He rushed over and found it to be the same wooden chest he had encountered earlier. To his astonishment, there was a treasure chest within the cave. Eagerly, Su Rue prepared to open it. But no matter how much strength he exerted, the chest remained obstinately shut. What is going on? Is this chest not meant for me? Su Rue was immediately filled with confusion. Bang, bang, bang. Su Rue swung his sword at the wooden chest with fervor. Please do not damage the treasure chest. Reminder. The player needs to complete the cave exploration before it can be opened. Current progress, 1-2. Complete exploration? What does that mean? Su Rue was at a loss. Just then, he heard some commotion behind him and swiftly turned around. Before him stood another blue-scaled giant lizard, blocking the cave entrance completely. Upon seeing it, Su Rue instantly comprehended the meaning of the 1-2 progress. It turned out he still had another giant lizard to deal with. The lizard charged towards the intruder, Su Rue, ready for battle. The giant lizard initiated an attack by attempting to bite him. But Su Rue deftly sidestepped. Then, he swung his sword at the lizard. Clang, clang. The sound of the black iron sword striking against the lizard's scales produced a shower of sparks. The scales were remarkably tough. Striking the giant lizard caused Su Rue's hand to tingle from the impact. It seemed he would have to target its forehead. However, landing a blow on the lizard's forehead during a frontal confrontation proved to be quite challenging. Although this giant lizard possessed formidable defense, it moved sluggishly. Seizing the opportunity as it lunged to bite him, Su Rue leapt onto its back. Striking its forehead from this position was considerably simpler. When the giant lizard sensed Su Rue on its back, it immediately began thrashing wildly to dislodge him. Yet, with quick reflexes, Su Rue plunged his sword down. Thrust. This strike also carried a piercing effect, directly penetrating the forehead of the giant lizard. Defeated level 3 beast blue-scaled giant lizard. Experience 150. The giant lizard's body collapsed to the ground, motionless, as Su Rue withdrew his sword. Blood gushed forth from the lizard's forehead. The inability to reach an enemy on its back became its fatal weakness. After jumping off, Su Rue activated his endless devour once more. Devour successful. Defense 1, he gained another point of defense. Excellent. Su Rue approached the wooden chest again, attempting to open it. This time, he was indeed successful. Congratulations, player has obtained Ice Silk Garment. Defense 4, inside the chest lay a brown garment, which Su Rue promptly took out. The garment was exquisitely smooth and felt remarkably sturdy, far superior to what he currently wore. Splendid. However, Su Rue did not don it immediately, as he could still perform a transformation on the Ice Silk Garment. The quality of the Ice Silk Garment was comparable to that of the fine iron sword, and Su Rue's current level permitted transformation. As Su Rue unleashed his talent, the Ice Silk Garment began to undergo a transformation. He observed as the threads of the garment morphed into fine steel wires. Transformation successful. Ice Silk Garment has been transformed into Ice Silk Armor. Defense, to my goodness, 10 points of defense. This is astonishing, considering Su Rue's total defense is currently only 8 points. With the addition of the 10 points from the Ice Silk Armor, his total defense skyrocketed to 18 points. Eagerly, Su Rue donned the armor. Although it felt somewhat heavy, such weight was inconsequential for him at present. Moreover, wearing the armor instilled a profound sense of security within him. This armor rectified his final shortcoming, alleviating his concerns about being inadvertently injured by beasts during combat. After thoroughly exploring the cave and confirming there was nothing else of interest, he exited the cave. Chapter 42. Stepping into the intermediate beast zone, upon exiting the cave, Su Rue pressed onward into the depths of the jungle. The experience provided by the outer beasts was simply too meager. Su Rue believed that with his current strength, he should be capable of handling level 4 beasts as he journeyed deeper into the jungle. He encountered numerous level 1 beasts, yet he refrained from wasting time on them. The level 1 beasts, upon witnessing Su Rue's speed, scattered in fear. Before long, Su Rue found himself traversing through the jungle and into a small meadow. Not far ahead lay another thicket. Reminder, you have stepped out of the beginner beast zone and are about to enter the intermediate beast zone. Beginner beast zone, beast levels 1 to 3. Intermediate beast zone, beast levels 3 to 6. Su Rue was surprised to learn that beasts were categorized into regions. However, this was likely a protective measure for lower-level beasts and humans alike. After all, the power of higher-level beasts was overwhelming. If they were to appear in lower-level areas, they would likely be unbeatable. Without hesitation, Su Rui brandished his sword and charged into the intermediate beast zone. As soon as he set foot in the intermediate beast zone, the voice of the heavenly Tao resonated in his mind. Detecting player has entered the intermediate beast zone. Area chat system activated. No sooner had the words left the voice than Su Rui noticed a new chat interface resembling a group chat appear alongside. There were only about 20 individuals present, each with authentic avatars and names that another newcomer. Come out and greet everyone. Oh look, a handsome young man. Such a rarity. A strikingly beautiful woman with bright eyes and a radiant smile remarked. She was one of the few females in this group chat. Named Qinlan, that he pondered for a moment before sending a message. Su Rui never anticipated that upon entering the intermediate beast zone, he would join a peculiar group chat. However, after some conversation, he comprehended the purpose of this chat, that it comprised all members from the surrounding 100 novice villages who had ventured into the intermediate beast zone. With a total of 100 novice villages, there were about 200,000 individuals. Only these 20 or so had entered the intermediate beast zone within a single day. These individuals could be considered the cream of the crop. Su Rui also gleaned from their discussions that the intermediate beast zone was vastly larger than the beginner beast zone, and thus far, no one had managed to exit. Most importantly, they could encounter one another within the intermediate beast zone. It could be said that the intermediate beast zone served as a hub connecting the surrounding 100 novice villages. By the way, I haven't asked which novice village you are from. Qinlan inquired. That I am from novice village 250.250. What a unique number, someone quipped. You are the first from novice village 250 to enter the intermediate beast zone. You must be the top on your village's power ranking. Most people here are at the top of the rankings that I wonder if Su Rui has made it onto the newcomer leaderboard. Qinlan suddenly asked. At that moment, someone interjected, unable to contain themselves. Enough already. Qinlan, we all know you've made it onto the leaderboard. Can you refrain from asking everyone about it? I'm just asking. If you have the ability, why not show me your own ranking? Su Rui replied. I am ranked 97th on the newcomer leaderboard. Upon hearing that Su Rui had already made it onto the leaderboard, the group chat erupted in surprise. Wow, Su Rui, you are impressive. Among the 30 of us, only 3 have made it onto the leaderboard. Pure luck that Su Rui was taken aback to learn that only 3 had reached the leaderboard. Soon after, Qinlan remarked in the chat, my ranking on the newcomer leaderboard is 89th. 89th. Upon hearing this ranking, Su Rui felt a surge of excitement that he had witnessed the strength of the 97th ranked Sandao Ci Lang and had to exert himself completely to defeat him. Yet this Qinlan was ranked 89th, indicating her strength was considerably superior to that of Sandao Ci Lang. She must be stronger than him, suggesting that there were indeed many formidable individuals among those who had come from Blue Star. He realized he could not limit his focus to just one novice village. Among these individuals, many had likely awakened their talents. Not wanting to squander any more time in the chat, Su Rui's desire to grow stronger intensified after encountering such formidable opponents. He exited the chat and resolutely advanced into the intermediate beast zone. The environment here appeared far more perilous than in the beginner beast zone, especially during the night that Su Rui approached with utmost caution. Reminiscent of his initial venture into the jungle. Suddenly, a shadow erupted from above. Su Rui swiftly drew his sword and looked up at the shadow. He discovered it was a swarm of bats. Level 3 beast, blood-sucking bat. Active at night, they move in flocks, feasting on blood. The bats moved with astonishing speed, forming a dark cloud in the sky as they descended upon Su Rui. So many of them? Su Rui was taken aback, quickly brandishing his sword to shield his head. Slash, slash, slash. Defeated level 3 beast. Blood-sucking bat, experience 100. Defeated level 3 beast. Blood-sucking bat, experience 100. The blood-sucking bats suffered casualties under Su Rui's onslaught. But their sharp claws and fangs also struck him. Bang, bang. Sparks flew as the ice silk armor on Su Rui withstood the attacks. Soon, the cloud of bats was dispersed by Su Rui's fierce strikes. Bloodstains marred the areas of Su Rui's neck and wrists that were unprotected by soft armor. Had it not been for his formidable defensive capabilities, those bats would likely have torn the flesh from his bones. Just as the dark cloud was dispersed by Su Rui, it swiftly reformed behind him, preparing to launch yet another assault. What the hell? They're back. Observing the situation, Su Rui promptly brandished his sword and made a hasty retreat. Individually, these bats were not particularly strong. In a one-on-one confrontation, Su Rui could easily dispatch them with a single strike. However, When they congregated, their combat prowess was significantly amplified. Thus, Su Rue could only evade their attacks. Sprinting deeper into the jungle, the forest, dense with various trees and plants, provided an obstacle to the bat's flight that as he ran, Su Rue glanced back, only to find the bat still hot on his heels. Still chasing me, he quickened his pace, heading toward a thicket of trees. Yet the swarm of bats was determined to pursue him relentlessly. Soon, however, they were hindered by the chaotic branches surrounding them, allowing Su Rue to shake them off. After navigating several twists and turns, the bats lost sight of him. The dark clouds circled aimlessly before departing in a specific direction that moment. Behind a massive rock, Su Rue exhaled a sigh of relief. He closed his eyes and leaned against the wall, slowly sinking to the ground. The continuous running and recent escape had drained a significant amount of his stamina. Resting here was the epitome of bliss for him. However, when he opened his eyes once more, he was startled to find a bear, resembling a small mountain, looming before him. Simultaneously, a panel detailing the creature appeared in Su Rue's view. Level 4 beast. Enraged bear. Incredible strength. Astonishing defense. Irritable, with a strong territorial instinct. A level 4 beast with a strong territorial instinct. Could this possibly be its domain? In the next moment, the enraged bear swung its massive paw towards Su Rue's head. Su Rue immediately ducked and rolled to the left, narrowly evading this lethal strike. The boulder he had just been leaning against was smashed into a pit by the bear's paw, debris scattering. Had that blow landed on Su Rue, it would have surely crushed his skull. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and struck at the bear's back. The blade pierced the bear's flesh, prompting it to whirl around. Su Rue swiftly withdrew his sword. Blood gushed from the bear's wound. The enraged bear erupted with fury. This wretched human not only trespassed into its territory, but dared to inflict harm upon it. It raised its colossal paw once more, aiming to swipe at Su Rue. Relying on his agility and keen insight, Su Rue rolled backward to evade the onslaught. The impact of the bear's paw struck the ground with such force that it trembled, leaving cracks in its wake. The sheer power was staggering. Realizing he could not afford to be hit, Su Rue understood that even divine intervention would be futile. Just then, he heard a commotion behind him. It was the swarm of blood-sucking bats returning, likely drawn by the noise of the struggle. Now, Su Rue found himself caught between the bats and the enraged bear, a perilous predicament indeed. Yet he remained composed, contemplating his next move, but the enraged bear was unwilling to grant him that opportunity, launching another assault. The bats dove towards Su Rue without hesitation. With a swift motion, Su Rue dodged the bear's massive paw as it slammed into the ground once more. This time, instead of retreating, he leaped onto the bear's arm, then deftly sprang to its shoulder. The bear was taken aback by Su Rue's audacity, wondering how such a daring human could exist. Once on the bear's shoulder, Su Rue did not pause. He leaped again, aiming for the creature's back, twisting midair to deliver a strike. A crimson gash appeared on the bear's nape as his sword sliced through the thick fur, exposing vibrant flesh beneath. In that moment, the blood-sucking bats arrived. Instantly, they were lured by the scent of blood emanating from the bear's wounds, each one rushing to feast upon the gaping injuries. After all, the blood of such a colossal bear far exceeded that of Su Rue's diminutive frame. As the bear swatted at the swarm, it furiously pounded the air with its fists, but the bats evaded with remarkable agility, continuously surrounding and attacking the bear. The cloud of bats resembled a massive, undulating mass. Each time the bear swiped, they would dip and weave, escaping its clutches. After all, its swiping speed was no match for Su Rue's swordplay. The bear's frustrated roars echoed as it failed to land a hit on the agile swarm. Meanwhile, bats were steadily draining its blood, leaving it vulnerable and distracted. What a foolish bear, Su Rue mused. Despite its immense strength, it lacked the necessary agility. That moment, some bats, scattered by the bear's swipes, noticed Su Rue observing from the sidelines. They quickly regrouped into a smaller swarm and charged at him. You think you stand a chance against me with such numbers? Faced with this meager assembly of blood-sucking bats, Su Rue felt no fear. He raised his sword and met them head-on. Slash, 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 with a flurry of strikes. Several bats fell from the air, lifeless. Killed level 3 beast. bloodsucking bat, experience 100, killed level 3 beast. Bloodsucking bat, experience 100. In a single sweep, he exterminated 5 bloodsucking bats, earning 500 experience points. Congratulations, player level has risen to level 7. Attack 35, speed 35, defense 3. Done in the midst of battle, Su Rue gained enough experience for an immediate level up to level 7 that simultaneously, another notification appeared. Reminder, level increased to 7. The endless devour talent has been enhanced. You can now devour talents of players of the same level. Upon reading this notification, Su Rue felt a jolt of exhilaration, nearly losing grip on his sword. The ability to directly devour talents? That was utterly absurd. If Su Rue encountered a human corpse with a talent, wouldn't he inherit that talent upon consumption? The thought ignited a thrill within him. Moreover, having just leveled up, his newfound strength surged, scattering the remaining bloodsucking bats, who fled to regroup with their main force. Seizing the moment, Su Rue devoured the attributes of the 3 bloodsucking bats he had just slain. Devoured successfully. Attack 2. Devoured successfully. Attack 2. Devoured successfully. Attack 2. The attributes of these bloodsucking bats were quite low, but that was primarily due to their individual weakness that he seized the opportunity to glance at his status panel. Name: Su Rue attack. 258 defense. 21 speed. 218 level. 7330. 3000. Not too shabby. Su Rue could feel that he was significantly stronger than during the novice village competition. Meanwhile, the battle between the enraged bear and the blood-sucking bats raged on. The bear, however, was gradually succumbing to fatigue, primarily due to the considerable blood loss it had suffered. The bats also incurred casualties, with several failing to evade the bear's powerful swipes. The enraged bear roared angrily at the dark cloud, causing it to recoil slightly. Seizing this moment, the bear dropped to all fours and bolted in a specific direction. Trying to escape, Su Rue immediately pursued. He was unwilling to let such a prime target slip away. This was a level 4 beast, and the experience it yielded would be substantial. The dark cloud, after a brief pause, also resumed its pursuit. Thus, the enraged bear found itself chased by both Su Rue and the bloodsucking bats. However, due to the complex terrain, the bats soon fell behind, leaving only Su Rue in relentless pursuit. Before long, the bear led Su Rue to a massive cave entrance. This was a naturally formed cavern, wide and easily visible from the outside. It seemed to be the bear's den. Upon reaching this location, the bear ceased its flight, turning to confront Su Rue with a growl. However, weakened from blood loss, its movements had grown sluggish and disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Su Rue leaped onto the bear's back, thrusting his sword toward the wound on its neck, which had already been exacerbated by the blood-sucking bats. With a piercing strike, the enchanted sword penetrated deeply into the bear's neck. Su Rue was no longer the same Su Rue from before. His power had surged with his recent level up. Blood gushed from the bear's neck in torrents. The enraged bear could no longer withstand its injuries. It collapsed heavily to the ground. Killed level 4 beast. Enraged bear, experience 500, standing atop the fallen bear. Su Rue withdrew his sword and extended his left hand, activating the endless devour ability. Devoured successfully. Attack 8. Another 8 points to his attack. After the consumption, Su Rue leaped down from the bear's carcass, turning his attention to the cave. Eager to discover any potential treasures hidden within as he explored, he noticed drag marks on the ground. Following these traces, he arrived behind a large stone within the cave. To his astonishment, he discovered a human corpse. There's actually a human corpse here. Su Rue exclaimed in surprise that I am the novice village of 250. Apart from him, no one else has yet arrived at the intermediate monster zone. This implies that this individual must be from another novice village. That it was evident that the human corpse had a completely concave chest, and the internal organs were likely in a horrific state. It appeared that this was the result of a single strike from a giant bear. Although Su Rue currently possesses high defensive capabilities, if he were to take on the furious bear head-on, his fate would likely not be much better than that of the unfortunate soul on the ground. Alas, what a stroke of misfortune! Just upon entering the intermediate monster zone, he encountered a level 4 beast. However, upon further reflection, Su Rue realized he was not in a much better situation himself. Not only did he face the furious bear, but he was also pursued by blood-sucking bats. Fortunately, the assistance of the bats had facilitated his relatively easy defeat of the bear. After a moment of silent tribute to the corpse, Su Rue activated his endless devour. While it was appropriate to mourn, it was equally necessary to consume. However, this time, unlike previous instances of devouring, a green light emanated from the corpse as Su Rue absorbed it. Devour successful. Player has acquired a level talent. Teleportation goodness, a talent. Su Rue's endless devour had just upgraded to the point where it could absorb talents, and he had now encountered a corpse of a human with a talent. What splendid fortune! He immediately opened his talent interface to investigate. E-level talent, teleportation, allows for instantaneous movement within a small range once, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Only 30 seconds. How swift! Note, this talent is a fixed-type talent with no growth potential. So that is how it is. No wonder it is merely an E-level talent. Eagerly, Su Rue began to experiment with a mere thought. His body vanished from its original position, reappearing 4 to 5 meters ahead. After waiting for the cooldown to conclude, he attempted it several more times. Astonishingly, the maximum distance was only 5 meters, indicating that it could only be used effectively in combat and was of little assistance for escape. Su Rue stroked his chin thoughtfully, but soon a smile graced his face. However, this is a significant boon for combat. Su Rue could utilize his Eye of Insight to anticipate his opponent's next move and then teleport directly to an unguarded spot in their defense to deliver a lethal strike. What a windfall! This talent would substantially enhance Su Rue's combat prowess, and he was now eager to find an opponent to test his new ability that moment. The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed once more. Reminder: someone has challenged you for the rookie ranking. Do you accept? You currently have 3 opportunities to decline. That if you accept the challenge and win, you will receive a wooden treasure chest 1. Someone wishes to challenge me. Su Rue decisively clicked accept. With his current strength, he had no fear of a challenge. Moreover, there was a treasure chest to be gained upon victory. After confirming his acceptance, Su Rue's body vanished from the cave. In the next instant, he found himself on the arena. This arena was considerably smaller than the one from the previous competition, barely accommodating 2 combatants. Rookie ranking challenge rules: defeat your opponent by knocking them off the arena or have them forfeit to achieve victory, simultaneously. An opponent's figure appeared across from him. Upon seeing this figure, a look of astonishment crossed Su Rue's face, for it was none other than the previously encountered Sandao Zilang. Hadn't he been pierced through the heart by Su Rue's sword during their last encounter? How was he still standing? With arms crossed and his katana positioned before him, Sandao Zilang regarded Su Rue with a cold smirk. Did you ever expect to see me again? Sandao Zilang spoke in the language of cherry blossoms. Su Rue quickly composed himself, refusing to feel intimidated by his adversary, instead brimming with fighting spirit. A defeated foe, how dare you seek death again? Knowing that his opponent would not understand, Su Rue raised his middle finger defiantly. Baka, this time, I will surely slay you. Sandao Zilang promptly drew his katana at the same time, his body split into 2 doppelgangers, which fearlessly charged at Su Rue. His true form remained stationary, having learned from past mistakes to observe the battle from a distance while letting the doppelgangers confront Su Rue. In turn, charged at him with his sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing weapons filled the arena as Su Rue engaged with the 2 doppelgangers. Amidst the flashing blades, Su Rue could only defend himself, unable to mount any offensive. Observing from the sidelines, the true Sandao Zilang noted Su Rue's increased combat prowess during this period. In a one-on-one battle, he realized he would no longer be a match for Su Rue. Damn it! This guy has leveled up too quickly. I must eliminate him this time. Sandao Zilang's resolve to kill Su Rue intensified, as he had no intention of allowing Su Rue the chance to forfeit. The true form began to close in on Su Rue, aiming to deliver a fatal blow at the opportune moment. Present, Su Rue was already at his limits battling the 2 doppelgangers, leaving him no room to maneuver. Should Sandao Zilang seize the moment and strike decisively, Su Rue would undoubtedly be caught off guard. Naturally, Su Rue was keenly aware of this, biding his time for Sandao Zilang to approach. Due to the limitations of his teleportation distance, he could not directly appear behind Sandao Zilang, nor could he approach the true form due to the doppelganger's constraints. Thus, he awaited Sandao Zilang's advance. Clang clang! While engaged in combat, Su Rue remained vigilant of Sandao Zilang's position, that as soon as the distance was sufficient, he would unleash a thunderous strike to eliminate his opponent, Sandao Zilang. Oblivious to Su Rue's acquisition of another talent during this interval, looked at Su Rue with a smug expression, his katana poised to counter any sudden attack. Having learned from the previous defeat, he maintained a safe distance, planning to retreat the moment Su Rue unleashed a triple attack, that if he could evade that one strike, he was confident Su Rue would be left without further means. Weakling from the Dragon Kingdom, prepare to meet your end. Sandao Zilang reached a position from which he could attack Su Ruat that moment. A slight smile curled at the corner of Su Rue's mouth. In the next instant, his body vanished from sight. Ding ding. The katana wielded by the two doppelgangers struck the ground. Witnessing this, Sandao Zilang was momentarily stunned. How could a perfectly healthy individual suddenly disappear? Had his opponent forfeited? Doubt flickered in Sandao Zilang's mind. But just then, he felt a chill at the nape of his neck, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind behind him. Chapter 45. Killing Sandao Zilang. Harvesting the doppelganger technique, Sandao Zilang attempted to turn and look, but it was far too late. Swish, a flash of cold light surged forth. Sandao Zilang's vision spun uncontrollably, and he beheld his own headless body standing in place, while Su Rue emerged from behind, having delivered the fatal strike. How could this happen? How did Su Rue manage to appear behind him? This question would remain unanswered until his dying breath, as his head fell, the two doppelgangers dissipated into nothingness. Now you should be finished, Su Rue remarked, gazing at Sandao Zilang's severed head. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he approached Sandao Zilang's corpse to activate Endless Devour, but he wished to see if he could absorb Sandao Zilang's talent, that as Su Rue consumed. A burst of yellow light erupted from the corpse of Sandao Zilang. Devour successful. Player has acquired C-level talent. Doppelganger technique. C-level talent. Doppelganger technique. Summons two doppelgangers with the same strength as the user to assist in battle. Lasting for 5 minutes, incredible. Actually worked, and it's a C-level talent. Su Rue felt an overwhelming joy. He had already experienced the power of the doppelganger technique before he could experiment further. The Heavenly Tao had already transported him back to the cave of the Furious Bear. Upon landing, the voice of the Heavenly Tao announced, winner of this challenge, Su's rank remains unchanged. And a wooden treasure chest is awarded. As soon as the words were spoken, a wooden chest appeared before Su Rue. He eagerly opened it to find a bright red spirit fruit nestled inside. A spirit fruit? Crimson blood fruit. Consuming it enhances mental strength. Reaching level 7, Su Rue discovered that his super transformation could now convert spirit fruits. Without hesitation, he activated super transformation on the crimson blood fruit. Transformation successful. Crimson blood fruit has been converted into premium crimson blood fruit. Premium crimson blood fruit. Consuming it is twice the effect of a regular crimson blood fruit. Excellent. Su Rue immediately consumed the premium crimson blood fruit. A surge of spiritual energy rushed from his mouth to his brain, heightening his mental clarity and focus. Consuming premium crimson blood fruit, mental strength significantly enhanced. Although Su Rue could previously rely on the Eye of Insight to capture his opponent's movements and enhance his observational skills, this required a considerable expenditure of energy, leaving him fatigued after each battle. Now, with enhanced mental strength, he could effortlessly achieve this. The benefits of increased mental strength were evident. After consuming the crimson blood fruit, Su Rue suddenly recalled that he still possessed a white spirit fruit on his person. Since the crimson blood fruit could be transformed, the white spirit fruit should be no exception, that he promptly retrieved the white spirit fruit and began his attempt. Transformation successful. White spirit fruit has been converted into century-old white spirit fruit, just as I suspected. Century-old white spirit fruit. Consuming it enhances physical constitution and self-healing abilities. Enhancing self-healing abilities. It can also boost physical constitution, truly worthy of being a century-old white spirit fruit. An enhanced constitution would not only bolster his defenses, but also augment Su Rue's stamina, that is for self-healing capabilities. That attribute was undeniably formidable. After the transformation, Su Rue promptly swallowed the century-old Bai Ling fruit in 2 or 3 bites. Consuming the century-old Bai Ling fruit enhances physical constitution and self-healing abilities. Defense 2. An indescribably refreshing sensation coursed through Su Rue's entire body, and his stamina began to recover rapidly. Before long, he reached a state of full vitality. To his astonishment, he also noticed that the bloodstains inflicted by the bats were miraculously healing. Although the improvement was not immediately apparent, it was sufficient to demonstrate the effects of his enhanced self-healing abilities. Quite impressive. Su Rue then resumed his experimentation with the clone technique. With a mere thought, 2 clones split from his body. These clones were silent and entirely controlled by Su Rue. The exertion required to control them was quite taxing on his stamina and energy, but fortunately, Su Rue's mental strength had just received a boost. After manipulating the 2 clones for a while, he discovered that although they wielded the Xiantai sword and wore the Power Frenzy bracelet, appearing identical to himself, they lacked the enhancements provided by these items. The clones did not benefit from the attack power of the Xiantai sword, could not use the bracelet, nor could they employ any other talents. Their attributes were the only aspect that mirrored his own. It seemed that the clone technique had its limitations. Nonetheless, Su Rue was satisfied. Acquiring 2 significant new abilities undoubtedly enhanced his combat prowess that he felt confident that his ranking on the newcomer leaderboard could improve. However, he had yet to obtain the qualification to challenge others on the leaderboard. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the cave. The Du Chong, "Are you sure it's in here?" "I'm certain. This is the place where Li Yao was killed by the giant bear. You 2 stay outside. I'll go take a look." Upon hearing footsteps approaching, Su Rue hastily retracted his 2 clones back into his body. "Brother Zhou, please be cautious. This giant bear is likely a level 4 monster." A male voice warned that a light, agile female voice responded. "So what if it's a level 4 monster? Brother Zhongwu is ranked 85th on the newcomer leaderboard. He could take down a level 5 monster." At that moment, Su Rue saw a man wielding a tang knife enter. Su Rue sheathed his sword and approached him. Lacking the insightful eye, the man's observational skills were far inferior to Su Rue's. He merely heard footsteps approaching which did not resemble those of a beast. Who's there?" he called out first. Su Rue replied, "It's me. My name is Su Rue. I've already slain the giant bear." Upon realizing the approaching figure was human, Bai Zhongwu's expression relaxed slightly, though he still gripped his tang knife tightly. "Did Su Rue? Are you the one who just arrived in the intermediate monster zone?" As Su Rue stepped into view, he affirmed, "Indeed, that's me." Noticing Su Rue had sheathed his weapon, Bai Zhongwu also returned his tang knife to its scabbard. "So that's how it is," he nodded, then called out towards the cave entrance. "Du Chong, and then you can come in now." As his words fell, 2 figures swiftly appeared in the cave. "Brother Zhongwu, you resolved the giant bear so quickly." "Yes, Brother Zhongwu, we didn't hear any commotion outside." Bai Zhongwu chuckled. "It wasn't me. It was Brother Su Rue who killed the giant bear." At this point, the 2 noticed Su Rue standing nearby. Su Rue, Du Chong expressed slight confusion. Xiaonin, however, recognized Su Rue's identity and exclaimed, "Oh, so it's you, the one who just came from the 250 novice village. Did you really kill that giant bear?" Du Chong asked, astonished that he had previously faced the bear with Li Yao, only to suffer blows. And Li Yao had unfortunately died at its hands. Now Su Rue had single-handedly defeated the beast. Su Rue pointed to a spot and said, "The giant bear's body is over there." Du Chong dashed over to confirm. And upon verifying the bear's demise, his expression was one of even greater astonishment that it's actually true. Xiaonan remarked, "What is so surprising about that? Su Rue is on the newcomer leaderboard." After all, Chapter 46, by Zhongwu's invitation at that moment, Du Chong realized Su Rue was indeed a member of the newcomer leaderboard. Having overlooked the information in the group chat, that he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, we came here to avenge Li Yao. And unexpectedly, you've already avenged him for me." Du Chong and the deceased Li Yao had been from the same novice village. After Li Yao's death, he encountered the strongest players in the group chat, Bai Zhongwu and Xia, and upon learning of his plight, Bai Zhongwu had offered to help him seek revenge. But unexpectedly, the giant bear had already fallen to Su Rue. "Dante mentioned it. I only discovered the body after killing the bear." With that, Su Rue turned to leave the cave. "Wait," Bai Zhongwu suddenly called out to him. Su Rue turned back, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Bai Zhongwu approached and explained, "Anin and I previously encountered a spirit fruit tree at a certain location. However, it is guarded by a troop of spirit monkeys that I am seeking companions to help us seize the spirit fruit. Would you be interested?" The spirit fruit tree? Su Rue immediately recalled the Bailing fruit tree he had encountered earlier, which still bore a number of Bailing fruits. However, the value of the Bailing fruit was primarily in its initial consumption. Continued use would only enhance stamina. Therefore, after strengthening his abilities, Su Rui had not bothered to harvest more by Ling fruits. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Sure, where is that spirit fruit tree?" Given that he currently lacked a specific objective, he was uncertain about where to go next. Upon hearing Su Rui's agreement, Bai Zhongwu nodded, "Great. I've already shared the location in the group chat. Several people are willing to join us. Let us meet up with them and then head to the spirit fruit tree together." Hearing Bai Zhongwu's words, Su Rui glanced at the group chat. Indeed, Bai Zhongwu had posted the information, and 4 individuals were not far away, willing to come. Among them was Qin Lan, who had previously spoken to Su Rui. Bai Zhongwu promptly led the way, with Su Rui and the other 2 following closely behind. "Did I end this place?" Everyone was accustomed to not wasting time. They set off immediately. "Did on the way?" Su Rui inquired. "Is that fruit tree large?" "Yes, very large. There are dozens of monkeys on it," Xiaonan replied promptly. Bai Zhongwu added, "Not only are there many monkeys, but there are also plenty of spirit fruits." Now it made sense to Su Rui. No wonder they needed so many people to assist. Noticing Su Rui was agreeable, Xiaonan asked, "Su Rui, what level are you at now?" "Level 7, Su Rui responded. In reality, his attributes far surpassed those of a typical level 7 human, that if one were to factor in his talents, he could likely take on 4 or 5 level 7 humans single-handedly. "Oh, that is impressive," she nodded. Meanwhile, Du Chong's face was filled with astonishment. He had thought himself quite formidable, ranking among the top 3 in his novice village, only to find he was outclassed in level by someone else. "By the way, what is your talent?" Xiaonan asked again. She had never considered that he might lack a talent, as achieving such a level and strength in a short time surely required a powerful talent. Moreover, most who had reached the intermediate monster zone by this time had awakened their talents. Su Rui was momentarily taken aback by the question. He now possessed 5 talents, but which one should he disclose? At that moment, Bai Zhongwu, who was leading the way, interjected, "And then talents are a personal secret. Don't ask indiscriminately." "Oh, okay." That Su Rui did not elaborate. Throughout the journey, Xiaonan posed numerous questions, prompting Su Rui to inwardly marvel at her verbosity. He also learned that Bai Zhongwu and she were from the same novice village and were teammates. Before long, Bai Zhongwu brought the 3 of them to the designated meeting point. 3 individuals were already gathered there, leaving only 1 more to complete the group. Bai Zhongwu approached the others to greet them. They hailed from different novice villages, each being among the strongest in their respective villages. However, upon meeting Bai Zhongwu, they were all extremely courteous, as he ranked 85th on the newcomer leaderboard and was significantly stronger than they were. "Is everyone here? I'm not late, am I?" A soft female voice rang out from behind the group. Qin Lan appeared, holding a long sword with a scabbard, standing gracefully among the crowd. "That you're not late. We all just arrived," Bai Zhongwu replied. "That's good." "Huh. Why are there more people?" Qin Lan noticed the discrepancy in numbers and turned to look at Su Rui. A smile instantly spreading across her face. "Oh, it's you, Brother Su, or you?" Su Rui felt a bit uncomfortable upon hearing this address. It was one thing to say so in the chat, but being called that face-to-face was somewhat unbearable. "Just call me Su Rui. I'm not that young anymore. Don't be shy, Brother Su Rui." Qin Lan laughed as she walked towards him. Placing her hand on his shoulder, Su Rui's expression grew slightly awkward as he turned his head aside. The troubles that come with being too handsome." Xiaonan stifled a laugh nearby, while the others cast knowing glances towards Su Rui. Bai Zhongwu also shot a look at Su Rui before addressing everyone. "All right, now that everyone is here, let us set off." "Indeed, let us hasten our departure." Su Rui seized the opportunity to extricate himself from the enthusiastic Qin Lan. Bai Zhongwu led the way ahead, with the others closely trailing behind him. The spiritual fruit tree he had discovered, guarded by monkeys, was not far from their current location. Their pace was swift, and before long, they arrived at their destination. Upon sighting the magnificent tree, expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of everyone except Bai Zhongwu and Xiaonan. The spiritual fruit tree before them was enormous, likely requiring 10 individuals to encircle its trunk. However, it was not particularly tall. Its roots twisted and turned beneath, while its branches and leaves formed a canopy that obscured the sky. The area shaded by its branches was vast, and beneath it lay a patch of grass. Thousand-year monkey fruit tree. Grows for over 1,000 years, serving as a habitat for the monkey spirit fruits. On several of the tree's branches, a few scattered red fruits, resembling peaches, could be seen. The reason they could see so clearly in the dark was due to a small lake in front of the tree, emitting a soft blue glow that illuminated the surroundings, rendering the place akin to a fairyland. This was also why Su Rue and the others were so taken aback. This place is beautiful, isn't it? When Brother Zhongwu and I first arrived, our expressions mirrored yours, Xiaonan whispered. Beneath the grand tree, several spirit monkeys stood guard, while the group concealed themselves behind the bushes. Level 3 Demon Beast, Spirit Monkey, possesses a degree of intelligence and can wield various weapons and tools. Agile, capable of moving freely among the trees. Level 3 Demon Beasts, Surue noted that the spirit monkeys beneath the tree were armed with sharpened wooden sticks, indicating they indeed possessed some level of intellect. How do we go about obtaining the spiritual fruits? Qin Lan inquired. Previously, when Bai Zhongwu had summoned them, he had not disclosed his plan. Bai Zhongwu spoke softly. Here is my plan. We first send a group to lure the spirit monkeys away, while the remaining members sneak in to harvest the fruits while the monkeys are asleep. There are still plenty of monkeys on the tree. Why not just charge in and take them? Surue asked. To him, the combat prowess of these level 3 spirit monkeys seemed insufficient. Their group was composed of skilled fighters, more than capable of dealing with dozens of monkeys, and they could even gain some experience in the process. Qin Lan wholeheartedly agreed. Exactly. Surue is right. We should attack directly to no spirit monkey can withstand my sword. The others nodded silently, acknowledging that level 3 spirit monkeys were not particularly formidable. Bai Zhongwu immediately shook his head, dismissing the suggestion. No, there are more than just level 3 monkeys on that tree. I have seen level 4 monkeys before, and I suspect there is a monkey king among them. Upon hearing about the level 4 demon beasts, they all fell silent. Although the difference between level 3 and level 4 is merely one tier, the strength of demon beasts grows exponentially. All right, we'll heed your advice, but who will lure the spirit monkeys away? Qin Lan countered. They were all strangers to one another. What if she drew the monkeys away and the others absconded with the fruits? Su Rue and the others clearly shared her concerns. Bai Zhongwu had already anticipated this. He confidently declared, I organized this group, so I will draw the spirit monkeys away while you harvest the fruits. Just make sure to share a few with me. Upon hearing this, the group looked at Bai Zhongwu with newfound respect. Du Chong, you'll accompany me in luring the monkeys, Bai Zhongwu suddenly announced. What? Du Chong's expression shifted. I doubt I can draw many monkeys away alone. You joining me will yield better results. Fine, Du Chong reluctantly agreed. After finalizing their plan, the two emerged from the bushes and circled to the opposite side of the grand tree. Bai Zhongwu picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at one of the spirit monkeys. Thud! The stone struck the monkey squarely on the head, startling the drowsy guard. Chirp! 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 The spirit monkeys erupted into a chorus of shrieks, with the struck monkey incessantly pointing at Bai Zhongwu. Bai Zhongwu promptly hurled another stone. Whoosh! This time the monkey dodged, yet continued to chirp incessantly. Meanwhile, Du Chong was not idle. He resorted to verbal taunts. Come on, you foolish monkeys! Hurry and chase after me. 6 or 7 spirit monkeys could no longer restrain themselves, brandishing wooden spears as they charged toward the two. Seeing this, Bai Zhongwu and Du Chong immediately took flight. It was not that they could not handle these monkeys. Rather, engaging in combat here would undoubtedly awaken the remaining monkeys. Moreover, if the guard monkeys realized they were outmatched, they would surely rouse their companions. Their strategy was to avoid awakening any other monkeys and quietly deal with the guards. Now that they are distracted, it is our turn. Su Rue observed that many of the guard monkeys had given chase and prepared to act. The others silently approached the monkey fruit tree. Su Rue led the way. Drawing his sword, poised for action, Su Rue, let us strike together. One of us can handle each spirit monkey, right? Qin Lan whispered, positioning herself beside him. With Bai Zhongwu's distraction, only 2 spirit monkeys remained beneath the tree. If they could take care of these 2, the fruits would be theirs. I can handle it alone, Su Rue replied. What? Qin Lan was taken aback, surprised by Su Rue's confidence. With that, Su Rue charged forward, sword in hand. Hey, why is he going in alone? That is far too risky. What if he wakes the other monkeys? The others expressed their confusion, although there were only 2 monkeys beneath the tree. Successfully dispatching them without alarming their companions was no small feat. The 2 spirit monkeys spotted a human charging toward them. They raised their spears, baring their teeth at Su Rue with each passing moment. Su Rue drew closer, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Whoosh! At that moment, two Su Ruis appeared behind the two spirit monkeys. Thud! Thud! Both Su Ruis plunged their swords into the back of one spirit monkey's head. Piercing through to its forehead, the two monkeys fell without uttering a sound. Kill level 3 demon beast. Spirit monkey, experience 150. Kill level 3 demon beast. Spirit monkey, experience 150 afterward. Su Rue devoured their attributes. Devour successful. Attack power 5. Devour successful. Attack power 5. Wow, what was that move just now? It looked incredibly powerful. The swift defeat of the two spirit monkeys left everyone in awe. Even Qinlan was taken aback. Impressive, Su Rue. No wonder you made it onto the rookie leaderboard. While they marveled, they did not forget their purpose. One by one, they stealthily approached the monkey fruit tree, taking advantage of the slumbering monkeys to gather the fruits. Su Rue had already begun his task. He split into 3, simultaneously scaling the tree. This spectacle astonished those behind him. Upon reaching the tree's branches, the 3 Su Rui scattered, each heading towards the nearest spiritual fruit. It was undeniable that the 1,000-year monkey fruit tree was immense. Even upon climbing, one could only gaze up at the sprawling branches. This tree resembled a skyscraper, home to countless spirit monkeys. Soon, the others also ascended the tree, beginning their harvest. However, the fruits were scarce and scattered, likely having been consumed by the monkeys over time. That on one of the tree's branches, Su Rue discovered several corpses of demon beasts, likely prey captured by the spirit monkeys. Without hesitation, he devoured the attributes of these corpses. Devour successful. Attack 4. Devour successful. Speed 3. After consuming the corpses, Su Rue resumed his search for spiritual fruits. The others were equally pressed for time, scouring for and collecting the fruits. At that moment, standing atop the tree, Su Rue noticed the glowing lake. From this vantage point, the scene on the lake's surface became clearer. An ethereal blue light emanated from the lake's depths, suggesting the presence of something extraordinary. Su Rue quickly used his insightful eye to gaze upon the lake. Hidden dungeon. One of the entrances to the Qian Kuan secret realm. A hidden dungeon. The small lake concealed an entrance to a hidden realm. Su Rue was astonished, but just then, the distant cries of monkeys echoed. Bai Zhongwu also chimed in through the chat. Quickly retreat. 2 spirit monkeys are returning. Seeing this, Su Rue hastily commanded his avatars and his main body to retreat. What? Those monkeys are back so soon? Damn it. I've only harvested 2 spiritual fruits. Yet, they dared not linger any longer and hurriedly descended from the tree. That Su Rue had reaped the most rewards, as he had operated with 3 entities. At that moment, he reunited with his 2 avatars, placing the fruits they had gathered into his main body's pocket before retracting the avatars. Maintaining the avatars was exhausting and not conducive to their escape. As they descended from the tree, they spotted 2 injured spirit monkeys rushing toward them. Upon seeing their home invaded by humans, the 2 spirit monkeys froze momentarily before erupting into furious howls. Roar. The roar reverberated across the lake, stirring ripples upon its surface, while chaos erupted among the monkey fruit trees. That a cacophony of chattering monkeys filled the air. Run. They all knew that the spirit monkeys had awakened, and one by one, they dashed toward the exit. At that moment, a violent commotion arose from the trees, as if something was descending. Thud, thud, thud. 3 enormous monkeys leapt down, blocking the path of Su Rue and his companions. These 3 monkeys were not only larger than ordinary ones, but their arms were also white. Level 4 beast. Iron-armed spirit monkey, possesses remarkably tough arms, agile body, and immense strength. Damn it. Get out of my way. A burly man among them, upon seeing the iron-armed spirit monkey obstructing their path, charged forward with a machete. Take this, clang. The man's strike was effortlessly parried by one of the monkey's arms. Simultaneously, the iron-armed spirit monkey retaliated with a punch. Bang! The blow landed squarely on the man's abdomen. Spurt! He coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. Truly, a level 4 beast. Qinlan murmured. The 3 iron-armed spirit monkeys did not charge at them, but instead awaited the arrival of the other spirit monkeys to encircle them. What shall we do now? Xia Anan exclaimed, nearly in tears. Other spirit monkeys began to descend from the trees, drawing closer to Su Rue and his group. We must break through. We cannot be surrounded by the spirit monkeys. Qinlan declared. Follow me and charge. No sooner had she spoken than Su Rui had already dashed forward. One iron-armed spirit monkey clashed its arms together, producing a resonant clang. It then took 2 steps forward, preparing to confront Su Rui. However, Su Rui's figure suddenly vanished from its sight. In the next instant, he reappeared in midair behind the monkey, his Xian Tai sword poised to strike its nape. Crack, a flash of cold light, and the head of the iron-armed spirit monkey fell to the ground. Killed level 4 beast. Iron-armed spirit monkey, experience 400. With a single stroke, Su Rui dispatched the iron-armed spirit monkey, leaving those behind him in stunned silence. Su Rui, brother, so fierce, Qinlan said, her gaze fixed ahead in astonishment. Meanwhile, the other 2 iron-armed spirit monkeys, witnessing their kin's demise at Su Rui's hands, let out furious roars and charged at him. Just then, Xia Anan suddenly called out, Su Rui, I'll boost your attack power. With that, she activated her talent, the attack aura. A red circle appeared beneath Su Rui's feet, filling him with newfound strength and significantly enhancing his offensive capabilities. So this is Xia Anan's talent. It appears similar to Zhang Yuanshan's defensive aura. Whoosh! At that moment, an iron-armed spirit monkey charged at Su Rui, now just in front of him. Without hesitation, Su Rui swung his sword down, employing his attack frenzy, unleashing triple the power. The iron-armed spirit monkey raised its indomitable arm, attempting to defend against Su Rui's onslaught. Su Rui's sword struck the monkey's iron arm. Crack! With the combination of Xia Anan's attack aura and Su Rui's attack frenzy bracelet, an immense force was unleashed. This strike cleanly severed the iron-armed spirit monkey's arm. Ack! Ack! The iron-armed spirit monkey, now missing an arm, howled in agony as it fled to the side. The other iron-armed spirit monkey, seeing this, gazed at Su Rui with fear in its eyes. Meanwhile, the others had joined Su Rui's side, and together they besieged the remaining iron-armed spirit monkey. Clang, clang, clang. After hastily fending off a few attacks, the iron-armed spirit monkey yielded and escaped to the side. With this, no further obstacles lay ahead, and the group sprinted forward. The pack of spirit monkeys continued their relentless pursuit. At this moment, the monkeys were filled with rage, eager to tear apart Su Rui and his companions. Each of them displayed their skills, fleeing in various directions through the thicket. Su Rui and Xia Anan ran together in one direction. Su Rui's speed was sufficient to shake off their pursuers. Yet Xia Anan lagged behind. Concerned for her safety, he slowed his pace. As a result, they could not shake off the pack of monkeys. After running a distance, Su Rui suddenly halted, drawing his sword and turning around. Xia Anan, noticing this, also stopped, panting, and asked, Su Rui, can't you run anymore? Su Rui, sword in hand, gazed at the approaching spirit monkeys, saying, I am in need of experience points, and how could I refuse such a gift? Xia Anan's face lit up with surprise at Su Rui's response. Although the monkeys pursuing them were not numerous, merely a dozen or so, dealing with so many was still quite challenging. The monkeys pursuing them, seeing Su Rui and Xia Anan had inexplicably stopped, also came to a halt, baring their teeth and growling from a short distance away. Then a spirit monkey, sturdier than the others and wielding a wooden spear, stepped forward, leading the charge at Su Rui. Su Rui raised his sword to meet the challenge, and once again, an attack aura appeared beneath his feet. Instantly, he was filled with power, and he swung his sword forward. The spear-wielding spirit monkey raised its weapon in an attempt to block Su Rui's blow. Crack! The wooden spear was cleaved in two, and Su Rui's sword struck the spirit monkey's body without hindrance. Gush! One swing, and the spirit monkey fell. Killed level 3 beast. Spirit monkey, experience 150. Chapter 49. Transforming spirit fruit. Double effect at the same time. The remaining spirit monkeys charged at Su Rui. Yet the next second, Su Rui vanished from sight. Whoosh! He reappeared behind several spirit monkeys, dividing into 3.3. Su Rui simultaneously lunged forward, swords aimed at the surrounding monkeys. Gush! 3 spirit monkeys were pierced through, meeting their end. Killed level 3 beast. Spirit monkey. Experience 150. Killed level 3 beast. Spirit monkey. Experience 150. Killed level 3 beast. Spirit monkey. Experience 150. Wow! So cool! Xia Anan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at Su Rui's talent fusion technique. Immediately, the three Su Ruis positioned themselves in different directions, each attacking. With the defensive aura enhancing him, Su Rue grew bolder in battle, continuously striking down spirit monkeys with his sword. In mere moments, the pursuing spirit monkeys were in full retreat, that Su Rue did not recklessly pursue them. His clones were nearing their time limit, and who knew how many more monkeys resided near the monkey fruit trees. Merging back into one, Su Rue sheathed his sword and found a spirit monkey to devour its attributes. Devour successful. Attack 5. He had not had the chance to absorb the attributes from the previously slain iron-armed spirit monkey, so he certainly could not waste the opportunity with the last spirit monkey. After the earlier combat, he had accrued nearly 1,000 experience points. A bountiful harvest indeed, Su Rue. Was that your talent just now? It was so impressive. Xia Anan approached, marveling that it was all right. Mainly, these spirit monkeys were not very strong. Su Rue replied humbly. The spirit monkey strength lay primarily in their teamwork and intelligence, but their individual combat prowess was even inferior to some level 2 beasts. What a pity you're not on my team. I can't share in all that experience, Xia Anan lamented. Previously, when she was with Bai Zhongwu, she only needed to provide an attack aura on the sidelines to gain experience without engaging in combat. Su Rue chuckled, no worries. I'll share one of the spirit fruits I collected later. His effortless victory over the spirit monkeys was largely thanks to Xia Anan's support. Really? Xia Anan's face brightened immediately. Su Rue nodded, of course, but for now, let us head to meet Bai Zhongwu. All right, then I'll hurry. Mention of the spirit fruit revitalized Xia Anan, and the two made their way to the rendezvous point they had agreed upon. In front of the Angry Bear's cave, Bai Zhongwu and Du Chong awaited their arrival. This was indeed the location they had predetermined for their reunion. That I never expected these monkeys to be so cautious. After we took down a few spirit monkeys, they immediately turned and fled, Du Chong remarked. After drawing the attention of the few spirit monkeys guarding, they had planned to eliminate them for good. However, the spirit monkeys sensed something amiss and made a hasty retreat. Despite their relentless pursuit, 2 spirit monkeys managed to return to their lair. The spirit monkeys may not be strong, but their intelligence was their greatest asset. They likely saw through our intentions. With a look of concern, Bai Zhongwu said, what worries me now is whether they can retreat in time. If they linger, trouble awaits. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Lan leapt out from behind a pile of stones. Looks like I'm the first to arrive. She clapped her hands, cheerfully announcing. Did you not come together? Where are Anan and the others? Bai Zhongwu immediately inquired, that a smile spread across Qin Lan's face. Look at you. All anxious. Don't worry. Xia Anan is with Su Rue, absolutely safe. That Su Rue, mentioning his name, made Qin Lan's spirits soar. Yes, you have no idea. We owe it all to Su Rue this time. He is incredible. He can not only teleport, but also create clones, just like Sun Wukong. After Qin Lan's elaborate description, Bai Zhongwu and Du Chong regarded her with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. At that moment, there was a commotion nearby as Su Rue and Xia Anan arrived. Look, they have come, but if you have any doubts, feel free to ask them, Qin Lan remarked, crossing her arms. Are you all right? Bai Zhongwu inquired as he approached. That I'm fine, Xia Anan replied, shaking her head, then turning to Su Rue beside her. Thanks to Su Rue this time. Without him, we would have found it exceedingly difficult to escape. Subsequently, she and Qin Lan took turns recounting the battle that had transpired at the lair of the spirit monkeys. Upon hearing their tale, Bai Zhongwu and Du Chong could hardly conceal their astonishment. The idea of a single sword strike annihilating a level 4 iron-armed spirit monkey and the notion of dividing oneself into 3 to combat dozens of spirit monkeys were nothing short of awe-inspiring. It was merely a matter of talent and equipment, Su Rue humbly interjected. Nevertheless, that still counts as your combat prowess. That IT seems the title of the foremost individual in the intermediate monster zone rightfully belongs to you. Bai Zhongwu chuckled. Previously, he had been jestingly referred to as the top figure in the intermediate monster zone, given his highest ranking on the newcomer leaderboard. Su Rue smiled, his ambitions extending far beyond that. The group lingered in front of the cave for a while longer, yet the absence of the remaining 3 individuals was still palpable. The dawn light was beginning to filter through as the darkness receded like a tide. Strange, why haven't they arrived yet? Could something have happened? Xia Anan furrowed her brow. Bai Zhongwu, his expression grave, stated they are still active in the group chat. If they encounter difficulties, they would certainly reach out for our assistance. Moreover, If they had fallen victim to misfortune and lost their lives, their names would not appear in the chat. Yet, they remain visible up to this point. His implication was clear. After harvesting the spirit fruits, the trio had likely fled with their spoils. That Su glanced at the sky and remarked, "It seems they truly will not be coming back. That it has been quite some time. Even if they were crawling, they would have made it by now. Those rascals." Qin Lan gritted her teeth. Xiaonan wore an equally displeased expression. The three then produced the spirit fruits they had gathered. The vibrant red monkey fruits emitted an enticing fragrance. Monkey fruit. Consuming it boosts physical strength, significantly enhancing both attack and speed. Su Rui had harvested 3, Qin Lan 2, and Xiaonan only 1. That how infuriating. Those 3 who fled each must have at least 2 spirit fruits in their possession. Xiaonan pouted that it was particularly vexing to her that the trio, who had contributed the least, had absconded with the fruits. That Dio not be upset, even if they have fled with the spirit fruits. It does not necessarily mean their haul exceeds ours, Su Rui said with a smile. What do you mean? Xiaonan asked in confusion, while the others turned to Su Rui as well. That he extended his hand toward one of the crimson spirit fruits and utilized his super transformation ability. The red monkey fruit, invigorated by Su Rui's talent, became even more vibrant and exuded a richer aroma. Transformation successful. Monkey fruit has been transformed into premium monkey fruit. The effects of the premium monkey fruit were double that of the ordinary variety. Wow, how astonishing. What kind of technique is this? I can feel the energy contained within the spirit fruit has doubled, Bai Zhongwu and the others exclaimed in amazement. Yet, they were equally perplexed. What manner of technique was this? If it were a talent, had Su Rui not already showcased his cloning ability? However, they understood that such an opportunity was not theirs to question, and even Xiaonan suppressed her curiosity. Su Rui proceeded to transform all the spirit fruits that he and the others had gathered. He then distributed his 2 premium monkey fruits to Bai Zhongwu and Xiaonan, while Qin Lan gave one of her fruits to Du Chong. That no, you have already done so much for everyone. I cannot accept your spirit fruit, Xiaonan protested, pushing away the fruit Su Rui offered. Although he had previously mentioned giving her a fruit, she now felt too embarrassed to accept it. Ultimately, after her insistence, Su Rui was the only one with 2 spirit fruits, while the others had just 1 each. Once the distribution was settled, everyone planned to consume their spirit fruits immediately. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from the sky. The group quickly looked up to see a massive black eagle swooping down towards them. Level 5 monster. Gale Eagle. Possesses excellent vision, with sharp beak and formidable claws, often launching aerial attacks. The eagle's initial target was Qin Lan, as its claws aimed directly for her head. However, Qin Lan reacted swiftly, leaping down from the large rock. With a resounding clash, the stone where she had stood was struck by the Gale Eagle's talons, sending sparks flying. Failing to secure its target, the black eagle once again soared into the sky. The group quickly huddled together, bracing for the eagle's next assault. It is after the spirit fruits we hold, Bai Zhongwu deduced. Otherwise, it would not have singled us out among so many. That it is merely a level 5 beast. When it attacks again, we will all strike together and bring it down, Su Rui asserted. However, the Gale Eagle circled above, hesitating to attack, having recognized the danger in attempting to snatch the spirit fruits from such a large group. Seeing this, Su Rui voluntarily distanced himself from the others and raised a vibrant monkey fruit in his hand. Su Rui, this is too dangerous. That is a level 5 beast, Qin Lan exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. The others shared her concern, as they lacked confidence in resisting the assault of a level 5 creature. Do not worry. I know my limits. That if it dares to come, I will ensure it does not return, Su Rui proclaimed, one hand holding the monkey fruit while the other rested on the hilt of his sword. The Gale Eagle, observing this, sharpened its gaze and adjusted its position for a dive towards Su Rui. The speed was terrifying, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon him, without utilizing his talent. Su Rui would have had no chance of evading this strike. That I've been waiting for you. Su Rui retracted his hand holding the monkey fruit and swiftly drew his sword, just as the eagle's claws were about to make contact. Su Rui vanished from sight, reappearing behind the Gale Eagle, and slashed downwards with his sword. In an instant, his form split into 3, each Su Rui wielding a sword to strike simultaneously. The central Su Rui's wrist erupted with a burst of white light. With a sickening sound, All three strikes landed on the Gale Eagle's back, drawing forth a torrent of blood and leaving 3 gruesome gashes. The most severe of these wounds nearly cleaved its body in two. The Gale Eagle let out a mournful cry, crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Su Rue and the others positioned themselves strategically, thrusting their swords forward. 3 blades plunged simultaneously into the Gale Eagle, sealing its fate. Defeated level 5 monster, Gale Eagle. Experience gained, 600 loot, newcomer challenge token. Soon, beside the Gale Eagle's carcass appeared a to think that so many attributes have been added. It is akin to a direct promotion to the next level. This truly feels like a tremendous gain. Moreover, the spiritual fruit not only augmented the attributes but also replenished Su Rue's stamina, which has now returned to its peak. The other 4 individuals wore smiles, having also received attribute enhancements. Chapter 51. Challenge of the rookie rankings. At that moment, Qin Lan suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, there is a new quest in our novice village. I shall take my leave first." Just then, the voice of the heavenly path echoed in her mind. "Okay, Sister Qin Lan, farewell." Xiaonan waved at her, and the others nodded in acknowledgement. "Farewell." After bidding farewell, Qin Lan swiftly departed, appearing quite anxious that I must continue battling monsters to level up. "May we meet again, fate permitting." With that, Du Chong turned and left. Soon after, Bai Zhongwu also remarked, "Su Rue, we too must return to the novice village. Until we meet again." "All right," Su Rue nodded. "Goodbye." Xiaonan waved at him in an instant. Only Su Rue remained outside the cave, yet he did not hasten to leave. Instead, he retrieved the rookie challenge token dropped by the Gale Hawk he had slain earlier. He was prepared to commence his challenge, for with his current strength, he believed he could improve his ranking. The higher the rank, the more bountiful the rewards. 1 can only challenge players within a 10-rank difference. Su Rue mused. This is the rule of the challenge token. If the player is unranked, they can only challenge those ranked beyond 90. Su Rue opened the rookie leaderboard and began searching for a target within his challenge range. Jing Yang, Ruan Wei, Zhao Wuji. Names appeared before Su Rue's eyes that he soon spotted Qin Lan in 89th place. His gaze quickly settled on the 87th position, the highest rank he could challenge. This name, Tingjing Ichiro, belonged to a citizen of Sakura country. "Very well, it shall be you." Su Rue decisively chose to challenge him. Upon activating the challenge token, the voice of the heavenly path resounded. "Challenge invitation has been sent. Awaiting response from the opponent. Please do not refuse." Tingjing Ichiro accepts the challenge. The rookie challenge match officially begins. Splendid. Su Rue felt a surge of joy as he was transported to the arena of the challenge. In the next moment, Tingjing Ichiro's figure appeared before him, and he was a middle-aged man with a square face, his eyes radiating a fierce and cold, murderous intent. His gaze was fixed on Su Rue as he spoke. "Foolish wretch. How dare you challenge me? Are you prepared to face death?" Su Rue was not intimidated by his imposing presence. Instead, he smirked disdainfully. "I hope you can withstand a few more blows from me." In the next instant, the challenge commenced. Tingjing Ichiro drew a broad and heavy blade from his back and charged directly at Su Rue, similarly drew his black iron sword, ready to engage. This time, he intended to employ his signature combination technique. This would not only catch his opponent off guard, but also potentially prevent him from utilizing his own talents. Both combatants moved swiftly. The distance between them narrowed. "Embrace your demise," Tingjing Ichiro roared. Just as they were about to clash, Su Rue vanished from his original position. Tingjing Ichiro was suddenly met with an empty void, losing sight of Su Rue. Simultaneously, he felt a chill creep up his back. Without hesitation, Tingjing Ichiro rolled forward. Thud from behind him. 3 Su Rue figures simultaneously thrust their swords forward. However, due to Tingjing Ichiro's timely evasion, he narrowly avoided a fatal strike. One sword missed entirely, while the other 2 pierced his shoulders. Thud. After a forward roll, Tingjing Ichiro swiftly turned to face Su Rue, only to find himself confronted by 3 Su Rue figures. How can this be? What kind of trick is this? Tingjing Ichiro raised his blade, his gaze darting between the 3 Su Rue figures. Meanwhile, blood seeped from 2 wounds on his back, intensifying the pain that assaulted his senses. "Not bad, you managed to evade my strike," Tingjing Ichiro acknowledged, albeit begrudgingly, as Su Rue was somewhat surprised at his swift reaction. However, This was where it would end. Even without deploying this technique, merely using his duplicates would suffice to defeat him. In the next moment, one Su Rue retreated while the remaining two advanced with their swords. Swish! The two Su Rue figures launched a coordinated attack from either side. Clang, clang! Tenjin Ichiro, wielding his blade, defended repeatedly but was still forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the two Su Rue figures. With each swing of his arm, the wounds on his back throbbed painfully, and he could feel the blood flowing freely, causing him to grimace and sweat profusely. The arrogance he had exhibited earlier had dissipated entirely. The real Su Rue prepared to activate his power bracelet, ready to eliminate him right then and there. But in the next second, Tenjin Ichiro, on the verge of collapse, suddenly turned crimson and began wildly swinging his blade at Su Rue. Clang, clang, clang! In this red-hot state, Tenjin Ichiro grew increasingly ferocious, his speed and power multiplying. The two Su Rue figures were forced into a defensive stance. How has he suddenly become so formidable? Is this his talent? Su Rue speculated. Haha, worthless trash. Now you have witnessed my prowess, Tenjin. After forcing back the two Su Rue figures, Tenjin Ichiro laughed triumphantly. Did I end the next moment? He charged at the Su Rue figure that had remained uninvolved in the battle. Su Rue immediately raised his sword to meet the challenge, while the other two Su Rue figures rejoined the fray, swinging their blades at Tenjin Ichiro. However, Tenjin Ichiro, seeing this, intensified his onslaught against the Su Rue figure before him. With his power significantly augmented, each strike he made was difficult for Su Rue to parry. The other two Su Rue figures struggled to impede his ferocious assault as his speed had also greatly increased. With each attack he launched, it became increasingly challenging for Su Rue to defend against him. Finally, Su Rue made a defensive error, and Tenjin Ichiro seized the opportunity. Thud! He cleaved off Su Rue's sword arm with a single strike. Die, he shouted, disregarding the attacks from the two flanking Su Rue figures, and swung his blade down towards the head of the Su Rue figure before him. Swish! The blade cleaved the Su Rue figure in half from head to toe. Yet, instead of triumph, Tenjin Ichiro's expression morphed into one of utter bewilderment. For upon cleaving the Su Rue figure, there was no gory spectacle. Instead, the figure simply vanished before his eyes, and even the severed arm on the ground dissipated into thin air. How can this be? Tenjin Ichiro exclaimed in shock, realizing that the figure before him was merely an illusion. Meanwhile, on his flank, the two other Su Rue figures lunged in with their blades point. One of the Su Rue figures glowed with a radiant white light. Chapter 52. The challenge match commences, seizing the moment before his talent's effects expired. Tenjin Ichiro swiftly evaded the encirclement, positioning his broad blade defensively in front of him. Clang, clang! The two blades struck against the edge of his weapon. But one of the strikes, imbued with overwhelming force, sent Tenjin Ichiro's blade flying from his grasp, propelling him backward. Thud! Tenjin Ichiro crashed heavily to the ground, and the crimson hue that enveloped him began to fade rapidly. A wave of weakness swept over him, a sign that his talent had ended, reducing his combat effectiveness to a mere 10%. Seizing the opportunity, Su Rue lunged forward, aiming his sword at Tenjin Ichiro's throat. A successful strike would allow him to devour his talent. Just as Su Rue's sword was about to find its mark, Tenjin Ichiro's body vanished from the ground. Clang! The sword tip struck the arena floor, sending sparks flying. Damn it, so close. This challenge is victor. Su Rue challenge successful. Rankings exchanged with Tenjin Ichiro. In the next moment, another Su Rue figure merged back with him, and he was subsequently transported away. Whoosh! Su Rue reappeared at the entrance of the cave, where the dawn had broken, dispelling the surrounding darkness that he now found himself ranked 87th on the rookie leaderboard, and he noticed that his rewards had transformed into a brass treasure chest and a wooden treasure chest. Having advanced 10 ranks, he received an additional wooden chest. Not too shabby. The only regret was failing to eliminate Tenjin Ichiro. His talent appeared to be explosive in nature, which seemed quite promising. After acquiring 2 talents in succession, Su Rue felt the immense enhancement they brought to his combat prowess, igniting a fervent desire to continue devouring talents. That moment, the voice of the heavenly path resonated in his mind. Detected that 2 individuals in the 250 novice village have reached level 6. Random tasks will be assigned to 250 novice village. Oh, it must be Lin Xiaolu who has reached level 6. Meanwhile, I am on the brink of level 8 that I wonder what task the Heavenly Path will allocate to us. The task for 250 Novice Village has been assigned. Beast Elimination Challenge. Challenge rules. The first to achieve any of the following criteria wins. 1. Slay 100 level 2 beasts. 2. Slay 50 level 3 beasts. 3. Slay 20 level 4 beasts. 4. Slay 10 level 5 beasts. 5. Slay 1 level 6 beast. Reminder, a total of 10 novice villages are participating in this challenge. Each winner will receive 200 experience points, while each failure will incur a deduction of 100 experience points. The winning side will also receive additional rewards based on individual contributions to the kills. Goodness, this is no mere task. It is clearly a competition against others. What's there to fear? We are fortunate to have the esteemed Su Rue among us. With his presence, can we possibly fear defeat? Indeed, with Su Rue leading us, victory in this challenge is assured. Su Rue has become a beacon of faith for the 250 Novice Village. It seems that as long as he is here, our village shall not falter. Reminder, during the challenge, a public chat channel will be established, allowing all participating Novice Village members to communicate within it. As soon as the voice of the Heavenly Tao faded, Su Rue noticed that a new chat channel had emerged at that moment. The chat was already abuzz with fervent discussions that, the triumph of this challenge belongs to our 149 Novice Village. What is your Novice Village compared to ours? We have the warriors of the Miyamoto clan. What warriors of the Miyamoto clan? They are nothing but rubbish. Let me tell you, our esteemed Fuji from our Novice Village is a formidable contender on the newcomer leaderboard. Victory belongs to our 146 Novice Village. It is shocking to realize that the other 9 Novice Villages competing are all from Sakura country. The Heavenly Tao, not fearing any language barriers, has kindly translated every statement into Dragon language. Meanwhile, the chat box for our own 250 Novice Village is already in an uproar. What is happening? We have been placed right in the heart of Sakura country. I suspect this is a trick of the Heavenly Tao, deliberately placing us among this group of Sakura nationals. Even Su Rue could not help but sigh. The Heavenly Tao truly knows how to stir things up. Long Wu boldly declared in the chat. What is there to fear? We should compete with these Sakura trash and show them the might of our Dragon country. Indeed, we, of the Dragon country, fear not the Sakura nationals. Exactly, they are but a tiny land. Our Dragon country is vast and mighty. How could we possibly fear them? In an instant, the entire 250 Novice Village was filled with confidence and battle spirit, regardless of whether the opponents are from Sakura country. Simply considering the 200 experience points at stake, everyone is determined to strive for victory at this moment. Some members in the chat channel noticed the newly joined 250 Novice Village. Their Novice Village numbers range from 141 to 149, demonstrating a clear pattern. The 250 Novice Village number appeared quite out of place. Hey, why isn't anyone from this 250 Novice Village speaking? At this time, someone from the 144 Novice Village took note of this number, and their emotions immediately surged. Baka. This is the 250 Novice Village from last time. They are those cursed Dragon nationals. They are our targets how do you know the 250 Novice Village is comprised of Dragon nationals? The 144 Novice Village promptly recounted the events of the last competition. Baka. You fools. You actually lost to the Dragon nationals. This is an utter disgrace for our Sakura country. Indeed, you are unworthy to be called citizens of Sakura country. In an instant, the chat channel was filled with voices berating the 144 Novice Village, leaving them unable to lift their heads in shame. However, despite the scolding, each of them remained diligent, hunting down demon beasts in their respective Novice Villages. Meanwhile, the members of the 250 Novice Village also did not slacken, redoubling their efforts in slaying demon beasts at the top of the chat channel. The kill progress of the 10 Novice Villages was being recorded. Su Rue, too, stepped away from the chat channel, venturing into the intermediate demon beast area in search of level 5 demon beasts. This was the highest tier he could currently confront. Defeating 10 level 5 beasts would secure victory in the challenge. However, after searching for over half an hour in the intermediate demon beast area, he had yet to encounter a single level 5 beast, only managing to slay a solitary level 3 flying creature. Yielding a pitiful amount of experience that seems I must delve deeper. This area can only be considered the outskirts of the intermediate demon beast zone, where higher level beasts are exceedingly rare. Half an hour later, Su Rue emerged from the thicket to find himself facing a sizable expanse of desert. This surely cannot be considered the outskirts, as Su Rue pressed on into the desert, seeking formidable demon beasts. As he stepped onto the sands, a small dune nearby suddenly revealed a black scorpion tail. Boom! The scorpion tail lunged directly at Su Rue with astonishing speed. Realizing he could not evade it in time, he immediately activated his teleportation skill. Whoosh! His figure vanished from the spot, reappearing 5 meters behind. Bang! The scorpion tail crashed into the ground. Simultaneously, a massive black scorpion erupted from the sand. Its body was enormous, and its tail was thicker than Su Rue's thigh. Level 5 Demon Beast. Desert Poison Scorpion, skilled in disguise, often hiding beneath the sand, possessing strong defenses, and its tail carries potent venom. Chapter 53. Equipment drop at last. He encountered a level 5 demon beast, but this creature is indeed treacherous, lurking beneath the sand, that if not for Su Rue's teleportation ability, he might have been caught off guard. However, it was also due to Su Rue's eagerness to find high-level demon beasts that he failed to observe his surroundings carefully. Phew! The Desert Poison Scorpion, having failed its ambush, charged directly at Su Rue. Whoosh! At a sufficient distance, it swung its tail again, aiming to stab Su Rue. This time, prepared, Su Rue thrust his sword upwards. Clang! The dark iron sword struck the poisonous scorpion's tail, producing a shower of sparks and a metallic clash. Su Rue's arm tingled slightly as the scorpion immediately retracted its tail. In the next moment, its tail tip suddenly launched a stream of green liquid. Whoosh! The green liquid sped forth with incredible swiftness. Fortunately, Su Rue's insight, I had sensed it in advance. He sidestepped just in time to avoid the green liquid. Hiss, hiss! The area behind him, where the liquid landed, emitted a sound of corrosion. It sprayed a highly corrosive toxin. Had he been hit, the soft armor on his body would likely have been corroded through. Su Rue dared not be negligent, splitting his body into 3 and preparing to face the scorpion. He had no intention of allowing it another chance to spray poison from a distance. All 3 forms charged towards the scorpion, swords raised. The scorpion, encountering such an unexpected situation for the first time, was perplexed. Wasn't it supposed to be a 1-on-1 fight? How did it turn into a 3-on-1? Nevertheless, it wielded its pincers to engage in battle. The 2 sides were about to collide. Su Rue's middle form suddenly vanished from sight. Whoosh! In the next instant, he had unknowingly appeared behind the scorpion. Bang bang! The 2 clones were already engaged in combat with the scorpion. Su Rue's true form observed that the scorpion's tail was segmented, with the joints being its weakest defense. Seeing this, he aimed his sword at the joint of the scorpion's tail and struck down. Thud! His sword cleanly severed the scorpion's tail. Hisses! The scorpion emitted a cry of pain as green venom gushed from its severed tail. Whoosh! Su Rue leaped onto the scorpion's back. This moment, the scorpion was fully occupied defending against the attacks from the 2 clones and had no time to notice Su Rue on its back. From his vantage point atop the scorpion, Su Rue plunged his sword toward its head. Thud! The dark iron sword plunged deep into the scorpion's head, green liquid oozing down the blade and pooling on the ground. Bang! The scorpion's body crumpled, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Defeated level 5 Demon Beast. Desert Poison Scorpion. Experience gained 700. Defeated Desert Poison Scorpion. Drop speed boots. Congratulations! Player level has risen to level 8. Attack 40, speed 40, defense 5. Wow! An equipment drop, and I leveled up. He did not hasten to inspect the dropped equipment. Instead, he first opened his status panel. Name: Su Rue. Attack: 369 defense, 32 speed, 290 level, 8430600 talents, endless devour. Super transformation, inside eye, teleportation, clone technique. Excellent. Su Rue was thoroughly pleased with his attributes, which now far exceeded those typical for his level. However, he did not discount the possibility that others may have experienced fortuitous encounters or consumed miraculous fruits. Now that he had reached level 8, Su Rue felt even more adept at dealing with level 5 demon beasts that he approached the corpse of the scorpion and activated Endless Devour. Devour successful. Attack 6, speed 4, defense 1. Only then did he pick up the boots lying beside the scorpion's body. They were smooth brown leather boots, devoid of any adornment. Yet, they were infinitely superior to the cloth shoes he had been wearing. Speed boots, speed 10, movement speed 25. With a thought, Su Rue activated super transformation on the speed boots. Transformation successful. Speed boots transformed into speed leather boots. Speed 15, movement speed 50 as the transformation concluded. The boots changed from brown to deep brown, appearing more rustic and textured. Su Rue eagerly donned the speed leather boots, feeling a remarkable lightness in his body, as if he could fly with each step. The increase in movement speed was crucial for Su Rue, as he needed to search for level 5 demon beasts efficiently. Slow movement would lead to a significant waste of time. Meanwhile, the chat channel for the challenge was already filled with taunts. Haha, those pathetic dragon nationals have only managed to slay 10 level 2 demon beasts so far. They're bound to lose. How can the weak dragon nationals possibly compare to our glorious Sakura country? The victory of this confrontation will undoubtedly belong to our Sakura country. Within the chat channel of the 250 novice village, everyone was working together diligently, forming teams to hunt level 2 demon beasts. While it is true that defeating level 2 monsters requires the greatest numbers, the majority of individuals in the novice village can only vanquish these creatures. Moreover, within the realm of beginner monsters, level 2 creatures outnumber their level 3 counterparts. Consequently, other novice villages have also adopted level 2 monsters as their benchmark. At this juncture, the novice village of Sakura country, which has claimed the highest number of level 2 monsters slain, has already dispatched over a dozen. Conversely, novice village 250 has managed to defeat only 10, yet this is by no means the worst outcome. Among the 10 novice villages, it is quite commendable. However, many have overlooked a crucial detail during this period. Aside from novice village 250, none of the other villages have succeeded in defeating monsters of level 4 or higher. Only novice village 250 has triumphed over a single level 5 monster. After all, everyone's focus has been on the quantity of level 2 monsters slain, believing this to be the key to victory. Alas, level 2 monsters are exceedingly elusive. We have searched for so long without encountering a single one. Indeed, if the number of level 2 monsters were akin to that of level 1 monsters, our novice village would have long been in the lead. Exactly. I truly do not comprehend the arrogance of that group from Sakura country. It is not that we are incapable of slaying level 2 monsters, merely that we are unable to locate them. Presently, the teams from their novice village are largely capable of handling level 2 monsters. This is an unavoidable circumstance, as their novice village boasts an individual with a talent for locating monster positions. Goodness, this is quite outrageous to this moment. They have all discerned the root of the issue. A member from Sakura country has begun to boast in the chat channel about the talent bearers in their novice village. It turns out that within the novice village boasting the highest number of level 2 monsters slain, there exists an individual whose talent is the ability to probe the surroundings, rendering all monsters visible. This is what has enabled their swift extermination of monsters. This is dire. There is no way we can compete with them now. Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward to bolster the morale of the group. Do not be disheartened. Let us unite and not surrender until the very end. Indeed, I refuse to concede defeat outright. I shall fight until the last moment. Precisely, they may possess a probing talent, but I have lightning on my side. While they may locate monsters swiftly, we can slay them just as quickly. In an instant, the members of Novice Village 250 rallied their spirits and resumed their hunt for monsters. Chapter 54. Another level 5 monster slain. Su Rue also closed the chat window after observing the progress of other novice villages that he realized he needed to act more swiftly. Currently, the opposing village had already defeated over 10 level 2 monsters, while he had only vanquished one level 5 monster. Nonetheless, he had managed to reach the heart of the intermediate monster zone, where numerous level 5 monsters should reside. Shortly after setting off, Su Rue spotted a mound of earth moving rapidly towards him. This scene felt eerily familiar, as he had encountered a similar mound on the Novice Prairie. The mound halted just under 5 meters away from Su Rue. Bang! A sandy-colored giant rat burst forth from the earth, extending its long and sharp claws towards Su Rue. Level 4 monster. Long-clawed sand rat. Adept at burrowing, possesses keen senses, and can easily shred rocks with its elongated claws. Su Rue had already drawn his sword, and in the next moment his body appeared on the back of the giant rat, and he thrust his sword into the creature's back. Splat! The blade struck true, and blood splattered forth. Bang! Su Rue stepped onto the corpulent body of the rat, landing deftly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The pain elicited a frantic cry from the sand, RAT'd. The next moment, Su Rue gripped the sword embedded in the rat's body and forcefully slashed forward. With a rip, the rat's plump body was cleaved in two. Defeated level 4 monster. Long-clawed sand rat. Experience gained. 400. Devoured successfully. Speed 4. Attack 3. Su Rue immediately consumed the attributes of the long-clawed sand rat before departing the area. Time was of the essence, and he did not wish to waste more moments on this level 4 monster. After walking for a short while, Su Rue encountered the corpse of a massive brownish-yellow lizard that was significantly larger than the blue-scaled giant lizard he had seen previously. Its neck appeared to have been pierced by some creature, and there were several bite marks on the carcass, which had already begun to emit a foul odor. It seemed that monsters also engage in combat among themselves. Su Rue intended to approach and consume the attributes of this giant lizard. However, at that moment, the corpse of the giant lizard suddenly twitched, and a large black bird leaped forth from behind it. Level 5 monster. Vulture. Scavenger. Possesses remarkable speed and formidable attack power. Excellent. Another level 5 monster. Su Rue was not alarmed. Instead, he was elated, for he was in search of level 5 monsters. The vulture perched atop the giant lizard's carcass, its eyes coldly fixed on Su Rue, as if warning him not to approach its meal. However, Su Rue paid no heed to its warning and charged directly at the vulture with his sword drawn. The vulture, incensed by this audacity, spread its wings, sending forth a gale, and rapidly flew towards Su Rue. Whoosh! Its speed was indeed impressive, and in the blink of an eye, it was before Su Rue. Caw! The vulture emitted a sharp cry and extended its iron-like talons towards Su Rue's chest. Clang! Su Rue swiftly swung his sword, parrying the vulture's claw attack. Simultaneously, his body split into 3, with the other 2 forms simultaneously thrusting their swords at the vulture. That moment, the vulture found itself obstructed by Su Rue's primary form. Unable to evade in time. Splat! 2 swords pierced through the vulture's feathers, embedding themselves into its body. Caw! The vulture let out a mournful cry, flapping its wings vigorously as it ascended rapidly. Attempting to flee? Su Rue immediately activated his teleportation skill, appearing above the vulture. Slash! A flash of cold light passed, and the vulture's featherless head was severed from its body. The headless vulture plummeted from the sky. Defeated level 5 monster. Vulture. Experience gained. 600. Devoured successfully. Speed 6. Attack 5. With the possession of these 2 talents, Su Rue found slaying monsters considerably easier. Subsequently, he approached the corpse of the brown giant lizard. Devoured successfully. Attack 6. Speed 2. Defense 1. Oh, the attributes of this giant lizard are rather impressive. It must be a level 5 monster. Just as Su Rue contemplated this, a heavy thudding sound echoed nearby. Thud! 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 A similarly massive giant lizard approached with heavy footsteps. Level 5 monster. Desert giant lizard. Enormous in size, possesses incredible strength, its body encased in thick skin. Indeed, a level 5 monster. Su Rue raised his sword to observe the giant lizard. Its movements were slow, yet its skin appeared incredibly resilient. He lacked confidence in breaching the lizard's defenses. The giant lizard ambled over to the corpse of its kin, opened its massive jaws, and prepared to feast. The giant lizard was also a scavenger. Furthermore, based on the bite marks on the ground, it was highly likely that it had been slain by one of its own kind. Chomp! Chomp! The giant lizard buried its head into the remains, completely disregarding Su Rue's presence. Perhaps to it, this inconspicuous human posed no threat whatsoever. Moreover, such a human was hardly sufficient to satisfy its hunger. Feeling slighted, Su Rue was incensed. How dare it disregard me? He swiftly maneuvered to the back of the giant lizard, preparing for a surprise attack. However, the lizard's entire body was enveloped in thick skin, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Monsters beware! Su Rue faced the giant lizard's belly and thrust his sword forward. This strike bore piercing properties. Slash! The moment the sword tip grazed the giant lizard's skin, he felt tremendous resistance. Nonetheless, Su Rue's attack power was considerable. The dark iron sword pierced through the lizard's thick skin, the tip embedding itself shallowly into the creature's belly. Whoosh! The giant lizard sensed the pain, abruptly halting its meal, and swiftly turned its head. Its eyes radiated anger and astonishment. This human managed to breach its defenses. Whoosh! It whipped its enormous tail, sweeping directly towards Su Rue withdrew the sword from the giant lizard and leaped off the ground. Whoosh, he successfully evaded the sweeping tail. Roar. The giant lizard twisted its body, turning its head to bite at Su Rue. However, its speed was sluggish, and before its massive jaws could reach him, Su Rue deftly dodged. In the midst of evasion, Su Rue sought the giant lizard's vulnerabilities. Roar! The giant lizard once more opened its jaws wide, lunging towards Su Rue. This time, Su Rue did not retreat. Instead, he leaped directly onto the giant lizard's head. Standing atop the lizard, he thrust his sword towards its eyes. The eyes are a significant weakness for most monsters. If one cannot identify other vulnerabilities, attacking the eyes is an optimal choice. This was also the only area of the giant lizard not shielded by its thick skin. Whoosh! The sword sped forth with remarkable swiftness, aiming directly for the giant lizard's eye. Splat! The blade pierced through the lizard's eyeball, embedding itself deep within. Roar! The giant lizard let out a thunderous roar, a yellowish liquid oozing from its pierced eye. Su Rue, standing atop the giant lizard's head, gripped the dark iron sword and exerted force once more. Splat! The sword plunged deep into the giant lizard's skull. Roar! The giant lizard continued to bellow, thrashing its head in a desperate attempt to dislodge Su Rue. Yet Su Rue clung to the lizard, withdrawing the dark iron sword. Blood gushed forth from the lizard's wounded eye. With the sword drawn, Su Rue aimed once again at the other eye. Splat! A sword once again pierced the other eye of the colossal lizard, driving deep into its skull. With that, the giant creature became significantly more subdued. It staggered forward a couple of steps before crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! The weighty body caused the earth around it to tremble slightly. You have slain a level 5 beast. Desert giant lizard experience gained. 700. Devour successful. Attack 6, speed 2, defense 1 chapter 55. 5 level 5 beasts not bad. I have already slain 3 level 5 beasts. Su Rue perched atop the giant lizard's head, beginning to review the progress of other novice villages. The village with the most kills of level 2 beasts remained the 146th novice village, which had dispatched 25 level 2 beasts. Meanwhile, the 250th novice village had taken down 19 level 2 beasts at Su Rue's current pace, just barely surpassed that of the 146th novice village, but he could not afford to be complacent. He needed to maintain this speed and continue seeking out level 5 beasts to slay. With a sigh, Su Rue leaped down from the lizard's corpse and continued his journey into the depths of the desert. After a short while, he noticed the ground was littered with enormous footprints. It was immediately apparent that these were the tracks of the desert giant lizard. Just how many of these creatures are there? Su Rue mused, gazing at the multitude of tracks, though a smile crept onto his face that if there were indeed many giant lizards here, he could save a considerable amount of time, following the footprints. He pressed onward. Soon, he stumbled upon an area encircled by massive stones. With the tracks leading directly there, it appeared that this was the lair of the giant lizards. Su Rue tightened his grip on the black iron sword and quickened his pace towards the lair. With the powers of teleportation and the ability to create clones, Su Rue grew increasingly bold. Most importantly, the giant lizards moved at a sluggish pace. Even in large numbers, they posed minimal threat to him. Upon reaching the edge of the giant lizard's lair, Su Rue leaped onto a boulder, peering into the interior. Contrary to his expectations, the lair was not teeming with giant lizards. Instead, only 2 lay on the ground, fast asleep. Generally speaking, a beast asleep presents the best opportunity for a sneak attack. However, the giant lizards closed their eyes while sleeping, their bodies covered in thick skin, rendering Su Rue at a loss for how to proceed. Should he resort to using the power-enhancing bracelet? Previously, he had not found an opportune moment to employ this tactic against the giant lizards. After all, if he failed to slay a lizard with a single strike, subsequent attempts would be far more challenging. But now, with the lizard lying there in slumber, its vital spots were laid bare. In a swift motion, Su Rue rolled off the boulder and into the lair. Like an assassin, he approached the sleeping giant lizard, sword in hand. Reaching its side, he activated the power of the enhancement bracelet, but a burst of white light enveloped his sword-wielding arm. With a swift thrust, Su Rue drove his sword into the lizard's neck, striking one of its vital points, which was less defended than its head. The blade penetrated deeply, piercing through the side of the lizard's neck. Blood gushed from the wound. At the same moment, the giant lizard awoke with a start, its eyes flying open to find a sword protruding from its neck. With a roar, it opened its massive mouth, issuing a powerful cry, only for blood to surge into its mouth, life ebbing away with each heartbeat. However, the commotion roused the other giant lizard nearby. Upon opening its eyes, it beheld its fallen kin lying in a pool of blood with a human standing beside it. Su Rue noticed the other lizard waking and swiftly kicked its neck. Freeing his sword as he withdrew, a gaping wound appeared on the lizard's neck, blood oozing forth. The creature, now in a frenzy, charged at Su Rue. However, Su Rue had no intention of continuing the fight. This beast bore a mortal wound and would not survive long. There was no need to waste energy on it as the giant lizard lunged. Sure nimbly rolled onto its back, but he then leaped high into the air, aiming for the head of the other giant lizard. Unwilling to back down, this lizard opened its jaws wide, attempting to bite Su-Rue mid-leap. Yet in the next instant, Su-Rue's figure vanished. Reappearing a few meters ahead of the lizard in a flash, his form split into two. Both Su-Rue immediately declared, "If you do not believe, you may inquire with him. I have now supplanted his rank on the rookie leaderboard." Upon hearing this, the onlookers began to question Fuji Ichiro, eager to ascertain the veracity of Su Ming's claims. Under the mounting pressure, Fuji Ichiro emerged to retort, "Humph. One loss is inconsequential, Su Rue. Do not grow too arrogant. I will reclaim my victory." At this proclamation, the residents of Rookie Village 250 erupted with excitement. Many had previously boasted in the chat channels about the prowess of Fuji Ichiro. Now, they were confronted with the astonishing revelation that such a formidable figure had been bested by Su Rue. It was indeed true. The esteemed Su Rue had triumphed over Fuji Ichiro. Haha, the great Su Rue is truly exceptional. What nonsense about the warriors of Sakura country. Utter rubbish. They jeered that weren't you just boasting about your Sakura warriors? Now, you have fallen silent? Come forth and speak. In an instant, the villagers, who had endured in silence for far too long, found their voices and took over the challenge channel. Many from Sakura country were left speechless, cursing Fuji Ichiro in their hearts for bringing shame upon their nation. Damn you, Fuji Ichiro, you are a disgrace to Sakura country. You should withdraw from our ranks. You are unworthy to be a Sakura citizen. Indeed, as a warrior, to surrender is a dishonor. You should have committed seppuku. The attitude of the Sakura populace towards Fuji Ichiro underwent a dramatic transformation. Those who had once lauded him now turned to scold him. This sudden shift left even the residents of Rookie Village 250 in astonishment. Su chose not to dwell on the chat channel any longer and exited, intent on continuing his hunt for 5-level demon beasts. With only 5 more needed to achieve his challenge goal. This was the habitat of the giant lizards. There should be plenty around, so why were there only 2? A sense of confusion stirred within Su Rue. Roar, roar. At that moment, a series of roars echoed from the distance. For Su Rue, who had just faced the giant lizards, the sound was all too familiar. It was the call of the giant lizards. Could it be that someone was battling the giant lizards? Without hesitation, Su Rue dashed towards the source of the noise, but he needed to swiftly slay the 5-level demon beasts. Discovering their whereabouts was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, the earth was blanketed in yellow sand. 4 humans clad in simple garments found themselves encircled by a group of giant lizards. From the traces on the ground, it was evident that a confrontation had already taken place. Damn it! Why are their skins so tough? We can't break through their defenses, exclaimed a square-faced man wielding a large sword, his anxiety palpable to a petite girl, tears streaming down her face. Lamented Wu. I told you not to come here. You wouldn't listen, and now we're all going to die. Stop crying. Who says we will die here? A tall woman with a spear asserted, her eyes reflecting determination. It appears they are all 5-level demon beasts with formidable defenses. We cannot confront them head-on. We must find a way to break free. The man with the bow, remaining calm, suggested that at this moment, the giant lizards, having surrounded them, did not charge immediately, but instead slowly closed in on the 4. The encirclement grew tighter, the enormous heads of the lizards drawing nearer, their tongues flicking out. We can't wait any longer. Let us break through together. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows were swiftly loosed from his bow, aiming for the eyes of a nearby giant lizard. The creature hastily turned its head to evade. Thud, thud. The arrows struck its thick-skinned, as the other three rushed towards the same direction. They each swung their weapons at the lizard's head. Clang, clang, clang. Their combined attacks, though not enough to breach the lizard's defenses, caused it to stagger, creating a brief opening in the encirclement. That now's our chance. Let us charge out, the square-faced man shouted. The giant lizards moved slowly. If they could break free from the encirclement, the lizards would be unable to pursue them. However, just as they reached the side of one of the lizards, it regained its composure and swung its tail towards the four. Whoosh, the tail swept across, sending the square-faced man tumbling back and forcing the others to retreat. Roar. The giant lizard let out an enraged bellow, and the movements of the other lizards quickened. Damn it! The tall woman looked around in panic. The square-faced man, rising from the ground, turned to the man with the bow, asking, Jiang Chuan, what should we do now? Jiang Chuan furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of urgency creeping in. A stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. Not to mention the girl beside him, who was still sobbing. Just as despair settled over the four, two figures suddenly appeared atop the head of the giant lizard. Both wielded swords, thrusting towards the lizard's eyes simultaneously. Thud. The swords plunged deep into the lizard's eyes. Splash. They swiftly withdrew their blades, blood gushing from the lizard's eye sockets. Miraculously, the two figures seamlessly merged back into one. Roar! The giant lizard howled in agony, its massive body collapsing to the ground. With a thud, the ground shook, sending clouds of sand billowing outward. Through the haze, they could see a shadow standing atop the lizard's head. Chapter 57. The emergence of a level 6 demon beast defeated level 5 demon beast. Desert giant lizard. Experience points 700. That makes 6. Su Rui's lips curled into a slight smile. At that moment, the four were utterly astonished. The formidable and seemingly invincible 5-level demon beast had been effortlessly dispatched by the figure before them. Not only them, but even the surrounding giant lizards were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Aren't you planning to leave this place? Su Rui inquired. His words jolted the four back to reality. They were still trapped among the giant lizards. They immediately sprinted towards Su Rui as they passed by him. Jiang Chuan expressed his gratitude. Thank you. The other three also cast appreciative glances at Su Rui. Meanwhile, the nearby giant lizards regained their senses and charged towards the trio. Yet, with a single sword, Su Rui held them at bay. Whoosh, whoosh, he nimbly maneuvered between the giant lizards, evading their attacks while seeking opportunities to strike at their eyes with his sword. The four, having just made some distance, paused at the sounds behind them. Are we really just going to leave him there, alone? Doesn't that seem a bit ungrateful? Xu Yong, wielding the large sword, questioned. The tall woman, Li Ying, lowered her spear and replied, We've just witnessed his strength. He can slay giant lizards with ease. Are you still worried for his safety? Tong Xin, glancing at the two, remarked, But he just saved us. We should express our gratitude properly. Are you no longer afraid of those giant lizards? Li Ying asked. Tong Xin wiped her tears. With that hero around, what is there to fear from those foolish lizards? You're not developing feelings for him, are you? Planning to offer yourself to him later? Li Ying teased. Tong Xin immediately lowered her head, bashfully stammering. Doesn't he seem appropriate? This elicited an eye roll from Li Ying to AT that moment. Jiang Chuan interjected, returning to the matter at hand. All right, since he saved our lives. We certainly cannot just walk away. Let us return and see if there is anything we can do to help. That if it's too dangerous, then all we can do is hope for his good fortune. The other three readily agreed to this course of action, and they hurried back to where Su Rui was battling the giant lizards. Upon their return, they discovered that their earlier concerns were unfounded. Su Rui was effortlessly toying with several giant lizards, leaping and teleporting over their backs and heads to AT that moment. Yet another giant lizard fell into a pool of blood, while one more was gravely wounded by Su Rui's strikes. No matter how robust their defenses might be, if Su Rui struck the same spot repeatedly, he could pierce their skin. 7 down. Just 3 more to go, and victory in the challenge will be ours. Su Rui felt a surge of joy, pleasantly surprised at how swiftly he was nearing the completion of his challenge. With 4 giant lizards remaining, one already severely injured, it was merely a matter of time before they felt his blade. Whoosh! Su Rui teleported once more, landing on the back of the injured lizard. Its neck had already been punctured by his successive thrusts, creating a gaping wound. Just 2 more strikes would suffice to finish it off. At that very moment, the ground trembled violently. Sure quickly crouched down to steady himself on the lizard's back. The onlooking-for also plunged their weapons into the ground to maintain their balance. Boom! A colossal worm erupted from the sand. Its body resembled a cow's intestine, of vivid red hue. Its head resembled a massive meat grinder, with countless teeth arrayed around it, fierce and terrifying. Level 6 Demon Beast, Desert Worm, massive in size. Capable of swallowing enormous objects, and able to spew highly corrosive gastric acid. A Level 6 Demon Beast. Even Su Rue was taken aback by this sudden development. The 4 individuals beside Jiang Chuan were utterly petrified. Their minds in disarray. Boom! The desert worm writhed its enormous body, opening its gaping, fearsome maw to snap at a nearby giant lizard. Splat! The lizard's tough hide was no match for the desert worm. A massive chunk of its flesh was instantly devoured. The life of the giant lizard was abruptly extinguished. Goodness! It had treated the lizard as its meal. Su Rue lamented. At that moment, the surrounding giant lizards were terrified and scattered in all directions, including the one beneath Su Rue's feet. Seeing this scene, Su Rue felt a surge of urgency. He needed to slay these giant lizards to complete the challenge. However, given the current situation, he could only choose to pursue one giant lizard. He resolutely decided to deal with the one at his feet first, thrusting his weapon towards the lizard's neck wound. Splat! With a single strike, the lizard's movement ceased. Subsequently, Su Rue delivered another blow, finishing off the giant lizard. Killed a level 5 monster. Desert Giant Lizard. Experience points 708 down. Only 2 more level 5 monsters were needed for victory. Meanwhile, Su Rue's experience points surged to level 8, 5,636,000. And he was on the verge of ascending to level 9. Roar. At that moment, the desert worm had slain another giant lizard and began feasting on it. Another giant lizard had already fled to safety. Damn it, this wretched creature is ruining my chances. Just as Su Rue was about to finish his task, a worm had appeared out of nowhere, forcing him to search anew for level 5 monsters. With a swish, Su Rue leaped down from the lizard's corpse, ready to vacate the area. That it was still a rather perilous place. Who knew if the desert worm would target him next? Over here. We are here. Tong Xen stood up and waved at Su Rue, signaling him to come over. Upon seeing this, Su Rue rushed toward them. The 4 waited silently for Su Rue to arrive before turning and running away into the distance. This was not a place for conversation. If the worm set its sights on them, it would be disastrous. Fortunately, their size was insignificant compared to the giant lizards, making them unlikely targets for the desert worm. Otherwise, they would surely be primary targets. The group ran until they reached a large boulder, where they paused to catch their breath. Before Su Rue could speak, messages began flooding the chat channel. He immediately opened it to check. Haha! Now victory belongs to our Sakura Nation, you bunch of trash from the Dragon Nation. Even if someone from your Dragon Nation can slay a level 5 monster, what good is it? You will still lose to us from Sakura Nation. Long live Sakura Nation. We will always be the strongest. Upon reading these comments, Su Rue felt perplexed. He had already slain 8 level 5 monsters. The victory should rightfully belong to their Newbie Village 250, so why were these Sakura Nation individuals celebrating? Chapter 58 for the Dragon Nation, that he then glanced at the progress of other Newbie villages. When he saw that Newbie Village 146 had already killed 81 level 2 monsters, he was utterly astonished. How could that be? In such a short time, where had they found so many level 2 monsters? Su Rue was bewildered and scrolled through the records again. Only then did he realize that their Newbie Village's Awaken Scout had discovered a massive snake den teeming with level 2 venomous snakes. They had slain a substantial number of level 2 monsters from there and were still exploring further to continue their hunt. It's over. This is truly over. The kill count from Newbie Village 146 is skyrocketing. Damn it. It seems that fate favors the people of Sakura Nation, allowing them to find such a den of level 2 monsters. Everyone, don't be afraid. Their speed is impressive, but Su Rue's speed is no slouch either. He has already slain 8 level 5 monsters. Yes, as long as Su Rue slays 2 more, we will surely win. The members of Newbie Village 250 were now placing their hopes squarely on Su Rue. Relying solely on their speed to kill level 2 monsters, They could never compete with Newbie Village 146. Su-Rui felt a tightening in his chest. Only he knew that his rapid kills were due to the level 5 monsters clustering together. If he wished to kill more level 5 monsters now, he would need to search anew, which would take considerably more time. And given the progress of Newbie Village 146, he clearly lacked the time to find level 5 monsters. Damn it. Must we really lose to those Sakura Nation people? Su-Rui clenched his fists. Yet at that moment, an idea struck him that I end this challenge. Slaying 10 level 5 monsters was required, while only 1 level 6 monster sufficed. If he could eliminate that desert worm, they would also achieve victory in the challenge. However, that worm was evidently much more formidable than the giant lizards. A momentary lapse in caution could lead to being swallowed whole. Yet now he had a compelling reason to proceed. The Dragon Nation could not lose to the Sakura Nation. For the Dragon Nation, let's do this. Su-Rui contemplated briefly before unsheathing his sword and charging toward the desert worm's location. Just as Jiang Chuan and the others paused against the boulder to catch their breath, they were baffled to see Su-Rui turning back. Lin quickly inquired, "Hey, what are you doing?" "I'm going to take down that worm," Su-Rui replied without looking back. "Are you insane?" Xu Yong exclaimed in disbelief. Lin even questioned whether he had misheard. Tong Exen gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Just the sight of that worm was enough to give her nightmares, let alone battling it. After a moment of shock, Jiang Chuan analyzed calmly. "That worm is no ordinary monster. I suspect it's at least a level 6 beast, incredibly powerful." Before he could finish, Su-Rui interjected. "I have a compelling reason to go. Our Newbie village is competing against the Newbie village from Sakura Nation. Only by slaying that worm can we win. Otherwise, we will be defeated by them." With that, Su-Rui took a step forward, preparing to dash back. "Wait!" Jiang Chuan's voice rang out again. That Su-Rui, feeling impatient, halted and turned around. He had already explained himself sufficiently. Did they intend to hinder him further? Jiang Chuan, removing his bow, declared, "I will go with you. I specialize in ranged attacks, and my talent will surely aid you." His talent, Eagle Eye, granted him tenfold vision enhancement, allowing him to see even the smallest details. This greatly improved his archery skills. Upon hearing this, Su-Rui looked at him intently, realizing that he understood the dangers of this endeavor. To his surprise, upon hearing it was for the honor of the Dragon Nation, he chose to assist Su-Rui without hesitation. "That I'm going to. Let us show those Sakura Nation people what we've got." Xu Yong brandished his sword. That Lin chimed in. "Since it's for the honor of our Dragon Nation, how could I possibly sit this out? I want to go too. You can't leave me behind here," Tong Exen said, looking quite pitiful. Despite her fear of the desert worm, there was no other option. Su-Rui looked at them and nodded. "All right, then let us go for a big score." Amidst the sandy expanse of the desert, a monstrous, fearsome worm was devouring the corpse of a desert giant lizard. Its smooth, glistening body was completely exposed, and half of the lizard's carcass had already been consumed. Not far away, the 5 of them were crawling from behind a mound of dirt. "Wow, this is absolutely terrifying." Tong Exen was so frightened that she covered her eyes. "Then you can stay here and watch us fight." Li Ying suggested that I will circle around to its back for a surprise attack. "You all just need to distract it here." With that, Su-Rui dashed toward the worm's direction. They had no time to devise a battle plan, and Su-Rui did not intend to drag them into such perilous combat. Given their abilities, if the worm targeted them, they likely wouldn't escape. That Su-Rui jogged to the side of a giant lizard's corpse, using it as cover. The engrossed worm was oblivious to the fact that someone had stealthily approached its lengthy body. Upon getting closer, Su-Rui realized that the worm's skin was also remarkably tough. While it might not be as exaggerated as the giant lizards, it still appeared quite formidable. This what a level 6 monster is like. Even a level 6 monster, not renowned for its defense, has defensive capabilities rivaling those of high defense level 5 monsters. Whoosh! In the next moment, Su-Rui sprang into action, thrusting his sword into the worm's body. Splat! The long sword plunged deep into the worm's crimson flesh. That moment, Su-Rui activated the power-boosting bracelet, enveloped in white light, and he pulled the sword horizontally within the worm's body. Rip! The black iron sword tore a long gash in the worm's flesh. This strike severely wounded the desert worm. Hiss! Hissed the worm, feeling intense pain, raised its head, and let out a couple of shrill cries. Then, it swiftly turned its head, bearing its fearsome maw towards Su-Rui. Su-Rui, immediately withdrew his sword and retreated swiftly. Boom! The desert worm twisted its massive body and gave chase behind him. Its turned to make an entrance. Jiang Chuan swiftly raised his hide bow, knocking an arrow, his eyes deepening at that moment. Then he let loose an arrow. Whoosh! An arrow shot toward the worm's gaping mouth with incredible speed. This arrow, fired with the aid of his eagle eye, accurately struck the worm's maw. Splat! The arrow pierced the worm's mouth, successfully halting its advance. Splat! After the worm's head twitched a few times, it expelled a bloodied arrow that had been severed in two. It was evident that the arrow had inflicted injury upon it. Hiss! It emitted another furious shriek, then altered its course and charged towards Jiang Chuan and the others. Run! Jiang Chuan commanded immediately. The four of them instantly darted off in different directions. Chapter 59. Fierce battle. The desert worm writhed its body, pursuing Jiang Chuan. The wounds inflicted by Su Rue oozed blood with every violent movement it made. Observing this, Su Rue swiftly maneuvered to the rear of the worm and gave chase. Soon enough, the desert worm sensed Su Rue trailing behind and pivoted its head to snap at the fleeing figure. Whoosh! Su Rue's form vanished, evading the terrifying maw. Simultaneously, he reappeared on the worm's body, dividing in a thud. The three Su Rues simultaneously thrust their swords downward. Instantly, 3 gaping wounds appeared on the worm's body. Whoosh! Su Rue withdrew his sword and executed a somersault, successfully leaping off the worm. Upon landing, the 3 Su Rues merged back into one and sprinted in a single direction. Behind them, the desert worm seethed with rage, writhing as it pursued Su Rue once more at that moment. Jiang Chuan loosed another arrow. Whoosh! This arrow once again found its mark within the gaping maw of the desert worm. Hiss! The worm emitted a strange cry and redirected its charge towards Jiang Chuan. However, Su Rue circled back behind it, poised to launch a surprise attack. Sensing this, the worm turned to pursue Su Rue, but with Su Rue's speed-enhancing boots and his own swift pace, it struggled to catch up. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan, utilizing ranged attacks, was also out of reach. Thus, the two kept the worm in a state of frantic disarray, while the others found it impossible to intervene. Hiss! Finally, the desert worm was thoroughly incensed. With a deafening roar, it halted and unleashed a stream of highly corrosive acid towards the fleeing Su Rue. Witnessing this, Su Rue hastily sidestepped. Crash! Despite his timely evasion, some of the acid splashed onto his back, corroding his ice silk armor and leaving a dark mark. Such potent acid! Without the ice silk armor, Su Rue would have sustained severe damage. The worm, seeing the acid strike Su Rue, burrowed into the ground, causing them to lose sight of it. Su Rue quickly regained his footing, tightly gripping his Xian iron sword, ever ready to utilize his teleportation ability. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan, bow in hand, stood atop a rock, scanning his surroundings intently. Boom! Suddenly, the ground around Jiang Chuan shook violently. Bang! In the next moment, the desert worm erupted from the earth directly before him. Prepared, Jiang Chuan drew back his beast-hide bow and released an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow struck the worm's mouth once more, preventing it from expelling the corrosive acid. Hiss! Yet, the worm, with its enormous jaws, attempted to swallow Jiang Chuan whole. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Chuan leapt down from the rock and rolled aside. The worm missed its bite, but swung its massive body toward Jiang Chuan. Confronted with the enormity of the worm, Jiang Chuan had no space to evade and was violently tossed aside. Bang! Upon landing, he felt as though his body might shatter. His internal organs nearly misaligned from the impact. Huff! The worm, writhing its colossal body, advanced toward Jiang Chuan, intent on devouring him whole. That moment, Jiang Chuan had temporarily lost the ability to move, struggling painfully to rise from the ground. Yet, the worm was almost upon him. Just then, Xu Yong, wielding a large blade, and Li Ying, brandishing a spear, arrived, flanking the worm. Big worm! Taste my blade! Xu Yong fearlessly swung his large knife at the worm. However, the worm was not one to stand idly by. It twisted its body, lashing its tail at Xu Yong. Bang! Xu Yong was sent flying before he could even approach the worm. Meanwhile, Li Ying, gripping her spear, leaped toward the worm to strike. Thud! The spear tip plunged into the worm's flesh but failed to penetrate any further. In pain, the worm turned its head to bite at Li Ying. She hastily withdrew, but her speed could not match that of the worm, and it appeared she would be caught in its jaws. With both Zhang Chuan and Xu Yong incapacitated, Su Rui was still racing toward their location. Seeing this, Tong Xen could not suppress her fear and shouted, "Sistering." She forced down her trepidation, laid down her sword, and raised her hands defensively. "Ugly beast, don't chase my sistering." Then, a dazzling light surged from her palms. Whoosh! The radiance transformed into a sphere of light, hurtling toward the worm. Bang! The sphere struck the worm, sending its towering body crashing to the ground. The Liang seized the opportunity to distance herself from the creature. Such power? Su Rui, approaching, was taken aback. This must be the little girl's innate gift, though its potency surprised him. The area where the light sphere had impacted the worm bore extensive scorched marks. Once it regained composure, the worm raised its head, swaying slightly, then fixed its gaze on Tong Xen. Hiss! The worm emitted a strange cry and surged toward Tong Xen at an astonishing speed. The violent motion whipped up the surrounding sands, and the force of it paled Tong Xen's face. "That don't come after me. I didn't mean it." She snatched up the iron sword from the ground and began to flee. The worm, evidently enraged by her earlier display of power, accelerated, moving far quicker than before. Tong Xen, not particularly swift herself, was soon on the verge of being overtaken by the worm. Hearing the approaching sounds behind her, she was so frightened that she burst into tears. "Ooh, please don't come closer." At that moment, Su Rui was almost there and shouted to Tong Xen, "Hold on just a little longer. I'm coming to save you." But then, an unexpected mishap occurred as Tong Xen tripped over a stone hidden beneath the sand. "Whoa, it hurts." She fell hard, her palms pricked by numerous small stones. Most critically, the worm was still writhing toward her. Lying on the ground, Tong Xen saw the worm charging at her with fierce intent, and her face instantly reflected sheer panic. "Don't come closer. If you do, I'll fight you." She discarded her iron sword and raised her hands defensively, attempting to threaten the beast. However, the worm remained oblivious to her gestures, dismissing any notion that a frail human could pose a fatal threat. Yet in the next moment, a brilliant white light began to coalesce in Tong Xen's hands. This time, it was significantly larger than before and continued to grow. The worm pressed onward, nearing Tong Xen, while the sphere in her hands expanded to a size larger than a basin. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her complexion turned deathly pale. Huff! The worm was nearly upon her when she unleashed the light sphere. Chapter 60. Victory. Level up. Bang! The light sphere struck the very wound Su Rui had inflicted earlier. Boom! The sphere penetrated the worm's body, producing a tremendous sound, and blinding white light filled the area. Xiao X and Liang could not help but scream. The hearts of the other three lifted into their throats. For the final scene was utterly terrifying. That a colossal worm was lunging toward Tong Xen, and they could already envision the worst outcome. However, the white light gradually dissipated, and their vision returned. They beheld the massive desert worm collapsing before Tong Xen. A gaping hole blasted through its body, nearly cleaving it in two. At this moment, the worm lay weakly on the ground, while Tong Xen had fainted from exerting her abilities beyond her limits. With great effort, the worm raised its head, preparing to swallow the unconscious Tong Xen whole. Whoosh! But in the next instant, Su Rui appeared atop the worm, his form splitting into three once more. The three Su Ruis thrust their swords toward the worm's head. Its most vulnerable point, thud, three swords simultaneously pierced the worm's head. Bang! The desert worm's body collapsed, and red-yellow liquid flowed from its head, a foul odor wafting through the air. Finally dead. Su Rui sighed in relief. You have slain the level 6 monster, Desert Worm. Experience 1500. Congratulations. Player level has risen to level 9. Attack 45, speed 45, defense 8. Endless talent has been enhanced. You can now devour each type of monster 6 times. Eye of Insight has been enhanced. Vision doubled. The experience gained from defeating the Desert Worm propelled Su Rui to the next level, and both of his talents were further strengthened as a result of this level increase. More importantly, their dragon country had emerged victorious. Su Rui felt a wave of joy wash over him. Prior to this, the chat channel for the challenge had erupted with excitement. Haha, we have already slain 98 level 2 monsters. We only need to take down 2 more for victory to belong to our new player village 146. Indeed, victory is ours. You Dragon Country folks will never compare to us, Sakura Country. Ah, weak Dragon Country people. You are destined to fail. Meanwhile, the members of the new player village 250 fell silent, their gazes transfixed on the kill panel. Having only slain 8 5th-tier monsters, it is evident that they are destined to fail. After all, encountering even a single 3rd-tier beast is a challenge here, let alone a 5th-tier one. Alas, it is truly a pity. We were merely 2 8th-tier monsters away from victory. How frustrating. The esteemed Su Rue is already formidable enough. If only he were granted a bit more time, we would undoubtedly triumph. It can only be said that misfortune has struck, allowing those from the Cherry Blossom Nation to stumble upon a large monster's lair. They have resigned themselves to the prospect of defeat. Yet, at that moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao resonated in the minds of all in the 10 novice villages. Notification. In Novice Village 250, Su Rue successfully defeated 1 6th-tier monster, leading Novice Village 250 to victory in this killing challenge. Boom! As this news spread, everyone was left in stunned silence. They even doubted their own hearing. Astonished that victory had indeed gone to Novice Village 250, to the Dragon Nation. The opponents had directly slain 1 6th-tier monster to claim victory. The suddenness of it all struck the Cherry Blossom Nation like a heavy blow. Goodness! The victors are indeed from the Dragon Nation. Baka! What on earth is happening? Victory is not ours, the Cherry Blossom Nation. This must be cheating. Indeed, those despicable Dragon Nation people must have resorted to vile tactics to win. Now, the people of Novice Village 250 can no longer hold their tongues that a bunch of useless fools. If you cannot compete with us, must you cry foul? Can you not show a shred of dignity? Do you not see that it was our esteemed Su Rue who defeated 1 6th-tier monster to secure victory? And the one speaking most arrogantly was none other than Longwu. Listen well. You Cherry Blossom Nation wretches, your nation is nothing but trash, forever inferior to the Dragon Nation. This proclamation left the Cherry Blossom Nation members in the chat channel seething, their faces flushed with rage. Yet they found themselves at a loss for retorts. Announcement. Novice Village 250 wins this killing challenge. Each participant receives 200 experience points. All other novice villages deduct 100 experience points from each participant. As the announcement concluded, beams of light enveloped everyone in Novice Village 250. Wow! A direct grant of 200 experience points. This is more than I earned after hours of battling in my party. Haha, with these 200 experience points, I will leap straight to level 3. How splendid! My strength has increased yet again. I am truly grateful to Brother Su Rue. Though this experience is meager for Su Rue. For those of lower levels, they cannot level up as swiftly. Meanwhile, in the other novice villages of the Cherry Blossom Nation, each individual faced a deduction of 100 experience points. What the heck? My experience has been deducted. And I have plummeted from level 2 back to level 1. Baka. All my hard work has gone to waste. A female player from the Cherry Blossom Nation cried out. Woo, I didn't have enough experience to deduct. And now it's gone negative. Announcement. In this killing challenge, Su Rue achieved a contribution of 100 and will receive a special reward. Su Rue single-handedly defeated 1 6th-tier monster, with no assistance from anyone in Novice Village 250. Therefore, this reward belongs solely to him. Before Su Rue appeared a spinning wheel, adorned with various accessories, weapons, and elixirs. This is the reward bestowed upon him by the heavenly Tao, allowing him to draw from the lucky wheel once. The pointer on the wheel swiftly settled upon a sword. Whoosh! In the next moment, a radiant light descended, and a sword, complete with a sheath, manifested in Su Rue's hand. Excellent first-tier weapon. Qing Feng Sword. The blade is incredibly sharp, with an attack power of 30 and an armor-piercing effect. An excellent first-tier weapon. Su Rue used his insightful eye to scan his current Xian Iron Sword and found it to be an ordinary second-tier weapon. While the previous Iron Sword was unranked at this moment, a description of weapon grades appeared before Su Rue's eyes. Weapon grades, from highest to lowest, are ordinary, excellent, and superior. Each grade is further divided into first tier and second tier, with significant disparities between them. Whoosh, 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 he unsheathed the Qing Feng Sword and swung it a few times before conceding that an excellent weapon is indeed a pleasure to wield. However, Su Rue was not one to rest on his laurels. With a thought, he initiated super transformation on the Qingfeng sword. As the transformation commenced, a faint glow began to radiate from the sword. Chapter 61. Enhancement of talent, transformation successful. The Qingfeng sword has been transformed into the Qingguang sword, with attack power 50 and the addition of armor piercing and bleeding effects. Qingguang sword, excellent second-tier weapon. Excellent. It has even gained a bleeding effect. Thus, if the monsters sustain an attack from the Qingguang sword, their wounds will remain unhealed, continually exacerbating their injuries. This results in persistent damage. Whoosh, 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 Su Rue wielded the sword once more. As the Qingguang sword erupted with a brilliant blue light, he secured the Xian iron sword on his back, reserving it for a clone's use. Although the clone possesses the same weapon as him, it does not receive the weapon's enhancements. Therefore, a gap in combat strength remains between the clone and the original. Now, this Xian iron sword can augment the attack power and piercing attributes of one of his clones. The killing challenge has concluded. The challenge chat channel will soon disconnect. Our Cherry Blossom Nation will certainly reclaim victory next time. Next time. Even if you were given another chance, you remain useless. Indeed, worthless Cherry Blossom Nation. Go home. At this moment, the individuals from Novice Village 146 were suddenly engulfed in a frenzy. What the hell? What is happening? A snake. It is an immensely gigantic serpent. This is the Serpent King of the cave. After we have slain so many little snakes, it has come to avenge them. Soon, a wave of curses and wails erupted. But quickly, the chat channel faded into oblivion. These Cherry Blossom Nation wretches have finally met their comeuppance. How delightful. I had thought the heavenly Tao favored them, allowing them to discover a snake den, only to find that they not only failed to win, but were also avenged by the Serpent King. Our victory is entirely thanks to the esteemed Su Rue. Indeed, it is Su Rue alone who secured victory for our Novice Village. Within Novice Village 250, the crowd continuously praised and lauded Su Rue. However, Su Rue's attention was not on the chat channel. He sheathed the Qingguang sword and hurried towards Tong Xian. The recent defeat of the Desert Worms was largely due to Tong Xian. Without her assistance, he would have faced an arduous battle. Simultaneously, Su Rue was astonished by the talent skill Tong Xian had just utilized. The rating of his talent is undoubtedly high, even surpassing Zhou Yi's lightning ability. One truly cannot judge a book by its cover. At this moment, Li Ying had arrived at Tong Xian's side, shaking her awake. However, she still appeared somewhat pale, her gaze unfocused. Is she all right? Are her injuries severe? Su Rue inquired. Ying lifted her head and replied, "It's nothing, just severe fatigue. There are no external injuries." She then glanced towards Jiang Chuan and Xu Yong, who were approaching. "Given our situation, we can only return to the Novice Village to recuperate." Su Rue nodded and stated, "I will escort you out. The monsters in this desert are generally of levels 4 and 5, posing considerable danger to them at present, but he intended to guide them safely out of the desert, especially since they had only ended up in this predicament because of their assistance in dealing with the worms." Meanwhile, Tong Xian, lying in Li Ying's arms, weakly asked, Did our Dragon Nation win?" "We did. Thanks to you, we achieved victory," Su Rue replied, surprised that Tong Xian was still concerned about this. Upon hearing Su Rue's words, a smile broke out on Tong Xian's face. Soon, Jiang Chuan and Xu Yong limped over, and upon learning of their victory, smiles spread across their faces. "Wonderful. My injuries were not in vain." After their excitement settled, Su Rue spoke again. "Please wait a moment while I escort you out of the desert." He had not forgotten his intention to devour the desert worms, and his endless devour had been enhanced, allowing him to consume the same type of monster 6 times now. Approaching the corpse of the worm, Su Rue extended his hand. "Devour successful. Attack 15, speed 8, defense 3. Subsequently, he absorbed the attributes from several nearby giant lizard corpses. Devour successful. Attack 6, speed 2, defense 1. Devour successful. Attack 6, speed 2, defense 1. Devour successful. Attack 6, speed 2, defense 1. After absorbing the attributes, Su Rue glanced at his attribute panel. Attack 469 defense, 50 speed, 369 level, 9, 11, 30, 10,000. That's a level up further. An astonishing amount of experience is required. Su Rue was somewhat taken aback. It seems that merely slaying monsters will not suffice for rapid strength enhancement. He must also seek sufficient opportunities to obtain spiritual fruits and herbs. These can directly elevate his abilities. And some may even yield experience points to AT present. With his attributes enhanced, Su Rui felt his power intensify once more, and his defense reached 50 points. Those lower-level monsters can no longer inflict harm upon him. Additionally, he discovered that his insightful eye could now observe much farther, even perceiving movements several hundred meters away with clarity. That it appears that with the level increase, his talents have also been enhanced. Regrettably, both the clone technique and teleportation are fixed talents that cannot be enhanced. Otherwise, their ratings would not be so low. As the ratings of talents increase, their power surpasses that of these lower-tier abilities. After completing these tasks, Su Rui approached Jiang Chuan and the others, escorting them to the edge of the desert. "All right, we can manage on our own from here," Jiang Chuan suggested. They were among the strongest individuals in their novice village. And despite their injuries, they could still handle some level 3 and level 4 beasts. Just as Su Rui was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly spotted 3 pairs of brownish-yellow eyes peering at them from a patch of grass several hundred meters away. "I think it's best if I escort you into the jungle," he remarked, swiftly taking the lead. As he neared the grass, 3 dark figures sprang from the underbrush, lunging towards him. To his astonishment, they were 3 black leopards, each significantly larger than an ordinary tiger. Su Rui was well prepared. He drew his azure sword and thrust it at the central shadow, his speed akin to lightning. With a piercing sound, the sword impaled the leopard's skull. Kill level 4 Beast Shadow Leopard. Experience 500 subsequently. He quickly unsheathed his sword again and executed a horizontal slash at another shadow leopard nearby. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through the leopard's neck, severing its head. Kill level 4 Beast Shadow Leopard. Experience 500. The final shadow leopard leaped into the air, poised to pounce on Su Rui. In a flash, Su Rui's figure vanished from sight, reappearing in midair behind the leopard. With a swift thrust, his sword penetrated the back of the leopard's head. Kill level 4 Beast Shadow Leopard. Experience 500. Chapter 62. Effortless slaughter indeed. It is a remarkable sword. Su Rui had just pierced the leopard's formidable skull. Feeling as though he were stabbing into a sponge, devoid of resistance, it appeared that the armor-piercing effect was at play. However, it was primarily due to Su Rui's sufficiently high attack power, whereas the shadow leopard's defenses were lacking. Incredible! Tong Ekin gazed at him in awe, though the other 3 remained silent. Their expressions were filled with astonishment. Despite having witnessed Su Rui's absolute prowess before, seeing him effortlessly dispatch 3 shadow leopards up close stirred waves of admiration within them. "Once we enter the jungle, we likely won't encounter any level 5 beasts. Let's part ways here," Jiang Chuan proposed. Yet Su Rui interjected, "Wait a moment." He then approached the 4, and amidst their astonished gazes, he utilized a super transformation on their weapons. Each of their weapons was elevated by 1 tier. The shock on their faces deepened. "What is this?" Jiang Chuan stammered, taken aback that Su Rui not only impressed them with his strength, but also astounded them with his abilities. "You've aided me immensely. Consider this a token of gratitude," Su Rui explained. Without their assistance, it would have been challenging for him to complete the level 6 beast killing challenge in the 146 novice village. Moreover, transforming their weapons was merely a matter of convenience for him. Taking advantage of their lingering astonishment, Su Rui stated, "Until we meet again." With that, he turned and ventured deeper into the desert, embarking on his solitary monster-hunting journey once more. By now, it was already afternoon, and the time for the distribution of rewards for the novice leaderboard was drawing near. Additionally, the chat channel in the intermediate B zone had swelled from a mere 20 individuals to over 200. During this period, many had transitioned from the beginner B zone to the intermediate one. To Su Rui's surprise, he discovered that Lin Xiaolu was among them, indicating that he too had arrived in the intermediate B zone. However, few dared to explore the depths of the desert, as they lacked Su Rui's strength. In this uncharted desert, the number of monsters was plentiful. Not long after, Su Rui noticed a mound of earth moving swiftly in the distance. Without hesitation, he brandished his azure sword and charged forward. Upon reaching the mound, he leapt and plunged his sword into it. With a squeak, blood began to seep from the mound. Kill level 4 Beast Long-Clawed Sand Rat. Experience 400. The long-clawed sand rat had not even had the chance to break through the surface before Su Rue dispatched it with a single stroke that he then extended his hand toward the sand mound. Devour successful, speed 4, attack 3. Suddenly, a sound of scraping earth echoed around him, and Su Rue glanced around, only to see a massive, earth-toned python slithering towards him. Level 5 beast, yellow-scaled giant python, massive in size, possessing great strength, adorned with strong defensive scales, a predator of the desert. Indeed, there were quite a few beasts in this area. Su Rue unsheathed his azure sword and approached the giant python. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the reflective scales glimmering on its body. However, this posed little concern for Su Rue. He was confident in his ability to breach the defenses of the giant lizard. Let alone this python's scales. With a sudden burst of speed, Su Rue dashed forward, his speed-enhancing boots propelling him swiftly. The giant python raised its head, preparing to attack, but Su Rue leapt into the air, wielding his azure sword to strike down at its head. With a resounding crash, the sword cleaved down, sending sparks flying as it struck the python's scaled head. The sword's armor-piercing properties activated, shattering the python's scales. A deep gash marred its serpent head, and blood erupted from the wound, aided by the sword's bleeding effect. With a thud, the giant python's head crashed back to the ground, its massive body writhing and kicking up clouds of yellow sand. It wouldn't be long before it succumbed to its wounds, but Su Rue had no intention of wasting time waiting, that he aimed to grant the giant python a swift end. Utilizing teleportation, Su Rue appeared at a critical point along the python's body, plunging his sword in deeply. With a piercing sound, the blade penetrated the python's scales and buried itself within its body. As the sword drove in, the giant python's frantic writhing ceased, and it lay still. Kill level 5 beast, yellow-scaled giant python. Experience 700. Devour successful. Attack 5, speed 3. Defense 1. Su Rue promptly withdrew his azure sword and continued deeper into the desert. Now, even encountering a level 6 beast posed no fear for him. He had little to dread in the intermediate beast zone. After a short distance, he came across a small body of water. That was a modest lake, its water shallow and seemingly on the verge of drying up entirely. The ground was marked with the footprints of beasts, surrounded by scattered rocks and hills. Clearly, this was a watering spot for the beasts, as water sources were exceedingly scarce in the desert. Su Rue decided to wait here for a while. Hoping a beast might come his way, he concealed himself behind a large rock. Before long, a figure emerged. However, it was not a beast. Rather, it was a human, laden with several weapons upon his back. He stealthily approached a stone, setting down his weapons and hiding them carefully. Then he produced a necklace adorned with an orange gemstone, a smile creeping onto his face as he suppressed a chuckle. What is he so happy about? Su Rue, having appeared silently behind him, spoke unexpectedly, causing the man to jump and hastily tuck the pendant back into his clothing. He swiftly turned to face Su Rue. Who are you? What do you want? Leaning against his arm, Su Rue replied nonchalantly. Nothing much. I simply wish to inquire about where I might find some beasts in the vicinity. This fellow had ventured deep into the desert, undoubtedly having encountered numerous beasts. Meng Chong, sensing Su Rue's lack of hostility, relaxed slightly. However, he was puzzled by Su Rue's request, recalling how he and his teammates had struggled to evade the beasts, while this man seemed eager to seek them out. As he sized Su Rue up, he was captivated by the azure sword in Su Rue's embrace. Upon seeing the exquisitely crafted sword in its scabbard, Meng Chong's eyes lit up with excitement. Hey, if you're looking for beasts, you've come to the right person. I've been wandering around here for quite some time and know exactly where the beasts are. Chapter 63. The Pendant of Defense. Oh, is that so? Su Rue expressed interest. Meng Chong grinned, revealing his large yellowed teeth. Yes, indeed. I know of a beast den nearby, filled with weak beasts in abundance. You'll have a great time hunting them down. I was just lamenting my lack of company to tackle those beasts when I ran into you. What a coincidence. Quite the coincidence, Su Rue replied with a slight smile. Let us go. Lead me there quickly. Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Chong hurriedly began to guide Su Rue, leaving behind the weapons he had hidden. What about those weapons? Su Rue inquired that they're cumbersome. I'll leave them here for now, Meng Chong dismissed with a wave. Noticing Su Rue still standing still, he urged, hurry up. If we linger too long, others might discover us. Only then did Su Rue follow him. Along the way, He learned that Meng Chong had lost his team to the beasts and was now alone, the weapons on his back serving as evidence of their demise. After a short journey, they indeed arrived at the cave Meng Chong had mentioned. From this vantage point, it appears to be a modest sand dune, with an entrance that is scarcely large enough for a single person to pass through. "This is the place," Meng Chong remarked, gesturing towards the cave. Su Rui glanced around, noting numerous footprints on the ground, suggesting that this was not the work of a solitary individual. Moreover, Meng Chong had previously mentioned the presence of numerous monstrous beasts within. It was quite audacious of him to venture inside. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Meng Chong beckoned to Su Rui. "Hurry, and come in." That Su Rui nodded and followed, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The two traversed the dimly lit passage and arrived at a relatively spacious area, which astonishingly turned out to be an open-air section with fine sand cascading from above. Enormous stones surrounded them, and ahead lay a dead end. It hardly resembled a lair for any monstrous beasts. "Meng Chong, where are these beasts you spoke of?" Su Rui inquired. Just in front, behind that large rock, Meng Chong pointed toward an immense boulder. He halted, feigning fear, reluctant to advance. Su Rui, unswayed, stepped forward, passing right in front of Meng Chong. That moment, a glint of malice flashed across Meng Chong's face as a dagger slipped from his sleeve into his grasp. With only a single person separating them, Su Rui stood completely unaware, his attention fixated on the large stone ahead. Meng Chong believed that striking suddenly from this position would catch Su Rui off guard. With a swift motion, he raised the dagger and aimed for Su Rui's neck, intending to pierce it. However, a flash of azure light erupted as the dagger was sent flying from his hand. How could this happen? Meng Chong's face was a mask of confusion, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. "Your acting is woefully poor, and your strength is even more lacking." Su Rui critiqued that he had deliberately feigned an opening to observe Meng Chong's response. Had Meng Chong displayed formidable skills, Su Rui would have utilized his teleportation ability. As he spoke, Su Rui advanced toward him, prompting Meng Chong to draw a straight knife and strike at Su Rui. Yet Su Rui's speed far surpassed his own, and another azure flash ensued. With a sickening sound, Meng Chong's hand, along with the knife, flew away. Blood erupted from his severed wrist. Meng Chong collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding wrist in agony. Prepare to bid farewell to ditch not far away, on the sands of the desert. Yang Hai's figure reemerged, enveloped in a radiant blue glow. "Damn it. I've run into a formidable opponent. Fortunately, I possess such a treasure." However, at this moment, despite having escaped the cave, Yang Hai's chest bore a long gash that continued to bleed profusely. This was the effect of the bloodletting associated with the Qingguang sword. Yang Hai's complexion was deathly pale, and he promptly retrieved the healing herb he had previously seized. Only then did his condition improve somewhat, prompting him to drag his severely wounded body away from the scene. Inside the cave, Su Rui was all too familiar with the blue light. It was the primary teleportation scroll he had used before. To his surprise, this fellow had such an item. Had he known, he would have dealt with him first. Su Rui felt a pang of regret that he asked the leader among the four. He certainly possessed the most treasures. Nevertheless, even so, his gains this time would undoubtedly be substantial. The three bandits were laden with goods, having undoubtedly amassed quite a collection. Approaching the body of the astute man he had slain, Su Rui discovered 2 yellow spirit fruits on him. After transforming them, he consumed them directly. Consumption successful. Attack 10, speed 5. Consumption successful. Attack 10, speed 5. Simultaneously, a warm current coursed through Su Rui's body, replenishing his stamina. The 2 spirit fruits restored his vitality to its peak. Subsequently, Su Rui transformed the iron sword on the ground into a secondary Xian iron sword, which he secured on his back. Currently, Su Rui's back was already burdened with several weapons, becoming somewhat cumbersome. However, these weapons held little value for him. For others, particularly those who had not encountered good fortune, such weapons were treasures, especially those that had been transformed by Su Rui. After all, most lacked the opportunity to wield even basic weapons of any grade. After rummaging through the belongings of the astute man, Su Rui did not forget to absorb his attributes. Absorption successful. Player gains F-level talent speed enhancement, fixed talent, double speed upon use. Duration 1 minute, cooldown 1 hour, another talent. Su Rui felt a surge of joy. He had just been astonished by the speed of this fellow, and it turned out to be due to talent. Reminder: F-level speed enhancement and E-level talent teleportation belong to the same category of talent and can be fused. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Fusion is possible. Su Rui immediately chose to fuse them. With teleportation, he felt the speed enhancement was somewhat redundant. Fusion successful. E-level talent teleportation distance increased from 5 meters to 10 meters, upgraded to top-tier E-level talent. 10 meters. This was a significant enhancement to his capabilities. The increased distance would allow Su Rui to launch surprise attacks on his foes. Initially, he had believed that this fixed talent could not be improved. Now it seemed that as long as he absorbed talents of the same category, he could achieve an upgrade through fusion. Of course, those without the ability to endlessly absorb would undoubtedly find it impossible to enhance such fixed talents. Chapter 65. Abundant gains. Su Rui approached the corpse of the burly man, who similarly possessed a yellow spirit fruit. After transmuting it, Su Rui stored it for later use, as it could restore stamina, and consuming it now would be wasteful. That he then extended his hand toward the burly man and activated endless absorption. Absorption successful. Attack 18, speed 6. Not bad. This was higher than the attributes of many level 5 beasts, nearly rivaling those of level 6 beasts. Upon completing the absorption, Su Rui turned his gaze to the iron rod in the burly man's hand. This was also a basic iron rod without any grade. After taking it in hand, Su Rui transformed it into a common first-tier weapon. However, being long and heavy, it would be cumbersome to carry around. Yet leaving it behind felt like a waste. Although the novice village currently lacked a marketplace and trading system, based on Su Rui's experience, such systems would soon be established. At that time, he could sell weapons that were of no use to him. After placing the iron rod back down, he moved toward the several corpses behind the rocks. The items on these bodies had all been looted by the previous group. The weapons that Meng Chong had been carrying were likely theirs. Furthermore, Su Rui speculated that Meng Chong intended to monopolize these weapons, planning to eliminate Su Rui and pin the blame on him. That I have avenged you. You may now rest in peace. That Su Rui stepped forward and absorbed the attributes of these individuals. Absorption successful. Attack 8, speed 4. Absorption successful. Attack 9, speed 6. Absorption successful. Attack 11, speed 6. The attributes of these individuals were generally low, indicating that Meng Chong and his companions had been preying on the weak. After completing the absorption, Su Rui gained a substantial boost in attributes. At this moment, he found himself troubled once more by the lack of space for his weapons. Moreover, Meng Chong had hidden 5 or 6 weapons near the water source. If Su Rui carried them all, it would significantly impede his combat effectiveness. Just then, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in Su Rui's ears. Reminder: player has maintained a ranking on the newcomer list for 24 hours. Rewards will be issued. In the next moment, a pillar of light appeared before Su Rui, revealing both a bronze chest and a wooden chest. This was Su Rui's reward for being ranked 87th. He first glanced at the bronze chest, then at the wooden chest, and spoke. Let us start with you. Su Rui approached and opened the wooden chest, revealing a pair of brown leather bracers within. Basic armor, leather bracers, 3 defense when worn. Su Rui then employed super transformation on them. Transformation successful. Leather bracers transformed into ancient leather bracers. Defense 6. The color of the ancient leather bracers deepened. Their thickness visibly increased, and additional straps were added. Su Rui donned the bracers, feeling quite pleased. While the defense boost was modest, they significantly enhanced his appearance and offered protection to his wrists, which was likely their primary function. After opening the wooden chest, Su Rui turned his attention to the bronze chest, hoping it would yield a delightful surprise. As he opened the bronze chest, a silver ring adorned with intricate patterns emerged from within. Basic space ring. Used for item storage, contains 5 cubic meters of space. Excellent. It's a space ring, which would allow Su Rui to store those weapons conveniently. He took the ring from the chest and slipped it onto his finger. With a thought, he accessed the storage space within the ring. The shape of this 5 cubic meter space could be altered at Su Rui's will. He immediately transformed the space into an oval shape, placing the weapons from his back and the iron rod on the ground inside. This made Su Rui feel considerably unencumbered. Then, with another thought, a tang knife materialized in his hand. Perfect. It made accessing weapons during battle much more convenient. After testing the ease of retrieving items from the space ring, Su Rui placed the Qingguang sword inside as well. Now, He felt even lighter that he exited the cave and headed back to the location where he had discovered the water source, where Meng Chong had hidden more weapons. However, upon arriving near the water source, he was taken aback by the sight before him that a herd of elephants had gathered around the water source. These massive creatures, much larger than ordinary elephants, appear to have chosen this spot as their resting place. Moreover, near the location where Meng Chong had concealed the weapons, several elephants were meandering about. It seemed that the weapons would have to remain there for the time being. Su Rue immediately activated his inside eye and scanned the nearest giant elephant. Level 5 beast, savage giant elephant. Enormous, possesses incredible strength, with a thick outer hide and slow movement. These giant elephants were significantly larger than typical elephants, and their skins were evidently very tough. However, Su Rue was not concerned about breaching their defenses at present. After all, his attack power was quite formidable, and he wielded the Qingguang sword, which had armor-piercing properties. Yet, the sheer number of these elephants was daunting. Should they be startled and charge en masse, Su Rue would certainly struggle to withstand them. Still, the experience provided by such a herd would be immeasurable. To successfully slay these elephants, stealth was essential. He could not alert the entire herd. Crouching low and utilizing the cover of large rocks, Su Rue stealthily approached a solitary giant elephant that was distanced from the herd. As he neared the giant elephant, he unsheathed the Qingguang sword, gripping it firmly. Although this elephant was alone, it was not far from the herd by the small lake that Su Rue knew that to kill it without alarming the others would be a considerable challenge. A single strike was imperative. For others of similar level to Su Rue, this would be virtually impossible. After all, facing a giant elephant would be a daunting task, let alone executing a one-hit kill. However, Su Rue had just acquired the upgraded teleportation talent, which was perfectly suited for assassination. Positioning himself behind a large rock approximately 15 meters away from the giant elephant, he gripped the Qingguang sword tightly and burst forth from behind the rock. The giant elephant, hearing the commotion, raised its massive head to glance around. It caught sight of a human charging towards it, wielding a sword that emitted a green glow. The giant elephant was instantly alarmed. Swish! Yet before it could react, Su Rue's figure vanished into thin air. The giant elephant was left wondering if it was seeing things. But the next moment, Su Rue materialized beneath its massive head. Thrusting the Qingguang sword forward, the long sword pierced the throat of the giant elephant with pinpoint accuracy, and with a flick of Su Rue's wrist, it cleaved open its gullet, upon experiencing the excruciating pain. The giant elephant attempted to roar, yet blood gushed forth from its windpipe, rendering it utterly voiceless. Lacking any significant reaction, it was swiftly dispatched by Su Rue. Killed a level 5 beast, savage giant elephant. Experience 800 Chapter 66, Stealthy Assassination Bang. The body of the giant elephant collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud that a few other elephants in the vicinity turned to observe, but the fallen creature was obscured by a massive boulder, leaving them unaware of the event. Indeed, an astonishing gain of 800 experience points. With this acquisition, Su Rue's level ascended to 9, 4,000 and 10,000 that he then reached out to devour the attributes of the giant elephant. Devouring successful, attack power 10, speed 2, defense 1. After completing the devouring process, Su Rue noticed no further disturbances in his surroundings that it appeared that this assassination had been successful. He climbed onto another large rock, revealing only his head, scanning the area for his next prey. Soon, he spotted another solitary giant elephant. Su Rue crouched low and stealthily approached the creature. Upon reaching its side, his teleportation talent was ready once more. The distance was sufficient. He teleported directly beneath the elephant's neck. With his azure sword poised, he struck. Thwack! The giant elephant's neck was penetrated, blood gushing forth, and it could not emit a sound before collapsing. Bang! The noise was insignificant enough not to disturb the herd. Killed a level 5 beast, savage giant elephant. Experience 800. Devouring successful. Attack power 10, speed 2, defense 1. Another one down. Su Rue's heart surged with joy. Should he manage to slay many of these elephants, his power would significantly increase. However, solitary elephants were scarce, and he could only see one that was distanced from the others. The remaining elephants, though not in a tight cluster, were still gathered in groups of 3 to 5, that if he were to kill one, it would surely alarm the others, that so be it. He would first take care of this lone elephant. Once more, Su Rue crouched low and stealthily approached the elephant. Utilizing the same method, a flash of azure light appeared. Thwack! The elephant fell to the ground, blood pouring from its neck. Killed a level 5 beast, savage giant elephant. Experience 800, devouring successful. Attack power 10, speed 2, defense 1. With a swift motion, Su Rue withdrew his azure sword and climbed atop a large rock, covertly observing the surrounding elephants. The elephants near the water source were frolicking in the water, while those scattered about were likewise in small groups. They were closer to the herd, and a mere sound could alert them. However, Su Rue had no other options. He could either retreat or risk taking down a few more. After careful observation, he made his way towards the location where Meng Chong had hidden the weapons. There, 3 giant elephants were ambling nearby. Just those 3. Su Rue planned to eliminate them, and then seize the weapons before fleeing. After positioning himself behind a large rock near the 3 elephants, he split his body into 3. He bestowed one of his azure swords to one of his clones, while another clone received a black iron sword. His original self wielded a Tang knife, enhanced by the strength-enhancing bracelet on his wrist. Regardless of the weapon used, he could deliver a lethal blow to the elephants. With the weapons distributed, Su Rue began to seek an opportunity. The 3 elephants were only about 5 meters away from the rock, which was precisely why Su Rue chose to strike now at this moment. Only 1 elephant faced their direction, while the other 2 had turned away. This was a prime opportunity. The 3 Su Rue simultaneously charged forth towards the 3 elephants. The elephant facing the rock was startled to see 3 humans rushing towards IT. IT prepared to emit a warning cry to alert its companions. However, the true target of Su Rue was this very elephant. Whoosh! In the next instant, the Su Rue wielding the Tang knife had reached beneath the elephant's neck. Simultaneously, a brilliant white light emanated from his blade as he swung towards the elephant's throat. Thwack! Bolstered by the strength-enhancing bracelet, the strike severed the elephant's windpipe, cutting through half of its neck. The elephant did not manage to utter a sound before it collapsed. Killed a level 5 beast, savage giant elephant. Experience 800, devouring successful. Attack power 10, speed 2, defense 1. Immediately after killing the elephant, Su Rue devoured its attributes. The other 2 elephants had, of course, heard the commotion and swiftly turned their heads to investigate. At this moment, Su Rue's 2 clones had already arrived, each under his control. They charged towards the 2 remaining elephants with impressive speed. Thwack! The clone wielding the azure sword pierced the elephant's throat, causing it to collapse without uttering a sound. Killed a level 5 beast, savage giant elephant. Experience 800. Meanwhile, the clone with the black iron sword also thrust the long blade towards the throat of an elephant. Thwack! This strike similarly found its mark in the elephant's throat. However, the black iron sword's attributes paled in comparison to those of the azure sword, and furthermore, the azure sword had an armor-piercing effect. Thus, the black iron sword only penetrated halfway into the elephant's throat, failing to deliver a fatal blow. Roar! The intense pain compelled the giant elephant to let out a deafening cry. This sound sent a chill down Su Rue's spine. Simultaneously, the elephant swung its massive trunk towards Su Rue. Bang! The clone of Su Rue was sent flying. With its throat still gushing blood, the elephant turned to rush towards the main herd. Su Rue, quick on his feet, commanded another clone, along with his true self, to charge after this injured elephant. The elephant was already slow, and now, severely wounded, it moved even more sluggishly. The 2 Su Rues quickly caught up, each delivering a finishing blow to the elephant's throat. Thwack! Thwack! 1 sword and 1 blade ended the life of this giant elephant. Killed a level 5 beast, savage giant elephant. Experience 800, devouring successful. Attack power 10, speed 2, defense 1. Su Rue promptly devoured the attributes of this elephant. When he lifted his head, he noticed that some nearby elephants, as well as those in the water, were staring in his direction. They were bewildered, witnessing a human daring to hunt their kin. Roar from the center of the herd. An unknown elephant emitted a thunderous roar. The other elephants, hearing this cry, charged towards Su Rue in a frenzy. In an instant, dozens of elephants stampeded towards him, stirring up clouds of dust. The sheer force of their charge made Su Rue feel as though he was facing an army of thousands. However, he remained unperturbed, swiftly turning towards the corpse of a giant elephant. Devouring successful. attack power 10, speed 2, defense 1. He had previously overlooked one elephant's attributes, and now, with that completed, his devouring was full. Meanwhile, another clone moved forward to retrieve the weapons that Meng Chong had hidden. Rushing back to his true self, Su immediately stored these weapons in his spatial ring. At this point, the approaching elephants were alarmingly close. Chapter 67. Encounter with Yang Hai at this moment. Su Rui did not retract his two clones, but instead commanded them to run towards the distance. His true self followed suit, using teleportation to hide behind a large rock as his two clones continued running ahead. Boom, boom. The frenzied herd charged after the two clones with great ferocity. Yet, as they pursued, the two Su Ruis suddenly vanished. This left the pursuing savage elephants in a state of confusion, causing them to stop and shake their massive heads in search of Su Rui's figure. Meanwhile, concealed behind the large rock, Su Rui seized the opportunity to escape from another direction. These elephants would surely return upon failing to locate him, and should they discover him then, it would spell disaster. Such a multitude of elephants could easily trample him to death. After a swift run, Su Rui distanced himself from the herd and reached the slope of a hill. He retrieved the weapons he had just acquired. These weapons included knives, swords, and bows, all basic weapons without any grade. Su Rui employed super conversion to transform them all into ordinary first-grade weapons. Subsequently, he stored them back in his spatial ring. Now, his collection of weapons was quite substantial. With all being at least ordinary first-grade quality, at this moment, most of the new player village members were still wielding basic weapons, with only a select few possessing graded ones. Su Rui could be considered quite affluent. Of course, he owed this fortune to Meng Chong and his band of thieves, whose spoils had fortuitously fallen into Su Rui's hands. The only regret was the escape of their leader, as the eldest among the four. He likely possessed the most treasures. Having secured the weapons, Su Rui continued his journey into the desert. The day was drawing to a close, with the setting sun painting the sky in hues of crimson. It wouldn't be long before the area transitioned into nighttime. Yet Su Rui harbored no fears. With the enhancement to his insightful eye, his vision had become sharper than before. Even in the dark, his sight would remain unaffected. As Su Rui ventured a few steps deeper into the desert, he soon spotted three figures approaching from the distance. Upon closer inspection, a look of delight spread across his face. The individual in the middle, clutching his chest and bending over, was none other than Yang Hai, who had previously escaped from Su Rui's grasp. What a fortuitous coincidence. This time, I shall not allow you to slip through my fingers. Su Rui retrieved his azure sword from his spatial ring and strode towards them. The trio consisted of two men and a woman. Apart from Yang Hai, the other two appeared relatively young. Resembling a couple, the woman, named Qi Jinxiu, was petite and charming with delicate features. The man, Zhao Heng, was tall and reasonably handsome. Yang Hai, how far is that severely injured beast from here? Qi Jinxiu inquired, standing beside Zhao Heng. The two had encountered Yang Hai while exploring the desert, discovering him in a grievously wounded state. They had generously offered him a healing herb from their supplies, for which Yang Hai was immensely grateful. He had also shared a secret with them, revealing that he had discovered a critically injured 6th-level beast in the desert. Unable to defeat it himself due to his injuries, he planned to lead them in slaying the formidable creature. Upon hearing this, the couple eagerly agreed to accompany Yang Hai. Not far, just ahead, Yang Hai replied, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. His expression was one of great discomfort. However, thanks to the healing herbs, his wounds had largely healed. The weakness he exhibited was merely a fade. Intended to lower the couple's guard, he had discerned that only the man possessed a formidable awakening talent, while the woman was merely a pretty face devoid of combat prowess. When the time came, he could easily ambush the man, eliminating him with a single thrust of his sword. And as for the woman, she was quite attractive. After a brief dalliance, he could dispose of her as well. The prospect thrilled him, and a smile of anticipation crept onto his face. "All right, let us hasten our pace," Zhao Heng remarked, oblivious to Yang Hai's ulterior motives. His sole desire was to quickly kill the 6th-level beast. After all, he had never slain a 5th-level beast, having only managed to defeat a 4th-level one. That the experience from a 4th-level beast was already substantial. He could only imagine the bounty of experience a 6th-level beast would yield. Zhao Heng's mind began to wander with dreams of glory. However, as the trio continued on their way, A young man wielding a sword appeared ahead. "Hey, there is someone up ahead," Qi Jinxiu exclaimed, pointing. Yang Hai, who had been looking down, immediately raised his head. He did not wish for anyone to obstruct his plans. Upon seeing the figure, it felt as though the blood in his veins had turned to ice, and his heart momentarily ceased to beat. That it was him. A visceral fear gripped Yang Hai. "Yang Hai, do you know him?" Qi Jinxiu asked, noticing Yang Hai's sudden change in demeanor. Yang Hai's gaze was fixed on Su Rue, his throat tightening as he nodded. We must leave quickly." His face had drained of color, and he turned to flee. "Why?" "We still need to kill the 6th-level beast." Zhao Heng questioned, baffled. He was unwilling to abandon their pursuit. "Yes, is that person truly so terrifying?" Yang Hai's mind raced, and he quickly replied, "You don't understand. That man is a bandit. All my companions were killed by him, and my injuries are his doing." "What?" Both were taken aback. Yet at that moment, Su Rue had already closed the distance, his speed astonishing. Realizing he could not escape, Yang Hai decided against fleeing, that he intended to use the couple to stall Su Rue. Perhaps even find an opportunity to turn the tables. He shouted at Su Rue, "Isn't it enough that you've killed my companions? Now you come to kill me as well. That a person like you does not deserve to live. Such a person is unworthy of existence." Su Rue replied coldly. Feeling a surge of righteous indignation, Qi Jinxiu confronted Su Rue. "What do you intend to do? We are all compatriots. Is it necessary to resort to murder?" Zhao Heng stepped forward, adding, "Jinxiu is right. We are all compatriots. How can you commit such an atrocity?" Su Rue cast a glance at the pair. Had he not discerned they were not Yang Hai's allies, he would have already acted. Before Su Rue could speak, Yang Hai feigned vulnerability, saying, Su Rue removed the necklace from around his neck. While the 20 points of attack power were considerable, the defensive pendant held greater significance for him. After all, Su Rue was not lacking in attack power at this moment, and the defense provided by the pendant could prove invaluable in critical situations. That he also transformed the 3 spirit fruits he had, though their inherent quality was rather low. Even after transformation, the benefits they conferred were limited, primarily serving to restore stamina. Consumption successful, attack power 8, speed 8. Consumption successful, attack power 8, speed 8, after consuming 2 spirit fruits. Su Rue found his stamina restored to its peak, but he stored the remaining fruit, leaving him with a total of 2 spirit fruits in his possession. That moment, his gaze fell upon a black circular disc, which he had taken from Yang Hai. This black disc was about the size of a plate, featuring 3 indentations on its surface. What could this object be? Su Rue had felt a sense of curiosity when he first acquired it, so he immediately used his insight eye to examine the disc. Basic element fusion device. Collect the forest mark, desert mark, and snowfield mark to gain any one elemental ability. A basic element fusion device. What is this elemental ability? Just as Su Rue pondered, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed once more. Basic elemental ability. The strength of the ability is not inferior to C-grade talent, and it can be further upgraded with additional elements acquired later. Not inferior to C-grade talent, and it could be upgraded. Su Rue's heart surged with joy. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. The notion of elemental abilities sounded extraordinarily powerful. Mission reminder: locations for obtaining the marks have been marked on the map. Players may proceed to the marked locations to acquire the marks. Hurriedly, Su Rue opened the map, and indeed, the locations for obtaining the 3 marks were clearly indicated. However, the location of the desert mark was alarmingly close to him. Wait, isn't that the water source where the wild elephant herd resides? Chapter 69. The Wild Elephant King, that is where the desert mark is. Given its proximity, Su Rue immediately decided to turn back. The collective mission for the novice village would commence tonight, and Su Rue aimed to gather this elemental ability before it began. For him, this was far more beneficial than merely leveling up. Soon, Su Rue was nearing the location of the elephant herd. But before he could arrive, he spotted 2 figures ahead. That was Qi Jinxiu and Zhao Heng, whom he had encountered earlier. Hengge, we have traveled so far without seeing the level 6 monster Yang Hai spoke of. It seems he truly deceived us. The purpose of Qi Jinxiu and Zhao Heng approaching was to ascertain the existence of the level 6 severely injured monster Yang Hai had mentioned. It was becoming increasingly evident that Yang Hai had indeed tricked them. Indeed, one can know a person's face but not their heart. Who would have thought Yang Hai intended to scheme against us? Zhao Heng lamented, but he then expressed his relief, saying, "Fortunately, we ran into that person earlier. Otherwise, we might have truly fallen into Yang Hai's trap. So, we misjudged him," Qi Jinxiu said, lowering her head in shame that if given the chance. "I would like to apologize to him in person." Hearing this, Zhao Heng nodded, "Yes, I feel the same way, that if only," before he could finish. Zhao Heng halted abruptly, his gaze fixed on a particular direction, rendered speechless. "What's wrong?" Qi Jinxiu followed his line of sight and saw Suruwei walking towards them. Instantly, her face paled with fright. "He doesn't intend to come over and kill us for our treasures, does he? After all, with Suruwei's strength, he could easily do so. Moreover, in this desert, no one would know if he eliminated them." Moments ago, they had spoken about apologizing to Suruwei in person, but now, seeing him approach, they were left utterly flustered. Yet, Suruwei was a principled individual. As long as they had not wronged him, he would not engage in such murderous acts. Suruwei, gripping his Qingguang sword, cast a glance at the two, said nothing, and continued on his path. Zhao Heng tightened his grip on his spear, anxiety evident on his face as he braced himself for a possible confrontation. However, Suruwei treated them as if they were invisible, walking past them without a word. Zhao Heng let out a sigh of relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. "At this moment," Qi Jinxiu spoke up. "Hey, we misunderstood you earlier. I'm sorry." She sincerely apologized to Suruwei. Leaving him momentarily stunned that she would express remorse over this matter, he paused, turned, and said, "You both should leave here quickly. It will soon become dangerous, for Suruwei might soon engage in battle with the elephant herd. And when they became enraged, the area within several kilometers would not be safe." Upon hearing Suruwei's response, Qi Jinxiu felt less apprehensive and inquired, "Why? Are you going to fight the monsters? Our strength is quite formidable. We can assist you, no need." Suruwei turned back and continued toward the elephant herd. With the aid of his speed-enhancing boots, he quickly vanished from their sight. "Henggu, let us follow him and see," Qi Jinxiu declared, dashing after him. Sighed Jinxiu. Zhao Heng shook his head, helplessly trailing behind, and as the sky gradually darkened and stars began to twinkle, the moonlight draped across the desert. Visibility here was far superior to that in the jungle. And with the enhancement of his inside eye, Suruwei's vision remained unaffected. He arrived at a hillside near the water source and looked down. At this moment, the massive elephants were gathered near the water, lying on the ground in slumber. Observing this scene, Suruwei felt a surge of joy. Since the giant elephants were asleep, retrieving the desert mark would be much simpler. In Suruwei's estimation, the desert mark must be concealed within the small lake. However, upon consulting the map for the location of the desert mark, he discovered that it was marked right in the center of the elephant herd. Immediately, Suruwei directed his gaze toward the heart of the herd. A grayish-white elephant, significantly larger than the others, lay at the center. Level 6 monster, Wild Elephant King. Leader of the wild elephant herd, with attributes far surpassing those of ordinary elephants. Defeating it will yield the desert mark. Hiss, Suruwei inhaled sharply. It turned out that to obtain the desert mark, he would need to defeat this mighty king of elephants. This posed a considerable challenge. Not only was the strength of the elephant king in question, but the multitude of surrounding giant elephants also made it impossible for Suruwei to confront them. Moreover, the elephant king was surrounded by layers of elephants that at this moment, Suruwei could not even approach the king, let alone defeat it. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and the elephant's vision would be compromised while they were asleep, but he could stealthily approach the elephant king, eliminate it, and then slip away unnoticed. With his speed and teleportation talent, he might just outmaneuver the herd. However, this plan was fraught with risk, yet he had no choice but to proceed. "Hey, what are you doing here?" A voice from behind interrupted Suruwei's thoughts that Qi Jinxiu and Zhao Heng had unexpectedly caught up with him. Both were astute enough to realize that Suruwei was not the type to indiscriminately kill the innocent. Moreover, given his formidable strength, they hoped to follow him in search of an opportunity to reap some benefits. "Didn't I tell you it would be dangerous here soon?" Suruwei glanced at the two that were not afraid of danger. "Earlier, Henggu and I teamed up to take down a level 5 vulture," Qi Jinxiu boasted. Zhao Heng chimed in, "Exactly, we mainly want to see if we can be of any help." Suruwei discerned their intentions but chose to ignore them as he began descending the hillside. As Suruwei made his way down, Qi Jinxiu and Zhao Heng reached the spot where he had been standing and looked down. "Wow, there are so many elephants," Qi Jinxiu gasped in astonishment. Approximately 30 to 40 massive elephants were sprawled together, soundly asleep. Zhao Heng's eyes widened as he exclaimed, he wouldn't dare to take action against these elephants. Would he? Goodness, they look even more formidable than the giant lizards we encountered before. Could he possibly take them on alone? Qi Jinxiu found it hard to believe that Surui would confront these colossal beasts alone. Surui approached the herd with an air of confidence. The elephants were deep in slumber and remained oblivious to his presence. After all, the wild elephant herd was a top-tier group in this desert, and no other monsters dared to attack them, which explained their lack of vigilance at night. With his Qingguang sword in hand, Surui moved stealthily among the bodies of the giants like a skilled assassin. Watching from the hillside, Qi Jinxiu and Zhao Heng's hearts raced, thinking, this person has an incredible amount of courage. If he wakes the elephants, they could easily trample him. Chapter 70. Acquiring the desert marked AT this moment. Surui continued to leap and maneuver between the massive elephants, his light frame landing silently upon them without rousing them from their slumber. After navigating through the herd, he finally reached the center and spotted the sleeping wild elephant king. This was even more effortless than he had anticipated. The elephants displayed no signs of alertness. Of course, the cover of night had played a significant role, lulling the elephants in a deep sleep. With a swift motion, Surui drew his Qingguang sword, its blade emanating a faint azure glow. He stood atop the massive body of a giant elephant, meticulously positioning himself, preparing to deliver a lethal strike to the slumbering elephant king. This was his sole opportunity. Should he falter, the chance to slay it would become exceedingly difficult. Surely not. Was he truly intending to attack the largest of the elephants? On the hillside, Qi Jinxiu and her companion were once again taken aback by Su Rui's audacity. With only this one chance, Su Rui resolved to unleash his full power. His form divided into three, and simultaneously, the three Su Ruis leaped from the elephant's body, swords drawn, aiming for the neck of the elephant king. However, at that very moment, the slumbering monarch sensed the impending danger that it abruptly opened its eyes. Witnessing three dark figures hurtling towards it, the elephant king was instantly alarmed. It swiftly swung its colossal trunk, aiming to sweep away the three Su Ruis. With no leverage in midair, they were unable to evade. Bang, bang! Two of the duplicates were flung away by the tremendous force of the elephant's trunk, while the remaining true form utilized teleportation to arrive directly at the elephant king's neck. Whoosh! A brilliant white light erupted from Su Rui's hand as he activated the frenzied attack bracelet. Simultaneously, his sword thrust forward. The penetrating effect of the azure blade, coupled with a tripled attack power, was enough to breach even the stoutest defenses of the wild elephant king. Thud. As Su Rui stepped onto the snowy expanse, a few massive grayish-white wolves lying nearby immediately opened their eyes. They had caught a whiff of potential prey that moment. Su Rui was sprinting toward the location of the ice element, but he soon noticed several pairs of glowing eyes following him from behind. Unexpectedly encountering magical beasts upon his arrival, he resolved to deal with them first. Su Rui halted, turned around, and unsheathed his azure sword. The snow wolves, swift in their approach, quickly closed the distance after he stopped. Level 5 magical beast, Snow Wolf, extremely fast, keen sense of smell, and robust skeletal defense. The appearance of level 5 magical beasts indicated that the overall strength of the creatures in this snowy realm was indeed formidable. Whoosh, whoosh! Two snow wolves lunged directly at Su Rui. In response, his body split into three, with two doppelgangers wielding swords, each striking at one of the snow wolves. Meanwhile, the other two snow wolves circled around to Su Rui's flanks, launching their attacks from the left and right. With the azure sword in hand, Su Rui thrust toward the snow wolf on the left. Thud. The sword pierced directly into the open maw of the wolf, penetrating its neck from within. Defeated level 5 magical beast. Snow Wolf, experience points 700. Congratulations! Player level has risen to level 10. Attack 50, speed 50, defense 15. Super transformation talent has been enhanced, currently able to transform special items. Elated by the level up, Su Rui barely had time to check his status, for the snow wolf on his right was already upon him, its sharp claws poised to tear into his back. Whoosh! In an instant, Su Rui vanished, reappearing at its side, that he unleashed another strike. Slash! The blade cut into the wolf's abdomen, splitting it open. Given the creature's strong skeletal defense, Su Rue aimed for the unprotected areas. Bang! The snow wolf yelped in pain, collapsing heavily onto the ground, its innards spilling forth as Su Rue advanced once more, delivering a final blow to the wolf's neck, ending its suffering. Defeated level 5 magical beast, Snow Wolf. Experience points 700. Meanwhile, his two doppelgangers were engaged in an intense battle with the remaining snow wolves. The two beasts were on the verge of collapse. Su Rue first consumed their attributes. Consumption successful. Attack 6, speed 6. Consumption successful. Attack 6, speed 6. Soon, the two doppelgangers defeated the remaining snow wolves, concluding the skirmish. Defeated level 5 magical beast, Snow Wolf. Experience points 700. Defeated level 5 magical beast, Snow Wolf. Experience points 700. Su Rue recalled his doppelgangers and opened his attribute panel. Name: Su Rue. Attack: 698 defense, 82 speed, 490 level, 9 2,430 20,000 after the previous consumption and item enhancements. Su Rue's attributes had reached a terrifying level. Now he found it effortless to deal with level 5 magical beasts and capable of confronting level 6 beasts as well, that he was now confident he could single-handedly defeat the level 6 desert worm he had previously encountered. Thus, he felt assured about obtaining the ice element mark. Although this was a snowy realm, it was still classified as an intermediate magical beast zone, and he doubted the presence of higher-level beasts. Consumption successful. Attack 6, speed 6. Consumption successful. Attack 6, speed 6. Su Rue did not forget to consume the attributes of the two remaining snow wolves. Chapter 72, Precious Spirit Herb, Ice Crystal Snow Lotus. Afterward, he glanced at the spatial ring on his finger. After leveling up, his super transformation had improved, allowing him to transform the spatial ring. With a thought, the ring on his finger began to change, its patterns becoming increasingly intricate and elaborate. Transformation successful. Basic spatial ring has transformed into an ordinary spatial ring, capable of holding 10 cubic meters. Not bad. The space had doubled, as it had previously been filled with many weapons. And now it felt much more spacious. Furthermore, Su Rue discovered that the pendant around his neck was also eligible for transformation, that he immediately proceeded to transform the defensive pendant. Transformation successful. Defensive pendant has transformed into a defensive crystal pendant, enhancing its defensive capabilities. After the transformation, the orange defensive pendant appeared more translucent and radiant, though the cracks still remained. Concealing the pendant within his clothing, Su Rue continued toward the location of the ice element mark. According to the map's markings, Su Rue navigated through a winding mountain range. He was unsure what kind of magical beast he would have to defeat to obtain the ice element mark. Su Rue was not naive enough to believe that the mark simply awaited his collection in the designated location, that a fierce battle was undoubtedly a prerequisite. Upon reaching the marked area on the map, Su Rue discovered a hollow within the mountains, surrounded by enormous footprints in the snow. Deep within the hollow, a snow lotus emanating a ghostly blue glow blossomed amidst the crevices of the mountain. Precious item: Ice Crystal Snow Lotus, a sacred healing herb that enables rapid recovery of injuries. The lower the level of the consumer, the more effective the results. The grading of spirit herbs and fruits is as follows. Ordinary level 1. Ordinary level 2, precious, rare. To find a precious grade spirit herb was truly remarkable. This was the first precious spirit herb Su Rue had encountered. The Ice Crystal Snow Lotus was the very herb that had saved Sandao Ci Lang during his life-threatening injury, showcasing its miraculous effects. However, despite his excitement, Su Rue did not rush over to pluck the snow lotus. For beneath the snow lotus, 3 massive beasts resembling small mountains lay sleeping. Su Rue quickly employed his insightful eye. Level 5 magical beast, Frost White Bear, exceedingly strong, with tough skin and flesh, inherently savage and prone to rage. He then turned his gaze towards another white bear nearby, which was also a level 5 Frost White Bear. These two bears were dozing outside, while inside lay an even larger bear, adorned with glowing ice crystals on its back. Level 6 magical beast, Ice Crystal Bear King, tasked with guarding the Ice Crystal Snow Lotus. Parts of its body are covered with highly resilient ice crystals. Upon defeat, the ice element mark can be obtained. Indeed, a level 6 magical beast, Su Rue unsheathed his azure sword and approached the 3 colossal bears. all of which were still asleep, that it was an opportune moment for him to strike. However, just as he stepped into the bear's den, the slumbering Bear King suddenly opened its enormous eyes, resembling bronze bells. Roar! Upon awakening, the Bear King, upon seeing a human trespassing into its territory, released a furious roar. This startled the two frost white bears, who quickly rose from their slumber, gazing down at Su Rue. The three massive beasts stood upright, their eyes the size of copper bells, fixed intently on him. Yet Su Rue showed no sign of fear or retreat. Gripping his azure sword, he resolutely advanced toward the trio of giant bears. The Ice Crystal Bear King regarded the diminutive human approaching it with disdain, taking a couple of steps back before plopping down lazily against a massive boulder, watching Su Rue with an air of nonchalance. The two frost white bears also dismissed Su Rue, viewing him as nothing more than a tiny human who could easily be squashed. They approached Su Rue with a swagger, their footsteps resonating with thunderous sounds upon the ground. The weight of one bear was likely comparable to that of a massive prehistoric elephant, and their muscles were more pronounced, making them more agile and equipped with varied attacking techniques that in no time. The two bears stood before Su Rue. One of them swung a massive paw down toward him. Su Rue leaped to evade the attack. Bang! The bear's paw struck the ground, cracking it under the force. Meanwhile, the other bear formed its paw into a fist and swung it towards Su Rue in midair. Whoosh! The bear's punch carried tremendous power, generating a fierce gale. However, Su Rue's body vanished from midair, evading the blow. Whoosh! Su Rue reappeared behind the bear and thrust his sword forward. Thud! The blade pierced through the bear's neck from behind, protruding out from its throat. Whoosh! Su Rue swiftly withdrew the sword. Bang! Simultaneously, he kicked off the bear's back, executing a graceful backflip as he landed. The bear, with its throat punctured, staggered a few steps, causing the ground to tremble beneath its massive weight. Bang! It ultimately collapsed. Defeated level 5 magical beast, Frost White Bear. Experience points 800. Witnessing this scene, the previously lethargic Ice Crystal Bear King widened its eyes in disbelief. One of its subordinates had been slain so effortlessly by a seemingly feeble human. The other Frost White Bear, enraged at the loss of its companion, let out a roar and charged at Su Rue, vowing to avenge its fallen ally. Whoosh! It swung its colossal paw towards Su Rue. Whoosh! But Su Rue deftly dodged, leaping onto its arm. Whoosh! Using the bear's arm as a springboard, Su Rue propelled himself toward the bear's front. The bear. Su Rue's figure approached at an alarming speed. Crack! A flash of azure light glimmered, and blood splattered everywhere. In one swift motion, Su Rue severed the bear's massive head from its body. Without a hint of hesitation, he landed gracefully. Behind him, the enormous white bear's body slowly crumpled to the ground. Boom! The ground shook once more. Defeated level 5 magical beast, Frost White Bear. Experience 800, excellent. Another 1600 experience points gained. Along the path of collecting elemental marks, encountering so many demon beasts to slay is truly gratifying. Moreover, this is far more efficient than Su Rue's fruitless search for demon beasts to kill. Roar! Just as Su Rue revels in his success, a furious roar from the Bear King echoes behind him. This roar seems to shake the very mountains, revealing the extent of the Bear King's fury. To have two of its subordinates slaughtered by a mere human is utterly infuriating. Chapter 73. Slaying the Bear King. Acquiring the snowfield mark. Boom, boom, boom. Following its roar, the Bear King strides directly towards Su Rue, shaking the ground with each step. Its size dwarfs that of the white bears, adorned with glowing ice crystals on its back and arms. Upon reaching Su Rue, it delivers a powerful punch. Su Rue leaps once more, narrowly evading the blow. Bang! The Bear King's fist leaves a deep imprint in the ground, far more impressive than the marks left by the two white bears. Suspended in midair, Su Rue swiftly slashes at the Bear King's neck with his sword. However, the Bear King's speed is astonishingly quick. It raises its other arm in defense. Clang! The azure sword strikes against the Bear King's icy arm, sending sparks flying. These ice crystals are harder than steel, leaving only a scratch without breaking through. Instead, Su Rue feels a slight numbness in his arm and hastily retreats. The formidable hardness of the ice crystals is truly alarming. As Su Rue regains his footing, The Bear King charges at him once more, offering no respite. Bang! It slams down with another paw, but Su Rue dodges again. Yet immediately after evading this blow, another punch comes crashing down in relentless succession. Bang, bang, boom! Surprisingly, the Bear King is remarkably swift, continuously attacking Su Rue with its massive paws. Su Rue can only evade repeatedly, finding himself in a defensive position. Before long, he is cornered into a tight space. With no room to escape, the Bear King's icy arm swings toward him. Su Rue raises his sword to block. Bang! In an instant, he is sent flying, crashing heavily against the rocky wall of the mountain. Thud! Colliding with the wall, Su Rue slides down. At this moment, his arms throb with pain, and he feels as if his internal organs are about to burst. Fortunately, his high defense and robust physique prevent him from sustaining serious injuries. A brief moment of rest is all he needs. Roar! However, the Bear King is not inclined to grant Su Rue any respite. It charges at him once again. With a thought, Su Rue splits into three. Two clones wielding swords attacking the Bear King from either side. Bang! Clang, boom! The two clones engage in combat with a massive bear, causing the ground to tremble and sparks to fly. Su Rue bends low, clutching his chest as he rises from the ground, his gaze fixed intently on the Bear King. The moment it exposes a flaw in its defense, he will strike, although its ice crystal defense is formidable. The unprotected areas are similar to those of an ordinary white bear, that if Su Rue seizes the opportunity, he can also deliver a fatal blow to the Bear King. Yet, this creature proves to be quite a challenge. Adept in both offensive and defensive maneuvers, and with remarkable speed, in a one-on-one scenario, Su Rue finds it difficult to land a hit. However, his two clones can effectively distract the Bear King. Roar! Soon enough, the Bear King grows agitated by the persistent assaults from the two clones. Each time it prepares to unleash a full frontal attack on one clone, the other appears, forcing it to defend itself. Its attacks become frenzied and reckless, revealing numerous openings. This is the opportunity Su Rue has been waiting for. He seizes the moment and joins the fray with his azure sword. Whoosh, he leaps into action, aiming a decisive strike at the Bear King. Just as the Bear King has driven back the two clones, it hastily raises its arm to block Su Rue's attack. At midair, Su Rue's sword emanates a brilliant white light as he brings it down. Su Rue targets the Bear King's elbow joint, where the ice crystals offer no protection. Crack! A flash of white light, and the Bear King's arm is cleanly severed, dropping to the ground. Roar! The Bear King immediately clasps its severed arm. Howling in agony, as Su Rue lands, he activates his teleportation ability. Whoosh! In a blink, he appears before the Bear King. The Bear King, startled by Su Rue's sudden appearance, widens its eyes in shock that it attempts to strike at Su Rue. But it is too late. Crack! A flash of azure light and Su Rue's sword slices through the Bear King's throat. Splat! Blood sprays forth, and Su Rue rolls to the Bear King's rear. The ice crystal Bear King reaches out with its remaining arm, clutching its bleeding throat, but alas, it is futile. Thud! It first kneels, then collapses entirely to the ground. Boom! Its body impacts the earth with a tremor, blood pooling around it. Slain level 6 demon beast ice crystal Bear King. Experience 1800. Su Rue's level rises to level 10 5,830 20,000. Simultaneously, Su Rue retracts his two clones and absorbs the attributes of the ice crystal Bear King. Absorption successful. Attack 15, speed 10, defense 5. The combat prowess of this ice crystal Bear King is formidable, thus providing a substantial boost to attributes. After the absorption, Su Rue notices a blue mark appearing beside the Bear King's corpse, and he promptly retrieves it. Congratulations, player has acquired the snowfield mark. Su Rue places the snowfield mark into the black circular disc. Now, he only needs the forest element, and once he gathers all three elements, he will obtain elemental abilities that he can hardly wait to witness the might of these powers. Subsequently, he approaches the corpses of the two frost white bears and absorbs their attributes. Absorption successful. Attack 8, speed 4, defense 1. Absorption successful. Attack 8, speed 4, defense 1. Excellent. Another substantial increase in attributes. Upon completing the absorption, Su Rue's gaze is suddenly drawn to the ice crystal snow lotus high upon the rock face. This snow lotus grows on a smooth cliff, devoid of any protruding stones for climbing. However, this presents no challenge for Su Rue. Whoosh, he swiftly approaches the base of the cliff, takes a running leap, and ascends 5 to 6 meters. Just as he is about to plummet, he uses his teleportation ability, landing beside the snow lotus. Quick as lightning, Su Rue grabs the snow lotus, but his body begins to descend rapidly. With one hand clutching the snow lotus and the other drawing his azure sword, he plunges it into the rock face. Sparks fly. The azure sword leaves a long gash in the stone, and Su Rue finds himself in a sufficiently secure position that he pushes off the rock wall, retrieves his azure sword, and executes a graceful backflip, landing effortlessly. Clap. As he lands, he raises the palm-sized snow lotus, a smile spreading across his face. This healing elixir can swiftly restore injuries and can be consumed during battle. When he is on the brink of collapse from wounds, consuming it will not only heal him, but also catch his opponent off guard. Su Rue carefully stores the snow lotus in his spatial ring. Placing it in a separate corner, he then immediately sets off on his journey back to the forest. Chapter 74. Gathering the Marks. Under the moonlight, a figure moves swiftly. Su Rue that he has returned to the desert and is not far from the forest. Suddenly, a massive scorpion tail emerges from a nearby mound of dirt. Whoosh! The scorpion tail lunges directly at Su Rue's head. Su Rue draws his azure sword from his spatial ring and strikes. Crack! The scorpion tail snaps cleanly in two, green ichor spraying from the severed end as Su Rue leaps forward again, thrusting his sword into the mound. Thud! The azure sword pierces through the sand, impaling the toxic scorpion, which has no chance to escape from the earth. Slain level 5 demon beast desert scorpion. Experience 700. Absorption successful. Attack 6, speed 4, defense 1. Su Rue continues his string of kills and absorptions, retracting his sword into its sheath as he presses on. These diminutive level 5 demon beasts dare to provoke him. They must truly be weary of life that Su Rue hastens his pace. His stamina rapidly depletes. Along the way, he consumes one of the 3 spiritual fruits he had saved. Before long, he returns to the jungle, where the demon beasts are generally weaker than those in the desert and snowfield. He wonders if the forest mark will be easier to obtain than the other 2, following the map's directions. He soon arrives at a location thick with trees. Towering trees surround him, their massive branches obscuring the sky and blocking any trace of moonlight from filtering through. The ground is tangled with enormous roots. Upon arriving, Su Rue surveys his surroundings. The trees appear abstract and twisted. The bark resembles the wrinkles of a human face, while the branches seem to stretch out like arms, creating an eerie atmosphere. The map clearly indicates this location, yet he finds it devoid of any demon beast. That Su Rue feels perplexed and checks the map again. That moment, a nearby tree stirs. The wrinkles on the bark rise, revealing a pair of dark green eyes, while the branches extend towards Su Rue. Simultaneously, he hears rustling sounds behind him. Whoosh, he swiftly draws his azure sword, spinning around. Just in time, he sees 2 thick branches lunging toward him. Su Rue was taken aback. He immediately swung his sword towards the branches. Crack, crack! 2 branches as thick as thighs were effortlessly severed by Su Rue. In that moment, he caught sight of a pair of dark green eyes atop the great tree. Level 6 monster. Twisted tree spirit. A parasitic entity dwelling within towering trees, capable of manipulating and traversing through wood. Its true form being the spirit within the tree. A level 6 monster? It appeared that he had underestimated the challenge. To seize the forest mark, he would indeed need to slay a level 6 beast. Moreover, it was a parasitic type. This indicated that its true form resided within the trunk. That Su Rue observed. The tree spirit once again manipulated the roots on the ground, launching an attack to ensnare him. Rustle, rustle. The roots seemed to come alive, coiling around Su Rue's legs. Crack, crack, crack. Su Rue swung his sword in all directions, severing the encroaching roots. However, these roots were relentless, and simultaneously, the branches from the tree surged towards him like vines. This won't do. I must find an opportunity to strike at the tree spirit. Surrounded by trees, even if he were to exhaust himself, he could never chop them all down. Only by eliminating the mastermind could he hope to prevail. Crack, crack. With 2 strikes, he cleaved the branches before him and thrust his sword towards the center of those dark green eyes. Seeing Su Rue's ferocity, the eyes abandoned the great tree and darted out with astonishing speed. Whoosh! Its form transformed into a streak of green light, burrowing into another nearby tree. Thud. Su Rui's sword pierced through the trunk of that tree. Immediately, those dark green eyes reappeared on the adjacent tree, and the branches once again became animated, reaching out towards him. Crack, crack. Su Rui swung his sword to sever the branches, then directly aimed for those eyes. Thud. The azure blade left a deep gash on the tree. But the tree spirit had already slipped away. Its speed was too swift, leaving Su Rui no chance to use his teleportation to strike it down outside the tree. Rustle. After diving into the great tree, the spirit once again manipulated the branches to assault Su Rui. How infuriating. This creature was exceedingly cunning, hiding behind the scenes while directing the branches to attack him to eye in this tangled realm of roots and branches. Su Rui found it difficult to employ his clone technique. After all, the confined space would hinder his movement if he summoned 2 additional clones. Nevertheless, the previous 2 attacks had allowed Su Rui to discern a flaw in the tree spirit strategy. Crack, crack, he severed the obstructing branches with 2 swift strikes, preparing for a third assault. Whoosh! He leapt into the air, aiming for the 2 pairs of eyes on the tree. The tree spirit had anticipated this. As Su Rui leapt, it immediately shot out from the tree, transforming into a green streak of light, plunging into another nearby tree. Whoosh! Su Rui's form vanished from the air, reappearing behind this new tree. At that moment, the tree spirit that had just entered the tree had barely opened its eyes, only to find Su Rui's presence had vanished. This was the flaw Su Rui had identified. Once the spirit burrowed into the tree, it could not immediately regain control of it. Seizing this fleeting moment, he aimed to eliminate both the tree and the spirit simultaneously, whoosh, from behind the great tree. Su Rui summoned radiant white light in his hand, then swung his sword. Crack! With the enhancement of the Power Mad bracelet, the azure blade effortlessly cleaved the tree in half. Thud, along with the severed tree. The tree spirit hidden within the trunk was also bisected. Squeak! The tree spirit, resembling a monkey, let out a strange cry as it was split in 2 to boom. The massive tree, needing 3 people to encircle it, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, startling birds into flight. You have slain the level 6 monster, Twisted Tree Spirit. Experience gained. 1600, the half of the spirit's corpse remained lodged within the trunk. And Su Rui extended his hand to initiate endless devour on it. Devour successful. Mental strength enhanced. Mental strength? Su Rui felt a refreshing clarity wash over his mind. This sensation was immensely pleasurable, making him feel as if his thoughts had become sharper, that if he were to manipulate his clones now, he would undoubtedly do so with greater ease. That it appeared that the tree spirit's forte lay in mental strength. Hence he had absorbed this attribute. Furthermore, Su Rui could sense that this mental strength was far more precious than defensive attributes. Regrettably, he had only encountered this solitary beast capable of providing such an attribute. After the enhancement of his mental strength, Su Rui turned his gaze towards a green mark beside the spirit's corpse, the final forest element mark that a smile graced his face. Chapter 75. The Power of Elements. After picking up the mark, Su Rui retrieved the element fusion device from his spatial ring that he placed the forest mark within it. Buzz! The instant it was inserted, the 3 elemental marks emitted dazzling beams of light. Blue, yellow, green. These 3 hues began to whirl rapidly within the disk, gradually merging into one that whoosh. Suddenly, a panel appeared before Su Rui. Please select the elemental ability you wish to synthesize. Forest element. Elemental ability is life source. Upon release, it can heal the target's wounds. Desert element. Elemental ability is Sand's Guardian. Upon use, defensive sand walls emerge around the body. Snowfield element. Elemental ability is Frost Freeze. Upon use, it can freeze enemies and inflict damage. Note: using elemental abilities consumes mental strength. The effects are equivalent to C-class talents of the same type. Su Rui pondered over the descriptions. The forest element's ability did not enhance combat power. Moreover, he still possessed healing elixirs like the Ice Crystal Snow Lotus, rendering this elemental ability unappealing. The desert element's ability, which summoned defensive sand walls, overlapped with the defensive pendant he wore, thus it was also ruled out. That left only the Frost Freeze, which significantly enhanced combat capability. Not only could it be used in battle, but it would also serve well for escape against pursuers. Before long, Su Rue decided on Frost Freeze. Once resolved, the black disc spun once more. Buzz. Ultimately, the three colors completely merged into blue, which then flowed directly into Su Rue's mind. He closed his eyes, carefully feeling the elemental ability of Frost Freeze. Moments later, the blue light dissipated, and Su Rue opened his eyes to find a myriad of crystalline snowflakes appearing in the palm of his hand. Continuously spreading outward, he then extended his palm towards the trees ahead. Crack! A layer of ice formed at the center of the great tree, gradually spreading outward. After just a few seconds, Su Rue quickly withdrew his hand and pressed a palm to his forehead. This brief moment had consumed a significant amount of his mental strength, and it seemed that the potency of this elemental ability was indeed tied to mental strength, that if Su Rue's mental strength were robust enough, he could potentially freeze the entire tree before him. Alas, his current mental strength remained relatively weak, limiting his ability to execute such a formidable freezing technique. However, the enhancement to his combat prowess was already substantial, enabling him to freeze opponents at will. Even if direct freezing was unattainable, it could still greatly diminish his foe's combat capabilities. With the elemental ability acquired, Su Rue was eager to test its effects on a monster. He made his way towards the forest's edge, intending to return to the novice village. After all, only a few hours remained until the collective mission commenced, and he needed ample time to get back. As he traversed the forest, a sudden cloud of darkness appeared ahead. Once again, it was them. Su Rue focused his gaze, recognizing that this dark cloud was composed of the level 3 monsters, blood-sucking bats, that had previously provoked him. However, upon seeing the blood-sucking bats this time, joy filled his face, and he drew his sword, charging forward. The blood-sucking bats, not to be outdone, swarmed towards Su Rue in droves. Today, let them witness true power. Crack, crack, crack. Radiant azure light flickered all around as the mangled corpses of the blood-sucking bats tumbled from the dark cloud. Each strike Su Rue delivered onto the cloud resulted in the demise of 2 or 3 bats. You have slain a level 3 monster, blood-sucking bat. Experience gained. 100. You have slain a level 3 monster, blood-sucking bat. Experience gained. 100. You have slain a level 3 monster, blood-sucking bat. Experience gained. 100. In mere moments, over a dozen blood-sucking bats had perished at Su Rue's hands that he garnered over 1,000 experience points, which was incredibly gratifying. This was akin to the experience obtained from slaying a level 6 monster. It seemed that after leveling up, hunting low-level monsters in swarms was indeed quite exhilarating. The blood-sucking bats quickly recognized Su Rue's terrifying prowess and understood the disparity between them. Consequently, they began to flee. They think they can escape? Perfect timing to test the might of Frost Freeze that Su Rue raised his palm, revealing shimmering blue frost. Whoosh! He swiftly thrust his hand forward. Crack! A layer of ice enveloped the blood-sucking bats, causing them to plummet from the air. Meanwhile, those flying ahead, oblivious to the commotion behind, continued to soar forward. The bats that lingered behind were rapidly frozen, falling from the sky. Within mere seconds, over 20 blood-sucking bats plummeted to the ground. You have slain a level 3 monster, blood-sucking bat. Experience gained. 100. You have slain a level 3 monster, blood-sucking bat. Experience gained. 100. Some of the blood-sucking bats were frozen to death, while those still struggling on the ground were swiftly dispatched by Su Rue's blade. Slaying a level 3 demon beast, the blood-sucking bat, grants 100 experience. Slaying a level 3 demon beast, the blood-sucking bat, grants 100 experience. In a brief span of time, Su Rue had dispatched over 30 blood-sucking bats, accumulating more than 3,000 experience points. The Frost Freeze ability proved to be remarkably effective. Su Rue felt quite satisfied with the results of the Frost Freeze. Without this skill, he estimated he would have slain at least 10 fewer bats, equating to a significant loss of experience equivalent to that of a level 6 demon beast. Subsequently, Su Rue absorbed the attributes of 3 blood-sucking bats. Absorption successful. Attack 2. Speed 2. Absorption successful. Attack 2. Speed 2. Absorption successful. Attack 2. Speed 2. Previously, the endless absorption could only consume 3 demon beasts, but it had now been upgraded to 6 that after completing the absorption, Su Rue sheathed his sword and departed from the area. Not far from his exit, a cacophony of shouts reached his ears. Chase! We must pursue! Do not let that brat escape. He has taken the treasure coveted by Lu Yi. He truly is courting death. We must catch up. We will make him pay dearly. Upon hearing these words, Su Rue immediately grasped the situation ahead, that a treasure. There is treasure involved. Who is this Lu Yi? That treasure rightfully belongs to Su Yi. Without hesitation, Su Rue gripped his sword and hastened toward the source of the commotion. With his current strength, he felt exceedingly confident in navigating this intermediate demon-beast territory with ease that as he advanced a short distance further. Su Rue spotted a figure emerging from the thicket ahead. His tattered garments were stained with blood, and he appeared quite disheveled. Yet, despite his condition, he exuded an aura of cold determination, reminiscent of a ferocious wolf. What astonished Su Rue even more was the identity of this beleaguered individual. It was in fact Lin Xiaolu. Chapter 76. Vulnerable to attack upon seeing Lin Xiaolu, Su Rue rushed toward him. Lin Xiaolu, whose nighttime prowess paled in comparison to Su Rue's, instinctively altered his course upon sensing someone approaching, darting away in another direction. Lin Xiaolu. It's me, Su Rue called out. Upon hearing Su Rue's voice, Lin Xiaolu halted, casting a glance in Su Rue's direction. Hurry, they are about to catch up. He had no time to explain further and did not wish to drag Su Rue into his predicament, so he took off in a different direction. At that moment, the pursuers behind Lin Xiaolu closed in, one of them hurling a spear towards him. Whoosh! The spear transformed into a fleeting shadow, speeding toward Lin Xiaolu. Swish! Lin Xiaolu swiftly evaded to the side. Despite his timely dodge, the spear still grazed him. Thud! The spear sliced through the outer side of Lin Xiaolu's thigh, embedding itself into the ground ahead. Stumbling, Lin Xiaolu fell to the ground. The three pursuers charged forward. The leader among them was remarkably swift. Seizing the moment while Lin Xiaolu was still on the ground, he placed a knife against Lin Xiaolu's throat. Oomph! You certainly can run, can't you? The burly man wielding a hefty axe panted. Eyeing Lin Xiaolu with disdain, the leader, brandishing his large blade, pointed at the fallen Lin Xiaolu. Hand over the goods. Otherwise, I will take your life with a single stroke. Big brother, just kill him. The treasure will still be ours. Chimed in a gaunt man, that he promptly retrieved his spear. That makes sense, the leader nodded, raising his blade. Lin Xiaolu, however, had placed his hands on his twin daggers, ready to retaliate at any moment. Wait! A sudden voice interrupted from behind the four. Su Rue emerged slowly from the shadows. Damn! Where did this brat come from? Trying to be a hero. Huh. Truly ignorant of his own limitations, the leader scoffed disdainfully. I'll teach this kid a lesson. The burly man declared, brandishing his axe as he strode towards Su Rue. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolu watched anxiously. Knowing Su Rue was capable of slaying level 6 demon beasts, yet he also recognized the strength of these three individuals. He had never encountered a level 6 demon beast and had no concept of its true power, especially in a forest where even level 5 demon beasts were rare. The man with the axe approached Su Rue. Lin Xiaolu prepared to strike back. Unfortunately, the leader was astute, keeping his blade firmly against Lin Xiaolu's throat, leaving him no opportunity for retaliation. The burly man, named Peng Hu, swaggered towards Su Rue, confident in his strength, believing a single swing of his axe would end Su Rue's life. Kid, be smarter in your next life. Don't meddle in everything, he taunted, accelerating suddenly as he swung his axe towards Su Rue. With ease, Su Rue unsheathed his azure sword and swung it forward. Crack! A flash of azure light sliced through the air, severing the axe handle in two. Peng Hu's south movements froze in place. Su Rue effortlessly returned his azure sword to its sheath. Blood gushed from Peng Hu's neck as he dropped the axe handle and clutched his throat in terror. Thud! He collapsed to the ground. Su Rue strode past his lifeless body toward the other two, who were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how Peng Hu had met his demise so swiftly. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll slit his throat. The leader, regaining his composure, threatened. Upon hearing this, Su Rue halted his advance. The leader's pale complexion eased slightly. It seemed this newcomer was here to rescue Lin Xiaolu. He contemplated negotiating with Su Rue, hoping to resolve the matter peacefully. However, in the next instant, Su Rue vanished from sight. Whoosh! The leader felt a jolt of fear as he turned to locate Su Rue, only to feel a sharp pain in his neck. He instinctively reached for his throat, discovering a long sword embedded within, his hands drenched in blood. Swish, Su Rue withdrew the sword and aimed it at the gaunt man. The latter, in a panic, raised his spear in defense. Clang! The azure sword struck the metallic spear, creating a shower of sparks and leaving a sword mark. The gaunt man's arm went numb from the impact, and he nearly dropped his spear. Realizing the disparity in their strengths, he understood he was no match for Su Rue. Fleeing was his only option. Whoosh! But he barely took 2 steps before Su Rue caught up to him, driving his sword through him with lethal precision. Utterly feeble, Su Rue remarked disdainfully as he withdrew his sword to Lin Xiaolu, witnessing the scene, was rendered speechless by the display of power. When had Su Rue become so formidable? He seemed like an entirely different person compared to when he participated in the novice village competition. Lin Xiaolu had initially considered reclaiming the top spot on the strength leaderboard, but now it seemed an impossible feat. Su Rue's abilities clearly surpassed his own by a significant margin. Su Rue did not forget to absorb the attributes of these individuals, simultaneously stowing away the spear in his spatial ring. Absorption successful. Attack 12, Speed 5. These individuals were destitute, possessing nothing but their weapons. Su Rue then approached Lin Xiaolu, helping him to his feet. How are you? Are your injuries serious? Lin Xiaolu bore only superficial wounds. Having avoided any damage to his bones, I'm fine. I've endured worse during devil training before. Earlier, he had revealed himself to be a professional assassin back on Blue Star. Su Rue nodded and began collecting the spoils. Refraining from inquiring about the treasure Lin Xiaolu had mentioned. Reaching the body of the leader, Su Rue crouched down and discreetly absorbed his attributes. Absorption successful. Attack 15, Speed 7. He then secured the leader's weapon into his spatial ring. Lastly, he approached Peng Hu's remains, glancing at the now broken axe with a hint of regret. Next time, I need to be more careful. A perfectly good weapon ruined by my own hand. Damaged weapons could not be transformed and were rendered as mere scrap. So Su Rue could only absorb Peng Hu's attributes. Absorption successful. Attack 14, Speed 3. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected you to become this strong. Chapter 77. The competition resumes. Not too bad. I suppose. Mainly, these 3 were quite weak, Su Rue modestly replied. This was incomparable to the level 6 demon beasts he had faced. Lin Xiaolu went slightly at Su Rue's words. These 3 had overwhelmed him without mercy. Before Su Rue could inquire why they had pursued Lin Xiaolu, the voice of the heavenly Tao resonated once more. Announcement. The 250th Novice Village competition is about to commence, and all participants will be teleported to the Novice Square. A competition? Su Rue was taken aback by the timing of this event. Just as they were on the verge of embarking on a collective mission, the Novice Village was stirring yet again. Whoosh! In the next moment, both Su Rue and Lin Xiaolu vanished from their location. They found themselves in the square of the 250th Novice Village. All members of the Novice Village have been teleported here. Just as before, but why is it a Novice Village competition? I thought a collective task had commenced. What a nuisance. I was still slumbering in the wooden cabin when I was suddenly whisked away to the square. Indeed, I was also conserving my energy for the collective task. Announcement. The victorious side in this competition will grant all players of the Novice Village an increase of 20 points in attack and 15 points in speed. The losing side will have corresponding attributes deducted. Goodness, the stakes this time are significantly higher than last. My attack power is already minimal. Should we lose, it would be akin to regressing to square one. What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten that our Novice Village boasts the formidable Su Rue? Precisely. Su Rue can even slay level 6 monsters. This time, victory is assured for us. Reminder. This Novice Village competition has been initiated by Novice Village 146, who has chosen a team rotation battle. What? It was initiated by that Novice Village 146. Those individuals from Sakura country certainly lack discretion. They are merely defeated foes. Our dragon country shall undoubtedly triumph once more. Let us not be overly optimistic. The fact that they have instigated this Novice Village challenge indicates their confidence. Suddenly, 5 beams of light appeared in the sky, illuminating the high platform. 5 figures emerged from the crowd, identical to those who participated in the last competition. After all, they still occupy the top 5 positions on the strength leaderboard, with Zhou Yi now ranking 3rd, pushing Longwu down to 4th, showcasing the advantages of his C-level growth talent. Zhang Yuanshan remains in 5th place, his talent quality being lower and offering no significant enhancement to his monster-slaying efficiency. The crowd erupted upon seeing Su Rui's figure. Su Rui, you must help us win this competition. Brother Su Rui, my attribute points depend entirely on you. Su Rui, show these Sakura country fools our might. Unlike the last competition, the crowd now chants Su Rui's name. After all, in the previous 2 novice village contests, Su Rui single-handedly turned the tide. They believe he will guide them to victory again, that Su Rui himself is also brimming with confidence, smiling and nodding at the crowd before striding toward the beams of light. In an instant, the 5 beams teleported the 5 individuals to the arena that a luminous screen appeared in the novice village square, allowing those present to view the scenes on the stage. The 5 individuals on the platform began to observe their surroundings. The arena resembled the one from their last encounter, that a transparent wall stood before them, blocking their way. Joey stretched his arms and yawned, remarking, "Ah, how familiar this place is. However, the opponents we face this time may be stronger." Zhang Yuanshan rationally assessed. After all, both sides had just engaged in a slaying challenge. The fact that they dared to initiate a competition after knowing we can slay level 6 monsters speaks volumes about their confidence. Are they strong? We are no pushovers either, since they dare to challenge us. Let them pay the price. Long Wu declared, clenching his fist that Li Xiao remained silent, glancing at Su Rui beside him. He had just witnessed Su Rui's terrifying prowess. With him around, Li Xiao felt at ease that you're right. Let them realize that Sakura country shall forever be our dragon country's defeated foes. That Su Rui's statement bolstered their confidence, as he was their greatest asset for victory. At that moment, 5 figures appeared on the opposite side. These individuals were none other than the combatants from Novice Village 146, including Fuji Ichiro, whom Su Rui recognized. Once everyone was present, the Heavenly Tao announced the rules once more. The team rotation battle is straightforward. 5 individuals will take turns to fight. Being knocked off the platform, slain, or forfeiting will result in elimination. The winning side may choose to remain on the platform to engage with the remaining opponents. Both sides have 3 minutes to determine their order of appearance. After hearing the rules, the 5 exchanged glances. Indifferent to the order of appearance, Su Rui spoke first. "Let me be the first to battle." He wished to single-handedly overturn the opposing side, thus sparing Zhang Yuanshan and the others from any unforeseen mishaps on the platform. However, the other 4 shook their heads at his suggestion that Su Rui, "You are our greatest trump card. How can you take the stage first? You should be saved for the grand finale. Yes, if you go first and something goes awry, it would be disastrous. Allow us to pave the way for you." The 3 expressed their opinions, and even Li Xiao silently nodded in agreement. Faced with this, Su Rui had no choice but to concede. From the perspective of ensuring victory, it was indeed most prudent for him to enter last. "Very well, I shall go last, but if you find yourselves at a disadvantage, you may forfeit. I will be your safety net that in that case. I shall go first." Long Wu volunteered. His strength is moderate among the 5. Neither too weak nor too strong, making him suitable for the initial challenge. Soon, they reached a consensus on the order of battle. Long Wu would go first, followed by Li Xiao, Zhou Yi, Zhang Yuanshan, and finally Su Rui as the anchor. They then confirmed the combat order with the Heavenly T. This moment, Su Rui pointed at Fuji Ichiro among the opposing crowd, saying, "That one with the sword possesses formidable strength and a talent that allows for brief bursts of power. You must be cautious." Upon hearing his warning, the other 4 nodded in agreement. Previously, Su Rui had mentioned in the chat channel that Fuji Ichiro was one of his defeated foes, so they were not surprised by this information. Note: the victorious side will continue to receive the blessings of the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao blessings? This means that regardless of the severity of their injuries, they can be restored in an instant. With such an advantage, they need not fear injuries in the competition that might affect the subsequent collective task. This will allow them to fight with abandon. However, the losing side will not enjoy such fortune. Chapter 78. The power of the Fire Spirit Pearl. 3 minutes swiftly passed, and a beam of light teleported Long Wu to the arena. Meanwhile, the combatants from Novice Village 146 were also transported. One of them was shrouded in a black robe, concealing their figure entirely, revealing only a pale face that is he afraid to show himself. Long Wu scoffed, gripping his great sword dismissively. The robed figure ignored his taunts, instead producing a flaming orb from within the robe. What weapon is this? Why is it ablaze? Zhou Yi furrowed his brow in confusion that he was not alone. The others from Novice Village 250 shared his bewilderment. Meanwhile, Su Rui had already scanned it with his inside eye. Special item, Fire Spirit Pearl, contains immense fire energy. When activated, it can unleash various fire attacks. Note, the Fire Spirit Pearl is a consumable. Once its energy is exhausted, it will vanish. The Fire Spirit Pearl. It is a consumable after all. Typically, such items possess significant power that Su Rui's defensive pendant around his neck is also a consumable, boasting formidable defensive capabilities that on the arena, upon seeing the Fire Spirit Pearl, Long Wu sensed danger that he immediately charged toward the opponent. The cloaked figure, with a thought, caused the Fire Spirit Pearl to levitate before him. Whoosh! In the next moment, the pearl unleashed a torrent of flames, surging toward Long Wu. The flames formed a wall of fire, intent on enveloping Long Wu entirely. Come on! Long Wu, undeterred, swung his sword at the flames. Observing his actions, the four Sakura nationals watching from the sidelines burst into laughter. Ha! What a foolish dragon national, attempting to cleave through the flames with his sword. Indeed, do all dragon nationals share his folly? One cannot generalize. After all, they lack the means to counter the Fire Spirit Pearl that I reckon Master Kong Xian alone could handle all 5 of them that on the arena. Boom! Long Wu, swinging his sword toward the flames, was instantly engulfed. The flames began to scorch him, the searing pain causing him to grit his teeth. Yet he refrained from uttering a sound. He transformed into a fiery figure, wielding his sword to strike at the opponent. The 4 opponents could no longer laugh. They had initially expected Long Wu to roll on the ground in agony from the flames. Yet instead, he ignored the fire consuming him, enduring the excruciating pain to continue fighting. Such terrifying willpower is something none of them could match that on Su Rui's side. They felt their hearts clench, their faces etched with anxiety as they watched the battle unfold on stage. The cloaked figure. Kong Xian drew a finely crafted moreover. He was unwilling to concede defeat without making any effort. At the very least, he intended to drag his opponent down from the arena alongside him. With this thought in mind, Long Wu's assault intensified dramatically. Bang, bang, bang. However, every strike he unleashed was deftly parried by Kong Xian, who, despite sustaining increasingly severe injuries, was determined to conserve energy from the Fire Spirit Pearl. Were it not for this restraint, he likely would not have been able to approach Kong Xian at all. Forfeit, Long Wu, Su Rui shouted towards the arena. Long Wu, leave this fellow to us. Indeed, let me electrocute this brat. Others chimed in. Long Wu could hear their voices and recognized that he posed no threat to Kong Xian. Prolonging the battle would only lead to his futile demise. He was not a stubborn individual. Thus, he had no choice but to forfeit. Whoosh! He was promptly teleported back to the square of Newbie Village 250. Upon arriving, he was covered in burns, with large areas of his skin charred. Witnessing this scene, the crowd in Newbie Village 250 felt as though their hearts were constricted. Some girls, upon seeing Long Wu's injuries, even began to sob softly. Even Gu Haitang's eyes reddened, and she immediately cast a healing spell on Long Wu. Unfortunately, her healing talent was limited and could not remedy his severe wounds. It merely prevented his condition from worsening. At that moment, in the square of Newbie Village 146, laughter echoed that haha, this Fire Spirit Pearl is truly formidable. This time, victory is ours for certain. Last time, those Dragon Kingdom folks were incredibly arrogant. This time, we shall show them the might of Sakura Nation. The Fire Spirit Pearl was indeed their greatest support in daring to challenge Newbie Village 250. Previously, Kong Xian had already demonstrated the Pearl's immense power. If unleashed fully, even a dozen individuals would find it impossible to approach him. On the arena, Lin Xiaolu had already been teleported up. His injuries had been tended to by Gu Huitang while in the square, and they were not significantly impairing his combat ability. At this moment, his eyes were glinting with fury, as Long Wu's plight had ignited their collective rage. Whoosh! As soon as Lin Xiaolu was teleported onto the arena, he unleashed his full power and charged towards Kong Xian. Lacking long-range offensive capabilities, his only option to defeat Kong Xian was to engage him in close combat. His speed surpassed that of Long Wu, and the Gale twin blades in his hands were drawn. Upon seeing this, Kong Xian, he summoned the fire spirit pearl once more. Whoosh, a torrential wave of flames surged towards Lin Xiaolu, leaving him no room to evade. Whoosh. In response to the engulfing flames, he opted for a roll on the ground, minimizing his body's contact with the fire. This tactic proved effective, as the flames only scorched his back. Rising from the ground, he ascended towards Kong Xian Yi, his dual blades poised for attack. The fluidity of his movements was mesmerizing, a testament to his prowess as a professional assassin. Slash. As he reached Kong Xian Yi, Lin Xiaolu's blade struck out in an instant. Kong Xian, he was taken aback by Lin Xiaolu's swift actions and, in a state of panic, quickly drew his long sword to block. Clang, clang, Kong Xian, he was forced to retreat under the relentless assault. Not only did Lin Xiaolu surpass Long Wu in speed and power, but his technique was also exceptionally refined. Witnessing this, the spectators from Newbie Village 250 wore smiles on their faces. Lin Xiaolu. Well done, Lin Xiaolu, make sure to teach this scoundrel a lesson. Meanwhile, the individuals from Newbie Village 146, including the 4 observing from the opposite side, displayed no signs of concern. Instead, they wore smirks. Chapter 79. 1 against 4 on the arena. Facing Lin Xiaolu's continuous onslaught, Kong Xian Yi's expression darkened with ferocity. Fine, you have forced my hand. With a swift retreat, he once again produced the fire spirit pearl. As he prepared to unleash its power, Lin Xiaolu immediately swung his twin blades towards him. Yet Kong Xian Yi's speed prevailed. Whoosh, flames erupted from the fire spirit pearl. Rushing towards Lin Xiaolu, he quickly crossed his blades in front of him. Lowering his head, boom! The searing flames engulfed Lin Xiaolu, bringing with them excruciating pain. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaolu remained undeterred. After withstanding that wave of flames, he charged once more towards Kong Xian Yi, blades ready, whoosh, but in the next moment, the fire spirit pearl unleashed another torrent of flames aimed at Lin Xiaolu. Realizing the futility of dodging, he rolled on the ground again, propelling himself towards Kong Xian Yi. This time, however, Kong Xian Yi retreated hastily while activating the fire spirit pearl once more. Whoosh, waves of flames surged forth. Acknowledging that these flames could not be blocked indefinitely, Lin Xiaolu chose to disregard them, focusing instead on attacking Kong Xian Yi to prevent him from continuing his fiery barrage. Boom! The flames engulfed him, yet he emerged from the inferno, charging towards Kong Xian Yi. However, Kong Xian Yi had already distanced himself significantly during Lin Xiaolu's attempt to shield against the flames. Recognizing Lin Xiaolu's intentions, he ceased conserving energy from the fire spirit pearl and unleashed it with full force. Boom! The fire spirit pearl seemed to contain boundless energy, sending waves crashing towards Lin Xiaolu. Faced with such a relentless onslaught, Lin Xiaolu found it impossible to ignore it. He could only crouch down, positioning his blades in front of him, attempting to withstand the fiery assault. What on earth is this? Are these flames endlessly reusable? That's grossly unfair. Realizing the implications, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. It's over. No wonder they dared to challenge us in this match. They possess such a treasure. Kong Xian Yi's unyielding barrage of flames left the spectators from Newbie Village 250 feeling increasingly hopeless. This was akin to facing a cheat. Even Zhou Yi's lightning could not be sustained indefinitely. On the arena, the relentless flames continued to rage, rendering Lin Xiaolu unable to lift his head. Soon, his form vanished from the arena. He had reached his limit. Yet, the flames showed no signs of abating, and he had no choice but to forfeit, leaving the battle to his remaining comrades. Upon witnessing Lin Xiaolu concede, Kong Xian Yi immediately ceased activating the fire spirit pearl. The energy within it had diminished considerably after the recent exertion. Its brilliance dimming. Damn it. That little brat. I will make them feel the sting of my lightning. Zhou Yi clenched his fists, readying himself that Su Rue cautioned. If you lack confidence, forfeit. He regretted not being the first to fight. Otherwise, he could have dispatched this foe with a single strike. Zhou Yi nodded. All right, but I will definitely bring this guy down. Currently, they had already lost 2 members, while the opposing team still boasted 5 intact fighters. If he did not neutralize this enemy, victory for their Newbie Village would be a tall order. Whoosh! After 30 seconds had passed, Zhou Yi was teleported onto the arena. The moment his form materialized, he immediately activated his lightning talent. Crack! A thick bolt of white lightning descended from the sky. This unexpected assault caught Kong Xian Yi off guard. However, he had been controlling the fire spirit pearl, allowing him to react swiftly. Boom! Flames erupted from the fire spirit pearl, but rather than targeting Zhou Yi, they formed a protective shield above his head. Boom! The lightning struck the fiery barrier, scattering the flames, yet failing to harm Kong Xianhua. Zhou Yi exclaimed in shock, realizing that these flames could serve as a defense. That moment, his talent entered a cooldown phase. Kong Xian Yi activated the fire spirit pearl once more, this time unleashing its full power. Boom! Waves of flames surged towards Zhou Yi like a tidal wave. Sensing the impending danger, Zhou Yi crouched down, attempting to shield himself from the flames. Boom! The flames surged forth. And the moment Zhou Yi made contact, he was overwhelmed by unbearable pain. The intense agony forced him to forfeit, opting to withdraw from the arena. The four opponents across from him finally witnessed a challenger who appeared somewhat normal, prompting them to mock him. Haha, is this the level of Dragon Kingdom? Master Kong Xian can defeat all of you single-handedly. Pathetic Dragon Kingdom. Do you really think winning once guarantees your dominance? Now you see the gap, don't you? Meanwhile, the morale of Newbie Village 250 plummeted with Zhou Yi's forfeiture. Zhou Yi was their best hope against Kong Xianhua, given his long-range capabilities. Yet with his elimination, they faced dire straits. Although they recognized Su Rui's strength, he lacked a talent, rendering him similarly powerless against the flames like Li Xiaolu and Long Wu. Additionally, Zhang Yuanshan's defensive talent posed no threat to the adversary. Despair washed over the members of Newbie Village 250, a deeper hopelessness than when they faced Sandao Ci Lang. As Zhang Yuanshan prepared to take the stage, Su Rui suddenly spoke to him. If you trust me, you can forfeit now. Let me handle the rest. Zhang Yuanshan stared at Su Rui in surprise before nodding. I trust you. Then, with a self-deprecating smile, he added, but I will still give it my all. Even though he understood he was no match for Kong Xianhua, he resolved to fight on. Whoosh. His form was teleported onto the arena, and he too chose to charge at Kong Xianhua immediately. Kong Xianhua, no longer testing the waters, unleashed the fire spirit pearl with full force right from the start. Whoosh! Waves of flames erupted from the pearl. The flames threatened to engulf Zhang Yuanshan. A protective shield materialized before him. Boom! The first wave of flames surged forward, only to be thwarted by the defensive aura. Soon after, a second and then a third wave followed, but the protective barrier could not withstand the onslaught for long. Bang! Finally, under the relentless barrage of fire, the shield shattered. Whoosh! The flames struck Zhang Yuanshan directly, momentarily freezing his movements. A fierce burning sensation erupted on his skin, a testament to the terrifying nature of the flames that could only be fully appreciated through personal experience. Zhang Yuanshan, however, was a man of resolve. Gritting his teeth, he brandished his long sword and charged towards Kong Xian. Yet his opponent denied him any opportunity to approach, channeling the fire spirit pearl with all his might. Boom! Waves of flames continued to assail Zhang Yuanshan, leaving him with little choice but to concede. Whoosh! His form vanished from the arena. With his withdrawal, only Su Rui remained from the 250 Novice Village. Despair washed over the members of 250 Novice Village, save for a handful who still held hope for Su Rui. Meanwhile, the four members from the 146 Novice Village, seated in the preparation area, erupted into boisterous laughter. Haha, is this the extent of your Dragon Kingdom's prowess? Our Master Kong Xian, he can handle all of you single-handedly. Trash is just trash. Your Dragon Kingdom deserves to be trampled underfoot by us. They further ridiculed Su Rui with various mocking gestures, inciting fury among the members of the 250 Novice Village. Damn it, Su Rui, it's all on you now. Teach them a lesson. This motley crew was infuriating beyond measure. What else with this reliance on a mere fire pearl? Without it, what are they worth? Alas, that very fire pearl rendered them powerless against their foe. They could only hope that Su Rui could vanquish the one wielding it. Facing the taunts, Su Rui smirked coldly. Laugh all you want. We shall see if you can still muster that mirth after this. That he drew his azure sword, glancing at the countdown timer overhead. Readying himself for action, on the arena, Kong Xian, he prepared to unleash the fire spirit pearl as soon as Su Rui appeared. Only one opponent remained, that he intended to unleash the full force of the fire spirit pearl the moment Su Rui took to the stage. Previously, Fuji Ichiro had remarked on this boy's formidable strength, suggesting he possessed two talents that he must not be allowed within 5 meters. Otherwise, defending against Su Rui's assault would become exceedingly difficult. The energy within the Fire Spirit Pearl had dwindled after the preceding battles. But it should suffice for this final encounter. The 30-second countdown quickly reached its conclusion. Under the anxious gazes of the 250 novice village, Su Rui was teleported onto the arena. Whoosh! The moment he materialized. He darted towards Kong Xian at an astonishing speed, far exceeding that of Li Xiao from before. Kong Xian was taken aback and promptly activated the Fire Spirit Pearl. Boom! A torrent of flames surged towards Su Rui. Yet he was already dangerously close to Kong Xian. Whoosh! As the flames swept past, Kong Xian failed to notice Su Rui emerging from the inferno, allowing him a moment of relief. However, in the next instant, a long sword pierced through his neck from behind. Kong Xian's eyes widened in shock as he struggled to look down, seeing the bloodied blade protruding from his throat. With a swift motion, Su Rui withdrew his sword. Bang! Kong Xian fell to his knees, collapsing onto the ground as blood pooled beneath him. The Fire Spirit Pearl rolled from his grasp as Su Rui swiftly advanced. Seizing the Fire Spirit Pearl, with its energy nearly depleted, Su Rui had no intention of relying on it any further, opting instead to stow it in his pocket. There was no need to utilize the Fire Spirit Pearl against these foes, especially since he possessed the elemental ability of frost binding. Immediately after, Su Rui turned and unleashed endless devouring on Kong Xian. A refreshing energy surged into Su Rui's consciousness. Devouring successful. Mental strength enhanced. Marvelous. Yet another boost to mental strength that seemed this individual's mental prowess was his forte, explaining his capacity to unleash such a multitude of flames. To channel the Fire Spirit Pearl at full capacity required immense mental fortitude. A feat few could replicate to such an extent. Meanwhile, all spectators were left in a state of shock. The seemingly invincible Kong Xian had been instantaneously slain by Su Rui. This was a genuine execution. Kong Xian likely never anticipated he would be unable to withstand even a single strike from Su Rui. Holy crap! Su Rui is incredible. Amazing. This is the real deal. The 250 novice village erupted in jubilation, with even the severely burned Long Wu rising to cheer. Conversely, the 146 novice village fell into a profound silence, rendered speechless. Even the four in the preparation area wore frozen expressions. Just moments prior, they had been mocking Su Rui and the Dragon Kingdom, only to witness Kong Xian's demise right before their eyes. Though his close combat prowess was not the strongest, being vanquished in a single strike was unfathomable. Surely Kong Xian had grown complacent, allowing Su Rui to capitalize on an opening. Everyone, do not panic, one individual urged, attempting to rally their spirits. Indeed, watch closely. I shall take his head, a robust man declared, the next moment. He was teleported onto the arena. All eyes were fixed on the stage, eager to ascertain whether Su Rui's strength was truly as formidable as rumored. Whoosh! As his form materialized on the arena, Su Rui charged towards him. The burly man, unwilling to be outdone, swung his massive blade at Su Rui. Whoosh! As they neared each other, Su Rui executed a swift teleportation, positioning himself behind the man, having learned from Kong Xian's fate. The man instinctively swung his blade backward. Clang! Su Rui's sword clashed against the descending weapon. The burly man felt a tremendous force reverberate through his grip, causing him to involuntarily release his weapon. Su Rui's strike had sent the man's blade flying. The weapon soared through the air. Su Rui seized the opportunity to deliver another blow. The sword sliced through the man's throat, leaving a gruesome gash as blood gushed forth. His eyes widened in horror as he knelt, one hand clutching his neck while the other supported him on the ground. In a moment of lucidity, he opted to concede. The next instant, his form vanished from the arena. The three observers were left in stunned disbelief. Once again, it was a swift execution. Even the robust warrior, who had been among their strongest fighters, had been dispatched within 2 moves. A wave of dread rippled through them, sending chills down their spines. Their fear did not stem from a belief that they could not defeat Su Rui, but rather from the overwhelming display of power he exhibited, denying them even the chance to concede. Unless they opted to forfeit immediately, they would not be granted the opportunity to evade Su Rui's assault. Yet such an action would not only invite ridicule from their adversaries, but also earn scorn from their own novice village, tarnishing the reputation of their Sakura kingdom. Nevertheless, their instinct for self-preservation prevailed. As the next combatant, Kita, prepared to step onto the stage. His face was a mask of terror and panic. That moment, Su Rue flashed a cold smile, beckoning him with a finger. Su Rue recalled how this boy had been the most vocal in his mockery, now reduced to such a pitiful state. Upon seeing Su Rue gesture towards him, Kita's fear escalated, prompting him to lower his head and resolve to forfeit the moment he set foot on the stage. Reputation mattered little. Survival was paramount. The onlookers from the 250 novice village relished the sight. Ha! The children of Sakura Kingdom are at a loss for words now. Indeed, keep laughing. Let us see if Su Rue can wipe you all out. Meanwhile, in the preparation area, only Kita, Fuji Ichiro, and Kimura Nakano remained. Kimura Nakano, the strongest among them, seethed with rage at Su Rue's brazen provocation. He turned to Kita and said, "You better force him to reveal his talents when you step up." Kita glanced at him with resignation, nodding slightly. Yet in his heart, he had already resolved to concede as soon as he entered the fray that he was no fool. He would not risk his life testing Su Rue's strength, nor did he possess the capability to compel Su Rue to unleash his duplication talent. Whoosh! The countdown concluded, and Kita was teleported onto the arena. As he arrived, he witnessed Su Rue transforming into a blur, drawing ever closer. The distance between them rapidly diminished, and panic surged within him as he prepared to concede. Should he delay, he risked being slain by Su Rue's sword. However, at that moment, he saw Su Rue extend a hand, emanating blue ice crystals. Crack, crack. At that instant, a wave of intense cold enveloped Kita, freezing him in place. His thoughts seemed to freeze as well, rendering him incapable of voicing a forfeit. He could only watch helplessly as Su Rue approached, sword in hand. Damn it, what is Kita doing? Just standing there and waiting to die. Kimura Nakano could no longer contain his fury. Incorrect, it appears as though his head has been frozen. Ichiro Fuji has discerned the source of the problem. At this moment, a thin layer of frost has formed on Onoda's hair, and ice crystals adorn his face, rendering his eyes incapable of movement. Su Rue, without employing teleportation, dashed right before him, compelling him to witness the impending doom. With a swift motion, a blade was drawn, and Onoda's frozen head was severed cleanly. The head fell to the ground, shattering much of the ice crystals atop. He had never anticipated that in the face of Su Rue, he would find himself devoid of even the capacity to surrender. Has the disparity between them grown this vast? What? He possesses such capabilities. Why was this not mentioned earlier? Kimura Nakano cast a glance at Ichiro Fuji. How was I to know? This must be a power he acquired only moments ago at this juncture. Ichiro Fuji was also quite shaken, for he realized he would be next. Witnessing Onoda's fate filled him with trepidation. In the novice square, a chorus of cheers erupted. They had initially believed the contest was lost, yet Su Rue's strength had proven overwhelmingly formidable, turning the tide once more. His prowess was almost monstrous, and they had gleaned hints of his capabilities from the previous battle, recognizing him as the fourth talent awakener of the novice village. Su Rue truly is a hidden gem, possessing such remarkable talent. Indeed, during the last contest, Su Rue had refrained from using his talents. One could only conclude that the strength of Sandao Jiro was insufficient to compel Su Rue to utilize his abilities. Of course, at that time, Su Rue had not yet acquired the talent of teleportation. That on the arena, Su Rue directly absorbed Onoda's attributes. Absorption successful. Attack 16, speed 9. He also stowed Onoda's weapon into his spatial ring. The onlookers from the novice village were filled with envy. Such is the prowess of a true master. He even possesses a spatial ring. That Su Rue's sword is undeniably impressive. One wonders how much attack power it adds. I suspect it may grant around 20 points of attack, as such a weapon is evidently extraordinary. 20 points? I believe it must be at least 25. Swiftly, the next contestant, Ichiro Fuji, was transported to the arena. Su Rue smirked coldly. We meet again, defeated foe. Will you not surrender? Although Fuji could not comprehend Su Rue's words, he understood he was being ridiculed, igniting a desire to continue fighting rather than surrendering. Baka, today, I shall show you the might of a samurai from the land of cherry blossoms. Fuji brandished his sword. His entire being suddenly suffused with a deep crimson hue. He resolved to employ his talent, albeit for a brief duration. However, he feared that without activating his talent, he would be swiftly vanquished by Surue. He charged at Surue, sword in hand. Surue met him with his own blade. Clash, clash, clash. The sound of clashing swords echoed as their blades met, creating a dazzling display of light. With his talent activated, Ichiro Fuji's combat prowess surged to a terrifying level, making him the first on the arena to exchange multiple blows with Surue. This instilled a glimmer of hope for the spectators from Novice Village 146, as merely trading blows was already a commendable feat. Previously, Surue's displayed strength had led them to believe he was invincible. However, this was largely because Surue had refrained from employing any special techniques, relying solely on brute strength. His aim was to eliminate Ichiro Fuji on the arena, thereby absorbing his talent. Yet after activating his talent, Fuji's attack power and speed reached formidable heights, preventing Surue from achieving a decisive blow. Thus, he sought a perfect moment to ensure Fuji could not surrender. Clang, clang, the swords clashed once more, but it was evident that Fuji was outmatched. His hands were trembling, and he was already retreating under Surue's relentless assault. After only a few exchanges, he was barely able to withstand Surue's onslaught. With another strike, Surue forced Fuji to stumble back several paces. Rather than pursuing the advantage, he opted to teleport behind Fuji. In that moment, Fuji would likely anticipate a frontal assault, focusing his defenses ahead while neglecting his rear. Indeed, after being pushed back, Fuji instinctively raised his sword in front of him. However, he soon realized that Surue's figure was absent from his front, causing a surge of panic as he considered abandoning the fight. Yet an icy chill cascaded down from above him, freezing his thoughts in place. Swish! The azure blade sliced in from the side, poised to sever his neck. However, the effects of his talent had not yet waned. While the frost immobilized his thoughts, it could not extinguish his instinct to surrender. In a flash, his body vanished from the arena. Chapter 82. The Last One Swish. The azure blade only struck the air before him. As Fuji managed to escape, cursed be this wretch. His will is surprisingly resilient. The key factor remains Fuji's talent, which had elevated his physical capabilities to their limits in a brief span. Though disappointment coursed through him, the inhabitants of Novice Village 250 erupted into jubilation. Conversely, the residents of Novice Village 146 began to berate Kong Xian and his cohorts. This is outrageous. We are on the verge of losing 35 attribute points. Who was it that initiated this contest? Kong Xian is a fool. With such treasures, how could he be defeated so easily? The collective task is about to commence. Each of us will initially lose 35 attribute points. Are we to await our demise? Yet, not all had lost hope. We may not be defeated yet. Let us not forget that Lord Kimura has yet to take the stage. Indeed, Kimura Nakano is the foremost combatant of our Novice Village. He will undoubtedly triumph over this Dragon Nation warrior. Kimura Nakano had consistently held the top position on the combat leaderboard since its announcement, remaining exceptionally low profile. Outsiders believed that the strongest among them was Ichiro Fuji, who had activated his talent. Meanwhile, Kong Xian had merely stumbled upon the Fire Spirit Pearl, which accounted for his apparent strength. Without the Fire Spirit Pearl, his prowess would rank merely within the top 5. Kimura Nakano had never revealed his own talent, leaving others in the dark regarding whether he had awakened any abilities. Yet he had always maintained his status atop the leaderboard. At this moment, Surue's gaze shifted towards Kimura Nakano in the preparation area, and a hint of respect finally graced his expression. In Surue's recollection, this individual had never exhibited a hint of panic after witnessing his strength. Merely this mindset convinced Surue that he was no ordinary opponent. He must either possess immense confidence in his own abilities, believing he could contend with Surue, or he held the assurance to surrender before Surue could act, thus ensuring his survival. Being the last to be called forth, his strength must be formidable. Kimura Nakano, sensing Surue's scrutiny, lifted his head and met Surue's gaze without flinching. It appeared this fellow was quite confident in his abilities. That Surue's interest was piqued. His previous opponents had failed to compel him to unleash his full potential. He wondered if this individual possessed the capability to engage him in a genuine battle. Swish! 30 seconds passed, and Kimura Nakano materialized on the arena. His weapon consisted of 2 steel claws affixed to his forearms. He crossed his arms before him, fingers tightly clenched. Swish, the claws extended from his forearms. "Let me witness your strength." Tsurue brandished his azure blade and charged toward Kimura Nakano, who reciprocated with equal fervor. The distance between them closed rapidly, and Tsurue delivered a powerful downward strike. Ping! Kimura Nakano crossed his arms, his steel claws intercepting Tsurue's blow. Yet his arms buckled under the force, and his expression shifted to one of strain. Revealing the difficulty with which he had absorbed Tsurue's strike, "Did I end this exchange?" He discerned the chasm between his strength and Tsurue's. However, he had his own strategies for victory. Tsurue withdrew his sword, pressing the attack. Swish, he thrust toward Kimura Nakano's chest, only to be astonished when Kimura Nakano opted not to defend. Instead, he lowered his claws and lunged at Tsurue. What is going on? Is this fool courting death? Does he intend to inflict injury upon me? These claws would hardly prove lethal to Tsurue. At most, they would cause some minor wounds. Moreover, Tsurue was clad in soft armor, meaning any harm would be minimal. Witnessing this, Tsurue chose not to retract his azure blade, thrusting it toward Kimura Nakano. Swish, Tsurue's azure blade struck first, aiming for Kimura Nakano's chest. Clang, to everyone's surprise, Tsurue's strike not only failed to penetrate, but also produced a resounding metallic clash. "What?" he gasped in shock. Had this individual donned armor of exceptional defensive properties? Yet as he focused, he noticed a patch of golden skin where the blade had made contact. In that instant, Kimura Nakano's claws lunged at Tsurue. Having opted against defense or evasion moments prior, the claws were now mere inches from Tsurue. He had no time left to evade. Whoosh! Tsurue immediately utilized his teleportation, evading the claws and positioning himself behind Kimura Nakano. Slash! Tsurue struck downwards with his sword towards Kimura Nakano's back. Clang! The blade grazed his back, slicing through his garment, yet failing to penetrate his skin, instead producing a shower of sparks. Kimura Nakano absorbed the force and rolled forward, creating distance between himself and Tsurue. This time, Tsurue discerned that it was not armor that withstood his attack. Rather, it was Kimura Nakano's skin. How could his defense be so extraordinary? Tsurue promptly activated his insightful eye to examine Kimura Nakano, discovering that he was currently utilizing a talent. Talent, Golden Body, allows parts of one's skin to transform into an indestructible substance. Golden Body, indeed a talent. Haha, Lord Kimura Nakano is truly formidable. That Dragon Country individual cannot even breach his defenses. Go, Lord Kimura, defeat this Dragon Country man. We are certain to win this time. Lord Kimura shall avenge our past grievances. The inhabitants of the novice village saw a glimmer of hope for victory. Their expressions shifting once again. In the novice square, confusion reigned. How could this be? Why is this person's body so resilient? It's impossible to inflict any damage upon him. This must surely be his talent. If we can't harm him, how can we win? Rest assured, I have faith that Tsurue will surely defeat this foe. On the arena, Kimura Nakano charged at Tsurue once more, his claws raised. Tsurue noted that he did not activate his talent until the battle commenced. Only during combat did parts of his body turn golden. It appeared that this talent could not be maintained indefinitely. It must have its limitations. With this understanding, Tsurue decided to stop holding back. In an instant, his form divided into 3.3. Tsurue surrounded Kimura Nakano, launching a coordinated assault. Chapter 83. Victory. Battle Power Ranking rewards. The crowd in the novice village stood in rapt astonishment at this spectacle. My goodness! Isn't this the talent of that Sakura Country individual from before? How can Tsurue possess it as well? Incredible! Tsurue demonstrates such immense power, wielding multiple talents. How can he possibly lose? Together, we novices possess only 4 talents, yet he alone has several. Zhou Yi and the others were equally astonished. Although Zhang Yuanshan had previously suspected Tsurue's use of teleportation, this confirmation was still beyond his expectations. However, witnessing Tsurue wielding so many talents left him unable to calm his racing heart. The novice village was once again filled with lamentations. On the arena, all 3 Tsurues surpassed Kimura Nakano in strength, effectively encircling him. Bang, bang, bang. Kimura Nakano found himself unable to retaliate against such a relentless onslaught, suffering blows without the means to counter. After a fierce exchange, his body bore numerous sword marks, his clothing torn, exposing the golden skin beneath. Were it not for his talent, he would have perished countless times by now. Aware that he must act before his talent wore off, Kimura Nakano bellowed, "Ah, come at me. I shall fight you." With a furious roar, he charged at the foremost Su-Rue, disregarding the attacks aimed at him. Clang clang. The long sword struck his body repeatedly, yet he paid no heed to his injuries. Although these assaults could not harm him in his current state, once the talent expired, he would still suffer from the residual damage accumulated. Such a reckless approach would undoubtedly leave him severely injured once his talent ended. Facing Kimura Nakano's onslaught, the frontmost Su-Rue chose to retreat, allowing the two flanking Su-Rues to engage him. Kimura Nakano's speed paled in comparison to Su-Rue's, igniting his ire. "Coward, is running all you can do?" Su-Rue recognized the fury in his opponent's eyes and also discerned a flaw in his golden body. While most of his form was enveloped in golden armor, his claws remained unprotected. He likely believed that with his steel claws, there was no need to waste his talent on his hands. "Very well. I shall grant your wish. Taste my blade." This time, Su-Rue did not continue to retreat. He gripped the azure sword and activated the attack-enhancing bracelet on his wrist. Buzz! A surge of white light emanated from his wrist, and as the light surged, Su-Rue swung his sword downwards. Kimura Nakano quickly realized that this strike was no ordinary attack, that he raised his steel claws to block the blow. Crack! A flash of brilliance erupted as the azure sword sliced through the steel claws on the back of Kimura Nakano's hand, severing one of his hands entirely. Kimura Nakano clutched his severed arm, unable to contain his anguished roar. Su-Rue continued to press forward, sword raised, "that I shall see just how tough your shell truly is." In that moment, all three Su-Rues launched their attacks. Although their strikes could not penetrate Kimura Nakano's defenses, Su-Rue sensed that they still inflicted damage. Whoosh! Following the loss of one hand, Kimura Nakano's resolve to continue fighting shattered, leading him to forfeit and depart, that he truly fled swiftly. With a swing that met only air, Su-Rue reabsorbed his two doppelgangers that he had anticipated this outcome. For the adversary's defensive talent was maximized, that Su-Rue simply could not catch him off guard to deliver a fatal blow. Even utilizing frost to freeze him would merely delay his actions without inflicting lethal harm, ultimately hastening his decision to concede. With Kimura Nakano's withdrawal, the novice village had no combatants left. The 250 novice village emerged victorious in this contest. Su-Rue accomplished the remarkable feat of defeating 5 opponents single-handedly. Though this may sound incredible, it posed little challenge for Su-Rue. Whoosh! After the victory, the heavenly Tao transported him back to the novice square. Su-Rue is phenomenal. Incredible. Single-handedly defeating 5. Marvelous. Our dragon country has triumphed once again. Su-Rue is truly formidable. The 250 novice village erupted in cheers, and Su-Rue once more became their hero. His reputation within the novice village soared to unprecedented heights. Many sought to rush to the stage and hoist Su-Rue high in celebration. At that moment, blessings from the heavenly Tao descended from the heavens, rapidly healing the injuries of the other 4 participants. Their burned skins swiftly returned to normal, and even their tattered garments appeared brand new. I, the Dragon Lord, am fully restored. Long Wu sprang to his feet, brimming with vitality, and soon intended to join the ranks of those lifting Su-Rue, however, had sustained no injuries, merely expending some stamina, which the heavenly Tao had replenished. As he faced such enthusiastic members of the novice village, he felt a mix of reluctance and acceptance. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao began distributing the rewards for their victory in the contest. They all began to feel the enhancements brought by the attributes, allowing Su-Rue to slip away amidst the crowd. I just gained 20 points in attack power and 15 in speed. That is even more than I would gain from leveling up. Indeed, my strength has also surged. This is exhilarating. The rewards were exceptionally generous, significantly enhancing the overall power of the 250 novice village. At this moment, everyone felt an immense confidence regarding the impending collective task. Their victories in the 2 contests had strengthened their collective capabilities. Naturally, Su-Rue also received 35 attribute points that he opened his panel to examine his attributes. Attack, 793 defense, 90 speed, 555 level, 10, 11430. 20000 elemental ability, frost freeze talents, endless devour. Super transformation, insightful eye, teleportation, clone technique. His strength had far surpassed that of others in the novice village, and he felt quite confident about the forthcoming collective task. Moreover, he had acquired the Fire Spirit Pearl, albeit with dwindling energy within. Nevertheless, it was a powerful area of effect weapon. Should he encounter a horde of rodents or bats again, activating the Fire Spirit Pearl would incinerate them all. Reminder: the collective task is about to commence. All members of the novice village should prepare accordingly. The distribution of battle power ranking rewards will now begin. Suddenly, 10 beams of light descended from the sky, illuminating the 10 members on the battle power ranking. Before Su Rue appeared a silver treasure chest. Chapter 84. Collective task commences. Is this the silver treasure chest? I wonder what it will yield. That Su Rue felt a surge of anticipation. This was the highest quality chest he had ever encountered. Whoosh! The silver treasure chest opened, releasing a radiant glow. As the light faded, Su Rue beheld a brown pill nestled within the chest. Exceptional. Heart-condensing pill. Consuming this may lead to a qualitative shift in a player's mental power, with a chance to become a revered mental power mage. An exceptional pill? One that enhances mental power. Su Rue reached out, pinching the pill between his fingers, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Just the scent invigorated the mind. That a chance to become a mental power mage. What exactly is a mental power mage? Su Rue was left utterly bewildered. Alas, it matters not, since it is intended to enhance mental fortitude. It must surely be a remarkable elixir. Without hesitation, Su Rue swallowed the pill whole. However, to his astonishment, rather than experiencing a wave of comfort, his body was besieged by an overwhelming discomfort. A potent force surged through Su Rue's mind and chest, causing his head to throb and his heart to be relentlessly battered. Such formidable potency. Su Rue's expression contorted as he braced himself against the ground, half kneeling. This sensation originated from within, surpassing even the agony of severe injury. Yet this feeling soon dissipated, giving way to a peculiar sensation that it was as if he perceived everything around him within his grasp. His sensory abilities had been significantly heightened, even from across the street. Su Rue could detect movement on the other side in the darkened corners. Several mice rummaged through discarded items, while the crowd in the novice square engaged in animated discussions, all of which he could hear with remarkable clarity. This was an ability Su Rue had never possessed before. It seemed this was the transformation brought about by the evolution of his mental power. After a brief moment of reveling in his enhanced perception, Su Rue eagerly commenced an experiment with his frost freeze ability. He extended his hand toward the corner where the mice scurried, a radiant blue glow emanating from his palm. Crack! The mice, along with the abandoned boxes, were instantly encased in ice. The power of the frost freeze was indeed greater than before, and it appeared to consume less mental energy, perhaps due to the recent change in his mental capabilities. If Su Rue were to use his frost freeze against Fuji Ikaru now, there would be no escape for him. That as time passed, the tension among the villagers gradually subsided. They returned to their wooden huts, endeavoring to restore their energy in preparation for the impending collective task. The sky had brightened completely. They had been transported here 2 days prior, and now the time for their collective task was swiftly approaching. This was their utmost concern and the driving force behind their relentless pursuit of strength. After all, the consequences of failing the task were beyond their capacity to bear, amidst the villagers' anxious and apprehensive sentiments. The Heavenly Tao finally initiated the collective task for the novice village. Reminder: the difficulty levels for collective tasks are easy, normal, difficult, hell, nightmare. Each novice village will randomly draw one difficulty level. Good heavens. There are so many difficulty levels, and it's random. This is me even more on edge. May the Bodhisattva bless us with an easy collective task, knowing the Heavenly Tao, even an easy task might not be simple. If they were to give us a difficult one, we might as well prepare for an early rest. Bring it on. I, Dragon Lord, fear nothing. Let me fight to my heart's content. After receiving the blessings of the Heavenly Tao, Long Wu's fighting spirit sword in the chat channel, the villagers were already engaged in fervent discussions, many praying for a simpler collective task. That Su Rue, however, remained unfazed, as long as it wasn't a hell or nightmare difficulty. He would manage just fine. This was his confidence in his abilities, especially since they had triumphed in the Novice Village competition twice, showcasing their formidable strength. Announcement. Initiating the draw for the collective task for Novice Village 250. Upon seeing this announcement, everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting the results. Soon, the Heavenly Tao revealed the outcome. Congratulations to Novice Village 250 for drawing a hell-level collective task. Repel the invasion of demonic creatures. What the hell? Congratulations, my foot. They actually drew a hell-level task for us. Damn it. You must be kidding, Heavenly Tao. This is to be intentional. We're finished. Hell difficulty. Are we truly going to descend into hell? In the chat channel, many began cursing vehemently, unconcerned about whether the Heavenly Tao could hear them. For this task was a matter of life and death. At this moment, Su Rui's expression darkened as well. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. As they had indeed drawn a hell-level collective task, Zhou Yi joined the chorus of curses directed at the Heavenly Tao. Following this, the Heavenly Tao announced the task details. Task objective: eliminate all demonic soldiers and creatures emerging from the spatial rift, and defend the anti-magic crystal in the Novice Village from destruction. Demonic soldiers and creatures. What on earth are those? And what is this anti-magic crystal in the Novice Village? I've never seen any crystals around here. And there's no spatial rift either. Has the Heavenly Tao made a mistake? At this moment, several villagers exited their wooden huts, beginning to wander through the Novice Village. Boom! At that instant, a massive hole appeared in the Novice Village square. A towering blue crystal, over a person's height, slowly rose from the opening, radiating a warm glow. Goodness! Is this the anti-magic crystal? Someone exclaimed. But where is the spatial rift? Suddenly, a tearing sound echoed through the air. A purple-black rift, 7 to 8 meters high and 3 meters wide, materialized at the entrance of the Novice Village. That it has appeared. The spatial rift has emerged at the entrance of the Novice Village. Upon this discovery, someone immediately relayed the information in the chat channel. Curiosity piqued, he cautiously approached the oddly shaped rift at Li Quan. Be careful. Demonic creatures might emerge from there. Someone warned from behind. The man named Li Quan turned back, smiling. No worries, Li Quan, I'm quite strong here. But just then, a long tongue shot out from the rift, swiftly darting towards Li Quan. Whoosh! Watch out! Hearing his companions shout, Li Quan hastily turned around. Alas, it was too late. The tongue had already ensnared him, rapidly pulling him back into the rift. In the blink of an eye, Li Quan was yanked into the rift by the tongue. His companions, witnessing this horrific scene, immediately fled back into the Novice Village. Chapter 85. The Demon Clan leader, a towering figure over 3 meters tall, clad in purple armor with a grotesque visage, emerged from the rift. That a massive mouth on its belly incessantly chewed on something. This was the very mouth that had just devoured Li Quan. Upon stepping out of the rift, it sniffed the air and gazed toward the Novice Village before breaking into a wide, sinister grin. Ha! So many blood meals await us. From behind, a throng of demonic soldiers streamed out of the rift. These soldiers belonged to the same tribe as the hulking figure at the forefront. Their skin was also purple, adorned in armor, wielding crude blades. Their faces bore small eyes and noses, yet their mouths were disproportionately large, dominating their faces, with long tongues dangling from their maws. The grotesque mouth on the leader's belly cackled. Ha! This rift is opened right at the doorstep of the human race. Truly a divine gift from the great demon god. Charge! Devour them all! The leader raised its spiked club, bellowing. Thud, thud, thud. A cacophony of footsteps resounded as dozens of demonic soldiers roared, brandishing their weapons and charging toward the Novice Village. The villagers had already begun to gather at the village entrance. Some of those closer had arrived. A swift arrow hurtled toward him, prompting the rotund figure to dodge immediately. However, due to his considerable girth, the arrow ultimately struck him squarely in the belly. With a roar of pain, the hefty creature let out an enraged bellow. He swiftly reached down to extract the arrow lodged in his abdomen and hurled his spiked mace directly at Su Lang. Whoosh! The mace flew through the air at a remarkable speed, creating a fierce whistling sound as it sliced through the wind at Su Lang. Taken aback by the unexpected attack, found himself with no place to evade as the mace hurtled toward him. His pupils dilated, and his body trembled as he could almost envision the gruesome moment when the mace would shatter his form upon impact. Just then, a shadow appeared before him. Clang! A flash of azure light sliced through the air, sending the mace hurtling away. Su-Rue. Su Lang couldn't help but call out his name upon seeing his silhouette at that moment. Su-Rue's expression was grave, having witnessed the creature's merciless slaughter of its kin. His heart ablaze with fury. The large creature wore a puzzled expression. It was astonishing that this slender figure could deflect the mace it had thrown, and his instantaneous arrival was equally bewildering. Before it could ponder further, Su-Rue transformed into a blur and charged toward it. Prepare to be devoured, the hefty creature bellowed, opening its massive jaws and extending a long tongue toward Su-Rue. Whoosh! In response, Su-Rue swung his sword. Crack! Blood erupted as the creature's tongue was severed. The demonic leader's enormous mouth let out a wail, and its body instinctively writhed in agony. That Su-Rue stood before the demon chief and executed a powerful leap slash. Slicing through the air with incredible speed, he swiftly decapitated the creature's head. Thud! At the same time, he positioned himself behind the demon leader, the severed head rolling to the ground, its expression one of disbelief. Roar! The creature's mouth opened wide in a howl, its arms flailing helplessly. After landing, Su-Rue immediately turned and thrust his sword into its back. With a sickening squelch, the blade pierced through its body. Emerging from its gaping maw, this blow silenced its roar, and its arms froze in place. Crash! The massive body of the demon leader collapsed with a thunderous crash. Defeated a level 5 demon leader. Experience 1000. The surrounding demon minions, witnessing the demise of their chief, were instantly filled with terror. Those who could still move scrambled back toward the fissure. However, Su-Rue would not allow their escape. Gripping his azure sword, he charged at the demon minions, slicing through them. Slash! Slash slash! Waves of azure light flashed as the demon minions fell like wheat before a scythe. With each strike, their armor and weapons shattered effortlessly. Defeated a level 2 demon minion, experience 100. Defeated a level 2 demon minion, experience 100. Defeated a level 2 demon minion, experience 100. Chapter 86, A Bounty of Experience. As Su-Rue continued his slaughter, he raced toward the fissure, carving a bloody path until he reached its edge. Turning around, he stood alone to block the advancing demon minions. The grotesque creatures, seeing Su-Rue daring to stand against them alone, screeched and charged at a handful of demon minions, armed with various weapons. Closed in on him, Su-Rue brandished his azure sword, slashing forward. Crack! A flash of azure light erupted, and the 5 demon minions were cleaved in half. Defeated a level 2 demon minion, experience 100. Defeated a level 2 demon minion, experience 100. Another wave of experience was reaped. The demon minions, witnessing Su-Rue's overwhelming power, faltered in fear, retreating toward the novice village. Meanwhile, powerful figures from the novice village had begun to arrive at the village entrance, making the demon minions no match for them. Su-Rue pressed on, delivering several more strikes, decimating the remaining foes with ease. As the combined forces of Su-Rue and the novice villagers pressed on, the number of demon minions dwindled rapidly. In total, Su-Rue had slain 2 to 3 dozen of them, garnering 2 to 3,000 experience points. In addition to the 1,000 points from the demon leader, summing up to 3 or 4,000 points. These monsters were stronger than their beastly counterparts of the same level, offering slightly higher experience. We have triumphed. The power of these demons was rather underwhelming, wasn't it? Is this truly hellish difficulty? It seems we are simply too formidable. Many of the novice villagers cheered in victory, yet hellish difficulty was not so easily conquered. Su-Rue, however, did not indulge in celebration. Instead, he began to absorb the attributes of the fallen demon minions. Though their appearance was repugnant, the process of absorption required no direct contact. Absorption successful. Attack 4, Speed 2. Absorption successful. Attack 4, Speed 2. Absorption successful. Attack 4, Speed 2. In no time, Su-Rue had consumed the attributes from 6 demon minions, before making his way to the corpse of the demon leader. Meanwhile, many began to scavenge the battlefield, collecting weapons left behind by the demon minions. Though these weapons were not particularly powerful, they were certainly superior to basic equipment. Hey, Liu Chong, what are you doing? A burly man was seen stripping armor from a fallen demon minion. This armor is a valuable find. Of course, I must claim it for myself. Liu Chong replied as he continued to peel it off. The novice villagers nearby looked on with disdain. Just then, the corpses of the demon minions began to vanish, taking their weapons with them. Despite some weapons already being in the hands of the novice villagers. "Damn, my armor!" Lu Chang exclaimed as the armor he had just donned disappeared. The massive corpse of the demon leader also vanished from sight. Su Rui had not yet had the chance to absorb its attributes. The sudden disappearance of the bodies was unexpected. Had he known, he would have absorbed the demon leader right after its defeat. With the corpses gone, did this signify our successful defense? Had the hellish task concluded? I believe so. That hefty creature was quite formidable. Without our esteemed Su Rui, we would have faced great difficulty, someone remarked. However, the fissure remained unclosed. Doubts arose among the group that Su Rui, of course, did not believe the hellish task would be so straightforward, and many shared his sentiment. Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward and declared, "Everyone, do not let your guard down. The fact that the fissure is not closed indicates the task is not yet complete." That makes sense. This was likely just the first wave of the demon assault. Who knows when the second wave will come? Before the thought could be completed, a commotion erupted from the fissure. Whoosh! An ugly demon minion emerged first, its appearance slightly different from those that had come before, yet still grotesque. Whoosh! An arrow flew swiftly toward it. Thud! The demon minion, unprepared for its surroundings, was struck through the skull by the arrow. However, the noise from the fissure grew louder, accompanied by a thunderous roar that a horde of demon minions charged forth, clad in tattered armor and wielding weapons, surging toward the novice village. Excellent! Let me have my fill of slaughter, Long Wu shouted as he charged with his great blade. Crack! A thick bolt of white lightning descended from the sky. Zap! Several demon minions were instantly electrocuted. While many others around them were incapacitated, Li Xiao drew his twin daggers, racing toward the demon horde with remarkable speed. Slash, slash, slash! His blades danced through the bodies of the demon minions, each strike landing on their throats or other unprotected areas. Wherever he passed, demon minions fell one after another. Zhang Yuanshan and other strong members of the novice village formed a defensive wall to prevent the demon minions from breaching their ranks, safeguarding those behind them who wielded ranged attacks. Armed with bows and arrows, they relentlessly targeted the advancing demon forces that Su Rui unleashed his clone technique, splitting himself into three that the trio advanced in unison, overwhelming the demon minions who stood no chance against their assault. The number of demon minions he defeated far surpassed that of Li Xiao and the others combined. Defeated a level 2 demon minion. Experience 100. Defeated a level 2 demon minion. Experience 100. The demon horde, under their relentless defense, could not penetrate the novice village. Particularly on Su Rui's front, they were filled with dread, contemplating retreat. Yet at that moment, two demon leaders emerged from the fissure, standing over 3 meters tall. Each bore 3 heads. 2 additional heads sprouting from their shoulders. Clad in rudimentary armor and wielding machetes and shields, they strode forward with imposing presence. Demon leaders, everyone, target them. Zhang Yuanshan commanded the archers behind him. Whoosh, 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 a volley of arrows flew toward the 2 leaders, but only a small fraction managed to inflict damage. Most players lacked the necessary attack power to threaten the demon leaders. Especially with their shields in place, 2 demon chieftains raised their shields before them, persistently fending off the onslaught of arrows as they strode purposefully towards the novice village. Su Rui, noticing that one of the demon chieftains was drawing near, immediately surged forward towards it. Chapter 87. Level Up. The demon chieftain, spotting a human charging towards it, let out a howl and charged recklessly at Su Rui. At this moment, the archers abandoned their attacks on the demon chieftain, realizing it was futile, that Su Rui's speed far surpassed that of the demon chieftain. He leaped first and brought his sword down upon the chieftain's central head. The demon chieftain raised its shield in an attempt to block Su Rui's strike. Whoosh! Yet Su Rui's form suddenly appeared behind it. Thud! A flash of azure light darted past, and the chieftain's head was severed, blood gushing from its neck. The other 2 heads let out a wail. Nevertheless, its body remained unaffected, still standing firm as it turned to swing its massive blade towards Su Rui. Is this the advantage of having 3 heads? Su Rui marveled, deftly evading the blow with a jump. Clang! The great blade struck the ground. And seizing the opportunity, Su Rui used the demon chieftain's arm as a springboard. He first leaped onto its arm, and then soared to its shoulder. Thud! With a swift slash, yet another head fell. With only one head remaining, the demon chieftain struggled to maintain its balance. Unable to strike at Su Rue perched on its shoulder. Timing his attack perfectly, Su Rue delivered a fatal blow, severing its last head. Thud! As this final head dropped, the headless corpse of the demon chieftain collapsed heavily to the ground. Kill level 5 demon chieftain, experience 1100. Meanwhile, the other demon chieftain was besieged by Lin Xiaolu and his companions. Long Wu wielded a great blade, holding it at bay from the front. Clang! The demon chieftain's strike sent Long Wu staggering backwards several steps, his arm nearly unable to lift. The demon chieftain sought to capitalize on its momentum. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down, charring one of its heads beyond recognition, momentarily freezing its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaolu leaped up from behind, brandishing his twin blades. Thud! The charred head of the demon chieftain was cleaved off. With one head lost, the demon chieftain's body began to sway, its mouth continuously roaring. The remaining Zhang Yuanshan, Zhao Zhua, and others surged forward, swiftly overwhelming the demon chieftain and bringing it to its demise. Seeing both chieftains slain, the remaining demon minions, sensing defeat, retreated like a receding tide. But haha! Hurry back to your homeland. These demon creatures are not formidable at all, with Su Rue and his allies present. This hell-level quest is not daunting. It even provides us with experience. The recent invasion by the demons hardly inflicted any casualties upon their novice village. After all, they had arranged their formation well, with the strong standing at the forefront and the weak picking up the spoils from behind. With the demons retreating, Su Rue hastily devoured the attributes of the fallen demon chieftain to prevent its body from disappearing. Devour successful. Attack 13, Speed 6, Defense 2. In the previous wave, Su Rue had also dispatched around 20 demon minions, earning 2,000 experience points. Now, he had reached level 10, 19030, 20000, on the brink of leveling up. It must be said, these demon minions were a veritable source of experience for Su Rue. However, given that this was a hell-level quest, it was bound to be more complex. Boom. Indeed, a commotion erupted from the rift ahead, prompting the villagers to prepare for battle once more. From the rift emerged tall, robust demon soldiers, their imposing figures nearly 2 meters in height, adorned in black armor. These demon soldiers clearly possessed greater strength than their lower-level counterparts. Su Rue immediately utilized his insightful eye to assess the situation. Level 3 demon soldier, the main force of the demons, relatively strong. So, these are level 3 soldiers, far more challenging than those level 2 ones. Especially for the inhabitants of the novice village that a dozen level 3 demon soldiers charged out from the rift. But it didn't end there. The ground suddenly trembled. Boom. A black behemoth with a single horn burst forth from the rift. Atop it sat a demon wielding a spear. Su Rue again employed his insightful eye. Astonishingly, it was a level 4 demon knight, and not just one following the level 3 demon soldiers. A surge of level 4 demon knights advanced towards the novice village. Their formidable presence enough to instill fear. The weaker villagers at the rear were utterly terrified, losing all will to fight. Even the strong at the forefront were nearly overwhelmed by this oppressive aura. They could no longer dismiss the notion of a hell-level quest being simple. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the forefront of the novice village. This figure, facing the torrent of approaching demons, unsheathed a long sword. Standing resolutely, sword in hand, there was no hint of fear or retreat. Upon seeing this figure, the 250 villagers felt a flicker of hope, reigniting their fighting spirit. Su Rue, single-handedly wielding his sword, charged towards the demon army, embodying the spirit of a lone hero standing against an overwhelming tide. His presence alone rivaled that of the dozens of demons before him. The 2 foremost demon soldiers swung their weapons at Su Rue. But before their blades could meet him, a flash of azure light illuminated the air. Slash! The heads of the 2 demon soldiers soared into the air. Kill level 3 demon soldier. Experience 200. Kill level 3 demon soldier. Experience 200. Su Rue did not linger with these demon soldiers. He leaped over their heads, landing before the advancing demon knights. The demon soldiers posed no threat to the novice village. The real challenge lay with the level 4 demon knights. Whoosh! As soon as Su Rue landed, a spear darted towards him that he swiftly dodged, yet the horned behemoth charged at him. Confronting the impending beast, Su-Rui thrust his sword forward. Thud. The long sword penetrated the beast's head. Impaling it, he quickly withdrew his sword and leaped onto the beast's back. Slash. A single stroke decapitated the demon riding atop the beast. Kill level 4 Demon Knight. Experience 500. Devour successful. Attack 5, speed 3 thus. A Demon Knight fell to Su-Rui's blade. The remaining knights, taken aback, halted their charge and shifted their focus to this intruding Su-Rui's form split into 3, deftly maneuvering among the knights. Evading attacks while hunting them down, his main body leaped behind a level 4 Demon Knight and pierced it through with his sword. Kill level 4 Demon Knight. Experience 500. Congratulations, player level has risen to level 11. Attack 60, speed 55, defense 20, mental power enhanced. Chapter 88. The rift grows. Level up. Su-Rui felt a surge of power coursing through him as his attributes increased with the level rise. His mind became extraordinarily clear. He hadn't anticipated that this level up would also enhance his mental power. Now at a higher level, Su-Rui found himself even more adept at dealing with the demon knights, growing increasingly emboldened in battle. He single-handedly held back the group of knights, while the level 3 demon soldiers that had surged forward posed no threat to the strong fighters led by Zhang Yuanshan and Li Xiaolu. Moreover, there were plenty of ranged attackers providing support from behind. The dozen or so demon soldiers were quickly dispatched. Meanwhile, Su-Rui had slain 4 or 5 demon knights, and the remaining 5 or 6 were already injured. Upon witnessing Su-Rui's formidable strength, they promptly lost the will to continue fighting, retreating towards the rift. Mounted on their beasts and not far from the rift, they quickly made their escape. Thanks to Su-Rui's heroic stand, the novice village successfully withstood this wave of attack. Now, no one wore expressions of triumph or disdain. Instead, faces were grave with concern. Had it not been for Su-Rui intercepting the level 4 demon knights, they would have likely faced significant casualties. Furthermore, the rift had not disappeared, indicating that another wave of attack was imminent. Each wave had proven more terrifying than the last, and the nature of the next demon onslaught remained uncertain. Su-Rui dismissed these thoughts, swiftly devouring the attributes of the surrounding demon knights. Devour successful. Attack 5, speed 3. Devour successful. Attack 5, speed 3. Devour successful. Attack 5, speed 3. After completing the devouring, Su-Rui felt his strength had increased compared to the beginning of this collective task. He opened his status panel to review. Attack 896 defense, 112 speed, 620 level, 11 to 930,000. His panel attributes were now exceedingly impressive. With such power, he could wreak havoc among the demon knights. Compared to players of the same level, his prowess was unparalleled. Once again, the sky reverberated with the sound of a spatial rift tearing apart. Look, a fissure has appeared to the north of the novice village. What? Another rift has emerged. This is terrible. We are already struggling against one rift, and now we have to contend with another. What shall we do? Su-Rui hurriedly glanced toward the north, where indeed a sizable spatial rift had manifested. Without hesitation, he dashed toward it. I will guard this rift. You all stay here. At that moment, nearly everyone in the novice village had congregated in this area. If the rift was left unguarded and allowed the monsters within to breach the novice plaza and destroy the crystals, it would spell disaster for them all. Given Su-Rui's speed, he could reach it first. However, do you think you can handle it alone? Someone raised a concern. They had all witnessed Su-Rui's formidable strength. Yet the prospect of him defending a rift single-handedly seemed daunting. Rest assured, if I cannot hold it, I will notify you in the chat channel. With that, Su-Rui transformed into a fleeting shadow and sprinted toward the rift. The village was encircled by wooden palisades, but these barriers were utterly incapable of withstanding the impending onslaught of the demon horde as soon as the rift appeared to the north of the novice village. Ripples spread across its surface. Shortly thereafter, a towering demon clad in armor emerged from the rift. The demon commander surveyed its surroundings before fixing its gaze on the wooden walls of the novice village. Observing the palisade before it, the demon commander gripped its long-handled greatsword and swung down with force. Boom! Wooden splinters flew as a row of wooden stakes was cleaved in two. Whoosh! The commander leaped over the severed barrier. Entering the novice village, its crimson gaze swept the vicinity. Sensing an unsettling aura, a demon commander, it quickly identified the source of this strange presence. The aura of the anti-demon crystal? No wonder my demon army cannot cross the rift to reach this place. It turns out this object is the culprit. It began to move toward the novice plaza, but a figure suddenly appeared before it. Blocking its path, to its surprise, there stood only a single human. Su Rui was evidently taken aback. He had anticipated facing a multitude of demon soldiers. Level 6 Demon Commander. Commands hundreds of demon soldiers. Possesses remarkable strength. No wonder there is only one. It is merely a level 6 demon. Faced with a level 6 demon beast, which was already a formidable opponent, he wondered just how powerful this demon would be. Human, prepare to die. The demon commander brandished its greatsword, charging at Su Rui. Though it was large, its speed was astonishingly swift, surpassing that of a typical level 6 beast. Whoosh! Su Rui deftly dodged the full force of its strike by sidestepping. However, the demon commander exerted its might once more, pivoting the great sword horizontally to cleave at Su Rui. Clang! Su Rui quickly raised his azure sword to block the blow, but was still forced back several steps by the impact. The demon commander regarded him with a look of surprise. This seemingly frail human had managed to withstand its attack. That it swung its greatsword again, aiming to cleave Su Rui in two. This moment, Su Rui decided to stop holding back and executed a clone technique. Instantly, two clones split from his body, encircling the demon commander and launching an assault from 3 different directions. Clang, clang. Faced with the onslaught, the demon commander could only defend passively. However, it was impossible to guard against attacks from all 3 fronts. The armor on its body was pierced by Su Rui's azure sword, inflicting injuries upon it. The demon commander, unable to withstand the continuous damage, finally lost its composure, ignoring the attacks from the 2 clones. It raised its great sword with all its might and charged directly at Su Rui's main body. Su Rui, seeing the demon commander bring its sword down upon him, chose neither to defend nor evade. The demon commander rejoiced at this, swinging down its blade with reckless abandon. As the great sword approached, Su Rui observed its trajectory until the demon commander could no longer retract its strike. Whoosh! He activated his teleportation skill, appearing in midair right in front of the demon commander. The commander's pupils dilated in shock. It had no time to raise its great sword in defense as Su Rui thrust his azure sword forward. Thud! The blade pierced the demon commander's forehead, penetrating through to the other side. Chapter 89. 2 level 6 demons. The demon commander, fully clad in armor, with a helmet protecting its neck, found itself vulnerable to a frontal assault. Bang! The demon commander, pierced by the sword, collapsed to the ground. Level 6 demon commander slain. Experience gained 1800. Devoured successfully. Attack 18, speed 10, defense 2. After the devouring, the demon commander's body began to vanish slowly. Su Rui then learned through the chat channel that the demon assault at the village entrance had been successfully repelled. Of course, without his presence there, some casualties had still occurred in the novice village. Su Rui exhaled in relief. As long as they could hold the line, it would be disastrous if the demons broke into the village. Whoosh! Once again, the sky echoed with the sound of a spatial rift tearing. To the south of the village, a massive rift had emerged, emanating an even more potent aura of demonic energy. No way. How can there be another rift? How are we supposed to defend against so many? Is this what hellish difficulty feels like? It is truly despairing. With 2 rifts already challenging their defenses, the emergence of yet another left the hearts of the novice villagers teetering on the brink of hopelessness. Yet, they would never choose to surrender. Soon, Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward to organize everyone to defend against this latest rift. Given its imposing size, it would undoubtedly prove difficult to manage. Thus, Zhou Yi and Li Xiaolu led a contingent of strong players to that location for defense, while Zhang Yuanshan, along with Long Wu and Gu Haitang, took the remaining strong players and the rest of the novice villagers to defend their current position, although their numbers were greater here. The majority of the weaker players were of little assistance in battle. Su Rui remained steadfast in guarding the northern rift alone, just as Li Xiaolu and Zhou Yi had led their group toward the newly emerged rift. The next wave of attack commenced. Ripples appeared in the rift before Su Rui, and he gripped his azure sword tightly, his gaze resolute as he faced the rift. Suddenly, a pitch-black demon with a massive bull's head stepped forth from the rift. This demon, possessing the body of a bull and wielding a gigantic axe, had blood-red eyes fixed intently on Su Rui. Moments later, a second bull-headed demon emerged. Level 6 Demon Bull. A powerful demon creature with immense strength. 2 level 6 demon creatures had appeared. This suggested that the demons emerging from the other 2 rifts would not be any less formidable, that a single level 6 demon beast was already a daunting challenge for the novice villagers. Now, with 2 appearing and their strongest players divided into 2 groups, Zhang Yuanshan and his team would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught that SSS-Ranked resolved to end this swiftly, intending to deal with them before providing support to Zhang Yuanshan. Whoosh! SSS-Ranked charged at the 2 demon bulls, sword in hand. Whoosh! One of the demon bulls snorted, expelling white vapor from its massive nostrils, while brandishing its axe and lunging towards SSS-Ranked. Boom, boom, boom. The pounding of the demon bull's hooves reverberated as it charged, creating an overwhelming presence. SSS-Ranked, sword aloft, met the challenge head-on. The other demon bull wore a smug expression, clearly underestimating the human before them, believing it was a foolhardy endeavor to challenge their might. However, just as the 2 forces were about to collide, SSS-Ranked's form suddenly vanished. Whoosh! In an instant, he reappeared before the other demon bull, swinging his sword. The unsuspecting demon bull was struck squarely in the chest by SSS-Ranked's blade. Thud! The sword cleaved through its armor, leaving a gruesome gash as blood gushed forth, activating the bleeding effect of the azure sword. The demon bull clutched its chest, retreating unsteadily. The other bull, unable to halt its momentum, crashed directly into a wooden structure. Boom! The building collapsed under the impact, burying the demon bull within the wreckage. After wounding 1 demon bull, SSS-Ranked pressed forward, thrusting his sword while emitting a radiant blue glow from his hand. The demon bull attempted to lift its axe to block SSS-Ranked's strike, but its limbs seemed to move sluggishly, as if frozen. It could only helplessly watch as SSS-Ranked's blade pierced through its body. Thud! SSS-Ranked swiftly withdrew his sword and finished off the demon bull. Level 6 demon bull slain, experience gained. 1800, devoured successfully, attack 20, speed 6, defense 2, roar. Behind SSS-Ranked, a furious bellow erupted. The remaining demon bull emerged from the ruins of the wooden structure, its eyes widening in shock upon witnessing its companion's demise at the hands of this human. Hiss! This time, white vapor billowed from its nostrils and ears, its body beginning to flush red with rage. It was evident to all that this demon bull was genuinely enraged. You seem quite upset. Let me cool you down. SSS-Ranked's palm emitted a blue crystalline energy. He could not allow the demon bull to charge at him, as it would make it impossible to intercept its advance. Meanwhile, the demon bull's hooves began to freeze into the ground beneath it. The demonic bull was taken aback, lowering its head to discover that the ice crystals were continuing to spread upward from its hooves, threatening to encase its legs in frost. Instantly, it began to struggle fiercely, attempting to extricate its legs from the encroaching freeze. However, at that moment, SSS-Ranked charged forward with his sword drawn. Roar! The demonic bull bellowed, disregarding the frost beneath it, and raised its massive axe to strike at SSS-Ranked. With a swift sidestep, SSS-Ranked evaded the blow while thrusting his longsword forward. Bang! The bull's colossal axe crashed into the ground, shattering the stone slabs beneath it. Swoosh! SSS-Ranked's strike found its mark, piercing the immobile demonic bull. Realizing it was unable to evade the assault, the bull sought to ensnare SSS-Ranked as well. Its other hand quickly grasped the azure sword lodged in its chest, while the arm holding the axe lifted again, ready to bring it down upon SSS-Ranked. SSS-Ranked exerted all his strength to withdraw his sword. But the bull's brute force was overwhelming, and the azure sword remained firmly in its grip. At that moment, SSS-Ranked's body suddenly split into 2 clones. One clone swung its sword toward the bull's axe-wielding arm, while the other lunged for the bull's throat. The bull's eyes widened in shock, utterly unprepared for SSS-Ranked's cunning maneuver. However, its hooves were frozen in place, rendering its hands helpless. Slash! One clone severed the bull's axe-wielding arm. Swoosh! The other clone pierced through its throat. The bull's grip on the azure sword finally weakened. Slash! SSS-Ranked yanked the azure sword free and delivered a powerful kick to the bull's body. Bang! The massive form of the bull toppled to the ground. Defeated level 6 demonic bull. Experience 1800, devour successful. Attack 20, speed 6, defense 2. After the battle concluded, SSS-Ranked hurried towards the fissure at the village entrance. There, anguish cries echoed, indicating a dire situation. Chapter 90. Grueling resistance of the village entrance. A demon general with the head of a lion wielded twin hammers, relentlessly assaulting the surrounding humans. Thud, 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 with each swing of its hammer. A human was sent flying. This demon general was besieged by Long Wu and his companions. Another level 6 demon, a corpulent creature with a mouth on its belly, seemed to be of the same ilk as the initial demon leader. Its gaping maw voraciously devoured nearby humans, as if its gluttonous belly could never be satisfied. Zhang Yuanshan led the effort against this beast, but ultimately, they were no match for these two demon titans. Suffering continuous casualties, the novice village was unable to pose any threat to them. Damn it. At this rate, we will be worn down by these two monsters. Long Wu exclaimed, bloodied and battered, that I will hold back this demon and distract its attacks. While you all focus on taking it down, gripping his sword, Long Wu charged directly at the lion-headed demon general. Initially, their strategy involved flanking tactics, utilizing their numerical advantage to encircle the foes. Yet, they were still vulnerable to the demon general's lethal strikes, as no one could withstand their direct assaults. Now, Long Wu assumed the role of a frontline distraction, creating opportunities for others to strike. Taste my blade, Long Wu shouted, swinging his sword at the demon general. The demon general scoffed, casually swinging a hammer in response. Bang! Long Wu's arms went numb, his grip faltering, and he staggered backward. Nevertheless, he chose not to retreat further, but instead steadied himself and continued to attack the demon general. Others rallied behind him, joining the fray. Long Wu charged forth once more, enraging the demon general, which swung both hammers down upon him. Aware he could not withstand the assault, Long Wu hastily retreated. Bang! The ground was cratered by the impact. The stone slabs cracking under the force. Long Wu was knocked off balance, and the demon general seized the opportunity to strike with a hammer. Bang! The blow landed squarely on Long Wu's chest, sending him flying. Thud! He crashed to the ground, his chest caved in, ribs broken, bloodied and mangled. Yet at that moment, the novice village's strongest warriors surrounded the demon general. They had crept closer while the demon general focused on Long Wu. Now, unleashing their full might, they attacked the demon general from all sides. Some thrust their swords at its waist, others swung axes at its calves, while spears aimed for its neck. However, the demon general seemed to anticipate their moves. Gathering its strength within its chest, it opened its gaping maw and unleashed a fearsome roar. The sound pierced the heavens, and a shockwave emanated from its mouth, scattering the attackers around it. Boom! The surrounding warriors were thrown back, with the nearest individuals bleeding from their ears and nostrils. Witnessing this, even Long Wu felt a surge of despair. They had exerted their utmost effort, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The demon general raised its massive hammer, preparing to crush one of the fallen warriors beneath it. The fallen man bore no fear upon his face, only an eerie calm, his eyes flickering with memories, as if his demise was already fated. Having witnessed his comrades fall one by one, he understood his end was nigh. Yet, the demon general's raised hammer hesitated, lingering above him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the arm poised to strike was encased in frost. At that moment, Su Rui's figure materialized before the demon general. Swoosh! A flash of azure light severed the lion-like head from its shoulders. Bang! The towering body of the demon general collapsed, its frozen arm still raised high. In that instant, an indescribable feeling arose within the hearts of onlookers, as the seemingly invincible demon general had been decapitated by Su Rui's blade. Defeated level 6 demon general. Experience 1800. Devour successful. Attack 20, speed 12, defense 1. After vanquishing the demon general, Su Rui surged toward the other demon general, which continued to consume humans. Zhang Yuanshan and his allies were desperately fending off its attacks. Whoosh! The demon general extended its tongue, seeking to devour a human. Zhang Yuanshan strained to summon a protective barrier. Bang! The barrier held against the rapidly extending tongue, but it was already riddled with cracks. The demon general retracted its tongue, and its arm was frozen, rendering it immobile. Yet, the demon commander was not entirely vanquished. With Zhang Yuanshan's strength, he could not inflict fatal damage upon the demon leader. After landing, Su Rui hurriedly approached the demon commander and thrust his sword forward. Swoosh! The azure blade penetrated deep into its massive maw, far surpassing the power of Zhang Yinshan's earlier strike. Boom! The demon commander fell without uttering a sound. Defeated level 6 demon commander. Experience gained 1800. Devouring successful. Attack 18, speed 10. Defense 2. Surei wasted no time, swiftly killing and devouring in one fluid motion. You all recuperate well. I shall go support Li Xiaolu and the others. After speaking, his form transformed into an afterimage as he dashed southward, moving as swiftly as he had arrived. Zhang Yuanshan, having just escaped the clutches of death, was still recovering when he witnessed Su Rui departing once more. He understood that Su Rui needed to assist with the larger rift to the south, where stronger adversaries awaited, yet the demons there were even more formidable. Time was of the essence. A delay could result in more casualties. At the southern rift near the novice village, the situation was even more dire than at the village entrance, with numerous bodies of novice village warriors strewn across the ground. Nearby, Zhou Yi's face was ashen. His body swaying precariously on the verge of collapse that he had overexerted himself, unleashing multiple bolts of lightning in conjunction with Li Xiaolu and others to slay a level 6 demon. However, 2 more level 6 demons continued to wreak havoc among the crowd. Li Xiaolu, frail and battered, bore countless wounds, his twin blades now riddled with chips. They had sacrificed many, and even he and Zhou Yi were nearly devoid of combat capability after slaying just 1 level 6 demon. Yet, 2 level 6 demons remained, and they were scarcely capable of fending them off. One of the demons, a horned bull, swung its colossal axe, unstoppable, as it threatened to breach their defenses and storm into the novice village. This is bad. We can barely hold on. Someone despaired that Li Xiaolu's fatigued face briefly flickered with determination. Clutching his weapon with his injured body, he approached the bull. Zhou Yi retrieved the last spirit fruit from his possession, consuming it to prepare for another onslaught of lightning to impede the bull's advance. Despite the fruit's ability to restore some vitality, his body could scarcely endure such intense use of his talent. Yet, there was no alternative. He had to use lightning to restrain the bull. Crackle! A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the bull's back, igniting sparks and charring its hide. However, this merely caused momentary paralysis, inflicting no real harm. Zhou Yi's strength was vastly inferior to that of the bull, as the lightning failed to injure it. Nevertheless, the bull was momentarily stunned, allowing others to attack. Clang, clang, several blades struck the bull, with some blows deflected by its armor, while others merely grazed its thick hide, resulting in superficial wounds. Roar! The bull, jolted back to awareness, swung its axe furiously at the surrounding humans. Bang! Those encircling it were sent flying by its ferocious strike. Observing the humans being tossed aside, the bull let out a mocking laugh. Haha, mere ants. That it disdainfully surveyed the fallen humans, oblivious to the figure rapidly closing in on it. To be by the time it noticed Su Rui, it was already too late. Whoosh! Su Rui utilized his teleportation, appearing at its neck. Slash! A flash of azure light severed the bull's massive head from its body. Thud! Su Rui landed first, followed closely by the severed head. This is the price of underestimating humanity. Defeated level 6 bull demon. Experience gained 1800. Devouring successful. Attack 20. Speed 6. Defense 2. Li Xiaolu, who had been poised to attack the bull, breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Su Rui's swift execution of the creature. He had been ready to risk his life against the bull, but thankfully, Su Rui had arrived just in time. Zhou Yi, seeing Su Rui's appearance, collapsed onto the ground, sweat beading on his forehead as he gasped. Phew, we're saved. We're really saved. The remaining level 6 demon commander continued to slaughter through the crowd, pushing the novice village's defenders to the brink of collapse, unaware that Su Rui was closing in. Clang! The demon commander struck a nearby man's weapon from his grasp, sending him sprawling to the ground. Without hesitation, the demon commander swung its blade downwards. Just as death loomed, Su Rui arrived just in time. Parrying the demon's strike with his sword, clang! He successfully deflected the demon's blow, forcing it to stagger back 2 steps. The demon commander's expression was one of disbelief. A human had managed to repel it? Finally, a worthy opponent. The demon commander raised its blade once more, aiming another strike at Su Rui. Met the challenge head-on, blocking the attack with ease. Clang! He firmly intercepted the demon's blow, his attack power having significantly increased through previous devourings. Engaging in direct combat posed no issue for him. Yet Su Rui had no intention of engaging in a fair duel. Whoosh! In an instant, Su Rui created 2 clones that flanked the demon commander. Launching a coordinated assault, The demon commander was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, hastily preparing to defend. Clang! Clang! The demon commander barely managed to fend off the attacks from the 2 clones. Meanwhile, Su Rui seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword forward. Swoosh! The azure blade pierced through the demon commander's armor, impaling its chest. Chapter 92. Rift Convergence. Mission change? Ah! The demon commander roared in fury, swinging its blade at Su Rui, forcing him to retract his sword and evade. Yet, the 2 clones surged forward once more, launching an attack from both sides. Clang! In a hurried attempt, the demon commander could only parry 1 clone-esque strike. Swoosh! The other clone's attack struck its arm, nearly severing it entirely. This moment, having evaded, Su Rui turned and launched another swift strike at the demon commander's neck. Swoosh! The azure sword traced a crescent arc in the air, and the demon commander's head was instantaneously severed from its body. Thud! Its headless corpse crumpled to the ground. Defeated level 6 demon commander. Experience gained 1800. Devouring successful. Attack 18, speed 10, defense 2. The novice village's warriors stared in stunned disbelief. Su Rui had effortlessly dispatched 2 level 6 demons. Although they had witnessed Su Rui's prowess during the tournament, they now realized that he had yet to reveal his full potential. This is astonishing. Su Rui is on an entirely different level from us. Our novice village's ability to withstand this wave of attacks is solely thanks to Su Rui. Indeed, it was true. This wave of demon attacks had featured 7 level 6 demons, and Su Rui alone had slain 6 of them. Clearly, this was a hellish task. Without Su Rui, they would have faced total annihilation. Despite the successful defense against the demon onslaught, the faces of the novice village's inhabitants remained grim. They understood that should the demons launch another assault, their current state would render them helpless. After all, the strongest among them capable of confronting level 6 demons had suffered significant casualties. Long Wu was barely alive, utterly devoid of combat strength. Zhang Yuanshan, Gu Haitang, and Zhou Yi, the 3 gifted individuals, could no longer utilize their abilities. That Li Xiao was similarly exhausted, severely wounded, and depleted of stamina. Only Su Rui remained in decent condition, having sustained minimal injuries, though he had expended some energy. Everyone anxiously gazed at the spatial rift, silently praying for the demons not to return. It seemed as if the heavens had heard their prayers. For the rifts at the village entrance and the north began to close. It's closing. The rift is indeed closing. This means we have completed the task. Few truly deserving of a hellish task. It was incredibly challenging. The expressions of those at the novice village's entrance radiated joy. However, the defenders of the southern rift could not share in their delight. For before them, the rift showed no signs of closure. Rather, it appeared to be expanding. In an instant, the spatial rift grew larger. Announcement: the spatial rift has undergone a mutation. Mission objectives have changed. What does this mean? The mission has changed. Are we no longer required to defend against the demon attacks? A thought flickered in their minds, but as they heard the next proclamation from the heavens, they realized their hopes were unfounded. 250 Novice Village Collective Mission. Withstand the demon invasion until reinforcements from Luoshui City arrive. What is this? We are still expected to fend off the demon onslaught. This is disastrous. What is Luoshui City? Will they send help? Curse this celestial decree. What a lack of clarity. How long must we endure this uncertainty? Su Rui's heart was filled with the same confusion. Could the reinforcements from Luoshui City be the indigenous inhabitants of this world? If that were the case, then this realm is not solely inhabited by demonic beasts, but also by humans, possibly akin to NPCs from a game. Although the Heavenly Tao referred to this as a game, Su Rui felt that it was, in fact, a genuine world. While the others grumbled verbally, they nonetheless proceeded to gather at the rift, preparing to confront the impending fierce battle. In the mission hall of Luoshui City, an urgent task was directly assigned to a guild team. What the heck? Why has a new task suddenly appeared in my task list? Exclaimed a young man clad in a green robe. Beside him, a long-haired beauty in light armor, bearing a silver longbow, remarked, "Mine has also increased by 1. It's a mission to support the 250 Novice Village. Subsequently, they both turned to another teammate nearby, who nodded in agreement, saying, "I have received one too. It appears this task has been directly issued to us by the Heavenly Tao, and there's no way to cancel it." The green-robed man complained, "Seriously, we just completed a task, and I was hoping to enjoy some leisure time." The other two ignored his lamentations and began to examine the task details. Once again, it was about the invasion of the demon race, and the frequency of these incursions had escalated dramatically. Now even novice villages were not spared that a man clad in silver armor, wielding a sword, commented, "I wonder what level of spatial rift has emerged this time. What else could it be? At most, it's just a beginner rift that by the time we arrive, we'll wrap up the battle in no time." The green-robed man replied nonchalantly. They had already checked. The 250 novice village had only appeared 2 days prior, and its inhabitants were the latest batch summoned by the Heavenly Tao. A beginner rift would be more than sufficient for them to handle. As the three conversed, they approached the nearby teleportation array. Suddenly, the long-haired woman halted, a look of shock spreading across her face. "What is wrong?" The sword-wielding man turned to her. She raised her head and murmured to the two, "The rift at the 250 novice village is not a beginner rift." The green-robed man, slightly astonished, exclaimed, "No way. Could it be a medium rift? Are they really sending a village that just appeared 2 days ago to face a rift that might unleash level 6 demons?" To his surprise, the long-haired woman shook her head again, stating, "No, the 250 novice village is facing a high-level rift, one that could unleash demons of level 6 and above." Upon hearing this, even the usually composed sword-wielding man raised his voice in alarm. "What? A high-level rift has emerged at the 250 novice village, damn. The Heavenly Tao has lost its mind. A village that has only just appeared for 2 days is expected to confront level 7 demons." The two had not scrutinized the task details closely, assuming that a mission to support a novice village would pose little challenge. Now, they realized that this task was far from simple if a level 7 demon were to emerge. That would be manageable. However, if an 8-level demon appeared, it would spell disaster. Alas, this novice village is truly unfortunate. I wonder how many of its residents will be alive by the time we arrive. The trio approached the teleportation array, making their way to the 250 novice village. Chapter 93, Demon General Igu at the 250 novice village. Everyone had gathered at the rift, their faces etched with tension as they gazed at the significantly larger fissure before them. No one knew what kind of demons would emerge from it in the next moment. Finally, the surface of the rift rippled, and a level 3 demon soldier stepped forth. Whoosh, whoosh, several arrows were immediately shot out, and the demon soldier fell to the ground. However, the next second, a torrent of demon soldiers surged forth from the rift. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled with the thundering footsteps of the soldiers, their numbers far exceeding those from the last incursion. And they continued to pour out of the rift. Observing this, Su Rue retrieved the fire spirit pearl from his spatial ring, and he infused his mental energy into the pearl, causing it to levitate before him. Simultaneously, he stepped forward. With a wave of his mental force, the fire spirit pearl released an overwhelming blaze, the flames transforming into a wave that surged towards the demon horde. Boom! The frontline demon soldiers were instantly engulfed in flames. And anguished cries erupted. Numerous demon soldiers, ablaze, rolled on the ground or dashed about chaotically, disrupting their formation. Kill 3-level demon soldier. Experience 200. Kill 3-level demon soldier. Experience 200. Kill 3-level demon soldier. Experience 200. A series of kill notifications appeared before Su Rue. However, these flames had only claimed the lives of the foremost soldiers. The others were merely scorched, temporarily incapacitated. Su Rue did not pause. He continued to channel his mental energy into the fire spirit pearl. Whoosh! Another wave of flames surged towards the demon army, igniting the newly advancing soldiers that Once again, the frontline demon soldiers fell in droves, eliciting gasps of awe from the novice village's inhabitants. Su Rue was truly formidable. He single-handedly inflicted such significant casualties on the demon forces. His mental energy far surpassed that of Kong Xian, and thus the power generated by the Fire Spirit Pearl was considerably greater. Yet after 2 full power activations, the energy contained within the pearl was dwindling, its color fading and threatening to transform into an ordinary transparent orb. Just then, the emergence of demon soldiers from the rift finally ceased. 2 level 6 demon generals emerged from the rift. Spotting only 2 demon generals, Su Rue breathed a sigh of relief. This formation was not particularly challenging. However, after the 2 level 6 demon generals emerged, they positioned themselves on either side, creating a pathway. Ripples appeared in the rift once more, and a towering demon figure stepped forth. This demon bore a closer resemblance to a human, standing at 3 meters tall. With purple skin, clad in black armor and adorned with a cape, it wielded a bloodied spear and a finely crafted large sword at its waist. The formidable appearance of this general exuded an air of ruthless authority. The 2 level 6 demon generals stood respectfully at its sides. As it emerged from the rift, its eyes swept across the surroundings, and a sinister grin revealed its sharp teeth. What fortunate luck! This is merely a human village. Typically, high-level rifts capable of allowing its descent into the human realm would only appear near cities. IT had prepared itself for a confrontation with the powerful beings within the city. But to its surprise, the rift connected only to a village. What strong beings could possibly exist in a village? True powerhouses resided in the cities. A nearby lion-headed general spoke. General, there are anti-magic crystals in this village. If we destroy them, our commander will be able to lead more demons through. The demon general nodded, a smile spreading across its face. It seems that I, Igu, shall achieve great merit for the demon race. Su Rue utilized his insightful eye to observe the demon general. Level 8 Demon General Igu, proficient in sword, spear, and hand-to-hand combat, possesses formidable strength. An 8-level demon? Su Rue's eyelids involuntarily twitched. He had yet to encounter a level 7 beast. The appearance of an 8-level demon only intensified the pressure in his heart. Everyone be cautious. That demon is our greatest foe. Zhang Yuanshan pointed at the demon general. Lin Xiaolu added, that demon gives me a very dangerous feeling. An 8-level demon, of course, posed a significant threat. However, Su Rue refrained from voicing this, as such words would only serve to instill despair in the novice village. It was sufficient for them to understand that this demon general was formidable. Charge! Take them down! With a wave of the demon general's hand, the 2 level 6 demon generals led the charge. The demon general followed behind, believing that perhaps it wouldn't even need to intervene. These humans would be incapable of withstanding its subordinates. In the face of the demon's renewed assault, Su Rue stowed the fire spirit pearl. The energy contained within it was only sufficient for one more full release, and he decided to conserve it for the confrontation with the demon general. For now, he aimed to eliminate the 2 level 6 demon generals while the latter had yet to make its move. Whoosh! Su Rue's figure vanished from sight, and he charged towards one of the demon generals, who bore a human skull as an ornament and clutched a large sword. The demon general, seeing a human daring to provoke it, displayed disdain, swinging its sword forward. Whoosh! Su Rue did not hesitate to use his talent, employing teleportation to evade the strike and reappear behind the demon general. Slash! With one swift motion, he stabbed his sword into the demon general's neck. Piercing through completely, the demon general's eyes widened in shock. It had never anticipated that it would meet its demise at the hands of a human, having absorbed the attributes of numerous demons. Su Rue's attack power had exceeded 1,000, and his speed was remarkable. The azure sword possessed armor-piercing capabilities. Despite the protective scales on the demon general's neck, Su Rue's sword penetrated effortlessly. Kill 6-level demon general. Experience 1800, absorption successful. Attack 18, speed 10, defense 2. The scene of Su Rue slaying the demon general sent morale soaring among the novice village's inhabitants, resulting in a chorus of cheers. The general of the demon clan, Igu, upon witnessing this scene, immediately retracted his dismissive expression, brandishing his lance as he charged forward. Su Rue's prowess took him by surprise. Was this truly the strength one would expect from a mere village? After Su Rue dispatched the demon commander with a single strike of his sword, he extended his hand and swiftly absorbed its attributes, that he then surged toward the lion-headed commander. Chapter 94. The powerful Igu seeing his comrade's tragic demise. The lion-headed commander displayed a look of panic, that he dared not engage Su Rue in combat. Quickly, he gathered energy into his chest and unleashed a fierce lion's roar towards the advancing Su Rue. The sound waves transformed into a tempest, hurtling towards Su Rue, sending even the surrounding demon soldiers sprawling. Su Rue's teleportation ability was still on cooldown, and his mental energy surged into his defensive pendant. Suddenly, an orange barrier manifested before him. The sound waves collided with the barrier, unable to penetrate further, granting Su Rue the opportunity to close in on the lion-headed commander. This commander wielded two massive axes, raising them high to strike down upon Su Rue. However, Su Rue, with a deft twist, evaded the attack effortlessly, but he swiftly countered with a slash. Clang! His sword met the commander's arm guard, leaving a deep gash and a trace of blood. The lion commander, wielding his dual axes in fury, relentlessly swung at Su Rue, but he deftly dodged each blow as Su Rue evaded. He seized opportunities to strike, inflicting several wounds upon the lion commander. The commander, consumed by rage, found himself powerless against Su Rue's agility. Meanwhile, a few demon soldiers attempted to encircle Su Rue, but any that approached met their end at the blade of his sword. Realizing the futility of their efforts, they retreated towards the novice village. However, at that moment, General Igu was rapidly approaching. Su Rue understood that he needed to conclude this engagement swiftly, that he had been awaiting the cooldown of his teleportation ability to deliver a decisive blow to the lion commander. Roaring in fury, the lion-headed commander swung his axes once more towards Su Rue, a leap backward to evade. The ground erupted as the axes struck, sending debris flying. Just then, the cooldown of Su Rue's teleportation ability ended. In an instant, he utilized the skill, reappearing right in front of the lion commander. It was an opportune moment. The commander had just slammed his axes into the ground, caught off guard by Su Rue's sudden appearance. He could not react in time as Su Rue struck. With a flash of azure light, the commander's bloodied head was severed from his body. Killed level 6 demon commander. Experience 1800. Absorption successful. Attack 20. Speed 12. Defense 1. No sooner had Su Rue absorbed the attributes than he sensed a looming danger. Without hesitation, he retreated as a spear descended from the heavens, crashing down where he had just stood. Bam! The spear struck the ground, causing tremors and sending up a cloud of dust. Boom! General Igu landed beside the spear, pulling it from the earth, twirling it in his hand before fixing his gaze upon Su Rue from a superior vantage point. Su Rue, sword in hand, regarded him fearlessly. The surrounding demon soldiers dared not interfere, hastily retreating towards the novice village. Igu, eyeing Su Rue, remarked, "I never expected to find such a formidable opponent in a mere village. Nonetheless, the outcome will be the same. Soon, you two shall become a corpse here." He spoke in the demon tongue, incomprehensible to Su Rue, who paid him no mind, and in the next instant, Igu propelled himself forward. His spear aimed directly at Su Rue, but a gust of wind surged as the spear shot forth with incredible speed and ferocity that Su Rue understood he could not withstand such force, and swiftly evaded to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike. However, as soon as he dodged, the spear swept horizontally toward him. This time, with no means of escape, Su Rue raised his sword to block. Clang! The spear struck the azure blade, bending it under the impact. Simultaneously, the spear continued its relentless trajectory, crashing into Su Rue's body. Bam! With a dull thud, he was sent sprawling to the ground. Many onlookers in the novice village were captivated by the unfolding battle. Acutely aware that the outcome could drastically alter the course of the conflict, they were astonished that, after just one exchange, Su Rue had been sent flying. The disparity in their strength seemed insurmountable. How can this demon be so powerful? It's practically monstrous, Zhou Xiaoko exclaimed, disbelief etched across her features that Li Xiu mirrored her shock. Zhang Yuanshan quickly commanded, "We cannot allow Su Rue to fall." Zhou Yi. Su Lang prepared to assist him. Both were ranged attackers, capable of providing some distraction against the demon at this level of combat. They swiftly sought opportunities to strike Igu. Meanwhile, Su Rue, feeling as though he had been struck by a train, experienced excruciating pain in his chest and tingling in his arm that he was certain several ribs had fractured. Yet he knew he could not remain on the ground, resigned to his fate. Struggling, he rose, using his azure sword for support. Igu, spear in hand, was closing in on Su Rue. However, his teleportation was still on cooldown, and his defensive pendant could not withstand Igu's assault. Su Rue realized he was not in a position to confront Igu head-on. The demon's attack power was extraordinarily high, and Su Rue's strength was only slightly superior to that of a level 6 demon commander. Faced with Igu, a level 8, he stood little chance. Desperate, Su Rue unleashed a frost spell, aiming to encase Igu's feet in ice. Crack! Crystals of ice began to form around Igu's legs, nearly freezing him in place. However, with a powerful stomp, Igu shattered the ice beneath him. Boom! The ice was obliterated, but this momentarily halted Igu's advance. From a distance, Zhou Yi and Su Lang seized their chance. One unleashed a bolt of lightning, while the other shot an arrow. Crack! The lightning struck Igu's shoulder, but the armor absorbed much of the impact. Whoosh! An arrow flew towards Igu's head. Sensing the threat, Igu attempted to evade, yet the arrow grazed his dark visage, leaving a thin line of blood. His expression soured. He had been wounded by a seemingly insignificant human. The injury to his face was a deep humiliation. Igu roared in fury, channeling power into his right arm, hurling the spear at Su Lang with all his might. Whoosh! The spear darted through the air like a shadow, an overwhelming force aimed at Su Lang. Be careful. Zhang Yuanshan quickly raised a defensive barrier for Su Lang. Yet, it was too late for Su Lang to evade. Bam! Zhang Yuanshan's barrier shattered almost instantaneously. The spear pierced Su Lang's body, its momentum unabated. Whoosh! The spear continued through him, pinning him to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth as his eyes grew vacant, life rapidly ebbing away. Chapter 95. All means deployed. Su Lang, Zhang Yuanshan, and the others stared in shock at their fallen comrade. Su Lang, a companion they had spent countless hours with, lay dying. His eyes reflected unfulfilled desires. The Jiu Haitang stepped forward, tears glistening in her eyes, attempting to heal Su Lang, but it was futile. Igu observed Su Lang, now impaled in the ground, a smirk creeping across his face. In that moment, Su Rui, having regained his footing, charged at Igu from behind, sword raised. Sensing the movement, Igu drew his large blade and swung around to retaliate. At that instant, Su Rui activated his teleportation again. Whoosh! He reappeared behind Igu, who had swung at empty AI. Su Rui seized the opportunity, launching a strike towards Igu's neck. Clang! Igu's neck was protected by armor. But Su Rui's azure blade still found its mark, carving a deep gash. Feeling the searing pain at his neck, Igu was both alarmed and enraged, but he immediately turned, swinging his large blade at Su Rui. Su Rui, having struck successfully, could not create distance in time that he activated his defensive pendant, conjuring a protective barrier. Bam! Igu's blade shattered the barrier, yet it mitigated some of the blow's force. Su Rui quickly raised his azure sword again. Clang! The blade struck, and Su Rui was forced back, his feet digging deep impressions into the ground as he attempted to absorb the impact. After cleaving through Su Rui, Igu reached for his neck. Feeling the warm blood that had begun to flow, seeing the crimson liquid on his hand, Igu's expression twisted into one of uncontrollable rage. To be wounded by these feeble humans was intolerable. With a thunderous roar, the ancient creature brandished its massive blade and charged towards Su Rui. The ground trembled beneath the weight of its towering form, resonating with a rhythmic thud as the creature bore down upon him. Su Rui found himself still waiting for the cooldown of his teleportation ability, and he couldn't recklessly employ his clone technique either, for his strength paled in comparison to that of the ancient being. Two clones would hardly be able to withstand the creature for long. Instead, they would likely be obliterated. This technique was merely a means of offense. Realizing this, Su Rui swiftly retrieved the fire spirit pearl, channeling his mental energy into it with all his might. Boom! Fiery flames erupted from the pearl, coalescing into a towering column of fire that surged towards the ancient creature. It immediately raised its sword defensively, gripping the hilt with one hand while steadying the blade with the other. Crash! The fiery column collided with the sword, halting the creature's advance, while its blade rapidly turned a blistering red. Flames licked at its armor, igniting patches of it. The energy within the fire spirit pearl was depleting quickly, nearing exhaustion. The ancient creature, unwilling to succumb to inaction, retracted its sword and sprinted towards Su Rui, one arm raised to shield itself. Just as it closed in, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking it directly and momentarily freezing its movements, causing its Su Rui recognize this as a fortuitous opportunity. Therefore, after delivering a decisive strike, he chose not to withdraw his sword in evasion. Instead, with unwavering resolve, he drove his arm deeper into the ancient being's body. With renewed vigor, the azure sword penetrated further into the creature, Consequently, Surue forfeited his chance to evade, as the ancient being seized the blade with one hand, preventing the azure sword from advancing, while simultaneously thwarting Surue's escape. With its other hand, it unleashed a powerful punch towards Surue. Feeling the force with which the azure sword was gripped, Surue realized he could not extract it. Without hesitation, he relinquished the azure sword and evaded the impending blow. Whoosh! The punch struck the air ahead, causing a shockwave that rippled through the surrounding atmosphere. Observing Surue abandon his weapon, a cold smirk appeared on the creature's face. Bereft of the azure sword, Surue posed no threat whatsoever without the azure sword. He might struggle to breach even his own armor. The ancient being, exerting force, withdrew the azure sword embedded in its flesh, its expression exuding confidence and victory. Yet, Surue's face mirrored a similar smirk. He swiftly employed teleportation to position himself behind the ancient being. The creature, however, dismissed the maneuver entirely, perceiving Surue, now weaponless, as no threat. But in the next instant, Surue retrieved the mysterious iron sword from his spatial ring. The moment he grasped the sword, he aimed for the ancient being's nape. The armor in that region had already been cleaved by the azure sword, leaving a deep gash on its neck. Slash! The mysterious iron sword activated its piercing effect that a flash of cold light. The ancient being felt a chilling sensation at its nape. Realizing something had pierced through its throat, it glanced down, witnessing the blade protruding from its throat, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Chapter 97. Victory. How could he still possess a sword? The ancient being had never anticipated that Surue harbored spatial treasures. Though pierced through the throat, the creature did not collapse immediately. Instead, it turned to grasp at Surue. Surue promptly withdrew the sword. Whoosh! The ancient being's claw grasped at empty air while its neck bled profusely, blood continuously pouring forth. Yet, it grew even more frenzied, akin to a wild beast, lunging at Surue with both hands. Surue understood it was on the verge of collapse. The fatal wound on its neck would surely lead to its demise. So he engaged in a tactical retreat. Swish! However, in its berserk state, the ancient being moved with greater speed and ferocity, forcing Surue to retreat continuously. As the ancient being lost its rationality, vulnerabilities began to reveal themselves. Utilizing his eye of insight, Surue keenly detected an opportune moment and decisively thrust the mysterious iron sword forward. Slash! The piercing effect of the iron sword was activated, puncturing through. Thud! In its rage, the ancient being reached out and grasped the iron sword thrust at it. Its other fist swung violently towards Surue. In an instant, Surue released the sword, simultaneously reaching for the azure sword embedded in the ancient being's chest, extracting it as he retreated. Whoosh! The punch again met with nothing but air. Seizing the opportunity, Surue advanced, delivering a strike to the ancient being's neck. Crack! The head of the ancient being, marked by a frenzied expression, flew off in an instant. It finally came to a halt, its arms falling limply to the sides. Its mighty form first kneeling and then collapsing to the ground. You have slain the level 8 demon general. Ancient being. Experience gained. 6,000. Surue exhaled deeply. This creature had finally perished, its vitality truly tenacious. The ancient being had fought solely on sheer will after its throat was pierced. Following the defeat of the ancient being, Surue extended his hand toward its corpse, invoking endless devour. Devour successful. Acquired the essence of weapon mastery and hand-to-hand combat. In the next moment, the profound knowledge of weaponry and combat experience flooded into Surue's consciousness, as if enlightening him. It transformed him into a seasoned warrior, trained for years, previously, in combat. He relied on his exceptional attacks, extraordinary speed, and the foresight of his eye of insight. In truth, without these advantages, his strength was comparable to that of an ordinary person. However, now equipped with this essence and experience, even without those advantages, he could easily overpower several burly opponents. Moreover, his inherent combat prowess had significantly surged. The essence obtained from devouring the ancient being proved far more beneficial than any attribute enhancement. Typically, such knowledge would require extensive time to comprehend and acquire through combat experience. Had it not been for Surue's endless devour, he might have needed years of struggle to master these fundamentals. After dealing with the ancient being, Surue lifted his gaze to survey the battlefield. Numerous level 3 demon soldiers remained, embroiled in a fierce struggle against the novice village. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties. Yet the novice village held numerical superiority, making victory merely a matter of time. However, Surui had no intention of remaining idle. He retrieved the mysterious iron sword from the ancient being and stowed it back in his spatial ring. Grasping the azure sword, he charged towards the demon army. Swish, the azure light flashed, and the heads of the demon soldiers began to fall. You have slain a level 3 demon soldier. Experience gained. 200. You have slain a level 3 demon soldier. Experience gained. 200. You have slain a level 3 demon soldier. Experience gained. 200. After devouring the ancient being, Surui's efficiency in slaying these demon soldiers increased significantly, becoming more fluid and effortless that he transformed into a harbinger of death on the battlefield, where demon soldiers were ruthlessly annihilated. Observing Surui's triumph over the demon general and his subsequent support, the novice village erupted into cheers, their spirits soaring. Conversely, the demons, struck with terror by Surui's prowess, began to retreat towards the rift. In an instant, the demon army collapsed in disarray. Yet Surui was not finished. He pursued the fleeing demon soldiers, continuing his slaughter until he drove them all back into the rift, finally halting at that moment. He stood at the edge of the rift, his hands and sword stained with demon blood, resembling a true deity of death. Behind him, the villagers of the novice village gazed at his silhouette in stunned silence, once more witnessing his incredible valor, which left a profound impact on their hearts. Announcement. Congratulations to 250 novice villagers for completing the Hell-level collective mission. Rewards will be distributed shortly. This announcement roused the villagers from their astonishment, igniting jubilant cheers throughout. Whoosh! Near the secluded novice square, 3 figures were teleported down. Reminder: the mission has concluded. Please return to the city promptly. As the 3 materialized, they were greeted by this notification. What? The mission has ended? The green-robed youth exclaimed in astonishment. The long-haired beauty sighed, alas, it seems this novice village could not hold out. We arrived too late. The man clad in silver armor remarked, to have lasted this long is quite remarkable, considering the level 7 demons are far beyond their capacity to handle. The other 2 nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reasoning. So, we made the trip for nothing, the long-haired beauty stated, glancing at the 2. No, it cannot be for nothing. Let us slay a few demons and gain some experience before we leave. Saying this, the green-robed youth took out a staff and headed towards the rift. The other 2, unwilling to depart so easily, followed suit. However, before they reached the rift, they heard a chorus of cheers, most of which hailed the name Surui. What is going on? Are there still humans alive here? The green-robed youth pondered. By the sounds of it, there seems to be quite a number, the silver-armored man added. But didn't the mission conclude? How can there still be so many humans? Keen to uncover the situation, the trio hastened towards the rift. Soon, they beheld a throng of novice villagers celebrating, their surroundings drenched in blood. Littered with both demon soldiers and human corpses, that it was evident that a fierce battle had just taken place, with both sides suffering grievous losses. Yet now, standing victorious were the humans, clearly indicating that the novice villagers had triumphed in this confrontation. What is happening? The novice village emerged victorious? Surely, there couldn't have been any level 6 demons appearing from the advanced rift. The green-robed youth questioned in disbelief. Impossible. The emergence of an advanced rift guarantees the presence of such foes. However, the green-robed youth hesitated to voice his thoughts. At that moment, several novice villagers noticed their presence. Chapter 98. People of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. Who are you? They are not from our novice village, one exclaimed. Could they be demons? This remark caused a ripple of wariness among the crowd. Their initial exuberance replaced by suspicion as they raised their weapons towards the trio. Yet, the 3 showed no sign of panic. The green-robed man stepped forward, saying, Hey, how can you speak to me like that? Have you ever seen such a handsome demon? Indeed. They certainly appear to be human, someone chimed in. They could very well be demons in disguise, attempting to deceive us. We must remain vigilant, another warned. But didn't the heavenly path just declare that our mission was accomplished and that the demons have been dealt with? We've emerged victorious. That could also mean the heavenly path is playing tricks on us. The situation quickly drew the attention of other novice villagers, who began to converge around the trio. Zhang Yuanshan also approached. It was evident to everyone that these 3 were not members of their novice village. Their extravagant attire made that unmistakably clear that I in the novice village. Nearly every individual was clad in uniform garments distributed uniformly, with only a fortunate few having acquired armor from vanquished monsters. However, the attire of these three individuals was far from ordinary. Their weapons and adornments were notably impressive that I in fact among the entire novice village. Only Su Rue could potentially rival them. The villagers gathered around, their expressions a mix of curiosity and wariness. The silver-armored man stepped forward and reassured them, saying, "Do not be alarmed. We are not of the demon clan, but rather here to offer our support." Yet, it seems our assistance may no longer be necessary. Upon hearing this, the villagers became even more intrigued. "Support us? Are you from another novice village?" One inquired. "No, we hail from Luoshui City," answered the long-haired beauty. "Luoshui City. You are reinforcements from Luoshui City?" The silver-armored man nodded, explaining, "We were compelled to accept the mission to aid the novice village 250, and thus came to assist you." At this revelation, the villagers were finally convinced of their humanity, recalling that the previous task had indicated Luoshui City would send reinforcements. Now they had indeed encountered people from Luoshui City. "Indeed. Now you understand. We are here to aid you, despite being mistaken for demons," remarked the young man in the green robe. Curiosity filled the eyes of the villagers, who began to ponder whether these three were natives of this world or merely NPCs from the game. The silver-armored man seemed to perceive their thoughts and chuckled. "There is no need to regard us so. We, like you, are from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom." "The Blue Star Dragon Kingdom? You are also from the Blue Star?" someone exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. Others shared in this enthusiasm, realizing that the people of Luoshui City were their fellow compatriots. The young man in the green robe added, "Indeed, we merely arrived in this wretched place before you." Hearing this, the villagers wore contemplative expressions. Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward and asked, "You arrived here earlier. Are you among those who vanished from the Dragon Kingdom prior to their arrival?" Many had inexplicably disappeared from the Blue Star. And now it was clear that these individuals had come to this world, just like themselves. "Indeed, many arrived before us, and I suspect more Blue Star inhabitants will be transported here," the silver-armored man responded. Zhang Yuanshan lowered his head, muttering, "What could the heavenly path possibly intend with such actions?" The silver-armored man smiled. "That is not for us to ponder. I have questions for you." The young man in the green robe eagerly interjected. "Yes, I have been holding in my questions for quite some time. Did a level 7 demon appear here? If so, how did you defeat it?" He had scanned the area and found no particularly formidable individuals. Although the three of them could easily handle a level 7 demon, it would be exceedingly difficult for a novice village to confront one. That Zhang Yuanshan recalled the demon general that Su Rue had slain moments ago. He replied earnestly, "I am unsure of the demon's level, but its strength was formidable. Our victory was solely due to Su Rue's prowess, Su Rue." The three had heard the villagers cheering his name. "Where is he? Can we meet him?" inquired the long-haired beauty, her companions revealing expressions of eager anticipation. Zhang Yuanshan silently stepped aside, allowing the crowd to part. Soon, a path opened, and Su Rue's figure emerged ahead. Standing beside a human corpse, the body of Hanji, whom he had rescued from the belly of a swamp frog, at that moment, Hanji's eyes were wide open, his grip on the bow unyielding. Still fighting until his last breath, Su Rue approached and gently closed his eyes. Despite having witnessed much death since arriving in this world, the loss of someone he had known personally weighed heavily on his heart. Fortunately, Lin Xiaolu had survived the battle, nursing her wounds nearby like most others. Though they had achieved victory, it had come at a grievous cost at that moment. Su Rue sensed someone watching him from behind. He turned to see the three from Luoshui City. Understanding they had inquiries, and feeling the urge to learn more about Luoshui City, this world and the demon clan, he approached the gathering. The gazes of the villagers towards Su Rue were filled with admiration and respect. "You are Su Rue?" The young man in the green robe scrutinized him closely. From his exterior alone, it was clear that Su Rue possessed remarkable strength. Yes, Su Rue nodded affirmatively. The silver-armored man stepped forward to introduce himself. "Greetings, I am Chi Yushan from Luoshui City." That he then introduced the long-haired beauty. "This is Li Xiaolu." Li Rue nodded at Su Rue. Before Chi Yushan could introduce the young man in the green robe, he cheerfully interjected, "Yu Zi Qing." Acknowledging Su Rui's capability to take on a level 7 demon, they had already regarded him as a peer in strength. The fact that he had reached this level merely 2 days after arriving in this world hinted at limitless potential. Thus they treated him with utmost seriousness. As soon as the introductions were complete, Yu Ziqing eagerly asked, "Hey Su Rui, what is your level? How did you slay the level 7 demon? Was it formidable?" His barrage of questions revealed his eagerness to comprehend the situation. In response, Su Rui casually remarked, "Level 7 demon? I killed an 8th level demon." Upon hearing Su Rui's words, the three were momentarily rendered speechless. Though a mere 1-level difference existed between levels 7 and 8, the greater the level, the more pronounced the disparity. An 8th level demon. "You killed an 8th level demon?" Yu Ziqing could not help but confirm again, his voice rising in excitement. The villagers, too, were astonished to learn that Su Rui had vanquished an 8th level demon. They had struggled immensely against a level 6 demon, suffering severe losses, while Su Rui single-handedly defeated an 8th level demon. A display of power surpassing their collective strength. Su Rui nodded and continued, "Yes, it was an 8th level demon. I believe its name was Igu." "Igu? You killed Igu?" The trio exclaimed in unison, their astonishment eclipsing even their earlier shock at Su Rui's feat of defeating an 8th level demon. Observing their expressions, Su Rui felt a twinge of confusion. Was it truly such a monumental event to have slain an 8th level demon? He had expected individuals from prominent locations to possess some level of experience. Yet, their reaction to his accomplishment was one of sheer disbelief. "Indeed, I killed it. What is so special about this Igu?" Su Rui inquired. Qi Yushan suppressed his astonishment and explained, "Igu was one of the generals leading the demon assault on Luoshui City. Renowned within our city, it is surprising that it appeared here and was slain by you." Li Rui added, "There is a substantial bounty on it in Luoshui City. Killing it earns considerable military merit." "Bounty? Killing it comes with a bounty. What is military merit?" Su Rui was overwhelmed with questions. Not only he, but the villagers were equally perplexed, having yet to encounter an NPC, trading system, or any semblance of a marketplace or guild. In response, Li Rui simply stated, "You will understand once you reach the city. As for how to enter, that entirely depends on the heavenly path." "Depends on the heavenly path? What does that mean?" Su Rui queried, understanding that the city was likely a far grander place, home to more powerful individuals and resources. A larger stage he yearned to access. Li Rui elaborated, "The city and the novice village exist in 2 distinct realms. Individuals within the city can only reach various novice villages through teleportation arrays. Moreover, one can only utilize the teleportation array to arrive here upon accepting corresponding tasks. Conversely, to travel from the novice village to the city, it is entirely up to the heavenly path." From her explanation, Su Rui grasped that they had arrived via a teleportation array. However, she still had not disclosed how one might gain entry into the city. Before Su Rui could continue his inquiries, Qi Yushan interjected, "What we mean by depending on the heavenly path is that the standards for entering the city differ for each person. Most individuals receive the qualification to enter the city upon reaching level 5. But this is contingent upon completing collective tasks first. That a select few may obtain entry qualification after level 5, and it is said that the higher one's level, the stronger their abilities and the greater their potential." Understanding dawned upon Su Rui. It was not that his strength was insufficient, but rather that the heavenly path's requirements for him were excessively high. He then added, "Of course, there are some without awakened talents who may gain qualification after level 5. This is due to their inherent strength being on par with those possessing talent." The Su Rui comprehended the meaning behind this, akin to individuals like Li Xiao and Sandao Ci Lang. One a killer, the other a warrior. Long Wu was no ordinary person either. They all possessed abilities far beyond those of the average individual. In the future, it was entirely possible for these individuals to surpass those endowed with innate talents. Perhaps by seizing opportunities that could amplify their strength or by becoming mental mages. Within the city, one could undertake various missions or join the city guard and other military forces to combat the demon race. Although fraught with peril, the potential rewards were even greater. Qi Yushan's words ignited a spark of ambition in Li Xiao's eyes, rekindling the confidence of Zhang Yuanshan, a low-tier talent. The expressions of the others also reflected their aspirations for the city. At that moment, someone inquired, "At what level did you enter the city?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yushan replied with a hint of pride. Li Rui and I both earned our qualifications to enter the city at level 7. Level 7 was indeed considered exceptional in the city. Most individuals were at level 5, and level 6 was a significant threshold, making level 7 exceedingly rare, that it's worth noting that the experience required to level up nearly doubled with each advancement. Yu Ziqing, unable to contain his excitement, chimed in, I only gained my qualification at level 8, that level 8 already classified him as a genius, a highly sought-after individual among the major guilds, with remarkable talent. Yu Ziqing had already become a mental mage, a rarity in our Luoshui city, hinting at an immeasurable future potential. Qi Yushan acknowledged Yu Ziqing's talent. Yu Ziqing then humbly waved his hand, stating, it's nothing special. Our city's top genius, Jiang Yang, only obtained his qualification at level 9, that though ostensibly modest, he simultaneously hinted to everyone that he was only one level behind the foremost genius in the city. Su Rui stroked his chin, contemplating, I am already at level 11. Yet I have yet to secure my qualification to enter the city at this moment. Qi Yushan turned his gaze towards Su Rui and inquired. I believe, Su brother, that your talent level is undoubtedly not low, right? Being capable of slaying an 8-level demon general, Igu, surpasses mere level considerations. Even a human of higher levels, lacking talent or with weak abilities, could never defeat Igu, let alone kill. Su Rui's talent must be extraordinarily formidable, and Qi Yushan speculated that such a talent, one that could provide immense combat power in the early stages, would likely have limited growth potential. That's acceptable. Su Rui nodded dismissively and then asked, You mentioned that there are bounties and military merits associated with Igu. How do I claim these? Qi Yushan explained. They can only be claimed within the city, and even if you acquire them now, there is nowhere to exchange items. That Su Rui nodded, understood. Chapter 100. The curtain falls. Qi Yushan surveyed the grim scene around him. Feeling a surge of emotion as memories flooded his mind, he stared blankly ahead. Back when we undertook collective tasks in our novice village, I was nowhere near as strong as you are now. I could only watch as my teammates fell one by one before my eyes. That time, 2 level 6 demons nearly annihilated our novice village. Our eventual victory was a mere result of sheer human sacrifice. Silence enveloped the surroundings, as the others could vividly imagine the brutality of that moment from his words. Simultaneously, their admiration for Su Rui deepened. Had it not been for Su Rui today, even if they had sacrificed countless lives, they would likely have been unable to defeat the 8-level demon general. The circumstances of the other two were similar. They were originally the strongest in their novice village, which allowed them to survive until the end. Su Rui also realized that, in this world, demons were the greatest adversaries of humanity. As they conversed further, Su Rui and the other novice village members gained a more profound understanding of the city. All right, we should depart. Our tasks here are complete, and we cannot linger. After bidding farewell, the three were transported away before the crowd of novice villagers by a beam of light. The villagers fell into discussion, enlightened by the revelation of a broader world outside. Su Rui wore a contemplative expression, eager to enter the city and determined to elevate his level. Since there was a zone for intermediate beasts, there must certainly be a zone for advanced beasts as well. That he planned to navigate through the intermediate beast zone to hunt advanced beasts and enhance his level once the matters here concluded and rewards were distributed. Whoosh! The trio appeared in the teleportation array of the task hall. Hey, did you really hear that Su Rui single-handedly killed the 8-level Igu? Li Rui still found it hard to believe such an occurrence. Indeed, if he could slay an 8-level Igu, imagine how powerful he must be. Yu Ziqing shared the same skepticism. Even their combined efforts struggled to defeat Igu, let alone kill it. Yet, a novice village player who hadn't even entered the city managed to slay Igu. This was utterly transformative to their understanding that if you have doubts, why not check if the bounty for Igu is still available? Qi Yushan also wished to confirm whether Su Rui had indeed slain Igu. However, before they reached the massive illuminated board displaying tasks, they were met with a chorus of exclamations. What? The bounty for Igu has been claimed. This is an 8-level demon general. Who has such prowess? I recall this Igu has been on the bounty list for quite some time, yet now it has been slain. Need I even ask? It must have been those big shots like Jiangyang. Only they possess such strength. The trio halted in their tracks, exchanging glances. Igu was indeed dead, meaning Su Rui had truly accomplished the feat. However, they still leaned towards the belief that Su Rue had fortuitously acquired a powerful artifact, using it to slay Igu, as that seemed more plausible. After all, there are always those lucky few who obtain formidable weapons during their novice phase. In the novice village, Su Rue remained oblivious to the commotion occurring in Luoshui City. As a player yet to enter the city, he had already stirred a significant uproar there. Following their recent battle, the novice village was largely composed of the injured, though the novice cabin provided a degree of healing effects. Many were recuperating within their cabins. 250 Novice Village completes collective task. Rewards will be distributed to all participants. Note: rewards will be allocated based on kill contributions. 2 beams of light descended from the sky. Landing before Su Rue. 1 contain a longbow and a quiver of arrows. Frost Longbow. Quality Tier 1 weapon. Attack power 25. Hitting an enemy with an arrow applies a slowing effect. A quality Tier 1 weapon. Su Rue immediately employed Super Transformation on it. Transformation successful. Frost Longbow has been transformed into Snowfall Longbow. Attack power 55, with slowing and penetrating effects. Snowfall Longbow. Quality Tier 2 weapon. An impressive 55 attack. It even surpassed the Qingguang sword by 5 points. However, this slight increase in attack power was inconsequential, as Su Rue's inherent attack power was already substantial. The most crucial aspect was the weapon's inherent effects, such as the Qingguang sword's armor-breaking capability, which would likely be more effective against high-armored beasts than having over 100 points of attack power. Following the transformation, the originally light blue bow became a pristine white, appearing even more striking that Su Rue was currently lacking in ranged attack options. With this longbow, he could now engage enemies from a distance. Furthermore, he had just acquired the weapon essence of Igu, granting him high proficiency with bows and arrows. Next, he turned his attention to the other beam of light, which contained a piece of upper-body light armor, appearing remarkably lightweight. This light armor was perfectly suited for him, as it would not impede his speed while providing a degree of defense. Quality Tier 1 Warrior Light Armor. Defense 20. Su Rue activated Super Transformation once more. Transformation successful. Warrior Light Armor has been transformed into Champion Light Armor. Defense 35. Champion Light Armor. Quality Tier 2 Armor. Su Rue quickly donned the light armor, which adjusted to fit his physique perfectly. That it was neither too tight nor too loose, and it did not conflict with the soft armor he was already wearing. The soft armor, akin to cloth attire, could easily be worn beneath the light armor. The other members of the Novice Village also received their well-deserved rewards, given that this collective task was of hellish difficulty. Even those who had not contributed significantly to slaying demons received generous rewards. With this weapon, I can effortlessly dispatch 3-level beasts. Reaching level 5 is just around the corner. I received armor, and I feel much safer wearing it. I won't have to fear injury in battles against beasts anymore. The rewards from this collective task significantly lifted the spirits of the Novice Village members, banishing the gloom from their faces. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept through. The corpses of the demons and humans littering the ground vanished without a trace, including those of the fallen Novice villagers. The massive rift similarly dissipated. The Novice Village and its surroundings returned to a state of tranquility. The sun shining brightly and the spring breeze flowing gently. Amidst the chaos and disarray that lay scattered across the ground, the recent events whispered their tale. Chapter 101. Harvesting the White Spirit Fruit. Clad in lightweight armor, Su Rue appeared even more valiant and charismatic at that moment. Zhang Yuanshan approached him, wielding a golden Shi Tang Dao that suited him quite well. Upon learning that Su Rue was about to embark on yet another journey into the depths of the beast-infested area to slay monsters and gain levels, admiration spread across his face. The battle here had only recently concluded, and Su Rue had sustained significant injuries, yet he was already poised to resume his fighting endeavors. That it must be said that Su Rue's current prowess, while largely attributed to his innate talent, was also a testament to his relentless effort. Very well, I shall not delay you any further. I believe it won't be long before you can enter the city. I fear we shall soon be left far behind, Zhang Yuanshan remarked with a self-deprecating smile. That is certainly the case. With Su Rue's extraordinary strength, even upon reaching the city, he will undoubtedly be a figure of great renown. At that point, I could boast to others that Su Rue and I hail from the same Novice Village. But Su Rue, when you finally reach the city, do take care of us. The villagers chimed in unison. Su Rue, you shall forever be our village champion. Su Rue responded to their exuberance with a smile. Ultimately, he bid them farewell with a cheerful, "Let us meet in Luoshui City," that he had resolved to venture into the advanced beast area to level up and, once sufficiently prepared, head straight to the city that I end the beginner beast area. Su Rue found himself before a towering white spirit fruit tree. He had come to harvest the fruits, although these white spirit fruits no longer provided him with attributes. They were excellent for restoring stamina, and he was unwilling to let them go to waste. The surrounding white spirit birds, noticing the human attempting to pilfer their fruits once more, surged toward him. However, this time, Su Rue was not here to steal, but to harvest openly. As the birds charged, he extended his right hand, summoning glistening blue ice crystals. Crack! One by one, the birds were encased in ice and fell to the ground. Kill level 1 white spirit bird, experience 20. Kill level 1 white spirit bird, experience 20. Kill level 1 white spirit bird, experience 20. The experience gained from these white spirit birds was meager at best. Had they not approached him, Su Rue would have been disinclined to engage them. The white spirit birds, upon witnessing Su Rue's extraordinary powers, fled in terror. Su Rue harvested all the ripe white spirit fruits from the tree. After consuming a couple, he stored the remaining fruits in his spatial ring. A warm sensation enveloped him, replenishing a portion of his stamina. The first time he consumed a white spirit fruit, it fully restored his stamina. But now, it only replenished a fraction, as his stamina had significantly surpassed that level. However, having consumed all the spirit fruits back in the novice village, he still felt relatively invigorated after completing his harvest. Su Rue pressed on toward the intermediate beast area. His speed had increased, and soon he found himself traversing the desert of the intermediate beast area. As he hurried along, he paid little mind to the low-level beasts that offered scant experience and attributes, choosing not to engage them. Just as he maneuvered through the sands, the ground ahead trembled violently. Boom! A colossal desert worm erupted from the earth, its gaping maw lunging towards Su Rue. With a swift leap, Su Rue evaded the worm's bite, simultaneously slashing at its head with his azure sword. Swoosh! The sword easily carved a deep gash into its head, and blood gushed forth as the desert worm writhed on the ground. Once a formidable foe, the desert worm was now easily dispatched by Su Rue. Instead of delivering a finishing blow, he opted to create distance using teleportation and retrieve the falling snow longbow from his spatial ring. He sought to test the bow's might against the desert worm. Boom! Boom! The desert worm's body convulsed violently, sending clouds of sand into the air. However, having recently consumed the ancient relic and mastered the essence of weaponry, Su Rue found himself adept with the bow as well. He knocked an arrow onto the longbow, aiming for the worm's head, and released it. Whoosh! The arrow transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the worm's head and leaving a gaping wound. The enhanced penetrating effect of the falling snow longbow significantly amplified its power, and the writhing beast finally lay still, its head collapsing to the ground. Kill level 6 beast desert worm. Experience 1500. Excellent. With the longbow, I can now engage beasts from afar. Su Rue felt a sense of satisfaction with the falling snow longbow's power. Approaching the worm's carcass, he reached out to absorb its attributes. Absorption successful. Attack 15, speed 8, defense 3. With that, he resumed his journey toward the advanced beast area. After traversing the desert, he arrived at a snowfield where several small snow-covered mountains awaited him. Clearly, to reach the advanced beast area, he must traverse these mountains. Su Rue pressed on, bolstered by the white spirit fruits he had, allowing him to replenish his stamina at will. Before long, he spotted a snowy figure darting across the cliffside at remarkable speed. Upon closer inspection, it was a snow leopard scaling the snowy peaks. Level 6 beast frost snow leopard, agile in form, with strong fur defenses, adept at biting and pouncing. At that moment, the level 6 frost snow leopard was moving swiftly, making it difficult for Su Rue to land a shot with his longbow. Nevertheless, he retrieved the falling snow longbow from his spatial ring. Instead of shooting directly, he employed his mental energy to cast Frostbind on the leaping leopard. Crack! The snow leopard suddenly found its paws frozen to the ground, unable to react before a swift arrow shot forth. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the leopard's head, and its body collapsed against the cliffside, staining the ground with its blood and melting the surrounding snow. Kill level 6 beast frost snow leopard. Experience 1500 Chapter 102. Arrival at the Advanced Beast Area. After dispatching the snow leopard, Su Rui hurried toward its carcass. He intended to absorb the snow leopard's attributes, and since he needed to traverse the mountain, this was a worthwhile detour. Upon reaching the snow leopard's body, he discovered a complete hide. Su Rui picked it up. Frost snow leopard hide. Wearing it provides warmth, defense 6, a primary material for crafting armor. This must have been a drop from the slain frost snow leopard. Su Rui then utilized super transformation on the hide. Transformation successful. Frost snow leopard hide has been transformed into high-quality snow leopard hide. Defense 10. A 10 increase in defense. Quite impressive just as Su Rui was about to don the hide. He realized it conflicted with his lightweight armor, allowing for only one set of defensive attributes. Consequently, he decided against wearing the hide, as he was not cold and it would hinder his movement. However, recognizing its value as crafting material, he stored it in his spatial ring. Absorption successful. Attack 13, speed 10, defense 1. Afterward, he absorbed the snow leopard's essence and set off once more. After some effort, he finally ascended the small snow mountain. However, upon reaching the summit, Su Rui was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Before him lay a series of small volcanoes spewing lava. The ground comprised of black rocks and streams of molten lava. Waves of heat rose into the air. The stark contrast between the icy environment and the fiery landscape was striking. One side was a winter wonderland, while the other blazed with flames. The boundary between the two realms was merely a narrow stream. A peculiar division separating the icy from the fiery, that it seemed he had reached the advanced beast area, and the atmosphere was distinctly different. This obvious demarcation was instantly recognizable. SSS-Ranked charged down from the snow mountain and arrived at the stream's edge. Assessing the distance to the opposite bank, he leaped and teleported directly into the advanced beast area. Boom! The moment he stepped into this realm, a wave of heat enveloped him, as though he had entered a massive steam chamber. Phew! The stark contrast of cold and heat would be unbearable for an ordinary person. Fortunately, Su Rui was no ordinary individual. Having consumed numerous spirit fruits, his physique had strengthened. Moreover, his enhanced attributes contributed to his resilience. Reminder: you have entered the advanced beast area. This zone will contain level 7 to 9 beasts. Excellent. The experience from level 6 beasts no longer sufficed for Su Rui. He was now in search of these higher-level monsters. Gripping his azure sword from his spatial ring, he prepared to face any unexpected challenges. Generally speaking, upon entering the advanced beast area, one would only encounter level 7 beasts. The monstrous beast posed little threat to Su Rui. Even an 8th level beast would be manageable for him. After all, he had successfully slain an ancient beast of the 8th level, and it was improbable for this 8th level creature to surpass that ancient foe. As Su Rui advanced, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound emanating from behind a massive black rock ahead. To his astonishment, several black, giant hounds with bloody jaws emerged from behind the stone. 7th level beast, Flame Hound. Highly sensitive sense of smell. Attacks cause burning effects. Flames flickered upon their backs, extending directly to their tails. Their pupils gleamed with a golden hue, and flames danced between the gaps of their claws. With a rustling sound, the 3 flame hounds closed in on Su Rui. Having already marked him as their prey point, one of them leaped onto a nearby black boulder. Claiming a vantage point, Su Rui displayed no signs of panic. He drew his azure sword, ready for battle. Merely a few hounds. Slaying them would be akin to dispatching dogs. With a swift motion, the flame hound atop the stone initiated the assault, leaping down towards Su Rui. The 2 hounds on the ground charged forth simultaneously, displaying remarkable coordination. Su Rui raised his sword and slashed at the airborne flame hound. With a whoosh, the azure sword emitted a radiant glow, while the flame hound's claws swiped through the air, leaving a trail of fiery light. Clang! The 2 forces clashed instantaneously, yet Su Rui's azure sword proved superior, sending the flame hound tumbling backward, blood streaming from its claws. After felling 1 flame hound, the remaining 2 were now perilously close to Su Rui, that he extended his right hand, triggering the frost freeze. Crack! Ice crystals erupted upon the scorching ground, ensnaring the 4 paws of the 2 flame hounds. Whimpering, the 2 flame hounds emitted plaintive sounds as they struggled to free their frozen limbs. Crack! Just as they managed to break free, Su Rue had already lunged forward, sword drawn. With a single stroke, he cleaved one of the flame hound's heads in two to splat. Blood gushed forth as its skull was severed. 7th level flame hound slain. Experience 2500. Despite their ferocity, the flame hounds were not renowned for their defense, which was, in fact, quite low. The remaining flame hound, witnessing Su Rue's formidable prowess, was instantly gripped by fear, and it promptly flicked its tail before attempting to flee. Boom. With a swish of its tail, flames surged towards Su Rue. He swiftly activated his defensive pendant, and an orange barrier shielded him from the fiery onslaught. That moment, the flame hound had already created a considerable distance between them. Without delay, Su Rue retrieved the snowfall longbow from his spatial ring, knocked an arrow, and aimed at the retreating flame hound. Whoosh! The arrow struck the hound's back, causing it to collapse mid-stride. Su Rue surged forward with explosive speed, quickly drawing his azure sword once more to finish off the flame hound. 7th level flame hound slain. Experience 2500. He had become remarkably adept at switching weapons from his spatial ring, wasting no time in the process. Meanwhile, the first flame hound he had sent flying was now rising from the ground, shaking its head. Upon seeing its two companions slain, it was overwhelmed by terror and fled in the opposite direction. However, Su Rue had already targeted it with his longbow. Whoosh! Another arrow flew forth, striking the hound's hind leg and causing it to stumble and fall. It struggled to rise, but Su Rue was already at its side, thrusting his sword forward. Splat! The blade pierced through the hound's throat. 7th level flame hound slain. Experience 2500. The experience from these 7th level beasts was indeed substantial. In such a brief span, Su Rue had amassed 7,500 experience points. His level had now ascended to level 11, 34,000, 40,000, that a few more beast kills would grant him a level up. And he wondered if he would receive an invitation to enter the city upon reaching level 1-2. Su Rue extracted his sword and arrows from the slain flame hound and absorbed its attributes. Absorption successful. Attack 22, speed 12. He then approached the corpses of the other two flame hounds. Absorption successful. Attack 22, speed 12. Absorption successful. Attack 22, speed 12. Excellent. The attributes obtained from these high-level beasts were indeed plentiful. Chapter 103. Confrontation with the 8th level beast. Just as Su Rue intended to depart, a thought struck him. He immediately returned to the stone where the 3 flame hounds had appeared, to his astonishment. He beheld the corpse of a massive red bird. It was clear that the flame hounds had been feasting upon it. This too was likely a beast from the high-level beast zone. Su Rue extended his hand and absorbed the red bird. Absorption successful. Attack 20, speed 14. He then continued onward. Ahead lay a volcano, bubbling with flowing lava, and the temperature rose with each step he took. Nevertheless, Su Rue's physique and defenses were sufficient to withstand the heat that in this high-level beast zone. Greenery was virtually non-existent. The surroundings consisted entirely of black boulders, dark soil, and streams of flowing lava. Beasts capable of surviving here predominantly possessed fire attributes. Boom! As Su Rue made his way towards the volcano, he heard a resounding rumble from the surrounding area. He quickly turned to see black boulders converging, gradually forming a towering black stone giant. Standing 7 to 8 meters tall, its features were grotesque, with eyes and mouth exuding a golden glow, and lava appeared to flow within. Bang! Once fully formed, it struck its fists together. 8th level beast, lava giant, composed of lava-infused stone. Boasting formidable defense, capable of continuously transforming stone into its body. An 8th level lava giant. Its body was entirely constructed of stone, undoubtedly rendering it exceedingly resilient. That Su Rue felt a twinge of concern merely observing its stony form. He pondered how he might contend with such an adversary. Thud, thud. While Su Rue was still deep in thought, the lava giant charged toward him. With a powerful leap, it swung a fist down towards Su Rue. Whoosh! Su Rue deftly leaped back, narrowly evading the blow. Boom! The fist struck the ground with tremendous force, sending shockwaves through the vicinity. Seizing the opportunity, Su Rue swung his sword at the giant's arm. Clang! The azure sword met the giant's body, sparking a shower of embers and leaving only a faint scratch, shattering a few stones. This hardly inflicted any damage on the lava giant. Whoosh! the lava giant's other fist came crashing down once more, forcing Su Rue to continue dodging. Thankfully, while this creature's defense and attack power were exceedingly high, its speed was not particularly remarkable, allowing Su Rue to evade its strikes. Damn. The stones on this creature were not ordinary. Otherwise, with Su Rue's current attack power, he would have been able to shatter them effortlessly. However, the stones at Boar had been tempered by molten lava. The 8th level beasts were indeed formidable. Whoosh. The giant's attack came crashing down again. But Su Rue nimbly sidestepped. Thus, the giant relentlessly pursued Su Rue, smashing down with its fists, while Su Rue continuously dodged and sought for a weakness in the giant's defenses that in the span of a brief moment. The area was left in disarray, the ground marred by the aftermath of their clash. Bang, bang. Frustrated by its inability to land a hit on Su Rue, the lava giant pounded its fists together in anger. Then it lifted a massive stone from the ground and hurled it at Su Rue. Whoosh! The colossal rock hurtled towards him, compelling Su Rue to evade once more. Boom! The stone struck the ground, producing a deafening noise and sending dust flying that if such a massive boulder were to strike Su Rue, even with his high defenses, he would undoubtedly suffer severe consequences. My goodness. This creature has grown clever, utilizing boulders for a broader range of attack, significantly amplifying its lethality that Su Rue could not afford any missteps. Otherwise, even a glancing blow could lead to serious injury or worse, just as he narrowly avoided one boulder. Another came hurtling towards him. Whoosh! He had no choice but to evade again. Bang! Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the surroundings. Yet amidst the chaos, Su Rue discerned the lava giant's weakness as it lifted the boulders. The connections between its stone segments became exposed. Being constructed from multiple stones, it could not achieve a seamless fit. The junctions were filled with a substance resembling orange-yellow lava, binding the stones together to form the lava giant. So this is how it is. Having identified the giant's vulnerability, Su Rue wasted no time and charged forward. The giant, unwilling to relent, lifted another boulder and hurled it at Su Rue once more. This time, Su Rue opted not to dodge. Instead, he sprinted directly towards the giant. Whoosh! As the boulder neared him, the lava giant's face twisted into a triumphant sneer. Whoosh! But in the next instant, Su Rue darted past the boulder, appearing directly in front of the lava giant. Swish! Su Rue swung his sword at the connection between the giant's arm and shoulder. Splat! The giant's arm was cleanly severed, crashing to the ground in a pile of rubble, while orange-yellow, lava-like blood dripped down. Success! A wave of joy surged through Su Rue. Those junctions were indeed quite fragile. Whoosh! The giant's other fist came barreling towards him, forcing Su Rue to retreat. Pain flickered across the giant's face. Yet the ensuing scene left Su Rue dumbfounded. The giant began to manipulate the fallen stones, reassembling them into a new arm, which reattached to its severed shoulder. What on earth? Su Rue finally comprehended the meaning behind the introduction of the lava giant. He had seen through the eye of insight. This creature could continuously transform the surrounding boulders into parts of its own body. After sustaining a severed arm, the giant appeared to be even more enraged, and it swiftly picked up additional fragments from the ground and hurled them towards Su Rue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These debris flew through the air like cannonballs, dense and rapid. Quick-witted, Su Rue dashed behind a large stone to evade the incoming onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. The rubble fell like a torrential downpour. What to do now? This monster could heal infinitely. Unless it could be annihilated in a single strike, it was virtually indestructible. Hiding behind the stone, Su Rue felt a surge of anxiety. The main issue was that he could not identify a weakness that would allow him to deliver a fatal blow. Its head and body were seamlessly connected, with the neck entirely composed of stone, making it utterly impossible to sever. Boom! At that moment, as Su Rue leaned against the boulder, he suddenly felt a tremendous commotion behind him. He turned to see the lava giant approaching, lifting the very stone he was using for cover. It raised the boulder and brought it crashing down towards Su Rue. Chapter 104. Defeating the lava giant. Whoosh! The massive stone hurtled towards him, but this time, Su Rue chose not to retreat. Instead, he charged directly at the lava giant. Crash! The boulder struck the ground with a thunderous noise. Seizing the opportunity, Su Rue raised his sword and aimed for the giant's arm, which was still slow to react. Swoosh! Its arm was neatly severed again, tumbling to the ground as rubble. Infuriated, the giant swung its fist, forcing Su Rue back, but it attempted to restore its severed arm. However, Su Rue immediately unleashed frost freeze on the fractured shoulder. Crack! The dismembered limb, once filled with orange-yellow liquid, began to freeze, transforming into a crystalline blue ice. Now, the severed arm could not be reattached. Indeed, this tactic proved effective. Su Rue felt a rush of joy. It was a strategy he had conceived in the heat of the moment. The giant, realizing its arm could not regenerate, was filled with urgency and fury. Knowing Su Rue was responsible for this predicament, thud! It took long strides towards Su Rue, but with only one arm remaining, it posed no threat. Bang! It slammed its fist into the ground where Su Rue had stood. But Su Rue leaped onto its arm. The joint once more. He swung his sword. Swoosh! The arm was severed again, crumbling into debris. In an instant. As the arm fell, Su Rue used frost freeze again to immobilize the fracture at the shoulder. Now devoid of both arms, the lava giant lost its means of attack. In such a state, it unexpectedly turned and attempted to flee. But Su Rue would not let it escape. He immediately pursued it with sword drawn. Slash! He struck the connection of the lava giant's leg, severing a portion of its stone limb. Bang! The lava giant's body collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash, shaking the earth. Now, it was utterly helpless. Having lost both arms and a leg, reduced to struggling forward on the ground. Whoosh! Yet Su Rue appeared before it, thrusting his sword into its glowing eye socket. Swoosh! The azure blade penetrated deep into its eye, reaching the brain encased in stone. Instantly, the orange-yellow glow emanating from its eyes and mouth extinguished, and the stone body lost its vitality, crumbling into ordinary stones. Defeated level 8 beast, lava giant. Experience 5,000 experience points. A smile spread across Su Rue's face. With this boost, his experience had reached 39,000, just a mere 1,000 points away from leveling up to level 12. At that point, he could journey to the city. Filled with a rush of excitement, Su Rue activated Endless Devour on the fallen lava giant. Devour successful. Attack 30, Speed 6, Defense 5. The attributes of this level 8 beast were indeed impressive, filling Su Rue with elation. His strength had increased compared to his battle with the ancestral ancient. At this moment, Su Rue noticed a glowing orange-yellow sphere lying beside the lava giant. Could it be the artifact that had allowed the lava giant to control the boulders? Su Rue stepped forward and picked it up. Lava giant core, a high-grade refining material, quite rare. So it was a refining material that had dropped. It seemed the true lava giant had perished under his blade. However, this item should hold significant value. Su Rue decided to use super transformation on it. Transformation successful. Lava Giant Core has been transformed into Special Lava Giant Core. Special Lava Giant Core. Incredibly rare. A coveted item, belonging to top-grade refining materials. Top-grade refining materials. This item could fetch a substantial price in the city. Perhaps it could even be traded for a higher quality sword, after storing the special core in his spatial ring. Su Rue continued onward. As he approached the volcano ahead, he found himself troubled, pondering how he would traverse it. While he could manage climbing snow-capped mountains, he lacked the courage to scale a volcano spewing lava. Yet, as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Upon reaching the base of the volcano, Su Rue discovered a cave that seemed to tunnel directly through the mountain, offering a passage. This must be a path prepared specifically for players by the game, the only route to delve deeper into the area of high-level beasts. Furthermore, upon entering the high-level beast zone, Su Rue noted that its area was surprisingly small. Even more so than the intermediate beast zone, and significantly smaller than the beginner beast zone. Seemed few ventured here. Su Rue surmised that the high-level beast zone was diminutive, because those who could enter the intermediate zone were truly exceptional among the novice village populace. Most likely, many never dared to tread into the intermediate zone, opting instead to advance to level 5 in the beginner zone before heading directly to the city. After all, a level 5 human could barely defend themselves in the periphery of the intermediate beast zone. They would not waste precious time exploring this area when heading to the broader, more expansive city was the superior choice, that if given the opportunity to head straight to the city now, he would certainly not choose to continue exploring here. Once in the city, his strength would surely grow at a much faster pace. Without further deliberation, he made his way towards the cave. Boom! As he entered the cave, the temperature rose considerably, waves of scorching heat washing over him. Su could see the flowing lava ahead, accompanied by the seething waves of heat rising from it. Crack! Su retrieved a white spirit fruit from his spatial ring and devoured it eagerly. He didn't know what beasts he might encounter here, so maintaining his strength was of utmost importance. After walking for a while, Su arrived at the very center of the volcano, where the heat intensified even further than on either side. Vast amounts of lava and flames surged, creating an atmosphere thick with fiery energy. This was far more potent than the flames emitted by the fire spirit pearl, and Su sensed that coming into contact with it would spell disaster. Wait, the fire spirit pearl! It suddenly dawned on Su that the energy within his fire spirit pearl had been depleted during his earlier battle with the ancestral ancient, leaving it as nothing more than a transparent orb. But he wondered if it could still absorb fire energy. Su promptly prepared to extract the remaining shell of the fire spirit pearl to test its capabilities. Chapter 105. Encountering level 8 beasts again. As Su held the transparent orb between his fingers, he approached the raging flames on either side. Boom! The flames blazed in the air, appearing to exist as pure energy in this region. Thus, Su contemplated using the fire spirit pearl to absorb the energy here. However, when he grasped the fire spirit pearl, he realized he could actually use super transformation on it. Previously, when he first acquired it, he had been unable to apply super transformation. Yet, during this period, Su hadn't leveled up, so how was he now able to use it? Su stared at the transparent orb for a moment and quickly understood. It seemed that the fire energy had been completely depleted, allowing it to transform into a genuine item. Initially, the fire spirit pearl contained fire energy, which prevented Su from applying super transformation on it. Now that it had lost its internal fire energy, he could naturally use super transformation. Transformation successful. The fire spirit pearl has transformed into the blazing fire spirit pearl, capable of containing more and stronger fire energy. More and stronger. Su gazed at the surrounding flames. These energies were indeed more potent than those within the original fire spirit pearl, that if he hadn't transformed it, he would have struggled to absorb this fire energy. Now, it should pose no issue that Su gripped the orb and advanced toward the fire energy. Buzz! As he drew closer, the blazing fire spirit pearl emitted a sound and began to vibrate, but Su promptly infused a portion of his mental power into the blazing fire spirit pearl, directing it to absorb the surrounding fire energy. Whoosh! The surrounding fire energy rapidly flowed into the blazing fire spirit pearl, causing it to gradually shift from transparent to a fiery red hue. Despite its small size, the blazing fire spirit pearl possessed a vast capacity, continuously devouring the fire energy around it. As the fire energy steadily entered the fire spirit pearl, the temperature in the vicinity began to decrease noticeably. Even the flowing orange-yellow magma began to exhibit streaks of black, as if it were starting to solidify. That a deep rumble reverberated as the blazing fire spirit pearl underwent a transformation, ultimately turning a vivid crimson. With a sigh of relief, Su realized the immense capacity of this fire spirit pearl. The act of devouring had left him quite fatigued. To his surprise, he noticed that the temperature surrounding him had significantly decreased, no longer bearing the previous searing sensation. The once flowing magma was on the verge of freezing, and the ambient fire energy had dwindled considerably. It seemed that the intense heat of this place was due to the abundance of fire energy. Su could sense that above him, within the volcano, lay even greater and more potent reserves of fire energy. That it was likely that the extreme conditions of this advanced monster zone were a direct result of this fire energy. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled violently, as if something were about to erupt from the depths below. Acting swiftly, Su utilized his teleportation ability to distance himself from the area. In an explosive burst, a colossal beast, resembling a bear with 2 horns and covered in thick black skin, emerged from the earth. This was an 8th-level monster, known as the Fire Eruption Beast, renowned for its insatiable appetite for fire energy and its ability to wield flames. Upon surfacing, it surveyed its surroundings and quickly noticed the diminished fire energy. Its gaze then locked onto the fire spirit pearl in Su possession. With a ferocious roar, it extended its arms towards Su The fire energy that once surged around here had been transported from the mountain by this beast itself. Now, with the majority consumed by Su Rui's fire spirit pearl, it was understandably furious. As it bellowed, flames ignited along its back, and it charged furiously towards Su Rui. Was it a lover of fire energy? Su Rui suddenly comprehended that these flames were likely stored here by the beast itself. Fire energy does not simply materialize. It typically resides in hotter locales, such as the magma at the mountain's base, that in such a place, it would have been impossible for Su Rui to approach and absorb the fire energy. This opportunity to fill the fire spirit pearl was indeed thanks to the fire eruption beast. Faced with the enraged creature, Su Rui opted not to confront it head-on. Instead, he dashed toward the cave's exit. The confined space, coupled with the pervasive magma, rendered this an unsuitable battleground for him. After unleashing his full speed, he matched the frantic pace of the fire eruption beast. When it realized it could not catch up, it halted and began channeling energy from its chest to its mouth. Red flames etched themselves into its chest, spreading to its face and maw, that a fireball erupted from its mouth, hurtling towards Su Rui. While sprinting ahead, Su Rui remained acutely aware of the situation behind him and quickly evaded the incoming fireball. The projectile struck the ground ahead, creating a smoldering crater, just as Su Rui caught his breath. The fire eruption beast unleashed another fireball from its maw. Boom, boom, boom. This time, it launched 3 fireballs in rapid succession, all barreling towards Su Rui. Employing his teleportation ability once more, he evaded the onslaught by reappearing 10 meters ahead. The 3 fireballs detonated upon impact with the ground, leaving behind scorched imprints. Not only had he evaded the barrage, but he had also increased the distance between himself and the beast, making it harder for the fire eruption beast to target him. With its limbs on the ground, it resumed its pursuit of Su Rui. Soon enough, Su Rui burst forth from the volcano. Outside the volcano, a chaotic landscape of rocks and diverging paths awaited him. Any route he chose would allow him to completely shake off the fire eruption beast. Yet, he refrained from fleeing and instead concealed himself above the cave's exit, awaiting the creature's emergence. After all, he had ventured into this advanced monster zone with the intention of hunting beasts, and he could not let this opportunity slip away. Moreover, defeating this beast would elevate him to level 12, potentially granting him access to the city. The beast's footsteps grew louder as it approached, soon bursting forth from the cave. Upon emerging, the fire eruption beast glanced around, momentarily unsure of which direction to pursue. With an enraged roar, it turned back toward the cave in frustration. That moment, however, a rush of wind signaled an impending descent. Down from above came Su Rui, sword in hand, aiming a strike at the beast's head. He activated his power bracelet to maximize his attack strength. Yet, the fire eruption beast sensed his presence and shifted aside just in time. The blade struck its shoulder, leaving a deep gash that nearly severed its arm. With a howl of agony, the beast reared back, clutching its shoulder, retreating in haste. Though it had not lost its arm, the injury severely hampered its combat capabilities that Su Rui seized the moment to pursue. Intent on delivering a fatal blow, the fire eruption beast, now aware of Su Rui's approach, summoned fire energy to its mouth. Flames erupted forth, surging toward him. Recognizing the potency of this flame, likely stronger than before, Su Rui quickly activated his defensive pendant. The flames collided with the protective barrier, causing it to shimmer and warp as if it were being melted away. Rather than withstand the onslaught, Su Rui deftly maneuvered to evade the flames and positioned himself behind the beast. As it continued to expel fire, the beast mistakenly believed Su Rui had been consumed by the flames when it saw the barrier dissipate. However, it soon felt a chill at its neck. A long sword pierced through, but its tough hide absorbed much of the impact, preventing any fatal injury. Yet, the fire eruption beast sensed the looming threat of death and swiftly swung its uninjured arm backward. Its fiery palm struck with tremendous force that Su Rui quickly drew his sword to parry the attack. The impact sent him flying several meters backward, but his agility allowed him to land gracefully. Fortunately, his robust defenses had shielded him from any harm. This 8th-level beast proved to be a formidable opponent. Had it not been for Su Rui's mastery of frost, he might have struggled against the earlier magma giant. Now, facing the fire eruption beast, with its diverse abilities and command over flames, it was a true test of his skills. After knocking Su Rue back, the beast unleashed another volley of fireballs toward him. Now, it was hesitant to breathe fire directly, knowing that the flames could obstruct its vision of Su Rue's movements. Su deftly dodged the fireballs while closing the distance to the beast. Once more, he leapt into the air, ready to strike down upon the fire eruption beast. In response, the beast launched another fireball at him. But Su Rue, undeterred, struck the fireball mid-flight with his sword. The explosion scattered flames into the air, creating a fiery spectacle. Emerging from the blaze, Su Rue aimed his sword at the beast's head, ready to deliver a decisive blow. The fire eruption beast, once again summoning flames, prepared to retaliate. Su Rue activated his defensive pendant to conjure a protective barrier, while simultaneously harnessing energy from the fire spirit pearl to envelop himself in flames. With his sword poised, he charged toward the beast, determined to end its threat. The creature, realizing Su Rue's intent, could not retract its powerful strike in time. Its massive paw slammed against Su Rue's orange barrier, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface before shattering. The pendant around Su Rue's neck bore a similar fracture, nearing destruction. Yet the beast's paw then collided with the fiery shield formed by the fire spirit pearl, denting it inward and threatening to scorch Su Rue. Had it been the previous barrier, it would have easily been obliterated. Fortunately, this stronger shield held firm against the fire eruption beast's onslaught, as he observed. The defensive shield proved ineffective against the onslaught of the fire beast. At that moment, Su Rue's sword had already arrived. With a swift thrust, it pierced directly into the beast's forehead, penetrating its very mind. The massive paw that had swung towards Su Rue fell limply to the ground. He retracted the defensive shield composed of the flame spirit pearl. With a thunderous crash, the colossal body of the fire beast toppled backwards. Killed an 8th level fire beast, experience points 5,000. Congratulations, player level has risen to 12. Attack 80, speed 60, defense 20, stamina and constitution significantly enhanced. Su Rue felt a surge of exhilaration. This upgrade had notably increased his stamina and constitution. These attributes were originally linked to defense, such that with each increase in defense, stamina and constitution would also see a proportionate enhancement. However, this time, the rise was direct, far surpassing the increase from defense alone. Su Rue could distinctly feel the difference. His stamina and constitution were now vastly superior to before that he opened his attribute panel to examine his stats. Attack, 1274 defense, 187 speed, 818 level, 12, 4000 elemental ability, frost freeze talents, endless devour. Super transformation, eye of insight, teleportation, clone technique. Excellent. Su Rue felt a sense of satisfaction. His attributes were now extraordinarily formidable. However, he understood that these attributes were merely foundational enhancements to his combat prowess. The attributes of those beasts were innately high, far surpassing those of humans. Furthermore, the combat strength derived from certain talents and skills was even more crucial than these attributes. For instance, even with additional attributes, without the necessary talents and items, defeating the fire beast and the lava giant would remain impossible. Of course, attributes are fundamental. Without robust attributes, the combat strength provided by talents would also be quite limited. Chapter 107. Easing defeat. At that moment, Su Rue encountered a critical issue. Despite his level up, he still lacked the qualification to enter the city. Could it be? Must he wait until he reaches level 13 to gain entry? How long would that take? Ascending to level 13 required a staggering 80,000 experience points. Would he be forced to linger here for an extended period? Feeling quite disheartened, Su Rue resolved to venture deeper into the high-level beast area. Generally, deeper regions harbored various opportunities, enabling swifter leveling and power enhancement. The high-level beast area should, in theory, offer even richer prospects. That Su Rue extended his hand to absorb the attributes of the fire beast. Absorption successful. Attack 25, speed 14, defense 4. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a challenge token had dropped beside the fire beast. A challenge token. Su Rue's eyes brightened. It had been quite some time since he had last paid attention to the rookie leaderboard. This was primarily due to the lack of challengers and his own absence of challenge tokens. Now that his strength had significantly increased, he was determined to challenge the top-ranked player. Currently, his ranking stood at 87th, allowing him to challenge the one in 77th place. That individual, named Lu Xian, was swiftly selected by Su Rue. Challenge invitation sent. awaiting response from the opponent. If the opponent chose to decline, Su Rui would proceed to select another challenger. Lu Xian accepts the challenge. The rookie leaderboard challenge officially commences. With a flash, a beam of light transported Su Rui to the arena. The next moment, a figure materialized before him, clad in a flowing white robe. Arms crossed and an air of condescension emanating from his gaze, reminiscent of a reclusive master. However, he did not appear very old, seemingly around Su Rui's age. "Humph, you dare challenge me. It is destined that you will fail." Lu Xian scoffed. That's so?" Su Rui replied, drawing forth his azure sword with a smile. His strength had increased tremendously since the last rookie challenge that he believed he could resolve this battle in just a few moves. Lu Xian, with a casual demeanor, remarked, "Of course. You'd best surrender now, or else if I injure you, you'll waste time and money on healing." Before he could finish, Su Rui charged at him with astonishing speed. "What the? You're not playing fair," Lu Xian exclaimed, losing his earlier nonchalance that he hastily retrieved a sword from his spatial ring. Yet before he could even draw it, Su Rui was upon him, forcing him to block with the hilt instead. Clang, the azure sword struck his sword sheath, sending it flying. The next instant, the azure sword was poised against his throat. Wait, brother, spare my life," Lu Xian exclaimed, panic-stricken as he raised his hands in surrender. "Then why not concede?" Su Rui inquired. Now, with just a thought, Lu Xian could choose to admit defeat and be transported back. This fellow was either waiting for an opportunity to defeat Su Rui or simply lacked common sense. Nevertheless, Su Rui had just defeated him without employing any talents or abilities, relying solely on his attributes that he felt no fear of any hidden techniques Lu Xian might possess, for his own strength far surpassed that of Lu Xian. And he did not believe that the latter had more tricks up his sleeve. Moreover, Su Rui was not one to indiscriminately harm others, especially since Lu Xian was also from the Dragon Kingdom and had not committed any heinous acts. A forced smile crept across Lu Xian's face. "Brother, I am from the Luoshui City Luoshui Guild, and I enjoy befriending strong individuals. Shall we get acquainted?" Luoshui City. Su Rui raised an eyebrow, surprised by the coincidence of encountering someone from Luoshui City. "You are from Luoshui City? Do you know Qi Yushan and Yu Ziqing?" Lu Xian nodded eagerly, a look of delight on his face. "Of course. How could I not? They, along with Li Rui, are all members of our Luoshui Guild." "Ah, so it's a case of the great flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. Since you know Qi Yushan, we are akin to family. Why not sheath your sword and discuss further?" Su Rui was not one to dawdle and promptly lowered his sword. As Su Rui did so, Lu Xian's smile became more genuine. He then, with a friendly demeanor, asked, "Big brother, with your strength, how come your ranking is so low? Do you not care for the rookie leaderboard? Let me tell you, the rookie leaderboard in our Luoshui City is a symbol of status and identity, with numerous benefits." Moreover, faced with Lu Xian's incessant chatter, Su Rui quietly interjected, "I simply do not possess a challenge token." Lu Xian's eyes widened in shock. "A challenge token? You can purchase that in the marketplace. How could you not know?" Su Rui, of course, was unaware, as he was not from the city and was still in the novice village phase. "I had no idea. I am still in the novice village, primarily looking to gather information about Luoshui City." Not wanting to waste time on Lu Xian's ramblings, Su Rui straightforwardly laid out his situation. Upon hearing Su Rui's words, Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, his first thought being, "I can't believe I was bested by a novice village rookie." Initially, he had assumed Su Rui was a powerful guild leader from another city or a formidable human warrior. "You're not joking, are you? You really are from the novice village?" Lu Xian regarded Su Rui as if he were a curiosity. Seeing Su Rui nod, he eagerly inquired, "What level are you? You still haven't gained entry to the city." Having witnessed Su Rui's strength earlier, Lu Xian believed it plausible that Su Rui could be around level 17 or 18, or even as high as level 20, as his foundational combat power surpassed many higher-level individuals Lu Xian had encountered. Before Su Rui could respond, the heavens unexpectedly transported them back, in Luoshui City. Whoosh, Lu Xian was instantly returned. "What is happening? Is the celestial realm not allowing me to make friends?" He felt somewhat dissatisfied, for a powerhouse like Su Rui would undoubtedly soar to great heights in the future. If he had gotten to know him early on, the benefits would have been immense. Should he report this to the guild? A strong individual from the novice village joining Luoshui's city and their guild would undoubtedly be a cornerstone. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Xian dismissed it. Forget it. If they find out I was bested by a novice village rookie, I'd be the laughingstock for life. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Su Rui would even be assigned to Luoshui's city. After all, there were many cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Why invite trouble upon himself? Chapter 108. The Lion and the Wolf Clash Challenge Successful. Current Rookie Leaderboard Ranking 77. The voice of the heavens echoed in Su Rui's mind. Thank goodness, Su Rui sighed in relief. It would have been unfavorable if the celestial realm had deemed the challenge void. Clearly, the heavens were still monitoring the challenge matches. If the two remained idle without engaging in combat, they would be expelled. Regrettably, Su Rui had failed to extract any information from Lu Xian, remaining unaware if there were alternative means to gain entry to the city. Nonetheless, he had gleaned some information. Challenge tokens could be purchased in the city's marketplace. When the time came, Su Rui would undoubtedly acquire a few challenge tokens to ascend the rookie leaderboard. The rewards grew more substantial the further up one climbed, but for now, he could only receive rewards for his initial appearance on the leaderboard, with subsequent rewards distributed once every 3 days. However, Su Rui remained unhurried, planning to elevate his ranking just before the rewards were distributed, thereby reaping greater benefits. Yet this was not the moment for such thoughts. Su Rui drew his sword and continued onward, eager to discover what lay beyond the high-level demon beast zone, as alternative routes to the city were not yet available. The scenery ahead was far more vibrant than the desolate terrain he had just traversed. With a sparse array of vegetation emerging, and the oppressive heat seemed to have lessened. However, this did not imply enhanced safety. On the contrary, such locales were more conducive to the survival of demon beasts, presenting greater peril. With a thunderous roar, a deafening sound erupted from ahead, accompanied by the chaotic cries of wild beasts. Instinctively gripping his sword, Su Rui surged forward, sensing a fierce battle unfolding nearby. Such an opportunity for opportunism was too enticing for Su Rui to ignore. Scaling a prominent hill, he beheld a magnificent sight. A colossal lion, exuding an air of majesty, was locked in combat with a pack of fiery red wolves. The lion bore numerous scars inflicted by the wolves. Yet its emerald eyes betrayed no hint of defeat, maintaining an aura of formidable might. Employing his insightful eye, Su Rui scrutinized the lion. Level 8 Demon Beast. Emerald-eyed Fire Lion, King of Beasts, capable of unleashing fiery power. He then turned his attention to the encircling pack of Crimson Wolves. Level 7 Demon Beast. Firecloud Wolf, agile and equipped with razor-sharp fangs and claws that inflict burning damage. The burning effect was evident upon the emerald-eyed Fire Lion, as the wounds left by the Fire Cloud Wolves had turned charred and blackened. With a resounding roar, the emerald-eyed Fire Lion unleashed a torrent of flames from its maw, engulfing the advancing wolves. Several Fire Cloud Wolves were immediately consumed by the inferno, collapsing to the ground amidst anguished howls. Yet, the remaining wolves charged heedlessly at the lion. Realizing the imminent threat, the lion abandoned its fiery assault and swiped its massive paw at the oncoming wolves. Flames swirled around its claws, leaving a fiery imprint in the air that successfully repelled the attackers. Despite the lion's extraordinary ferocity, it was overwhelmed by the sheer number of Fire Cloud Wolves. If this continued, it would not be long before the emerald-eyed Fire Lion succumbed to their onslaught. Su Rui, unwilling to wait for the lion's demise, recognized that facing so many wolves alone would be a daunting task. With the lion already wounded and the wolves sustaining casualties, now was the opportune moment to intervene. Drawing his sword, Su Rui charged forth, momentarily startling both the wolves and the lion with his sudden appearance. He swiftly struck at a nearby Fire Cloud Wolf, which, having been gravely injured by the lion's earlier attack, was attempting to recuperate at the periphery of the pack. Caught off guard, it had no time to react before Su Rui's blade pierced through its body. With a squelch, the wolf's blood gushed forth, and the already weakened creature fell lifeless. Killed Level 7 Demon Beast. Fire Cloud Wolf. Experience gained 2,600. Devoured successfully. Attack 24, Speed 12. Following the kill, Su Rui immediately absorbed its attributes. Surrounded by the remaining Fire Cloud Wolves, they soon turned their attention to him. Rather than confront them head-on, Su Rui utilized his teleportation ability to retreat 10 meters back, wary of the wolves abandoning the lion to converge upon him. Though the wolves did not relent in their pursuit, they remained primarily focused on the emerald-eyed fire lion, perceiving it as their greatest adversary. Consequently, a few wolves broke away from the pack to charge at Su Rui. As the wolves barreled toward him, Su Rui retrieved the fire spirit pearl, gripping it tightly. Channeling his mental energy into the pearl, he activated its power that a towering column of fire erupted from the pearl. Surging toward the foremost two wolves, the flames knocked them to the ground, disrupting the formation of the remaining wolves, who scattered in various directions to avoid being caught in the fiery onslaught. Su Rui had not unleashed the full might of the fire spirit pearl, as he wished to conceal his true strength. Otherwise, the wolves would undoubtedly view him as a formidable threat, with some wolves diverted to confront him. The emerald-eyed fire lion felt a temporary reprieve from its attackers, allowing it to charge through the fray. After using the fire spirit pearl, Su Rui stowed it away, having intended to disrupt the wolves' advance to facilitate isolated strikes. With determination, he lunged at a lone wolf rushing towards him, his blade shimmering with a crystalline blue light. The wolf's body and limbs began to freeze, its speed diminishing rapidly as it could only watch helplessly as Su Rui's sword descended. With a swift motion, he severed its head from its body. Killed level 7 demon beast, fire cloud wolf, experience gained 2,600, devoured successfully, attack 24, speed 12, another victory. Su Rui's spirits soared at the prospect of absorbing the attributes of 6 fire cloud wolves, which would significantly enhance his prowess. In a blink, 2 more fire cloud wolves lunged at him, but Su Rui raised his hand, conjuring additional blue ice crystals. The 2 wolves were immediately ensnared, their movements becoming sluggish and stiff. Seizing the opportunity, he advanced and dispatched them with precision strikes. Killed level 7 demon beast, fire cloud wolf, experience gained 2,600. Killed level 7 demon beast, fire cloud wolf, experience gained 2,600, devoured successfully. Attack 24, speed 12, devoured successfully. Attack 24, speed 12, a triumphant smile graced Su Rui's face. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. Employing frost to counter these swift demon beasts made the endeavor exceedingly effortless. Even if they did not freeze instantaneously, their speed was significantly hampered. Without their swiftness, the fire cloud wolves were left vulnerable, mere prey for Su Rui. With the elimination of these 2 wolves, only 2 remained in the distance. Observing Su Rui's prowess, the remaining wolves hesitated, fear evident in their demeanor. The alpha wolf among them howled defiantly, prompting the pack to initiate a retreat, but Su Rui swiftly closed the distance using his teleportation and unleashed his frost spell. Immobilizing several of the injured stragglers, retrieving his snowfall longbow, he drew the string taut and released. The arrows flew true, striking the weakened wolves and bringing them down. Killed level 7 demon beast, fire cloud wolf. Experience gained 2,600. Killed level 7 demon beast, fire cloud wolf. Experience gained 2,600. Killed level 7 demon beast, fire cloud wolf. Experience gained 2,600. The remaining fire cloud wolves fled from his reach. The ground was strewn with the corpses of the slain wolves, victims of the emerald-eyed fire lion's ferocity. However, Su Rui had reached the limit of his ability to absorb attributes from the fire cloud wolves, rendering their remains useless to him. The emerald-eyed fire lion lay bloodied upon the ground, barely clinging to life. Though immensely powerful, it had been overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the wolves for far too long. Su Rui approached it slowly, sword in hand. Since you are nearing your end, allow me to grant you a swift release. With that, he surged forward, plunging his sword into the lion's heart. Killed level 8 demon beast, emerald-eyed fire lion. Experience gained 5,000, devoured successfully, with an enhancement of attack power by 28, speed by 20, and defense by 2. Su Rui's body experienced a significant boost, surpassing even the benefits of leveling up, that he could distinctly feel the surge in his own strength. After vanquishing the beasts in the vicinity, Su Rui intended to depart and continue his journey. However, at that moment, a bird's call echoed from the sky. With a sharp cry, a magnificent crimson bird circled overhead. Su Rui immediately recognized this avian creature, identifying it as the same species he had previously encountered behind a rock. Level 7 beast, Firebird. known for its swiftness and enveloped in fiery plumage, granting it a measure of offensive and defensive prowess. Observing the bird's persistent circling nearby, Su Rui discerned its intent to feast upon the corpses scattered around. After all, these fire cloud wolves and emerald-eyed fire lions had only recently perished. Their flesh still fresh, akin to its latest quarry. After a brief reconnaissance, the firebird confirmed that aside from Su Rui, no other threats loomed in the vicinity. Viewing Su Rui as an easy target, it resolved to eliminate him before indulging in the remains. With a swift motion, the firebird seized a prime vantage point and dove towards Su Rui. Yet it had miscalculated. Su Rui was no mere soft target. As the firebird descended upon him, Su Rui brandished his sword with one hand while the other was poised to unleash a freezing spell. With a whoosh, the rapidly descending firebird transformed into a fiery silhouette, its feathers radiating intense heat as it hurtled towards Su Rui. Just as it neared, Su Rui extended his ice-encased left hand. Crack! The bird's head began to freeze, ice crystals spreading across its form. The flames enveloping it recoiled, diminishing the ferocity of its aerial assault and considerably slowing its descent. Seizing the moment, Su Rui leaped, sword raised, and struck downward at the firebird's head, with a piercing sound. The firebird's defenses, slightly stronger than those of the fire cloud wolf, ultimately proved insufficient to escape the fate of being cleaved in two. You have slain a level 7 beast. Firebird. Experience gained, 2,400. Devouring successful. Attack 20, speed 10, defense 1. Excellent. A beast delivered right to his doorstep. Satisfied with the attributes absorbed from the firebird, Su Rui contemplated the numerous corpses surrounding him. The scent of blood would undoubtedly travel far, and by remaining vigilant, he could potentially slay several more beasts. The firebird served as a stark reminder. Su Rui resolved to bide his time here, anticipating the arrival of more creatures.